Chen begins his journey by acquiring a lavish consumption rebate system. Upon making a purchase, he completes a critical task and is directly rewarded with a sports car worth 90 million. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Reward. A luxurious mansion valued at 500 million. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Reward. 70% equity in a company valued at 100 billion. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Encountering a street interview. Internet celebrity. Excuse me, sir. If you had 10 million, what would you do? Chen hurriedly pulls out his phone, checks his balance, and breathes a sigh of relief, stating, "Fortunately, my money is still intact." Chapter 1. The Lavish Consumption Rebate System. The autumn breeze is slightly cool. In a rented room within a certain district of the Magic City, a handsome young man is idly watching a live stream. This is one of his favorite pastimes during his leisure hours at work. After all, who doesn't enjoy gazing at beautiful women? Even if one cannot possess them, it is still a delight for the eyes. This particular beauty is a streamer from Fengtian. Her fluent Fengtian accent is quite amusing. At this moment, in the comments section, a user named No Cilantro in My Meal inquires, "Streamer, what type of man do you like?" Song Eru, the alias of this streamer, ponders for a moment before responding, "I don't have many requirements for the men I like. They just need to be able to take a beating." Upon hearing her words, the fans in the comments section burst into playful banter. "Don't cry, little tiger. Ha, the streamer is too funny. Her standards are so low. Just be able to take a beating. I'm 1.8 meters tall and weigh 190 pounds. Will that do? I like Northeast little tigers. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo with exceptional resilience. Streamer, you might want to consider me." By the way, streamer, why did you choose the name Song Eru? It sounds rather unpleasant. I've seen other streamers with poetic or meaningful names. What's up with yours? A new fan, noticing the name, couldn't help but ask. Song Eru smiled and replied, "Because my father is named Song Dehu, so I became Song Eru." Wow, streamer, just how fierce are you? Your dad is named Big Tiger, and you're named Little Tiger. Doesn't that make you siblings? Ha! The fans were thoroughly amused. This Fengtian girl is indeed quite fierce. However, the more she is like this, the more the fans resonate with her, feeling that this streamer is incredibly down-to-earth, not constantly asking for money from her brothers, and instead, she simply aims to bring joy to everyone from the moment she goes live. Song Eru expressed his dissatisfaction, loudly proclaiming in the live broadcast, "Everyone be quiet. Let me reiterate, my father is who, but I am not." Chen nearly choked on the tea he had just sipped. This Hu lady is truly formidable. Who speaks of their own father in such a manner? Host, do you possess any talents? Please showcase them for us. Other streamers can dance or sing. Surely you have some skills to display as well. Upon hearing the suggestion for Song Eru to demonstrate a talent, Chen became intrigued. Despite Song Eru's seemingly brash demeanor, his physique and attractiveness are undeniably top tier. If one were to rate him, he would undoubtedly score above 95. With a chest that, while not quite comparable to that of a dairy cow, is certainly ample enough, he possesses an alluring hourglass figure. Especially when clad in shorts, the taut muscles of his thighs provoke tantalizing thoughts. Finally, there is his resilient good looks. With merely a light touch of makeup, he appears strikingly beautiful. Of course, this may be partly due to the enhancement of beauty filters. Yet, without a solid foundation, such filters could hardly mask all deficiencies. Thus, Song Eru's appearance off-screen is certainly commendable. A person who could easily rely on his looks has instead become a comedic streamer on the Sharp platform. The daily bravado emanating from his mouth is both amusing and bewildering. As for talents, I don't have much, but I can share some dialect from my region. It might come in handy if you ever visit Northeast China. As Song Eru shifted his posture, his height of 1.7 meters combined with his long legs left the audience in awe. Goodness, this streamer's legs are certainly impressive. Our Northeast girls are truly unique, standing tall with long legs. It's simply irresistible. That will be all for today. The tissues are all prepared. Amidst the lively chatter in the comment section, Song Eru stated after a moment of thought, "In Northeast China, there exists a term for a fool called Yang Erzheng, a term for redundancy known as Tu Er Fan Zhang, and Ni referred to as Bolengaier, and generosity as Changliang. Lastly, if someone stares at you in Northeast China, you can politely respond, 'What are you looking at?'" After hearing Song Eru's dialect, The viewers erupted in laughter. Host, was that last line serious? Are you sure we won't get beaten up? As a true Northeasterner, Yi-chan could hardly contain his laughter. Perhaps due to the engaging nature of Song Eru's live stream, the audience, which originally numbered in the hundreds, had surpassed 1,000. Seeing this, a fan reminded him, "Host, the audience has grown. Please continue your performance." However, Song Eru remained unfazed, viewing his live streaming merely as entertainment, with popularity being of little consequence. He simply preferred to stay indoors while attending university, so he chose to stream to alleviate his boredom. Observing Song Eru's nonchalant demeanor, the fans ensured his efforts were not in vain, sending a flurry of small gifts. Big Brother sent a rocket, and Xiao Nan sent 100 fishballs. In no time, gifts poured in continuously. Although they were small tokens, collectively they amounted to over 1,000 yuan. Song Eru continued to express his gratitude to the fans in his dialect. Yi-chan found the streamer quite relatable and couldn't resist sending a donation of 200 yuan, gifting a rocket to the host. Chen Wangshi sent the host a rocket. Ding! Just as Yi-chan completed his donation of a rocket to Song Eru, a mechanical system notification resonated in his mind. Host has successfully triggered the system, binding the godlike rebate system, with an initial 10-fold rebate on expenditures. For any expenditure, the host will receive a 10-fold cashback. Note, all rebate rewards obtained through this system have undergone special processing to ensure absolute safety. Just after the system integrated, a notification from the bank pinged on Yi-chan's phone. Ding! Agricultural Bank, your account ending in 7878 has received a deposit of 2,000 yuan with a balance of 52,500 yuan. Upon hearing the bank notification, Yi-chan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He was certainly familiar with systems like these. After all, as a young person in today's society, he had read plenty of online literature. He had imagined such occurrences countless times, yet the reality of it was still quite overwhelming. Chapter 2. Allow me to showcase my skills, brother. Desiring to ascertain the authenticity of the system, Yi-chan transferred a sum of money onto the platform. Whoosh! The live streaming room erupted with dazzling special effects. Although Song Eru's live stream was flooded with gifts, none had yet matched the grandeur of a direct donation of a superfire. Yi-chan's singular superfire drew the attention of numerous viewers. Finally a big shot has stepped in. 2,000 bucks just vanished like that. From the comments of the viewers, Yi-chan gleaned the value of superfire, which prompted an excited response from Song Eru. Thank you, brother Chen Wangshi, for the superfire. Upon witnessing the donation, the notification of a bank deposit chimed once again, confirming to Yi-chan that he had indeed acquired the legendary system. With the cashback system in place, he no longer had to fear subsisting on instant noodles. Ding! The Agricultural Bank, account ending in 7878, credited 20,000 yuan. With this newfound assurance, he decided to indulge further, confident that the system would safeguard his funds from scrutiny. Without hesitation, he recharged and dispatched 10 superfire donations. The live stream was awash with a barrage of superfire effects flashing across the screen, leaving the fans utterly speechless. Was this the extravagant display of the wealthy? Such nonchalance toward money was astonishing. Yet the spectacle was far from over. The system's cashback of 200,000 yuan was promptly reinvested by Yi-chan. 100 superfire donations illuminated the screen in succession. On the gift leaderboard, Yi-chan's ranking soared far above the rest, outpacing the second-place contender by a significant margin. Wow, worship the big shot. Does the big shot need a charm? Just tie me to your waist. The fans began to unleash their playful banter. With a plethora of humorous comments flooding the chat, Yi-chan's fingers danced across the screen, oblivious to the total amount he had spent. Yet his bank account had ballooned to over 20 million. The continuous refresh of the gift leaderboard in Song Eru's live stream had captured the attention of the Shark Platform's officials. The executives at the headquarters, witnessing this phenomenon, quickly arranged for a promotional push for Song Eru. Although she lacked the qualifications for such promotion, having a wealthy patron rendered rules irrelevant. The pursuit of profit was paramount. On the platform's homepage, a banner for Song Eru's live stream was prominently displayed, and within moments, the viewer count surpassed 10,000, with an upward trajectory. Yi-chan, unfazed by the opinions of others, continued his relentless spree of spending. Recharging 20 million was indeed a laborious task, consuming half an hour of his time. As each superfire could only be sent 100 at a time, Yi-chan had to keep pressing the button. Visitors entering the stream were all inquiring about the sudden surge in popularity. After learning the backstory, they too joined the ranks of the adoring fans. Morning General, you're magnificent. Does Morning General need a doorman? Just tie me at the entrance. Tie me up too. Ding. A critical cashback trigger activated, rewarding him with a hyper-luxurious sports car worth 90 million, a fully equipped Pagani, along with master-level driving skills. Just as Yi Chun exhausted his 2 million in spending, a system notification chimed. A critical hit? Yi Chun gasped in surprise, only to find a mini sports car key had mysteriously appeared in his pocket. The key resembled a miniature version of a racing car, exquisitely crafted. Meanwhile, his bank account had swelled to 200 million. Beep beep. Before Yi Chun could fully appreciate the car key, a private message from the shark's backend pinged. Hello, big brother, I'm Song Eru. This is my WeChat ID. In the live stream, Song Eru was at a loss for words, as if in a dream, even pinching her thigh to confirm her reality. Her adorable demeanor evoking laughter from the viewers. She then quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, brother Chen Yen Wang Shi, for your generous gifts. Please keep an eye on the back-end messages, they're a surprise." Her original brash personality had softened under the weight of Yi Chen's continuous donations. Haha, let us go? Let us go? Eru has succumbed to the allure of wealth. The original Eru is no longer in sight, the viewers teased. Yet, Song Eru was indifferent to their jests. Though her nature was bold, she was no fool. Someone who showered her with such gifts undoubtedly had expectations. This live stream had already been enough to make her wealthy, ensuring a life of luxury even if she never streamed again. Yi Chen's contributions were not merely 2 million. They had accumulated from an initial 2,000. A glance at the gift leaderboard revealed that he had gifted a staggering 2,222,200 yuan. Typically, the revenue sharing for gifts on the Shark platform is 50-50. If under contract, the split tends to be even lower. However, as an independent streamer, Song Eru had no corporate affiliation, so apart from the platform's cut, the entirety of the gifts constituted her personal income. Taxes were a minor concern. Yi Chen did not hesitate to add Song Eru on WeChat. Ding. Tigers Are Fierce is now your friend. You can chat now. Song Eru? Yi Chen casually messaged. In the midst of her excitement in the live stream, Song Eru glanced at her phone and quickly replied, "Hello, brother Chen Yen Wang Shi." Yi Chen smiled and responded, "You can just call me Yi Chen. No need for formalities. That would be too much." At that moment, Song Eru was no longer focused on the interactions in the live stream. She was wholeheartedly engaged in conversation with Yi Chen. After all, how could she afford to overlook such a generous benefactor for the sake of her fans? With 100 million fans, not making money was futile. Having a wealthy patron was far more beneficial. "Actually, my real name is Song Yu." "A lovely name," Yi Chen complimented. "By the way, brother Yi Chen, what do you do? Spending such a large amount of money. You're not in any trouble, are you?" Song Eru worried. What if her benefactor had embezzled funds or drained his family's savings? If something went awry, she would feel guilty. If that were the case, she wouldn't hesitate to return the money to avoid any legal troubles. Yi Chen, seasoned in society, understood her concerns. "No need to worry, it's just pocket change. When are you free to grab a meal?" Upon reading this message, Song Eru hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, brother Yi Chen. I'll see you after I finish the stream." As they chatted, a notification for a guest appearance pinged in Song Eru's live stream. Wow. Sister Zhou wants to join Eru's stream. Is she trying to ride on the coattails of fame? Oh, come on. Sister Zhou is of such a high caliber. She doesn't need to chase clout. She probably just wants to see what's going on with Eru. ISNT that's still riding on the coattails? Instantly, a verbal skirmish erupted between the fans of both parties. However, Sister Zhou, being a top-tier streamer on the Shark platform with a substantial fan base, soon overshadowed Song Eru's viewers. The comment section of Song Eru's live stream descended into chaos. Should I accept her? It was Song Eru's first encounter with a major streamer wanting to collaborate, and she was at a loss for what to do. Just accept it. What is there to fear? Sister Zhou has a massive following, and collaborating will benefit you too, Yi Chen reassured her via WeChat. Chapter 3. Battling with Sister Zhou. Seeing Yi Chen's encouragement, Song Eru no longer hesitated and promptly accepted the invitation to connect. "Hello, Eru. Today is quite remarkable. This leaderboard, TSK, I find myself envious." Sister Zhou remains as ever, her words eliciting uproarious laughter from countless fans. There are certain individuals who, without speaking, embody the essence of a goddess, yet once they do, they transform into jesters. Song Eru possesses a similar playful nature, and when the two converse, it inevitably brings smiles to all. "Sister Zhou, are you here for a routine inspection?" With a slight smile, she responds, "Oh dear, what are you saying? I merely came over out of curiosity, seeing how lively it is on your side. By the way, which of you is the wealthy magnate? Step forward so I may pay my respects." At this moment, it is not only Sister Zhou, the prominent streamer, who has arrived. Several lesser-known streamers have also logged off to lurk in Song Eru's livestream. Meanwhile, Chen's private messages have already exploded, predominantly from female streamers seeking to add him on WeChat. Helplessly, he resorts to blocking these messages. Had he enjoyed such attention in the past, he would have welcomed it, but now it feels more like a burden. After blocking the private messages, the world around him seems to quiet down. At this point, Song Eru and Sister Zhou are exchanging pleasantries. Ah, Sister Zhou, how could my big brother possibly compare to yours? I heard that during the annual event a few months back, you earned tens of millions in a single night. How could I ever compete with that? Sister Zhou smiles and replies, Eru, you are too modest. Even though my wealthy patrons are significant, they cannot compare to the presents you have today. How about we engage in a PK for a while? After all, we have some time to spare. Song Eru hesitates, as this PK seems to hint at taking money from his benefactor. If he agrees, will Chen think too much of it? After all, it is rare to encounter a benefactor. Losing her would be regrettable. However, Chen laughs and quickly types a single word, fight, since it is merely about spending. If Sister Zhou were not present, he might have considered going out to spend his money differently. Nevertheless, engaging in a PK is far more convenient than going out. It won't cause too much trouble. The words Chen typed are visible to everyone in the live stream, and they are astonished by his audacity. It is well known that Sister Zhou has risen to the pinnacle of streamers, not solely due to her beauty and humor, but also thanks to the support of her benefactors. A single annual gift worth tens of millions has positioned her beyond the reach of all but a few top streamers on the platform. While this morning-year benefactor may be affluent, he is but one person. Competing against those with dozens or even hundreds of wealthy patrons is folly. A notification sound pings. Chen, are you confident? If not, we should pull back. Sister Zhou has numerous benefactors, and in a real PK, you will only be taken advantage of. Chen smiles slightly, sending a reassuring emoji, followed by an OK hand gesture. Rest assured, you just focus on cheering 666, and I will take care of the rest. Watch me defeat them. Upon receiving Chen's response, Song Eru cannot help but chuckle. This wealthy benefactor has quite the sense of humor. All right, then I will handle the 666 chance. Without further hesitation, Song Eru accepts Sister Zhou's PK challenge. Sister Zhou, we are ready. Morning has given the green light. Great, I will call you shortly. Please prepare yourself. Sister Zhou disconnects, retreating to gather her benefactors. Every streamer typically has a benefactor on WeChat, and during PKs, they will undoubtedly reach out to those who are available. After years on the Shark platform, Sister Zhou has amassed a considerable network of benefactors. While not every one of them is a super rich individual, together they represent a force not to be underestimated. Eru, is your benefactor reliable? We wouldn't want you to end up battered in defeat while scaring him away. Indeed, Eru. Proceed with caution. You have only been streaming for a little over a month, while Sister Zhou has years of experience and countless benefactors. Just relying on morning may not suffice. The fans express their concerns, while a group cheers. What are you afraid of? Morning, just keep spending. We will rally behind you. 6,666. In an instant, the live stream becomes a hub of excitement. Many streamers on the Shark platform, intrigued by the prospect of an unknown streamer challenging Sister Zhou, flock to witness the PK live in their own streams. Even Teacher P, known as Fat Pig, arrives on the scene. Haha, Teacher P is here. This is bound to be even more lively. Teacher P enters the live stream, promptly stating he is merely here for the spectacle and offering to act as a referee. The fans enthusiastically commend Teacher P for his vision and character. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou has received a message from her friend, the adorable Xiaomei. Do you want me to call some benefactors over? Just in case, they can assist you with some votes. Sister Zhou replies, yes, please do. But I doubt it will be necessary. Just a moment ago, Brother Laimong replied to me. Upon hearing Sister Zhou mention Brother Laimong, Xiaomei is taken aback. She has heard of this Laimong, reputed to be Sister Zhou's most affluent benefactor, who had generously gifted over 10 million during the last annual event, securing Sister Zhou's championship. With Brother Laimong on board, victory seems assured. Song Eru's benefactor likely pales in comparison, and anything above 1 million or 800,000 would be a bonus. However, caution is advised. What if his benefactor possesses substantial resources as well? Better safe than sorry. Xiaomei thinks, preparing herself. Xiaomei does not go live. Her session is later in the evening. She was awakened from her slumber by her assistant informing her that Sister Zhou would be piking with someone, initially assuming it would be against a well-known top-tier streamer, only to discover it is a third-rate streamer. While he may possess good looks, his capabilities remain to be seen. Now that she is informed, Xiaomei perceives that the opposing benefactor is not to be underestimated and decides to prepare adequately. After all, someone who can spend 20 million without batting an eye must have considerable financial backing. In truth, their benefactors are limited to just a few. The rest are minor tycoons capable of contributing only tens of thousands, and sometimes even those votes are funded by their guilds. For Sister Zhou's PK, it is crucial not only to contact her benefactors, but also to engage with the guild to strategize on maximizing traffic. 10 minutes later, Sister Zhou's invitation for a joint stream finally arrives. Song Eru is ready and accepts it immediately. Little sister, are you prepared? Sister Zhou inquires, beaming. No problem. Let us begin, Song Eru replies. Chapter 4. This is merely my pocket money. Chen understands that this PK is essentially an opportunity to extract funds from his benefactor. Yet he is indifferent to the details. His goal is simply to spend money, regardless of how it is done. Sister Zhou may be taking advantage of her benefactor, but he too needs to spend. Both parties are merely leveraging each other. Had it not been for the system's rewards, he might have walked away. Who would want to be fooled like a fool? He then types on the public screen. Enough with the chit-chat. Let us get started quickly. I have matters to attend to. He genuinely has things to do. He has yet to check out the 90 million sports car rewarded by the system. Initially thinking that Song Eru would conclude his stream soon, he is surprised when Sister Zhou enters the fray. Ah, look how eager your benefactor is. Let us get this underway. Song Eru is not one to dawdle. Since the benefactor has spoken, he boldly declares, let the battle commence. The fans, witnessing Song Eru's declaration, are rendered speechless. The ferocity of this newcomer has emerged. A man of considerable gravitas sat poised in an expansive office. This individual, known as Raymond, was the affluent elder brother of Sister Zhou. Now in the prime of his life, he had once suffered the pangs of poverty, which had led to the departure of his girlfriend after 4 years of companionship. From that moment onward, he vowed to amass great wealth, determined never to be scorned by materialistic women again. Raymond indeed possessed a modicum of talent. After several years of diligent endeavor, he successfully took a company public. In the financial sector, if one executed their strategies well, overnight wealth was an achievable dream. Presently, his fortune was no less than several billion. His recreational pursuits primarily involved engaging with streamers, initially favoring those of lesser renown, but recently, he had set his sights on the top-tier streamers. Sister Zhou had become his target. However, upon encountering Song Eru, he found her equally captivating, her physique exceptional, particularly her long legs, which stirred even the heart of a seasoned seducer like him. In terms of beauty, she surpassed Sister Zhou, prompting him to consider whether he might win her over. Not many streamers boasted Song Eru's striking looks. If he could effortlessly secure her during this upcoming PK, it would be a veritable triumph. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks reverberated through the office. A woman of enduring charm entered, his devoted secretary. Though she had once been married, Raymond's various tactics led to her divorce, and she now followed him with unwavering loyalty. Boss, there is a contract requiring your signature. Raymond took the document, glancing at it to find an investment proposal from a major client. After confirming its accuracy, he signed and remarked, by the way, Xiaowen, I may need to rest for a while. Please do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Understood, boss. The secretary, Xiaowen, signaled her comprehension and, with a sultry gaze, added, shall I stay and give you a massage? This was their discreet signal, often employed in their dealings. Raymond grinned mischievously, sure, go ahead and lock the door. After Xiaowen secured the door, she swiftly settled onto Raymond's lap. Meanwhile, he busied himself by watching Sister Zhou's livestream on his phone. He couldn't forget his commitment to assist her in winning this PK. Perhaps savoring life's pleasures was paramount. Before the PK commenced, Raymond issued a provocative statement. No matter who you are, do not wager your entire fortune against my pocket change. I must commend your audacity. Chen, however, paid no heed to this PK. Regardless of who his opponent might be, could they possibly rival his wealth? Even if the two richest men appeared, they would still kneel before him. One's money dwindled, while the other's multiplied. Was there really any suspense left? Raymond's taunts incited a flurry of applause from the online audience. Haha, President Raymond is truly formidable. Do not wager your entire fortune against my pocket change. Such words stirred a fervor within the listeners. Witnessing her brother's brashness, Sister Zhou felt a surge of excitement. In contrast, Song Eru found herself somewhat irked. Is having a bit of money such a big deal? What a show-off. Her murmurs were clearly heard by the viewers in the live stream, as well as by Sister Zhou, and of course, by Raymond too. This only intensified Raymond's ire, as he gritted his teeth, envisioning a day when he would have his revenge on Song Eru. Poor Xiaowen, meanwhile, felt her heart sink. Little sister, you ought to worry about your brother. The consequences of inciting President Raymond's wrath can be dire, Sister Zhou remarked, rolling her eyes. Song Eru merely pouted, unwilling to engage further. Both parties muted their microphones, and the PK commenced. It was unclear what Sister Zhou was saying in her live stream, but her fervent gestures indicated excitement, and gifts began to pour in. Raymond took his time, as the audience, comprising supportive fans and patrons, gradually showered small gifts, accumulating nearly 100,000. Meanwhile, Song Eru remained silent. Eru, has your brother conceded? Is he intimidated? Yeah, has he been scared into silence? Why hasn't he cast a single vote? Some viewers couldn't bear to watch any longer. Every vote counted, however small. Sister Zhou, observing the desolation in Song Eru's stream, smirked, realizing the vast disparity between a third-rate streamer and a top-tier one. Meanwhile, Chen remained calm, steadily recharging his account. He had begun recharging even before the PK, and now, the funds were nearing completion. By the time he finished, his total contributions had exceeded 100 million. He had no worries about any limitations on his bank card. The system took care of such concerns, ensuring that recharging was seamless. Stretching, after infusing his balance with an additional 200 million, Chen smiled. Finally, the task is complete. In Song Eru's livestream, a wave of despair enveloped the atmosphere as morning memories flooded the screen with 100 super gifts. Fans lost count of how much Chen had contributed. All they knew was that a string of numbers followed his name on the leaderboard, escalating into the billions. The audience collectively froze as they counted into the billions. What the hell? This is beyond extravagant. During a single PK, he had spent over $1 billion? Not only were Song Eru's fans left in shock, but Sister Zhou's viewers were equally speechless. Some fans flitted between the two streams, eager to glimpse the rankings. They had initially thought that Song Eru's elder brother had backed down, perhaps even fled. To their astonishment, he had not only remained but struck back with a resounding blow. While Raymond fantasized about victory and the prospect of winning Song Eru's affections, he too was taken aback by Chen's grand display. Chapter 5, A Financial District. Chen's frenzied spending continued unabated. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million. It was not until he reached 200 million that he finally halted, leaving his account entirely depleted, with not a single super gift remaining. In Song Eru's livestream, the screen was awash with the explosive effects of super gifts, rendering the audience numb. In the past, they would have been thrilled by a super gift, but now it felt trivial. Song Eru's mouth formed an adorable O, her cute demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Chen. Just then, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding. Consumption critical hit. Ownership of the Financial Street in Magic City acquired. Financial Street? Chen's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. He had certainly heard of Magic City's Financial Street. It was renowned as the world's fourth wealth center, trailing only behind Beijing, Hong Kong, and Wall Street in the United States. It generated 30% of the national GDP annually, with countless companies successfully going public there each year. According to last year's statistics, Financial Street alone produced over 1,000 billionaires and tens of thousands of millionaires. The company where he worked was located on Financial Street. Although he was merely a lowly employee, others regarded him as a high-ranking white-collar worker. Wow. As Chen reminisced about the information concerning Financial Street, he was suddenly startled by the raucous exclamations of Song Eru. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your unwavering support in the past. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so I bow to you here. Song Eru never anticipated that such a day would arrive, where a live streaming session would garner over 100 million in gifts. Chen smiled faintly, stretching leisurely. His objective had been accomplished, and it was time for a respite. At this moment, 20 billion lay quietly in his bank account, a return from the system's rebate. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou was equally astonished, soon succumbing to envy. This was the true essence of a magnate, 2 billion effortlessly spent. Had Chen Yanwangshe not been an official plant, he undoubtedly would be a colossal figure in the realm of finance, the kind whose cash flow was utterly formidable. The wealthy patrons who had come to support Sister Zhou fell silent, overwhelmed with trepidation at the thought of being compared to him. How could they continue to enjoy themselves when someone could so nonchalantly spend 2 billion? They wished for a chance to compete, yet they felt as though they had been thrust into an abyss with no hope of recovery. While some of them might possess fortunes exceeding 100 million, having wealth did not equate to the courage to spend it recklessly. Who would risk everything for a mere streamer? Sister Zhou did not wish to put these affluent gentlemen in a difficult position. After all, the figure of Chen Yanwangshe was simply inhumanly extravagant. Who would dare to engage him in a battle of wills? Just then, a line of text appeared on the public screen of Song Eru's livestream. You were right. Do not challenge my pocket money with your net worth. I return this sentiment. Those with strength can be audacious, while those without it who still attempt to put on airs are simply foolish. Those who read this knew full well whom Chen was addressing. In the office, Raymond's face turned a shade of iron as he suppressed his anger. Just by virtue of this 2 billion gift, he realized he was not even in the same league. Persisting would be futile and could potentially offend a significant figure. A risk not worth taking. In this PK contest, he had also contributed a substantial amount, nearly 30 million, but compared to Chen's sum, it was but a drop in the ocean. The gift leaderboard, surpassing the previous records, had even left the platform's officials in a state of bewilderment. Who was this magnate behind the $2 billion in gifts? The back-end data confirmed the legitimacy of the transaction. $2 billion in cash had indeed been spent. Subsequently, the finance team reported that Chen had indeed deposited $2 billion in cash. They sought to glean more about his registration information, but only found his name, lacking any further details. At the headquarters of Shark, the chairman convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on Chen's identity. Does anyone here recognize this Chen? The board members shook their heads in unison. The surname Yi is common among the prominent families of our nation. It is likely that he belongs to a wealthy third-generation heir. I suggest we feign ignorance and allow him to continue his endeavors, suggested Director Chen. Indeed, it is prudent to remain uninformed to avoid unnecessary complications, the chairman of Shark agreed, nodding slightly. Thus, the decision was made to remain uninvolved. As the PK concluded, there was an eerie silence on Sister Zhou's end. The extravagant PK event that had captivated the entire Shark platform came to an end. Chen sent a WeChat message to Song Eru, requesting her location. Please send me the address. I shall come to pick you up. All right, Brother Yi. I will finish my stream shortly. Upon arriving downstairs, Chen received the location information from Song Eru and, smiling, made his way toward the community parking lot, where a 90 million yuan sports car awaited him. At the same time, a crowd had gathered in the parking lot, pointing and commenting on the eye-catching sports car. Wow, what a car. How cool, exclaimed one. This matte black finish is simply stunning. Another chimed in, I just checked. That's a Pagani Huayra, worth over 90 million. My goodness. If I were to scratch it, I would be losing hundreds of thousands. You're right. So as long as you don't scratch it, you're essentially saving a fortune. The crowd rolled their eyes at this remark. You truly are a genius, someone quipped. Everyone, please keep an eye on your rambunctious children. We cannot allow them to damage this car, or we could be facing a financial disaster. A kind-hearted individual cautioned, causing parents to tighten their grips on their children, fearful of any potential mishaps. The community where Chen rented was quite ordinary, lacking an underground parking facility, hence the crowd's visibility of the vehicle. Who could possibly be wealthy enough to own such a car? Surely, anyone with such a vehicle would need a fortune in the tens of billions. Could it be that our community harbors a hidden tycoon? A woman, dressed provocatively, mused, I wonder if I could get to know him. Forget it. He wouldn't be interested in you. You might as well try your luck with me, a man teased. Get lost. I wouldn't look at you even if I were on my deathbed. Just so you know, that kind of tycoon is definitely not from our community. He has probably just parked here temporarily while conducting business. The onlookers found this explanation plausible. Most residents in the community were outsiders working in the city. Perhaps a certain worker girl had caught the eye of a wealthy man who had offered her a ride home. As the crowd speculated, Chen approached from a distance. Clad in ordinary attire, his handsome visage nevertheless drew attention. Excuse me, could everyone please step aside? He said with a smile. Young man, don't get too close. If you scratch this car, you might lose years of wages. An elderly gentleman warned kindly. Thank you for your concern, Chen replied politely. To the astonishment of all, he stepped forward, produced a key, and with a gentle press, activated the vehicle. The headlights flared to life, illuminating the menacing matte black exterior. Its streamlined form exuding an aura of power, as if a ferocious beast had awakened. In the midst of the crowd's shock, Chen entered the vehicle and casually remarked, No worries, this car is mine. The onlookers were left speechless. This young man owned the car. Who was he? A super wealthy heir? He appeared to have just graduated from university and was already driving a 90 million yuan supercar. It was a stark reminder of the vast disparities in life. While they fretted over monthly earnings, he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of existence. Such a vehicle was something one either inherited or would likely never own. With a gentle press of the horn, the crowd parted as Chen pressed the accelerator and drove away. Once out of the community, he became a spectacle on the road. At traffic lights, the cars behind him maintained a cautious distance, fearful of any misstep that could lead to ruin. Though insurance existed, a rear-end collision would still incur full liability. Coverage might not suffice. Chen glanced at the location information sent by Song Eru, discovering it was near the university. Was she still a student? Fortunately, the majority of university students are already of legal age. Otherwise, he would truly hesitate to engage in idle chatter. Although he harbors an affection for women, his principle is unwavering. They must be of age. Any thought otherwise is simply inconceivable. As he approached the vicinity of the prestigious university, the throngs of people began to swell, and an array of luxury vehicles lined the streets. From several hundred thousands for the BBA brands to the millions for Land Rovers, Porsches, Maseratis, Ferraris, and more, it was evident that this metropolis has never lacked for the affluent. However, upon Yecheng's arrival, even the most opulent cars appeared to pale in comparison, as all eyes were drawn to a singular spectacle. Goodness, what kind of car is that? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Simple, Just look it up, came the response. Wow, I checked, and it's a Pagani Huayra. Incredible. I've actually seen it in real life today. A student passing by exclaimed. Indeed remarkable. That vehicle must be worth over 10 million, right? There are truly so many wealthy individuals in this city, remarked a companion enviously. The excited youth scoffed. What are you thinking? It's not just 10 million. It's over 100 million. This model is limited to just 5 units worldwide. The base price is over 50 million, and with various added costs, it easily surpasses $1 billion once it hits the domestic market. Not to mention, you can't just have money to buy it. You need to possess the requisite status to qualify for purchase. The manufacturer assesses your assets before selling you such a car. If your wealth doesn't meet their benchmarks, you won't even be considered. Besides, owning such a limited edition ensures no depreciation, coupled with market speculation. Its value will only increase. I see, so purchasing that car is quite a hassle. I might as well stick with an Accord for the peace of mind. Another student suggested. The Accord is a classic, fuel-efficient, powerful enough, and sturdy enough to withstand a collision. Plus, it has high-end features, even if I park it on the street. It'll be admired. As they drove, Yecheng arrived at the small community near the university. The management here was commendable. Outsiders were not permitted entry, ensuring the safety of the students renting within. Upon his arrival, the security guard, recognizing the car, allowed him to pass without a second thought. Though unaware of the vehicle's specific model, the guard understood its significant value. Individuals of such caliber no longer require identity verification. The vehicle came to a gentle halt beneath Song Yu's building, and Yecheng began to play with his phone, simultaneously messaging Song Yu about his parking location to spare her the trouble of searching. I've arrived, please come down shortly. Okay, brother Yi. In a modest 50 square meter apartment above, Song Yu had tried on countless outfits, yet found none to her satisfaction. Standing before the mirror clad only in her undergarments, her flawless figure was on full display. Upon receiving Yecheng's message, she felt a surge of urgency. Known for her decisiveness, she despised dilly-dallying. In a moment of haste, she slipped into a pair of jeans, a short-sleeved t-shirt, and sneakers, tying her hair back into a ponytail as she rushed downstairs. Though she had not gone to great lengths to prepare, with only a light touch of makeup, Song Yu's natural beauty rendered her goddess-like even without embellishment. Coupled with her fresh and athletic attire, she exuded a vibrant youthful energy. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, a bespectacled young man holding flowers had arrived at the entrance. Flanked by 2 encouraging friends. Old Zhang, we believe in you. This time, you will surely succeed in confessing your feelings, they urged. The young man with the flowers appeared resolute. Thank you for your support, I will not let you down. As Yecheng glanced at this scene, an amused smile crossed his face. Observing these spirited students, he was reminded of his own school days. He had never confessed to anyone. Yet he had witnessed many similar moments. As he entered society, however, the sharp edges of youthful idealism had dulled. Notions of romantic pursuits and fleeting passions became trivial in the face of financial realities. Without wealth, all aspirations remained mere fantasies. At that moment, a striking figure appeared at the entrance. Long legs drew the gaze of all onlookers, igniting a spark of desire. Upon seeing Song Yu emerge, the flower-bearing youth became visibly excited. Song Yu. Yet before he could finish his declaration, Song Yu scanned the area and spotted Yecheng's car parked at the entrance. She swiftly sidestepped and approached him instead. Brother Yi, I hope I didn't keep you waiting, she said, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her voice as she slid into the passenger seat. Yecheng found her impatient demeanor amusing and shook his head. Not at all. I just arrived. How did you come down so quickly? I thought I would have to wait a while. I was worried about making you wait, so I hurried down. She replied, her usual boldness giving way to a hint of shyness. The sudden display of modesty from the typically forthright girl presented an unexpected charm. That is perfectly fine, Yecheng assured her as he started the car and turned to leave the community, leaving behind the disheartened Zhang. My heart is shattered. My goddess has entered someone else's passenger seat, Zhang lamented, visibly crushed. His friends patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Take heart. Just look at the car she's in. You've lost your chance. Focus on your studies and become wealthy in the future. On the road, with the wind tousling her ponytail, Song Yu turned to Yecheng and asked, Brother Yi, where are we headed now? First, we're going to the mall. The mall? Song Yu queried, puzzled. What is the plan for the mall? Seeing her momentarily bemused expression, Yecheng smiled. Naturally, we're going shopping. Oh, haha. Song Yu realized the absurdity of her question and laughed awkwardly. Shopping was Yecheng's second plan for spending money. Although gifting during live streams brought in quick cash, it was not sustainable. Excessive activity would draw unwanted attention. Shopping, on the other hand, allowed for a more discreet approach. At the National Gold Center, the largest shopping plaza in the metropolis, rumor had it that spending less than 100 to 180,000 inside would be considered embarrassing. After parking, they took the elevator to the mall. As they stepped out, a gracious attendant greeted them. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Yicheng waved a hand gently. No need, we'll browse on our own. Of course, sir. If you need anything, feel free to call us. The attendant exuded an air of sophistication. While not exceptionally beautiful, she was nonetheless striking. For Songyu, it was her first visit to such an upscale venue, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in the surroundings. Brand stores were plentiful, featuring numerous exclusive labels, Armani, Bulgari, Cartier, and more. In this realm, there was nothing you could deem unattainable. Yicheng led her directly to an Armani clothing store. Welcome. How may I assist you today, sir? I'm looking for something casual. Certainly. Sir, this way, please. Our Armani line specializes in men's light luxury casual wear. You've come to the right place. Upon arriving at the designated leisure area, the sales assistant began to enthusiastically introduce products to Yicheng. Songyu, what do you think of this outfit? Yicheng emerged from the fitting room clad in a pristine white casual suit. Songyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "It's stunning, absolutely dashing." To be honest, this was not mere flattery. Yicheng's striking good looks, standing over 180 centimeters tall, complemented by the stylish Armani casual suit, surpassed that of any youthful heartthrob. The sales assistant gazed in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration, secretly fantasizing about what it would be like to have a boyfriend like him, likely keeping him bedbound with affection. All right, let's add this outfit to the tally, she declared. Subsequently, Yicheng selected a few more items, totaling over 50,000 yuan, not excessively pricey. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on your purchase. You've acquired a 70% stake in Guijin. Although taken aback, Yicheng maintained his composure, having grown accustomed to such delightful surprises from the system after previous rewards. Come on, let us get you something nice too. Songyu quickly protested. No, Yigo, you've already treated me to so many gifts. I feel embarrassed to take more. It's nothing. Just accept it, he insisted, unabashedly taking her delicate hand and leading her to the Cartier boutique. Songyu felt a twinge of unease at his grasp, but did not resist, her cheeks flushing as she allowed him to pull her along. At the dock, I shall procure you a Cartier, he jested, echoing a popular phrase that had inadvertently served as a clever advertisement for the brand. Upon entering the Cartier store, they found it bustling with more than 10 patrons indulging in their shopping. Darling, what do you think of this newly released Cartier necklace? A young man, dressed in designer attire and sporting a million-yuan Patek Philippe watch, remarked. Anyone with an eye for luxury could tell that this young lad came from considerable wealth. Beside him stood an attractive young woman, her alluring almond-shaped eyes sparkling enticingly. As the young man spoke, he casually glanced toward the entrance, his demeanor darkening upon spotting Songyu. Oh, isn't that our campus belle, Songyu? I heard you're doing live streaming now. Have you found yourself a wealthy benefactor? His mocking tone caught Songyu off guard, and her expression soured at the sight of him. This young man, Chen Lifeng, was a notorious rich heir from the same university as Songyu, rumored to be involved in real estate with a dubious background. His father was a tycoon in their district, and his mother held a respectable position at work, with family connections in high places. From the moment he enrolled, he became a figure of notoriety on campus. Chen Lifeng had once pursued her, but his character was questionable. He had a penchant for fleeting relationships, and Songyu had wisely declined his advances. It was evident that engaging with someone like him would lead only to heartache, as his family background demanded a partner of equal standing, or at least someone who could offer mutual benefits. As expected, Songyu had outright rejected Chen Lifeng's advances, leading to his humiliation and his vow to make her regret it. Her decision to move out of the campus dorms was partly influenced by his relentless pursuit. As being the campus goddess, she found herself the subject of gossip wherever she went. Do you know him? Yicheng inquired, intrigued. Songyu's expression turned grave as she replied. Yes, he once pursued me, but I rejected him. He became insistent and even resorted to slander against me. Let us ignore him. He has connections and a vindictive nature, and crossing him could lead to trouble. Upon hearing Songyu's account, Yicheng began to piece together the unfolding drama. Let us go. I find his presence tiresome, she suggested. Not wishing to linger in case Chen Lifeng sought to provoke her, which would undoubtedly lead to a verbal altercation. However, Chen Lifeng had no intention of letting them pass unchallenged. His eyes narrowed with jealousy as he scrutinized Yicheng, noting that this man was, indeed, more handsome than himself. Songyu, I always thought you were quite principled. Look at you now, seeking out a man, he sneered. Shut your mouth, Chen Lifeng. Let me warn you once more. If you continue to spread rumors that tarnish my reputation, I will not hesitate to put you on the ground. Songyu's temper flared, revealing that beneath her composed exterior lay a fierce spirit. Despite her usual calm demeanor, the children of Fengtian were not ones to be trifled with. What manner of person are you, to display such a lack of decorum? I shudder to think of your upbringing, remarked Chun Lifeng's girlfriend, perhaps feeling overshadowed by Song Yu's beauty or defending her partner. Song Yu glared at the girl. Repeat that, and if you dare to insult my family again, I swear I will strike you. Do you think you can intimidate me? We live in a society governed by law. Do you truly believe you can hit me? The girl retorted, her words dripping with disdain. I simply state the truth. You lack manners, and so does your entire family. Slap. Before the girl could finish her retort, Song Yu delivered a sharp slap across her face, the sound echoing through the Cartier boutique. Onlookers paused, their attention drawn to the commotion as a crowd gathered around the store, a mix of high-end clientele and curious bystanders. The sales assistant, witnessing the altercation, hurried to summon the store manager. You dare to strike me? The girl exclaimed, momentarily stunned, but she quickly prepared to retaliate. However, she stood no chance against Song Yu, who effortlessly pushed her to the ground with a flick of her wrist. Chun Lifeng, witnessing his girlfriend's humiliation, felt a sting of indignation. After all, she was publicly slapped. A blow to his own pride as a wealthy heir. Song Yu, you are courting disaster, he warned ominously. At that moment, the store manager arrived, attempting to mediate. Let us resolve this amicably. There is no need for violence. Chun Lifeng brandished his membership card, declaring, this is my membership card. Cartier is a premier luxury brand. How can you allow anyone to enter your establishment? If I don't receive satisfaction today, I will never purchase from you again. The store manager found himself in a predicament upon noticing the membership card in Chun Lifeng's hand. On one side stood a loyal client, while on the other was a newcomer. Typically, he would strive to maintain a balance, yet both parties appeared formidable. Moreover, these clients were directly linked to his performance, as their spending benefited him as well, which added to his dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to lean in favor of Chun Lifeng. There was little choice. Chun Lifeng possessed a prestigious diamond membership card, a privilege reserved for those who spent over $1 million annually at Cartier boutiques. The financial capacity of the newcomer remained uncertain, yet Chun Lifeng's spending was a concrete fact. After all, he consistently contributed over $1 million to the manager's sales each year. New clients were undoubtedly significant. But what if this individual was merely browsing and found no appeal in the store's offerings? Would that not be a case of losing much for the sake of little? Having verified the authenticity of the membership card, the manager's demeanor shifted dramatically. He treated Chun Lifeng with utmost courtesy, while addressing Yi Chun and Song Yu with a stern demeanor. Ladies, it would be rather inappropriate to cause a disturbance in my Cartier store. Now that there has been an altercation, I suggest you apologize. It's a minor issue, after all. A little mutual understanding could resolve this. As he spoke, the manager discreetly signaled to a sales associate to summon security. He understood that such matters were unlikely to resolve easily and preferred to let security handle the situation. The security personnel at the National Gold Center were all seasoned veterans, and no matter who instigated trouble, they would not fare well. Moreover, the executives of the National Gold Center had issued strict orders. Anyone causing a disturbance would face severe repercussions, without exception. It is worth noting that as the largest shopping mall in the metropolis, the National Gold Center wielded significant influence. Even the CEOs of billion-dollar corporations would think twice before causing a scene there. Song Yu was acutely aware that she had stirred up trouble, but given that her parents had been insulted, she would not hesitate to act again if necessary. An apology was out of the question. They had insulted her parents first, and she was prepared to face any consequences. Oh, young lady, you seem to be quite naive. I presume you are a university student? Allow me to enlighten you on the law. First, you are already implicated in creating a disturbance and have assaulted someone. The police will undoubtedly be involved. Furthermore, your actions have disrupted our business. Because of this delay, we may have lost a significant client, resulting in potential economic losses amounting to millions. More importantly, your assault has created a negative impact that could leave you with a criminal record, which would not only affect your graduation but also your future prospects, and significantly impact your descendants as well. Do not underestimate the gravity of a mere slap. It all depends on whether the victim chooses to pursue the matter. If the injury assessment confirms harm, you will bear criminal responsibility. Despite her fierce demeanor, Song Yu was still but a naive girl unacquainted with the harsh realities of society. The manager's intimidating words instilled a sense of fear within her. While she was not afraid of going to the police, the prospect of a criminal record loomed large, especially with the potential for imprisonment due to the severity of the injuries. After all, she had been accepted into the prestigious Magic University, and her family was immensely proud. She did not wish for her parents to face ridicule from relatives. In this society, those who were most eager to see you falter were often those closest to you, friends and family alike. As Song Yu grappled with her predicament, Yi Chen offered a reassuring smile. There is no need to worry. After comforting Song Yu, he continued, so, manager, your stance seems to suggest that insulting someone's parents is trivial, but physically assaulting someone is a grave error, correct? The manager nodded. Yes. Does this gentleman have something to say? Am I mistaken? Indeed. However, I would expect someone in your position to recognize that there exists a certain inequity in this world. The manager paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Chen Lifeng, too, looked at Yi Chen in confusion, uncertain of his intent. Yi Chen's point was rather straightforward. There are three types of individuals in this world: those who abide by the rules, those who exploit them, and those who embody the rules themselves. While he had not yet reached the third category, he wielded the identity of a primary shareholder in both Financial Street and the National Gold Center, fitting the second description perfectly. Each of the world's four major financial streets commands a significant economic influence, and the connections held by its denizens are beyond the imaginations of ordinary people. As for the National Gold Center, it stands as one of the premier shopping venues in the nation, where a single word from him could diminish any brand's presence in the market, including those high-end brands from abroad. What he sought to convey was that in certain matters, simply being in the right is not sufficient. With the number of missing persons each year, have you ever contemplated the underlying reasons? Chapter 9. Wait, do not resort to violence. At that moment, the staff member sent to retrieve security returned, accompanied not only by security personnel, but also by a middle-aged man in a suit, the manager of the first floor of the National Gold Center. Upon entering, the manager spoke in a grave tone. I have heard there is a disturbance here. What is going on? Are you not aware that disturbances are not tolerated at the National Gold Center? Upon seeing the manager, Chen Lifeng could not help but smile, greeting him, Manager Zhang. It's good to see you. Recognizing Chen Lifeng, Manager Zhang was taken aback. He was familiar with this young man, who frequently patronized the establishment, and was aware of his background. In Shanghai, he was known as a well-connected second-generation wealthy individual. His father was not only a real estate mogul with a hint of gray area, but also had a mother in a high-ranking position, making their family one of the most prominent in their district. Understanding the implications of Chen Lifeng's presence, he realized the day's events were likely tied to him. Given the young man's somewhat rebellious nature, young Master Chen, enjoying a leisurely day out with your girlfriend? Chen Lifeng nodded. Manager Zhang, you arrived just in time. My girlfriend has been assaulted. Surely the National Gold Center must provide an explanation. If you choose to ignore this, I may have to involve my father to speak with your general manager. Upon hearing Chen Lifeng mention his father, Manager Zhang was keen to avoid escalating the situation. He then turned his attention to Yi Chen and Song Yu. Ladies, offering an apology should not be too difficult. Young Master Chen's father is the owner of the Longxin District Real Estate Company, which carries a certain weight. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble. Yi Chen remained unfazed, nodding slightly. An apology is certainly forthcoming, but should you not first investigate the circumstances before making judgments based solely on background? Is this how your general manager manages the enterprise? If the matter is merely about connections, then the resolution should be straightforward. With that, Yi Chen casually pulled out his phone and dialed a number directly. Following the system's bonus rewards, the contact information for the heads of his enterprises had been automatically saved in his phone. He did not need to seek anyone out. A phone call would suffice. Meanwhile, in the office of the top manager at the National Gold Center, a cultured middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was intently studying a document. The materials contained a photograph of Yi Chen, along with his name, age, and the title of a newly appointed shareholder of the National Gold Center. After reviewing the document, Wu Yuan gasped in astonishment. Who was this individual? He had directly acquired 70% of the shares in the National Gold Center. It is worth noting that the Guijin Center is akin to a treasure trove, generating annual revenues that soar into the hundreds of billions. Despite its facade as merely a shopping mall, the rental income it commands rivals that of all Wanda properties nationwide. Moreover, the Guijin Center is not confined to the bustling metropolis of Magic City. It boasts an additional 4 locations, each situated in major urban centers that rank among the top in GDP across the nation, and each stands as the pinnacle of local commercial establishments. No one would be foolish enough to sell a goose that lays golden eggs. Yet this young man, named Yi Chen, managed to acquire a staggering 70% of the shares. The only plausible explanation for such an extraordinary feat is that Yi Chen's identity is exceedingly remarkable, perhaps to the extent that he can demand anything he desires from his parents. It is likely that his ancestors were no less than horsemen of renown. Contemplating this, Wu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Individuals possessing such capabilities are exceedingly rare in China, so few that only the elite families in the capital can achieve such stature. Before Wu Yuan could fully process the shock that enveloped him, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was the newly appointed shareholder, causing him to hurriedly answer. Mr. Wu, I'm at the Cartier store on the first floor of the Guijin Center in Magic City. Please come down to address a matter. Ah, Mr. Yi, when did you arrive? Why wasn't I informed in advance? I would have personally come to greet you. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Did I not just inform you? Come down and take a look. Before Wu Yuan could utter another word, the call was disconnected. Listening to the dial tone reverberate in his ear, Wu Yuan sprang from his chair, hastily donned his suit jacket, and rushed towards the private elevator heading to the first floor. When had the big boss arrived at the Guojin Center? Why had no one notified him? Especially given the tone of the boss's voice on the phone, which, while inscrutable, clearly indicated that something was amiss. As he rode the elevator, his mind raced with various possibilities. Could it be a hygiene issue? Or perhaps subpar service? Every conceivable scenario filtered through Wu Yuan's mind, prompting him to devise an array of countermeasures. Meanwhile, within the Cartier store, Chen Lifeng observed Yi Chen feigning a phone call, noting the commanding tone in his voice with a sense of amusement. Kid, are you sure you can handle this? Don't overinflate your significance, bringing in someone who is nothing here at the Guojin Center, not your living room, haha. A few onlookers whispered among themselves. This young man is in trouble, though I can't discern his status. He certainly seems destined to suffer. Exactly, they hold the upper hand. After all, it was the young lady's boyfriend who initiated the call. If they latch onto that, an apology and compensation will be inevitable. Observing Manager Zhang's demeanor, it seemed the young man's background was not to be underestimated. His father could directly contact the general manager of the Guojin Center, suggesting he belonged to a notable lineage. While many were aware of the situation's nuances and looked down upon Chen Lifeng and the Cartier manager's behavior, the fact remained that they had the backing to act as they did. To escalate matters would only attract the attention of the Guojin Center's upper management, and any disturbance would be dealt with severely. Song Yu cautiously tugged at Yi Chun's sleeve. Perhaps it would be wise to let this go, Yi Go. It's merely an apology. The strong can bend, and we can always revisit this later. Yi Chen smiled faintly, offering a reassuring glance. Rest assured, this place is indeed as he described, much like my own living room. From a distance, Chen Lifeng noticed the intimate exchange between Yi Chen and Song Yu, jealousy gnawing at him. Enough of this posturing, I'm growing weary. Manager Li, call the authorities. If they refuse to apologize, let them remain here for a couple of days. On the other side, Manager Li was already explaining the situation to Manager Zhang, attempting to downplay his own responsibility while shifting the blame entirely onto Yi Chen. Manager Zhang nodded, casting his gaze towards Yi Chen and Song Yu. All right, let's resolve this swiftly. We cannot tarnish the image of the Guojin Center over a trivial matter. Just escort them out. Having just received news that the Guojin Center had a new owner, he added, everyone, behave yourselves. If the new owner learns of this incident, someone will surely be held accountable. Do not meddle in my affairs. What? The Guojin Center has a new owner? When did this happen? The revelation sent shockwaves through Li, Chen Lifeng, and the crowd of bystanders. How could such a prominent enterprise change ownership without any prior notice to the public? As security personnel approached, Yi Chen smiled and said, do not rush. Let us wait a moment. There may yet be a delightful surprise. Manager Zhang, who had turned to leave, frowned and replied, do not be so presumptuous, young man. You are fortunate not to be held accountable. Simply being escorted out is a mercy. Should you continue to create a fuss, do not expect my leniency. At that moment, Wu Yuan finally appeared, breathless and sprinting towards them. Those familiar with Wu Yuan's position were bewildered by his apparent urgency. Mr. Wu, what is amiss? The manager of Bulgari inquired. Wu Yuan ignored the question, striding straight to the entrance of the Cartier store. Everyone, please step aside. He endeavored to maintain a steady breath, fearing that Yi Chen might misconstrue his demeanor as rash, leaving a poor impression. The thought of being perceived as unsteady was disconcerting. As the crowd parted, whispers filled the air. Why has Mr. Wu come? It seems he is here to resolve this matter. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Surely a mid-level manager could handle it without summoning Mr. Wu. Wait. Don't escalate the situation. From afar, Wu Yuan overheard the conversation and paled, his knees weakening at the thought that if the new owner were to be expelled, his own position would be jeopardized. Chapter 10. Should this situation not be resolved properly, I may very well be packing my bags. Upon seeing Wu Yuan, both the Cartier manager and Manager Zhang were taken aback. Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Wu Yuan disregarded their inquiries and hurriedly approached Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of the Guojin Center. Gasp. In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply, rendered motionless. No one had anticipated that this individual, who had been bullied by the Cartier manager, Chen Lifeng, and Manager Zhang, was, in fact, the owner of the Guojin Center. As realization dawned, they recalled Manager Zhang's earlier remark. The Guojin Center had a new owner. Now, it was evident that this young man was that very owner. No wonder he remained composed, unperturbed by the Cartier manager and Chen Lifeng. He had such formidable backing. After all, this was his territory, and there was no reason for him to fear them. Yi Chen maintained an expression of calm, devoid of any visible emotion, and stated coolly, Mr. Wu, is this how you manage affairs? allowing established businesses to conspire against new clients? Your managers, too, acted without discernment, taking matters into their own hands. If incidents like this persist, will the Guojin Center not suffer irreparable damage to its reputation? Who would dare to shop here if fairness and justice are not upheld? Wu Yuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead as Yi Chun berated him, yet he dared not utter a word, resigned to endure the scolding. Now, I grant you an opportunity to rectify this situation perfectly. Should you fail, pack your belongings and leave immediately. Do you understand? Yes, rest assured, Chairman Yi. I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With those words, Wu Yuan turned away, his expression grim, leaving everyone aware that he was thoroughly enraged. As the general manager of the prestigious Guojin Center, the most upscale shopping plaza in the Magic City, being reprimanded by his boss in front of everyone would dampen anyone's spirits. You have 1 day to vacate this place. If you have not departed by tomorrow, I shall arrange for assistance, remarked Manager Li, his voice trembling with fear. Mr. Wu, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. I had no idea he was the new owner of Guojin Center. I will apologize to him immediately. Grant me another chance. By the way, Chairman Yi just applied for a membership card here. I will process a refund right away. Although Cartier is an international brand, it is relatively easy for Guojin Center to blacklist a brand within the domestic market. Moreover, this manager would inevitably face severe repercussions, being held accountable by Cartier, possibly leading to a lawsuit that could ruin him financially. What does it mean to claim ignorance of his identity as the owner? Just because he isn't the owner, does that grant you the liberty to act with impunity? The principle of business is fairness and justice. You distort the truth and bully customers, yet you insist you are blameless? Enough of this. If Cartier wishes to re-establish a presence in Guojin Center, let them send representatives to negotiate with me. As for you, leave at once. I no longer wish to see your face. Yi Chen was somewhat satisfied with Wu Yuan's decision-making. Wu Yuan then turned his gaze toward Chen Lifeng, whose significance was even less worthy of concern. If Wu Yuan could dismiss a globally renowned brand like Cartier without hesitation, he certainly had no qualms about disregarding a mere Chen Lifeng. Individuals of your lack of decorum do not deserve to grace Guojin Center. Your name will be added to the blacklist. No merchant in Guojin Center shall entertain you in the future. What? I never imagined I would be blacklisted by Guojin Center. Chen Lifeng bellowed in outrage. What makes Guojin Center so exceptional? If I do not come here, will I have nowhere to shop? Let me inform you, my father is Chen Chong, the chairman of Qianghua Group in the new district. Wu Yuan scoffed. I know Chen Chong. However, you should return and inquire whether your father would dare speak to me in such a manner. Ask him if he would have the audacity to prevent people from shopping at Guojin Center. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Chen Lifeng felt a twinge of fear. Even invoking his father had proven ineffective. If this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. With a grimace, he turned and stormed away. Today, Chen Lifeng had indeed been humiliated. It would not take long for word of his blacklisting to circulate within his social circle. He would likely be the first, experiencing a considerable loss of face. Simultaneously, his anger intensified as he vowed to reclaim his honor. Wait a moment. You insulted my friend and intend to leave without an apology? Yi Chen stated coolly. The security personnel present immediately surrounded them at the boss's command. Their intent clear. Without an apology, they could not depart. The woman with the peach blossom eyes cast a pleading glance at Chen Lifeng, hoping he would speak on her behalf. However, Chen Lifeng, already humiliated, had no desire to linger, let alone assist her. Handle it as you see fit, he said dismissively. With no other choice, the woman had to apologize to Song Yu. Yi Chen remarked, haven't you eaten? Such a feeble voice, who can hear you? Enduring the humiliation, the woman raised her voice to apologize, and only then did Song Yu feel somewhat appeased, allowing her to leave. Wu Yuan then turned his attention to Manager Zhang. Zhang Tao, you may proceed to the HR department to tender your resignation. This position is not suited for you. This statement drained all color from Manager Zhang's face. His eyes filled with despair. Though it was merely a simple dismissal from Guojin Center, he understood that future employers would hesitate to hire him upon learning of his termination from such a prestigious establishment. Regardless of Zhang Tao's pallor, Wu Yuan quickly turned to Yi Chen. Boss, are you satisfied with my resolution? Yi Chen nodded slightly, indicating his approval. Now that you're here, please notify everyone to convene for a brief meeting to introduce ourselves. Certainly, boss, I shall inform them immediately. Boss, there is a lounge on the upper floor. Please wait there while I arrange the meeting details. Very well. Yi Chen took Song Yu into the private elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. After Yi Chen departed, Wu Yuan exhaled deeply, relieved that he had not left a negative impression on the boss and that he had successfully navigated this challenge. Seated in the opulent lounge, the extravagant decor made Song Yu feel somewhat out of place. It was all too lavish, especially considering Yi Chen's background, which made her feel unworthy. Yi Chen's gentle voice broke the silence. What are you pondering? Ah. Startled by the sudden sound, Song Yu stammered. Nothing, quickly waving her hand in denial. Chapter 11. Racing Cars and Street Food. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a knock on the door interrupted. Chairman Yi, the meeting is prepared. Shall you proceed now? Yi Chen collected his thoughts and replied, let them wait a moment. Understood, Chairman Yi. Wu Yuan promptly acquiesced. Yi Chen's stature as the largest shareholder of Guojin Center and its absolute controller meant that he commanded attention. The executives had no choice but to wait. In the expansive conference room on the top floor of Guojin Center, the executives were all aware of the day's events, especially the arrival of a young director, which left them feeling uneasy. Have you heard? Zhang Tao has been dismissed. Yes, I just heard. Zhang Tao will struggle to find work in this industry now. In my opinion, it's not that Mr. Wu is ruthless. It's just that Zhang Tao crossed someone with a formidable background. We should keep our eyes wide open from now on. Sigh, let us hope the new director's initial fires do not burn us. After nearly half an hour, footsteps echoed outside the meeting room. The executives understood that the rumored new chairman was arriving, and they all straightened in their seats, poised to stand at a moment's notice. As the meeting room door swung open, all the executives rose in unison. Wu Yuan cleared his throat and announced, hello everyone. This is our new director, Yi Chen. Greetings. Chairman Yi. Yi Chen cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, a faint smile gracing his face as he took the seat at the head of the table. With the atmosphere tense and silence palpable, Yi Chen finally spoke. Well, hello everyone. Please take your seats. The executives exhaled in relief, cautiously settling down. I am here today to attend this meeting, but there is no pressing matter. I simply wish to acquaint myself with all of you. The meeting did not last long. As Yi Chen was unfamiliar with formal proceedings, he spoke casually, posed some questions regarding future directions, and then dismissed the assembly. Only after Yi Chen departed did the executives finally breathe easy, grateful that the new boss's ire had not fallen upon them. I believe the new director is only around 22 or 23. How did he become the largest shareholder of Guojin Center? One executive mused, curiosity piqued. The background of this individual is indeed impressive. It is perhaps best to refrain from prying too much into such matters and simply focus on one's own responsibilities. The cadre of executives tidied up their belongings and rose in unison to depart. Upon returning to the lounge, Yi Chen snapped his fingers and said, let us go. Xiao Song. So soon? Song Yu queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, let us go. I'll take you out for some delicious food. All right. The two exited the Guojin Center. Glancing at the sky, Yi Chen, while driving, inquired, have you decided what you want to eat? After pondering for a moment, Song Yu replied, there isn't much that sounds appetizing, so let us just grab something casual. How about we go to a street food stall? It's economical and satisfying. A street food stall? Yi Chen expressed mild surprise before nodding. Okay, let us go to a street food stall then. Noticing Yi Chen's momentary hesitation, Song Yu assumed he was unaccustomed to such dining establishments. Considering his status, she felt it might be somewhat presumptuous. If you're not used to it, we can go somewhere else, she quickly offered. Yi Chen smiled gently, aware of her misunderstanding, and shook his head. No worries. Let's stick with the street food stall. The sight of a supercar valued at 90 million suddenly appearing at a street food stall drew countless gazes. Wow, a Pagani? This is incredible. Driving a car worth over 100 million to eat at a street food stall, what an eye-opener. Indeed, not everyone was aware of the car's true worth. They merely recognized the brand, uncertain of its exact price. In their eyes, a sports car valued in the millions was already impressive. As Yi Chen and Song Yu stepped out of the luxury vehicle, passers-by were left in awe, consumed by envy and admiration. Both aside, the striking handsomeness of the man and the beauty of the woman only intensified their intrigue. Ignoring the curious stares, Yi Chen chose a popular barbecue restaurant and settled at a table. You order, he said, pushing the menu towards Song Yu with a smile. Sure. Song Yu accepted the menu and ordered with unreserved enthusiasm. As a member of the elite Feng Tian clan, she was carefree and unpretentious in her dealings with friends. Moreover, she was well aware of Yi Chen's wealth and felt no need to economize at a street food stall. 50 lamb skewers, 1 grilled leek, 10 chicken wings, 2 kidneys, a case of beer, and some beef tripe. The table soon overflowed with an abundance of dishes. Rubbing her hands together, Song Yu exclaimed, Brother Yi, I want tea hold back. Yi Chen appreciated her spirited nature and nodded, no need to be polite. Grabbing a bottle of beer, he effortlessly opened it with his teeth and handed it to Yi Chen. Here you go, Brother Yi. By the way, can you drink since you're driving? Yi Chen nodded. It's fine. I'll have the company send someone over. While he could have arranged for a designated driver, such a car was typically beyond the capabilities of a standard driver, and with only 2 seats, It would be impractical to have Song Yu sit on his lap. After receiving the beer, Chen immediately called Wu Yuan. "Hello, Director Yi." The phone rang just once before Wu Yuan answered, his tone respectful. "Wu, I've had a few drinks. Could you send someone to pick me up?" "Of course, Director Yi. I'll arrange it right away." In reality, Wu Yuan personally took action, driving his own Mercedes S450 to Chen's location. He would never let such an opportunity to curry favor with the boss slip away. Chapter 12. Sending Song Eru home. As a child of Feng Tian, Song Eru's drinking prowess was no exaggeration. As the saying goes, women either abstain from alcohol or, when they do drink, few men can keep up. Song Eru was certainly the latter, boasting a hearty demeanor as he stood atop a beer crate, chatting animatedly with Chen about various topics. "Brother Yi, I raise a toast to you. Thank you for standing up for me today, otherwise, Chen Lifeng would have bullied me mercilessly." Seeing the sincere look in Song Eru's eyes, Chen couldn't help but smile. There's no need for such formality. I believe anyone in my position would have done the same. Hearing Chen's words, Song Eru felt a deep sense of gratitude. Regardless of the reason, assistance is assistance, and that is the essence of camaraderie. While Chen and Song Eru conversed, Wu Yuan had already arrived nearby, but refrained from approaching to avoid disturbing them. Accompanied by an assistant, he overheard the exchange. "Wu, should we go greet Director Yi?" The assistant asked cautiously. Wu Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. "What are you thinking? Can't you see the current situation? Director Yi is dining with friends. If we intrude now, we'd only spoil the mood and leave a negative impression. Don't be fooled by Director Yi's youth. Based on today's performance at Guojin Center, he is certainly no frivolous young master, but rather astute and calculating. We should focus on our own responsibilities and not engage in unnecessary flattery." The assistant nodded eagerly. "You're right, Wu. I was too simplistic in my thinking." Wu Yuan scoffed. "It's not about simplicity. It's about being overly eager for instant results. I understand your intent, to curry favor with Director Yi, but do you think someone of his stature could be swayed by such trivial antics? Here's a piece of advice. When dealing with someone like Director Yi, speak less and do more. Focus on performing your duties well, as that is the true foundation of success." "Understood, Wu." The assistant nodded, feeling somewhat ashamed. Uncertain how many drinks he had consumed, Chen was already feeling lightheaded, while Song Eru continued to drink. Although Song Eru had a good tolerance, even he was nearing his limit after 10 or more beers. Chen, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, was merely accompanying Song Eru this evening. Sensing it was time to wrap up, Chen called for the bill. "Boss, check please." Before long, a middle-aged man approached, stating, "Hello, sir, your bill has already been settled." Chen paused momentarily, then spotted Wu Yuan in the distance and understood. "All right, I see. Thanks." He waved his hand, prompting Wu Yuan and his assistant to hurry over. "Director Yi, have you finished?" Wu Yuan inquired respectfully. Chen nodded yes. "It's been fine. You drove here, right? Could you take us back?" "Certainly, Director Yi." With a slight buzz from the drinks, Song Eru settled into the back seat of the Mercedes S450. Phoenix City Community. This was the residence where Song Eru had rented an apartment. Wu Yuan instructed his assistant to follow in Chen's car and cautiously set off. True to its reputation as a luxury vehicle, the Mercedes offered exceptional comfort and handling, smoothly navigating to the community. "Let us go, we're home." Chen assisted Song Eru out of the car. Leaning against Chen, Song Eru mumbled incoherently. "Director Yi, your car keys." The assistant approached from a distance, his face still aglow with excitement. He had thoroughly enjoyed the experience of driving such an extravagant vehicle, perhaps never to have another chance to do so in his lifetime. Chen took the keys without a word and guided Song Eru away. Though such behavior might have seemed inappropriate, the assistant felt it was entirely acceptable. After all, he was the company's esteemed boss, and being entrusted with driving his vehicle was a sign of significant trust. Until Chen and Song Eru vanished beyond the unit door, Wu Yuan only then beckoned his assistant to enter the car. Sitting in the back seat, Wu Yuan felt somewhat fatigued and pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, "Shaoli, please take me home." "Certainly, Mr. Wu," Shaoli replied, adjusting his demeanor back to a serious tone. They took the elevator to the entrance of the rental apartment. "Where's the key?" Chen inquired. "Here it is," Song Eru said, hazily retrieving a key from the pocket of his shorts. As the door unlocked, the two entered the dwelling. Upon stepping inside, Chen's eyes brightened. Though the space was modest, merely 50 to 60 square meters, it was impeccably tidy. Given Song Eru's pragmatic nature, Chen had anticipated a minimalist aesthetic. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find the rooms adorned with plush dolls and exquisite decorative items, creating a remarkably cozy atmosphere. Chapter 13. The Pharmaceutical Group Shares. It wasn't until midday that Chen finally roused from his slumber. To be frank, if one sought to admire beautiful women, Douyin was the go-to platform. Upon launching the app, The algorithm immediately began recommending a plethora of videos showcasing long, sleek black hair. Truly, the power of big data was astounding. Navigating to the back end, he promptly recharged a staggering 100 million, embarking on a leisurely exploration across various live streaming rooms. His intent was straightforward: to achieve a consumption avalanche. To him, money had become little more than a numeral. The true aim was to indulge in lavish spending. The rewards from a consumption avalanche were undoubtedly more substantial than the mere acquisition of wealth. After perusing countless live streams and showering gifts, he had already spent half of the billion he had recharged, and his private messages were inundated. Finally, after adding an innumerable amount of streamers, the promised consumption avalanche reward arrived. Ding! Consumption avalanche reward: 70% shares of Pujin Pharmaceutical Group. Pujin Pharmaceutical Group? Chen opened Baidu for a quick search and was taken aback. Pujin Hospital Group is currently the largest privately held pharmaceutical company in the country, boasting no fewer than 20 pharmaceutical factories and an independent drug research and development department. The remuneration was extraordinarily generous. Numerous esteemed professors in the medical field vied for positions within Pujin. Not only did Pujin possess factories, but it also housed the nation's largest private hospitals, with a presence in every first-tier city. In fact, many Tier 3 hospitals struggled to match the footfall of Pujin hospitals. The largest of these was located in the bustling metropolis, renowned for its top-tier traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, achieving peak excellence in health maintenance, frequented by many affluent individuals seeking recuperation. However, the fees at Pujin hospitals were exorbitant. It was reported that a certain tycoon surnamed Zhao spent over 300 million during a mere month of physical rehabilitation at Pujin in the metropolis. This news reverberated through the circles of the wealthy. Nevertheless, this month of care undeniably yielded significant value for the tycoon. Subsequently, Pujin Hospital's reputation soared. In a world abundant with the affluent, the wealthy often lack time and good health. If one could invest money to enhance their well-being and extend their lifespan, few would be concerned about the cost. Rising from his seat, Chen donned his attire, preparing to depart. Although he had undergone a transformation in status, a return to the company was still necessary. At the very least, he needed to inform the boss of his impending resignation. Naturally, had it been anyone else, such formalities would be deemed unnecessary, but his company was different. He had been with it since its inception. The owner was a budding entrepreneur, and Chen had joined the company right after graduating from university, dedicating himself for nearly 2 years. Though the duration was short, he had formed an attachment. Moreover, the owner had treated him exceptionally well, offering the best accommodations and salary. Unfortunately, his penchant for extravagant spending had left him financially strained. Of course, he had also sent considerable funds back home, which further exacerbated his financial constraints. As he drove towards the company, thoughts of his parents crossed his mind, and at a red light, he promptly transferred 100 million to his mother's account. With that, he closed his phone just as the green light illuminated, pressing the accelerator and surging forward. The roar of the engine drew the gazes of numerous onlookers. On the bustling street, many cast envious glances at Chen. Some female drivers, seated within their vehicles, gasped in astonishment. "Look, that young man. Wow, it's a Pagani Huayra. There can't be many of those in the country, right?" A cute girl wearing a princess hat exclaimed from the passenger seat of a Maserati. The driver, a stunning woman, glanced at Chen as he sped past and remarked with gravity, "You are mistaken. There is not a second one in the entire nation. This vehicle is a limited edition Pagani Huayra, with no more than 5 in the world, and according to investigations, this is the only one in the country." "Ah, only 5 in the world? How much must that car cost?" The girl replied, awestruck. "At least 1 billion, the woman stated. "Goodness, that one car nearly equals 1/3 of our family's assets." The girl mused, wide-eyed. "Hey, watch out," the woman cautioned. As they conversed, perhaps the woman became distracted, and as Chen maneuvered past them, he successfully changed lanes, only to hear the sound of urgent braking from behind. Although there was no significant collision, the rear bumper did sustain a minor scrape. The two women emerged from their car, their faces pale. "We're done for, we're done for. We're going bankrupt," the girl muttered as she exited the vehicle. The woman shot her a glare, exasperated. "If you hadn't been blabbering beside me, I wouldn't have lost focus and crashed." To be honest, had it been any other vehicle, she wouldn't have felt the need to be so accommodating. She would have stepped out and argued her case. However, she did not possess the courage to do so now. Yet upon seeing Chen, who approached with a smile, both women found themselves momentarily entranced. The woman managed to maintain some composure, regaining her senses after a brief lapse. In contrast, the girl stood there, visibly smitten, murmuring, "So handsome." The woman shot her a disapproving look, feeling a sense of embarrassment for her sister's infatuation. "Sir, I sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. I lost control and accidentally bumped into you." How shall we resolve this? The girl, now more composed, was surprised to witness her usually aloof sister speaking so politely. Yet recalling her sister's earlier explanation, she understood that Yi Chun was not to be trifled with. A courteous approach was wise. Yi Chun inspected the rear of his car. There was no deformation or significant damage, and he felt no anger. With a gentle smile, he replied, "It's no great matter. A minor scrape can easily be remedied with a new car wrap." When the system rewarded him with this vehicle, all necessary preparations had already been made, including an invisible car wrap. This trifling scratch could be easily addressed. Of course, to him, the cost of the wrap was negligible, but for an ordinary person, it represented a substantial sum. For a vehicle like his, the wrap is integral and cannot be replaced in parts. It must be done as a complete set, costing at least several million. "Sir, since it was my fault that caused you this loss, I will cover the cost of the wrap," Zhanya offered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 14, Company Bankruptcy. "No need. I must be on my way." Yi Chun declined Zhanya's offer of compensation, waving his hand to signal her to return to the car and prepare to depart. However, Zhanya felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly approached, saying, "Sir, here is my business card. Should there be any issues with the vehicle later on, please feel free to notify me." Yi Chun, out of courtesy, accepted the card with a smile and nodded. All right. Though it was merely a minor incident, passers-by had already captured a video of the exchange and shared it online. The titles varied widely, questioning if the astronomical car accident was indeed as it seemed, and suggesting that a beauty, in pursuit of a wealthy heir, recklessly rear-ended a billion-dollar luxury car. Once the video surfaced on the internet, myriad marketing accounts began to circulate it, distorting the narrative with increasingly outrageous claims. One keyboard warrior fervently typed, "I support the lady's lack of fault. That man changed lanes first. If it were me, with full insurance of 5 million, I'd have run him over." The comments section erupted with replies. "Haha, come see the fool. Even 5 million wouldn't cover the damages if you truly did what you claimed." Another chimed in, "You're right upstairs. Your 5 million wouldn't even suffice for a single car door. Do you have any idea how much that car costs? 100 million. And it isn't something you can simply buy with money. If you crashed into it, even your life savings wouldn't be adequate." The upper commenter was cautious. "If you were to compensate for her damages, would she even accept that?" "Exactly. Your compensation couldn't even cover the cost of a single wheel." In a brief span, the video of Yi Chen's exorbitant car accident had gone viral, landing in the top 10 of trending topics. Many individuals of stature in the city were inquiring about which magnate's son was audacious enough to drive a Pagani Huayra through the streets. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had arrived at the building housing his company on Financial Street. His enterprise was merely an inconspicuous small firm along this prestigious avenue, with a registered capital of only 10 million. The office space, less than 300 square meters, commanded an annual rent exceeding 1 million. In a different location, that some could have secured an entire floor of office space. Yet, the exorbitant rent on Financial Street was justified by the multitude of companies vying for a presence there, all drawn by its illustrious reputation. Financial Street is among the top 4 financial hubs globally. Statistics reveal that this area generates the fortunes of over 10,000 wealthy entrepreneurs annually and boasts numerous successful IPOs each year. 70% of the entire city's GDP is derived from Financial Street. In the past, while working here, Yi Chun had dreamed of one day carving out his own niche in this prestigious locale. However, his perspective had shifted. The entire Financial Street was now his domain. Upon rewarding Song Eru, the system had granted him ownership of this illustrious avenue. After handling his resignation at the company, he would proceed to the property management office to take possession. Parked at Building 76, Yi Chun stepped out of his vehicle and entered. This was the very edifice his company had leased. Although it was merely a small office, claiming to be situated on Financial Street would undoubtedly elevate one's standing, as many clients prioritize perceived strength over product quality. Once credibility is established, only then do they consider collaboration and assess the value of the offerings. In essence, having the Financial Street moniker significantly enhances the odds of successful negotiations. As the elevator opened on the 25th floor, Yi Chun emerged, clad in a casual Armani outfit. Before him loomed the company's sign, Aushing Photon Technology Company, Limited. His firm specialized in importing photon instruments and had been performing quite well, boasting annual profits exceeding 10 million after accounting for costs, rent, and utilities. Such substantial earnings provided Aushing the confidence to lease office space on Financial Street. Despite the annual rent surpassing 1 million, it was well within their means. However, upon entering the office, Yi Chun sensed an unusual atmosphere. Previously, the office exuded a vibrant energy, with each employee diligently toiling away, buoyed by generous compensation from their boss. Today, however, there was a palpable gloom, akin to that of defeated soldiers. Xiao Wei, The receptionist, a recent graduate intern, would typically greet him with enthusiasm. Today, however, she was preoccupied with her tasks at the bar, seemingly lost in thought. "Xiaowei, what are you doing?" Yi Chun inquired, approaching to find her packing her belongings. "Ah." Startled, Xiaowei looked up and quickly exclaimed, "Yiga, you're here?" "Yes, the holiday has ended, so I decided to check in on the company." "What's going on?" "It's work hours. Why are you busy with your own things? Aren't you afraid Mr. Su will notice?" Yi Chen's warning was more playful than serious. Mr. Su was the owner of Aoxing, known for his aloof demeanor but not his harshness. Xiaowei cautiously glanced around before lowering her voice. "Yigo, you might not know yet." Blinkingly, Yi Chen observed the mysterious glint in her eyes, unsure of what she was about to reveal. "Our company has gone bankrupt." "Bankrupt?" Yi Chen was taken aback, thinking Xiaowei was jesting. Just a day before his holiday, he had secured a substantial deal for the company, rumored to yield profits in the tens of millions. How could they suddenly be facing bankruptcy? "Xiaowei, you can't be joking. Just 2 days after I signed that deal. The company is bankrupt?" Xiaowei's bitter smile confirmed his fears as she nodded. "Yigo, it's exactly as you said. We truly went bankrupt in just 2 days." Realizing she was serious, Yi Chen frowned. "What exactly happened?" Xiaowei recounted the tale. It turned out that a foreign supplier had withheld crucial resources, allocating Aoxing's quota to another party, leading to Aoxing's breach of contract with domestic clients and resulting in hefty penalties. With the least due, the Financial Street Property Management had sent representatives to demand payment. Financial Street is a realm where even the most colossal conglomerates operate. Failing to pay rent on time could lead to eviction, especially for a powerless small company like Aoxing. After compensating for the breach, the assets they had painstakingly accumulated vanished entirely, leaving Su Xin unable to afford the rent. They would have no choice but to vacate Financial Street once the lease expired. The employees, upon learning of the situation, felt immense sympathy for Su Xin, lamenting the misfortune of having encountered such a commendable boss only to be betrayed. Having grasped the situation, Yi Chun said little and proceeded toward the boss's office. He had been with Su Xin since the company's inception, starting his career there on its very first day. While they maintained a professional hierarchy, they had developed a genuine friendship over time, occasionally discussing the company's prospects over WeChat. Given the current predicament, he felt compelled to offer her some comfort. As he approached the office door, he overheard a brash voice from within. "I say, Miss Su, you need to expedite your rent payment. Otherwise, I regret to inform you that you'll have to vacate." The man continued, "Of course, Miss Su. You might want to consider my earlier suggestions. It's merely 1 million. I can still manage that, and in this corner of Financial Street, I, Chen Jianbin, still hold some sway. As long as I bring this matter to the company's attention, they will certainly offer some leeway. Extending your lease is not out of the question." In the office, a woman with cascading long hair, clad in a professional attire, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her arms crossed, and her gaze surveying the bustling Financial Street below from a vantage point of superiority. In a frigid tone, she remarked, "Manager Chen, you ought to abandon your daydreams. I, Su Xin, can afford to lose. If necessary, I shall simply start anew. As for your proposition to extend my lease, it is not a matter of underestimating you, but rather a question of the significance of Financial Street. You are merely a peripheral rental manager for the property company here, overseeing a mere couple of subordinates. Do you truly believe that Financial Street is your domain? If I were to record your words and send them to the inspection department of the Financial Street Property Company, do you think it could jeopardize your employment?" Upon hearing Su Xion's words, Chen Jianbin's face blanched in an instant. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such formidable prowess. He had thought to leverage this opportunity to coerce her through unscrupulous means. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a threat. Chapter 15. Are you going to follow me into hardship? Su Xian, you are quite ruthless. Since you refuse to comply, prepare to vacate the premises. Chen Jianbin gritted his teeth, yet gazing at her graceful silhouette ignited an insatiable desire within him. He had been captivated by her from the moment he first laid eyes on her. Despite numerous attempts to intimidate and entice her, he had been unsuccessful, which rendered him restless day and night. Now, with the news of Aoxing Company's bankruptcy, he believed an opportunity had arisen. He would feign concern and, coupled with his position as the rental manager, take advantage of the chaos to seize this disoriented woman. Yet, to his dismay, she remained composed even in such dire circumstances, which left him feeling begrudged. My affairs do not require Manager Chen's intervention. If I lack the funds, I shall depart. Rest assured, I will return here one day. And I hope Manager Chen will be gracious enough to welcome me. Su Xian replied with a slight smile, her tone undeterred. Very well. I shall await the esteemed return of General Manager Su. By the way, I almost forgot to inform you that today is the rent due date. The company has issued a directive. Any tenant who fails to pay their rent must vacate the premises today, or face forcible eviction. Although Chen Jianbin could not decipher Su Xin's inner thoughts, he was confident that she would be left with no choice. After all, the might of Financial Street was unparalleled. Even titans like Penguin and Ollie could not rival it. A mere Su Xin would surely not dare to defy it. Meanwhile, outside the door, Yi Chun, having overheard their conversation, furrowed his brow and strode in with a stoic expression, not even bothering to knock. The sound of the door opening irked Chen Jianbin, who was already in a foul mood. Who dares to intrude? Do you not realize we are in the midst of an important discussion? Such rudeness. Turning to face the strikingly handsome Yi Chun, Chen Jianbin felt a surge of jealousy. Is this your employee, General Manager Su? How can someone be so uncouth? No wonder the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Just look at the caliber of individuals here. It's a wonder it hasn't collapsed already. Yi Chen approached Chen Jianbin with an imposing height of over 6 feet, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. You have 3 seconds to leave, otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Jianbin, already enraged at not having succeeded with Su Xin, found his fury exacerbated by the audacity of this young man, prompting him to unleash a string of expletives. Who the hell do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Do you believe I want to have you thrown out? I do not believe it. Yi Chun replied coolly, and though his words were few, they carried an air of disdain that struck Chen Jianbin profoundly. Before Chen Jianbin could finish his retort, Yi Chun seized him by the collar and flung him out of the office. Chen Jianbin lost his balance and fell to the floor, feeling the sting of embarrassment as the laughter and scorn of numerous Awakens employees washed over him. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Seething. Chen Jianbin whipped out his phone and called the security department. Hello, Lao Chen, what's the matter? Came a languid voice from the other end. It was none other than the security manager of the Financial Street Property Company. Brother Zhang, I'm facing a situation here. Someone is refusing to pay rent and want to vacate. Send someone over to handle it, quickly. What? Someone is so brazen as to not pay rent and still refuse to leave? All right, I understand. I'll bring a team over to assess the situation. Zhang Feng, having served as the security manager for several years, had never encountered such audacity in a tenant. It was well known that the Financial Street Property Company was the steward of Financial Street, with a formidable background that few in the entire metropolis could rival. No enterprise or individual had ever dared to defy the property company's decisions. It seemed this day would require some exertion. At the Financial Street Property Building, a group of over 10 individuals donned in black suits, wearing headsets and sporting serious expressions, emerged. Inside the office of Awakens' general manager. Upon hearing that Yi Chun had arrived, Su Xin finally turned around, a flicker of joy brightening her face. For reasons unknown, each encounter with Yi Chun filled her with happiness. Yi Chun, you're here? However, as she recalled the dire state of the company, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a shadow of concern. Observing the person before her, Yi Chun inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. He had once contemplated whether something could develop between them, but upon reflecting on his own status, he hesitated. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. While Su Xin was a wealthy entrepreneur worth millions, what could she possibly see in him? Now that his circumstances had shifted, he felt liberated from such restraints. Stepping forward, he pulled Su Xin into his embrace. I'm back. The sudden action caught Su Xin off guard. She found herself resting in Yi Chun's arms, her mind blank. By the time she regained her composure, a blush crept across her cheeks. Yi Chun, you have quite the audacity. Do you dare to flirt with your boss? Yi Chun chuckled. What of it? Flirting with my boss is a joy in itself. Why do I feel like you're implying something? Su Xin rolled her eyes and playfully pinched his waist. Though her grip was gentle, Yi Chun feigned great discomfort. Ouch! Seeing Yi Chun's reaction, Su Xin couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, enough of the antics. You've seen the state of the company. We may have to start over from scratch. So, are you still willing to follow this down and out, boss? With a teasing glint in his eye, Yi Chun responded, if I were to say I wouldn't follow you, would you be disappointed? Su Xin shook her head. Not at all. People naturally aspire to greater heights, and water flows downward. Given my current situation, I cannot guarantee anything. How dull. Your unwavering rationality makes it rather difficult for me to take action. Yi Chun pouted, somewhat exasperated by Su Xion's resolute nature. Can't you let go of your rationality just this once? Indulge a little? Su Xion paused, then replied, perhaps I will never be able to. For the word indulgence does not exist in my life's lexicon. In this reality, being reckless only leads to deeper wounds. Indeed, society is quite pragmatic. However, if you refuse to be reckless, I shall indulge on your behalf. Since you've invited me to follow you, I shall do just that. With a quizzical glance at Yi Chun, Su Xion's lips curled into a smile. Why follow me? To endure hardship? I currently find myself burdened with several million in debt. Once the clients file their lawsuits, I shall undoubtedly become a bankrupt matron. Haha, then I would be a bankrupt gentleman. How delightful it would be for us to become a couple of affluent debtors, Yi Chen jested. Get lost. In terms of emotional intelligence, Su Xian held Yi Chen in the highest regard. No matter the circumstances, he always managed to deftly diffuse the tension. What should have been a sorrowful event? The company's bankruptcy was transformed into a moment of levity through his words. Chapter 16. I shall no longer pretend, I confess. All right, enough with the banter. Let us hasten to pack our things, Su Xian suggested. Although she appeared composed and unruffled, the reality of the company's collapse weighed heavily on her. However, Yi Chen's antics had lightened her mood considerably. With a puzzled expression, Yi Chen inquired, Pack? What exactly are we packing? Su Xian retorted, somewhat exasperated, of course. We must pack our belongings and leave. Are we truly waiting for someone to come and evict us? Realizing her intent, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. There's no need to pack. Financial Street is quite nice, and we shall remain here. Just as Su Xian was about to gather her possessions, she instinctively reached out to touch Yi Chen's forehead. You aren't feverish, so why the nonsensical talk? To stay here, we would need to pay rent, 1 million a year. I could manage that before, but now, being bankrupt, where would I procure the funds? Even if we somehow scrape together enough to stay, what would be the point? We lack even the capital to restock. The clients outside still need to be pursued for debts. The daily stress is unbearable. Perhaps I should settle for a more modest approach and find a job at another company while I'm still young, work my way into management, and earn a salary to repay my debts. And let's not forget about you, my little puppy, whom I must support. Why is my life so arduous? As she spoke, Su Xian couldn't resist teasing Yi Chen. Yi Chen, feeling exasperated, retorted, You are the puppy. Your entire family is. Mr. Su, my esteemed boss, please don't say that. I need not be your provider. Rather, let me take care of you, Yi Chen replied playfully. Money, you say? Behold, he added, pulling out his phone to display his bank balance before Su Xian. At first, Su Xian paid little mind. She was aware of Yi Chen's financial situation. A typical spendthrift with a monthly salary of 20,000 that he could easily exhaust. However, upon seeing the string of zeros, she froze in disbelief. As a high-achieving graduate, she couldn't help but count meticulously, fearing she had misread. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50, 50 billion? 50 billion lay quietly in Yi Chen's bank account, causing Su Xian to gasp in astonishment. Were it not for the fact that this was indeed Yi Chen's account, the same one for his monthly salary, she would have suspected it was fabricated. Where on earth did you acquire such a fortune? Su Xian asked incredulously. You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? In response to her skepticism, Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, I have been involved in nefarious deeds. I have become a gigolo, funded by wealthy women. Oh, I didn't know you possessed such capabilities. Can your petite frame withstand it? Su Xian replied, not believing his jest. If becoming a gigolo could earn 50 billion, all men would have pursued that path, leaving none for him. Am I incapable? Care to find out? Yi Chen smirked mischievously. Although Su Xian was the elder, the age difference was not substantial, and despite her greater life experience, she was still a woman and would likely falter in such discussions. Get lost. Do you believe I wouldn't kick you to the curb? That would be most welcome. Let me see if the lovely Miss Su's feet are as exquisite as I imagine. This remark reminded Su Xian of the early days of their entrepreneurial venture. When their company was just starting, they had walked tirelessly to secure clients, often in high heels that had left her feet blistered. Yi Chen had helped her apply band-aids and carried her shoes. A memory that now seemed nostalgic and sweet. By the way, you still haven't explained how you amassed such wealth, Su Xian pressed. Her curiosity unabated despite Yi Chen's playful interjections. With no other recourse, Yi Chen concocted a plausible excuse. In truth, I am a hidden second-generation wealthy individual, merely seeking to escape a mundane life and revel in the joys of work. Though Su Xian remained somewhat skeptical, this explanation was certainly more credible than the absurdity of being a gigolo. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept your story. Ms. Su, I genuinely believe this company can continue to operate. Photonic products still hold substantial market potential domestically, Yi Chen asserted after their playful banter. What do you mean? Su Xian asked, her expression clouded with confusion, unable to grasp Yi Chen's intent. What I mean is that I am willing to invest in the company so we can continue its operations, Yi Chen articulated slowly. But even if we proceed, I remain wary of those foreign entities. If we encounter another issue like this, I fear we won't be able to withstand it, Su Xian lamented with a wry smile. The reason Yi Chen wished to take over the bankrupt company was twofold. First, he felt indebted to Su Xian for having once provided him with stable employment after graduation. And second, he saw it as an opportunity to generate revenue. The system rewarded spending, and regardless of how money was spent. Opening a company was merely another form of expenditure. He harbored aspirations of establishing a brand, recognizing that the research and development phase would necessitate substantial financial investment. The eventual returns would be even greater. With domestic products often criticized, he envisioned pouring money into creating a product that would garner global admiration. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Zhang Feng had arrived with his entourage outside the office. Chen Jianbin, who had been waiting, seemed to find a sense of reassurance and promptly exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, you've arrived." Zhang Feng was no ordinary figure. He was well known within the underworld of the metropolis. Eventually, he transitioned to become the security manager for the financial street property company, gradually fading from the limelight. Yet, it would be unwise to assume that Zhang Feng had become complacent. He merely adhered to the rules. Should duties be compromised, those rules could swiftly be disregarded. In the past, a company owner had brazenly confronted the property company, only to have their legs discreetly broken. Who dares to be so audacious? Refusing to vacate once the lease has expired? Zhang Feng entered, his brow furrowed as he directed his inquiry at Chen Jianbin. Chen Jianbin promptly replied, "They are inside. Just a young brat. If you deal with him, I assure you he will comply." Zhang Feng shot a cold glance at Chen Jianbin. "Old Chen, you know the rules. While we are the property company overseeing Financial Street, the general manager has made it clear that we must never misuse our authority. Should any such situation arise, anyone concealing the truth or distorting facts will face severe consequences." At Zhang Feng's words, Chen Jianbin trembled with fear. Yet, having already committed to his course of action, he could only grit his teeth and stand firm, determined to regain the dignity lost when Yi Chun had thrown him from the office. "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, what I have said is unequivocally the truth." "Very well, let us hope that is indeed the case." With that, Zhang Feng and his entourage made their way directly into the Aoshing company. The remaining employees, still present, were taken aback by the sudden appearance. "Oh no, it's the security personnel from the property company. Wasn't that Chen manager from earlier the one who was just thrown out of the office? They've come to settle the score. Who is in the office?" "It seems to be Yi Chun and Director Su." "That makes sense. It must be Yi Chun who threw out that manager Chen." Indeed, although Yi Chun appears gentle and refined, he possesses a rather volatile temper. Just the other day, I witnessed him in a heated argument with an employee from another company, during which he knocked out a front tooth with a single punch. Goodness, that's quite formidable. I had once exchanged words with him. Had that punch landed on my face, it would have been disastrous. TSK, do you think the matter ended there? Director Su had to compensate the employee a sum of 200,000 to 300,000 to resolve it. Otherwise, Yichen would have faced legal repercussions. Bang! The tightly shut office door was forcefully pushed open by Zhang Feng, who strode in with determination. Engaged in a discussion with Su Xin regarding the company's future plans, Yichen furrowed his brow at the sound of the door being flung open. Upon seeing the burly Zhang Feng accompanied by a procession of imposing men, his expression turned frosty. Chapter 17. Expanding and Strengthening, Creating New Splendor. The entrance of Zhang Feng elicited a grim countenance from the others, including Su Xin, who was well aware of the reputation of the security manager from Financial Street Property Company, known to be a notorious figure in the underworld of the metropolis. Although Yi Chen's current status is markedly elevated, wealth alone does not shield one from unreasonable individuals, and they could find themselves at a disadvantage. Manager Zhang, what brings such a show of force to our company? Su Xin inquired coldly. Zhang Feng cast a glance at Su Xin, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Yet, his appreciation was devoid of ulterior motives, unlike Chen Jianbin, who harbored less honorable intentions. Ms. Su Xin, is it? Zhang Feng began, his tone measured. I heard from old Chen that there are individuals refusing to pay rent and are also reluctant to vacate the premises. Is there any truth to this? Despite being a ruthless character, Zhang Feng opted for decorum before resorting to threats. Su Xin raised an eyebrow, noting that Yi Chun was about to speak. Understanding his temperament, she dared not let him escalate the situation, particularly given the current circumstances where they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Manager Zhang, who informed you that we have not paid our rent and are refusing to vacate? Are we not allowed to conduct our inquiries? Technically, tomorrow marks the expiration date, and we still have today as well, do we not? You cannot demand our departure before the due date, can you? If word gets out, it may tarnish Financial Street's reputation. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement of her reasoning. Miss Su has a point. I shall grant you one additional day. If you fail to pay the rent and do not vacate by tomorrow, do not expect me to exercise restraint. Should any unfortunate events arise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. While Su Xin and Zhang Feng were engaged in their discourse, Yi Chun, who had been seated quietly, discreetly retrieved his phone and made a call. The Financial Street Property Company building, towering at 66 stories, is the tallest edifice on Financial Street. It is said that the previous owner conducted business from the top floor, a figure shrouded in mystery and discretion. Few have glimpsed the true identity of the Financial Street owner, But despite the low profile, their influence is well known among the elite, with only a handful having actually met them. At this moment, in the office of the property company's general manager sat a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an aura of icy authority that compelled anyone who laid eyes on her to avert their gaze. This woman is Tang Yi, the general manager of Financial Street Property Company, once notoriously referred to as the Amazon of the metropolis. Born in a rural setting, Tang Yi never attended university and left school early to work due to family circumstances. Upon her arrival in the metropolis, she faced the harsh realities of life, initially struggling as a waitress and later in sales, eventually finding herself in a bar due to insufficient earnings. Contrary to her expectations of a bleak future, her exceptional beauty attracted the attention of countless men, including wealthy businessmen willing to spend lavishly for her affection. However, Tang Yi, despite her humble origins, was not blinded by wealth. Navigating various circles without suffering losses, she even managed to evade the advances of those affluent suitors who sought to exploit her. Yet, her resistance sparked the ire of some powerful individuals, leading to a dangerous encounter. One wealthy man conspired to drug her drink, but in her final moments of consciousness, she severely wounded the assailant and fled. It was said that this notorious businessman placed a bounty on her head, offering $1 million for her capture. Thus, Tang Yi found herself unable to remain in the metropolis and planned to leave. However, fate intervened when she saved an elderly man suffering from a heart condition, an act that would alter the course of her life forever. Unbeknownst to her, this solitary act of kindness saved the owner of Financial Street. Grateful for her intervention, the owner promised her a favor, anything she desired. Without hesitation, Tang Yi chose to adopt the elderly man as her godfather. The old man, taken aback, laughed heartily, affirming that a promise must be honored. With the owner of Financial Street as her protector, Tang Yi swiftly resolved the threat posed by the wealthy man. It was during this encounter that she first witnessed the immense power wielded by her newfound godfather, the affluent tycoon. A prominent real estate magnate with extensive connections in both legitimate and illicit circles, humbly approached to apologize after a single phone call from the elder. In that moment, Tang Yi comprehended the terrifying extent of her godfather's influence. A fiercely ambitious individual, Tang Yi, at the tender age of 20, dedicated herself to rigorous training, even undergoing brutal isolation on a remote island. After 3 years, she emerged transformed, no longer the fragile girl who had once left her rural home, but rather the formidable Amazon of the metropolis. At 23, she had seized control of half the underworld in the metropolis, wresting significant territory from the Du family. Her ascent was meteoric, and just as she was poised to expand her dominion, her godfather urged her to cease her activities and pursue legitimate business ventures. Although she did not fully grasp the reasons behind his counsel, she felt his unwavering support and complied, establishing the Financial Street Property Company to manage his enterprises. 2 months had passed since the elder had departed on business, and there had been no word from him. All attempts to contact him had failed. Now, before her lay the dossier of the new owner of Financial Street, featuring a photograph of a young man, 2 years her junior. As her thoughts raced, her phone rang, and she recognized the caller ID, recalling its resemblance to the number noted in the dossier. Hello. Although it was her new boss calling, Tang Yi displayed no signs of nervousness. 25th floor of the Blue Sea building. The caller's words were terse, and the line went dead. Tang Yi furrowed her brows in contemplation, but ultimately decided against dwelling on it further as she descended the stairs to make her way to the Ocean Blue building. Each edifice on Financial Street, particularly the one numbered 108, possesses its own distinct name. The Ocean Blue building serves as the office for Supercar's company. After making a call, Chen found himself uncertain of the recipient's gender. However, he was well aware that the phone number of the property's general manager had been saved in his mobile device following the system's acknowledgement of his status as the owner of Financial Street. Upon hanging up, Chen chose to disregard Zhang Feng and his companions, instead addressing Su Xin with a gentle tone. General Manager Su, I genuinely believe that if we continue to operate the Photon Company, we should consider utilizing domestically produced products. Uncertain of Chen's intentions, Su Xin nonetheless pondered his suggestion earnestly. Chen, while the government has indeed been supportive of domestic products in recent years, you must recognize that they are still not fully matured, and clients harbor a certain skepticism towards them. It seems quite difficult to penetrate the market. Chen smiled faintly. No, General Manager Su, your perspective is rather simplistic. Although domestic products may currently lack maturity, I assure you that within 2 years, they will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Preparing in advance will not lead us astray. Moreover, we need to establish our own factory, producing and selling our products independently, rather than acting as mere agents. As long as we maintain the quality of our brand, the market will eventually be ours. Su Xian was taken aback by Yi Chen's words, astonished by his audacious ambition to create his own brand. Yi Chen, do you realize the substantial capital required to build a factory and develop a brand? Of course, he replied, but to me, money is merely a number. General Manager Su need only focus on the company's operations. Su Xian gazed deeply at Yi Chen, feeling a sense of incomprehension towards him. Amused, she realized that she had perhaps never truly understood him. He was a man shrouded in mystery, his thoughts inscrutable to anyone. Chapter 18. Did I not mention that I am the owner of Financial Street? Uft. Haha. Just listen to what he is saying. He dares to advocate for domestic products. Isn't that the height of foolishness? Even the wealthiest individuals in Wudn dare to position themselves this way unless they were either extravagantly wealthy or utterly foolish. As Yi Chen finished speaking with Su Xian, Chen Jianbin, who had been simmering with frustration, could no longer contain his derision. Initially, he had summoned Zhang Feng to reprimand Yi Chen, but Su Xian's earlier remarks had inadvertently quashed that confrontation, thwarting his plans for revenge. Now, seizing the opportunity to mock, he saw no reason to hold back. It is well known that the quality of domestic products has long posed an insurmountable challenge, no matter how affluent one may be. Choosing domestic options would only lead to financial ruin. You intend to champion domestic products? Truly, you are but a naive youth, merely engaging in idle talk. General Manager Su, I suggest you distance yourself from such individuals lest you find yourself unable to afford even a meal, Chen Jianbin scoffed, prompting a chorus of laughter from the security personnel that Zhang Feng had brought along, all of whom regarded Yi Chen with expressions of incredulity. Witnessing this mockery, Su Xian's expression darkened. Although she had intended to retort against Chen Jianbin, Yi Chen suddenly rose to his feet. What would have been a simple action took on an air of formidable authority. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow at this unexpected display. He sensed that this young man was distinctly different, exuding an intangible aura not typical of ordinary individuals. What are you laughing at? Yi Chen inquired, gradually approaching Chen Jianbin with an unperturbed demeanor. The latter, caught off guard by Yi Chen's presence, found himself unable to maintain his laughter, as though confronted by someone formidable. This realization only fueled Chen Jianbin's ire, and he gritted his teeth. I laugh because you are a fool. What is it to you? Slap. Before Chen Jianbin could finish his sentence, the sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air. Everyone witnessed his face redden and blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, prompting sympathetic reactions from the onlookers. You dare strike me? Chen Jianbin exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage at being publicly humiliated. He was determined to retaliate, but he was vastly outmatched in both stature and build by Yi Chen. Before he could regain his composure, Yi Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Ouch, you little brat. If I don't deal with you today, I swear I'll take your surname. Chen Jianbin shouted, seeking assistance from Zhang Feng as he continued to yell. Despite Zhang Feng's disdain for Chen Jianbin's pitiful state, he recognized that they were colleagues, and if news of this incident got out, it would tarnish the reputation of their property company. Young man, I believe you have gone too far, Zhang Feng asserted, stepping forward to confront Yi Chen directly. The atmosphere grew tense as their eyes locked, and the surrounding security personnel began to encircle Yi Chen. Su Xian, aware of Yi Chen's capabilities, feared the odds were against him given their numbers. She hastily pulled out her phone, preparing to call the police, unconcerned about who instigated the altercation. Her priority was ensuring Yi Chen's safety. After all, they had ample resources to navigate any ensuing complications. Ignoring the menacing security personnel, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng and calmly advised, I suggest you remain composed. The consequences of escalating this situation are beyond your control. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Yi Chen possessed an aura reminiscent of the elite from the Du family, a prominent lineage in the city. Consequences? I am quite curious to learn what those might entail. Do you understand that even the most powerful figures in the city must approach me with deference? Whether they are dragons or tigers, they must bow down. I care not who you are. Today, you have assaulted a member of my property company, and you shall provide an explanation and face the repercussions. As Yi Chen and Zhang Feng faced off in the building, a Mercedes S600, exuding an air of authority, slowly came to a stop outside the ocean blue building. Passers-by paused to gaze in admiration. Wow, whose vehicle is this? It's truly impressive. I wonder when I might drive something like that. Stop dreaming. Just look at the license plate. Even if you could drive it, would you dare provoke its owner? What plate is it? Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their focus to the license plate. Wait, 95 Supreme? It's actually MOA with 5 nines. Goodness. That's an undeniable high-profile vehicle. Do you know whose car this is? No idea, but I often see it parked at the property company's garage. I suspect it belongs to the property company's owner. Very likely. I've heard that the property company's owner is the true master of Financial Street. Could we finally see their true visage today? Just as the crowd conversed, a stunning woman with sparkling eyes and a flawless figure emerged from the driver's seat, capturing everyone's attention. "She is truly beautiful," they murmured. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder if the owner of Financial Street was perhaps too youthful. Indeed, I too sense a certain youthfulness. Can one truly be 25? Before the others could conclude their discussions, the woman approached the back seat of the car and flung the door open. Immediately, a pair of long, elegant legs came into view, and as one looked upward, a breathtakingly beautiful face emerged, rendering even the woman previously regarded as a goddess to pale in comparison. The crowd was momentarily stunned, having encountered two goddesses in succession. Tang Yi stepped out of the car, and Zhou Jiwei respectfully said, "Sister, we have arrived at the High Lawn building. Let us proceed." At that moment, Tang Yi was weighed down by her thoughts, eager to see Yi Chun and inquire about her adoptive father's situation, regardless of whether he was alive or dead. An explanation was warranted. As the elevator doors opened on the 25th floor, Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei exited. Tang Yi's commanding presence instilled a sense of awe wherever she went. As they walked by, employees who had gathered at a distance to observe instinctively parted to make way. Who is this? Such a strong aura. Who knows? It's certain they are not an ordinary person. The atmosphere grew even more lively, with speculation about who Yi Chun had offended to stir such a commotion. Upon entering, Tang Yi overheard Zhang Feng's harsh words emanating from Su Xin's office. "I don't care who you are, you will pay the price." "Sister Wei." Zhou Jiwei began to speak, but was interrupted by Tang Yi raising her hand. Shaking her head slightly, she said, "Do not rush, let us observe first." Tang Yi noticed Yi Chun, unfazed and surrounded by a throng of security, and said with interest, "Yi Chun, have you heard what Zhang Feng said?" Yi Chun, in a calm tone, replied, "Is that so? Does everyone indeed have to pay a price, regardless of who they are?" Unfazed, Zhang Feng responded without hesitation, "Yes. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone who strikes one of our property company South employees on Financial Street must face the consequences." "What if I were to say that I am the owner of Financial Street?" Yi Chun said with a hint of a smile. "What? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Zhang Feng was incredulous. Though he had never met the mysterious owner, he had heard tales of an elderly figure, certainly not someone so young. "Kid, are you just pretending? If you struck me, perhaps you'd have a chance to survive, but impersonating the owner of Financial Street? Just wait for your demise." Everyone knew that the owner of Financial Street could shake the entire financial circle of China with a mere stomp of the foot. Many powerful figures would bow in respect upon encountering him. "You'll be beaten to death if you pretend to be the owner of Financial Street." Chapter 19. Never want to see you in the Magic City again. While Chen Jianbin was fantasizing about spreading the word that he had taught Yi Chen a lesson for impersonating the Financial Street owner, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. He is not mistaken. He truly is the owner of Financial Street. At the sound of the voice, everyone's expression changed dramatically, and puzzled glances turned toward the source. Only Zhang Feng, upon hearing that voice, turned pale. "Sister, no, wait, it's General Manager Tang." Zhang Feng quickly turned to show respect. Tang Yi gave a slight nod, her gaze unwavering as she stepped through the parted crowd. Gazing at Tang Yi, Yi Chen wore a playful expression. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Tang Yi respectfully said, "Hello, boss. I am Tang Yi, General Manager of the Financial Street Property Company." Observing the enchanting woman before him, Yi Chen nodded. "Greetings, General Manager Tang." "Boss, since you are here on Financial Street, let us head to the company. There are some handover procedures that require your attention." "All right, let us go." At that moment, Su Xin was already rendered speechless in shock. She had imagined Yi Chun to be quite impressive, but never to this extent. Yi Chun was, after all, the mysterious owner of Financial Street. She had heard whispers of the elusive owner, but had never seen him. She could hardly believe that the significant figure she had long regarded with reverence was right beside her, unbeknownst to her. "Oh, Yi Chun, you've deceived me for so long. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." After the initial shock, a surge of excitement welled up within Su Xin. With someone of Yi Chun's stature standing behind her, her once distant dreams were now within reach. Yi Chun turned to Su Xin, smiling. "General Manager Su, I must attend to some matters. I will contact you later." "All right, you go ahead. We shall speak afterward." From the moment Tang Yi appeared, Yi Chen had not cast a single glance at Chen Jianbin or even Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, both Zhang Feng and Chen Jianbin were filled with trepidation. Chen Jianbin was in an even worse state, his legs shaking, his demeanor resembling that of a stunned fool. Although Yi Chun had not mentioned Chen Jianbin again, Tang Yi was quite perceptive. "Manager Chen, please handle the resignation matters at the HR department shortly. I do not wish to see you in the Magic City again." "Ah." General Manager Tang, Chen Jianbin attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Zhang Feng. "Manager Chen, did you not hear General Manager Tang? She said she does not wish to see you in the Magic City again. Should my people spot you here again, You should be well aware of the consequences. As Zhang Feng's words faded, Chen Jianbin collapsed onto the ground. He understood that he would never set foot in the Magic City again. All that he had worked for in his life would be rendered meaningless. He would have to sell his house and leave his wife and children behind. It was not cowardice. Rather, he knew all too well the extent of Tang Yi's influence and ruthless methods in the Magic City, her words carrying absolute weight. He had no desire to sink into the abyss. Arriving outside the High Lawn building, Tang Yi respectfully opened the door of the Maybach. Although the crowd was not as numerous as before, many curious onlookers remained, eager to witness the owner of this prominent figure's vehicle. They had previously seen Tang Yi emerging from the car. Whether out of reverence for the prominent figure or mere curiosity about the goddess, the spectators lingered. However, when they saw that the esteemed Tang Yi was personally opening the door for a young man, their jaws collectively dropped in astonishment. What in the world is happening here? Who is this youth that has earned such honor from a prominent figure? At that moment, a Maserati passed by, and the girl in the passenger seat was admiring the sights of Financial Street. Suddenly, she spotted a figure and expressed confusion. What is going on now? Driving the car, Zhang Yu was at a loss for words regarding her overly excitable sister. Ever since that girl's arrival, it had been one surprise after another. Had she not startled herself into almost colliding with that expensive luxury car earlier? Fortunately, the car's owner was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, given her full liability for the accident, repairs would have cost tens of thousands. The invisible car wrap alone would have been a fortune. Seated in the back of the Maybach, Tang Yi closed her eyes to rest. Beside her, Tang Yi remained silent, occasionally twitching her lips as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Yi Chun, oblivious to Tang Yi's peculiar demeanor, continued to lounge with his legs crossed, feigning sleep. Before long, the vehicle halted outside the Financial Street Property Company building. "Boss, we have arrived at the company." Zhou Jiwei swiftly exited the car and opened the door from the back. "Please, boss." Yi Chen stepped out with a smile and glanced at Zhou Jiwei. "How old are you, little sister?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Tang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Little sister? If you were aware that the petite figure before you had once single-handedly taken on over 10 burly men and left them all battered, you would surely reconsider that designation." Meanwhile, Zhou Jiwei, upon hearing Yi Chen's remark, displayed an unexpected shyness. "Boss, I'm 21, she stammered. 21? Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. Glancing at Zhou Jiwei's elegant stature and innocent features, a term flickered through his mind. What was it again? Something about childhood? Tang Yi, observing Zhou Jiwei's demeanor, felt an urge to deliver a swift kick. "Hey, enough of this. What's with that look? Since when do you know how to be shy? I've never seen this side of you before." To be honest, although Zhou Jiwei was her capable assistant, they were also good friends outside of work. Ever since Tang Yi ascended to her position as the matriarch of the underworld in Magic City, she had recruited Zhou Jiwei from the underground fighting circuits. Zhou Jiwei had assisted her on numerous occasions, even rescuing her from perilous situations. Tang Yi felt immense sympathy for Zhou Jiwei's tragic childhood. She had lost her parents at a young age and was subsequently raised by her uncle, whose wife was a cruel woman. They barely allowed her to attend school before sending her off to work. Unfortunately, during her time working, she was abducted due to her youth and vulnerability. Fortunately, fate intervened when the human traffickers met with an accident, allowing her to escape. At that time, she was penniless, and due to her age, many legitimate companies were hesitant to hire her. Ultimately, she found herself working at a boxing gym. It seemed Zhou Jiwei possessed a somewhat masculine disposition, developing a fondness for boxing. Thus, she managed to balance her duties of cleaning the gym while simultaneously learning to box on her own, achieving remarkable skill without the guidance of a master. However, as a woman, she was inherently at a physical disadvantage. Yet, Zhou Jiwei diligently studied human anatomy and targeted vital points while fighting, inflicting significant injuries on her opponents. Consequently, when she could no longer compete in sanctioned boxing matches, she turned to the underground circuit. At the tender age of 16, she entered the underground fighting arena for the first time, and over the course of 3 years, she amassed an astonishing record of 100 consecutive victories until she encountered Tang Yi, after which she ceased competing in underground fights. This feat elevated her to a legendary status in the underground boxing scene, earning her the nickname the Diamond Lolita. Chapter 20. Just a mere 10 million worth of wine. Take it back for your father. Yi Chen's interest peaked momentarily, as he was not the type to be easily mesmerized by women. Just teasing the young girl was sufficient. He followed Tang Yi into the exclusive elevator, ascending to the 66th floor. The property company occupied the tallest office building on Financial Street, comprising a total of 66 stories. The structure stood proudly on Financial Street, akin to a prominent landmark. The neighboring Tangchen Yi Pin and the surrounding upscale residences offered a clear view of the property building. Tang Yi escorted Yi Chun to the office designated for the owner. As soon as the door swung open, Yi Chun was struck by the ambience within. Although the decor was not ostentatiously extravagant, it exuded a dignified charm of traditional Chinese style that enveloped visitors in an air of authority. Approaching the desk crafted from an unknown type of wood, Yi Chun gently rotated the chair. This sensation was quite pleasant. He paused, seated himself, and smiled. Yes, boss. Tang Yi explained, Financial Street is the economic hub of Hua Country and the core of Magic City's GDP. As the master of Financial Street, one must ensure that everything is of the highest quality. By the way, once we finalize the transfer paperwork, I will take you to see the Sky Villa. Sky Villa? The term intrigued Yi Chun. He had heard of both Sky and Villa separately, but together, it was a novel concept to him. Was it a villa suspended in midair? His imagination conjured images reminiscent of celestial abodes from fantasy novels. Tang Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her boss was top tier in every aspect, whether in looks or his domineering personality. However, his whimsical tendencies could be somewhat exasperating. Realizing her expression indicated he might be overstepping, Tang Yi clarified, Boss. The term Sky Villa is merely an exaggerated expression. It's certainly isn't floating in the air. Once we arrive, you will understand why it is called that. All right, Yi Chun acknowledged, aware that he had let his imagination run wild. Given that he had acquired a system, it was easy to draw absurd conclusions. Reflecting now, he realized he had indeed overthought it. His acquisition was that of a wealthy tycoon system, not a cultivation one, so there was no reason to envision celestial realms. Before Yi Chun could gather his thoughts, he noticed Tang Yi retrieving a stack of documents from a distant safe. What are you doing? Yi Chun inquired, puzzled. Tang Yi placed the documents on the desk and replied, Boss, these are all the paperwork for Financial Street, including property and land certificates, as well as various data pertaining to Financial Street. Please review them, and if there are no issues, kindly sign. This was Yi Chun's first experience handling such a significant transfer of assets, and he was prepared to relish the joys of being a capitalist. However, as a minute passed, he found himself overwhelmed. Just put it aside, he said, having flipped through a few pages filled with dense text that proved too much to bear. He tossed the documents aside nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. To Tang Yi, this action was far from what he intended. It was not merely a case of being overwhelmed by the volume of text. Instead, her astonishment was palpable. In her eyes, these documents were invaluable. Saying they could rival the wealth of a nation might be an exaggeration, yet they were certainly worth a fortune. If an ordinary person, even herself, were to possess these documents, they would be extremely elated. After all, owning such paperwork would elevate one to the ranks of the elite in Hua Country. Even the powerful figures in the capital would show deference to those who held such documentation, for it was synonymous with wealth. Boss, aren't you going to take a closer look? Any oversight could potentially impact your interests, Tang Yi cautiously inquired. Yi Chun shook his head slightly. It's fine. I trust you to handle it. To be honest, the usually steely Tang Yi felt a wave of emotion at this moment. The fact that Yi Chun could place such trust in her regarding the transfer of an asset like Financial Street made her feel deeply valued. How could she not be utterly devoted to such a boss? Rest assured, boss, I have already meticulously verified everything. There is absolutely no discrepancy. Once the formalities were concluded, Yi Chun was pondering the Sky Villa when Tang Yi suddenly asked, Boss, may I ask you something? Yi Chun, not overthinking it, replied, Sure, go ahead. Could I inquire about the whereabouts of Old Yi? Old Yi? Yi Chun paused momentarily before comprehending Tang Yi's intent. You mean the previous owner of Financial Street? Yes. Tang Yi replied eagerly. He has traveled far and wide. I have no idea where he is now. Yi Chun spoke truthfully, genuinely unaware of the former owner's whereabouts. He had merely received rewards from the system. What did he know of the past? Is he all right? Tang Yi expressed concern. She genuinely regarded Old Yi as family, for it was he who had offered her a chance at a new life during her most vulnerable times. Others might perceive a certain connection between her and Old Yi. In truth, Old Yi regards her as he would his own child. Apart from his indulgence, there exists no genuine affection. If you truly wish to seek him out, I will keep an eye out for you and notify you once I have any news, Yi Chun remarked, tapping his fingers lightly on the table and nodding. Thank you. Boss, Tang Yi replied, her previously despondent mood lifting somewhat upon hearing his words. Boss, allow me to show you the Sky Villa. At that moment, Tang Yi knocked on a concealed door, which then swung open. The two entered, taking an elevator that ascended to the rooftop. What greeted their eyes was a magnificent two-story villa occupying the entire top of the building. Although this villa lacked a garden or parking space, its opulence surpassed all expectations. Surrounding the villa were observation decks that offered panoramic views of the dazzling nightscape of the city. Upon entering the villa, the decor shifted from traditional Chinese style to a resplendent display of luxury. The assortment of internationally renowned furniture and appliances alone was worth millions. Various extravagant materials adorned the interior. Were this villa to be placed on the market, it would command a price in the billions. As they continued their tour, they arrived at a secluded wine cellar. The sight of countless exquisite wines took their breath away. Bottles of Romanicani and Lafite, each valued at over 100,000, littered the shelves, while those priced at 20,000 were casually stacked in the corners, hardly regarded as fine wines. One particular bottle of Mutai in a dedicated wine cabinet caught Chen's attention. Approaching it, he noticed the golden dragon patterns on the bottle and inquired, "Tang, is this Mutai?" "Indeed, it is," Tang Yi replied. "But this particular one is known as the Emperor of Mutai. I have heard Old Yi mention that it is called Han Di Mutai, with fewer than 10 bottles remaining in existence worldwide. This bottle was acquired by Old Yi at auction and has been preserved here without ever being consumed." "I see." Chen nodded thoughtfully before asking, "What is its current worth?" "At least 10 million, Tang Yi answered. Chen, much to her disappointment, did not exhibit the shock she anticipated. "Perfect. My father has a fondness for liquor. I shall bring it back for him to enjoy." He stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Tang Yi was rendered speechless. Is this truly the world of the affluent? A $10 million bottle of wine, so casually spoken of as if it were nothing. While 10 million may not seem significant, the collectible value of this wine far outweighs its monetary worth. If auctioned, collectors would undoubtedly bid astronomical sums for it, making consumption seem rather wasteful. Yet, everything here belongs to Chen, and how he chooses to utilize it is entirely his prerogative. Chapter 21. You shall remain in the city from now on. Just as Chen was contemplating how to relish the exquisite wines, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile graced his face as he waved Tang Yi away and answered the call. "Hello, Brother Yi, where are you?" Came the voice of Song Eru from the other end. "I'm at the office. Have you finally risen?" Chen noted the time. It was already afternoon. So Song Eru should indeed be awake. "Yes, I've gotten up. Are you coming back today?" "Of course. I have some free time now. Let me tidy up, and I will come pick you up." "Where are we going?" Song Eru asked, perplexed. "First, we shall procure a car for you, and if time permits, perhaps a new apartment. You cannot continue residing in a rental, can you?" Chen smiled as he reclined on the sumptuous sofa crafted by Bagley. "All right," Song Eru replied. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor of the Tianbao building across from the property management office, Lu Ruhan, adorned with a princess hat, stood listlessly by the floor-to-ceiling window, stifling yawns. Beside her, the poised Zhang Yu was engrossed in paperwork. Hearing her sister's yawns, Zhang Yu remarked disapprovingly, "I say, young lady, if you find yourself so bored, why not retreat to the lounge and amuse yourself on your phone instead of troubling me here?" "How am I troubling you? I merely yawned due to lack of sleep." "Is that a crime?" Lu Ruhan retorted, hands on her hips. "I am genuinely at a loss for words with you. I'll inform Annie upon my return to have you wed off sooner," Zhang Yu threatened. "You wouldn't dare?" Lu Ruhan's heart raced at the thought of her sister persuading their mother to arrange a marriage for her. Fine. I shan't annoy you any longer. From now on, I shall heed your words." She relented, for she was a staunch advocate of love by choice, firmly opposed to an arranged marriage. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of something. "Sister, look quickly. It appears to be that luxury car." "What luxury car?" Zhang Yu, startled, turned to her sister as she was about to get back to work. "The one belonging to that handsome guy." "What handsome guy?" "The one you owe money to." "But he hasn't demanded payment," Lu Ruhan exclaimed. Zhang Yu's expression darkened immediately. "I owe whom? And dare you not let me pay?" "Please. I am not referring to that kind of pay. It's compensation," Lu Ruhan clarified hastily, realizing her sister had misunderstood. "Compensation?" Zhang Yu was initially puzzled before recollecting. "Are you referring to that Pagani?" "Yes, sister. That's the one. I see his car parked right across at the property management office," Lu Ruhan exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yu approached the window and glanced down, frowning. "It's quite high up. Everything below looks like little black dots. How did you spot it?" Lu Ruhan pulled out her phone, zooming in, and indeed, the unmistakable sight of Chen's Pagani supercar came into view. It truly is that car. How could he park it in front of the property management office? Zhang Yu pondered, her curiosity piqued. It was known that the property management office was notoriously strict, allowing only its employees to park, while outsiders faced immediate towing. Even if Chen's car was worth over 100 million, if he were not affiliated with the company, he would not be treated leniently. "Sister, what if that handsome guy is an employee of the property management office?" Lu Ruhan speculated boldly. Zhang Yu shook her head. "That seems unlikely. The employees there are typically unremarkable, and those with any connection to the underworld are far from affluent. Most managers are middle-aged and certainly not young enough to fit that description. As for the leadership, it seems only Tang is in charge, so he cannot possibly belong to the property management. How peculiar. If that handsome guy is not affiliated with the company, What gives him the audacity to park his car in front of the property management office? Who knows? He could be there on business, Zhang Yu replied dismissively. Just then, a knock at the office door interrupted their conversation. Come in. The door swung open, and an assistant entered with a document in hand. Ms. Zhang. The pressure from Lei's Financial across the street is escalating. At this rate, we may not endure much longer. Upon hearing her assistant's words, Zhang Ye's expression darkened. Raymond is overstepping his bounds. Just because he executed a successful operation once does not grant him the right to gloat. The assistant hesitated, contemplating his words. Zhang Ye, feeling vexed, waved him away. Enough, I understand. I will find a way to address this. You may leave now. Understood, Ms. Zhang. After the assistant departed, Lu Ruhan furrowed her brow and said, Elder sister, has that scoundrel bullied you again? Zhang Ye nodded in affirmation. Although Raymond is quite despicable, his business acumen is rather impressive. A few days ago, I heard he tipped a streamer, costing the company a fortune. Yet he managed to recoup that loss from the stock market the very same night, and even made a considerable profit. Recently, Raymond has been negotiating with the property management company about renting the entire floor. If they agree, our company will have to relocate. How outrageous. If we move, we risk losing clients, and reorganization will waste valuable work hours. Lu Ruhan expressed her concerns. Never mind. I'll have a word with Raymond later and see if we can negotiate for him to rent another office floor, Zhang Ye said, rubbing her temples. Lu Ruhan scoffed. That seems unlikely. Didn't you have dealings with Raymond before? Each time I see the way he looks at us, it feels sinister. Who knows what vile thoughts lurk in his mind? In any case, we should try. I've been running this company here for several years and truly do not wish to move, Zhang Ye replied with resignation. After finishing a call with Song Eru, Yi Chun greeted Tang Yi and headed directly to the property management company, driving away. Parking was prohibited in front of the property management office. Yet Yi Chun enjoyed certain privileges, for he was the owner. Like a bolt of black lightning, he sped through the bustling streets of the magical city, with every vehicle hastily yielding in his path. It was not fear of collision, but rather a desire to avoid trouble. Even if the other party were at fault, they could still create a ruckus if they wished. Chapter 22, Brabus, G800. At the entrance of the community, Song Eru had been waiting for some time. With her distinctive long legs typical of a northerner, her mere presence attracted numerous glances. Coupled with her angelic visage, no man could resist stealing a glance. However, Song Eru remained oblivious to the attention, for her heart was solely occupied by one man, Yi Chun. Virum. The roar of the car's engine echoed as a striking black vehicle approached, executing a perfect drift before halting right in front of Song Eru. Upon seeing the handsome Yi Chun inside, a radiant smile graced her face. Brother Yi, you've come. Get in, Yi Chun replied with a smile. Did you miss me after just a few hours? Song Eru, known for her forthright nature, unabashedly replied, Yes, I missed you terribly. I don't think I can bear to be apart from you in the future. Hearing her sincere words, Yi Chun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Song Eru was the type to love fiercely. Even if Yi Chun had been penniless, she would have remained steadfast. However, had he been without wealth, their paths would never have crossed, nor would their relationship have flourished to this point. Of course, without money, it would have been impossible for him to take her out. They say that Wang Duoyu and Xia Zhu share true love, with Xia Zhu loving Wang Duoyu for who he is, not his financial status. Yet, every moment that Wang Duoyu moved Xia Zhu was facilitated by his financial means. Many women assert that impoverished men lack romantic understanding. However, they seldom ponder whether any man with wealth would be devoid of romantic notions. For the affluent, crafting romance is a trivial endeavor, gifting a car on a birthday or surprising with luxury goods during daily life. But how many men can truly achieve such feats? The romance you see online is merely the showcase of the wealthy, representing but a fraction of reality. In truth, 95% of men lack the means to provide such luxuries. This is not due to their incompetence, but rather because the economy of Huagua is dominated by capitalists. Without a robust background, even the most capable individuals merely serve the interests of the affluent, becoming targets for exploitation. Where are we headed? Song Yu inquired curiously as they settled into the car. First, we'll purchase a car, then we'll look for a house. All right, Song Yu replied cheerfully. In truth, her current wealth was sufficient for her to acquire both a house and a vehicle. Yet the sentiment behind buying for herself versus receiving from Yi Chun was distinctly different. The money Yi Chun had gifted her during the livestream was already ample for her to indulge. At the dazzling 4S car dealership in the magical city, reputed to be the largest in the area, renowned international brands were on display: Porsche, Maserati, Lamborghini, BBA, and more. After parking, the pair entered the showroom. As they stepped into the lobby, a well-endowed saleswoman approached them with a professional smile. Welcome. Hello. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. His demeanor was generally gentle. though he could become quite irritable when confronted with intolerable situations. He was the type who would not instigate trouble unless provoked, but would crush his adversaries if they dared to offend him. "Sir, may I ask if you are purchasing a vehicle, or is it for this lovely lady?" Chen gestured towards Song Yu. "I'm buying a car for my friend." "Very well, sir." The saleswoman then turned her attention to Song Yu. Upon first glance, she felt a sense of inferiority. Song Yu was breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even the most glamorous starlets. "Beautiful lady, do you have a specific model in mind? Perhaps regarding the brand, performance specifications, or price?" Song Yu shook her head. "I don't have preferences for brand or performance at the moment. As for price, it doesn't matter. Please, introduce me to some options." "Certainly, this way please." The saleswoman guided Chen and Song Yu to the Porsche section. "Madam, this is the Porsche display area. I believe your elegance would be perfectly complemented by a Porsche. Most women who visit here tend to choose the Porsche brand. The performance specifications and aesthetics of these vehicles are exceptional." Before them stood a Panamera, a true beauty among sports cars. However, after inspecting it, Song Yu slightly shook her head, not particularly impressed. "How much is this car?" The saleswoman replied. "Madam, the base price for this vehicle is 1.3 million. If you add some optional features, the total would be around 1.5 million. Song Yu nodded. "The price is acceptable, but I'm not quite sold on this car. Please show me some other options. Also, I prefer one with a higher chassis and more spacious interior. You know how it is. Our driving skills aren't the best, and a low chassis often leads to scrapes and repairs, which can be quite bothersome." The saleswoman smiled knowingly and remarked, "I understand. For a higher chassis and spacious interior, we only have SUVs available. How about this Cayenne? It's slightly cheaper than the Panamera and performs well among luxury SUVs." Taking a glance at the Cayenne's frog-like front, it did not align with Song Yu's aesthetic preferences. "I'm not fond of the Porsche front. Let us look at a different brand." "Of course, madam." The saleswoman patiently led Chen and Song Yu through various showrooms, showcasing the BMW X5, Land Rover Range Rover, Audi Q7, and Land Cruiser. Yet none captured Song Yu's interest. Finally, while in the Mercedes-Benz section, Song Yu's eyes lit up as she spotted a particular model, the Brabus G800. "I think this one is perfect." Upon noticing Song Yu's interest in the Brabus G800, the saleswoman felt a jolt of excitement within her. It is essential to recognize that this vehicle is no ordinary G-Class. Rather, it is a product of Mercedes' bespoke tuning division, commanding a price far exceeding that of a standard G-Class. "Madam, are you truly interested in this particular model?" the salesperson inquired, suppressing his excitement, fearing he may have misheard. "Indeed, I have set my sights on it." "What of it?" Song Yu replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yet Chen comprehended the salesperson's implication, which merely suggested disbelief at the exorbitant price of the vehicle. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he was aware of certain details regarding Brabus. Vehicles produced by Brabus are all upgraded versions of Mercedes, with each model priced at least double that of its standard Mercedes counterparts. "Very well, madam. Allow me to present to you the specifications and features of this vehicle. The Brabus G800 is the last ultra-luxury imported SUV available from our dealership. Once it is sold, it will not be restocked." "Why is that?" Song Yu questioned, perplexed. "Allow me to explain, madam. Such ultra-luxury SUVs are exorbitantly priced, offering poor value for money. Furthermore, those who can afford them typically do not give them a second glance, while those who cannot afford them would never consider purchasing one. Why would those who can afford it ignore it? The more expensive the vehicle, the more prestige it brings when driven out, does it not?" Song Yu still struggled to grasp the salesperson's point. "Let me elucidate, madam. Firstly, the maintenance and repair of such a vehicle can be quite cumbersome, as the after-sales service for imported cars is notoriously difficult to manage domestically. Moreover, the base price alone exceeds 8 million yuan, culminating in a total exceeding 10 million. Consider this, madam. While there are few vehicles in the same price bracket, those that exist are all well-renowned. Wealthy entrepreneurs in the 10 million yuan range often opt for Rolls-Royce or Bentley Mulsanne models. Young individuals, on the other hand, would likely gravitate towards sports cars, such as Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Additionally, even if a young person were to purchase a 10 million yuan luxury vehicle, they would typically favor a sports car for its allure and the ease it provides in attracting attention from women. In contrast, this vehicle is large and cumbersome, making parking a challenge, and generally, women do not pay much attention to such models. "I see," Song Yu nodded, beginning to understand. Chapter 23, The Accuser as the Villain. With a carbon fiber body and a V12 engine, this SUV accelerates from 0 to 100 in a mere 4.1 seconds, earning its title as the king of SUVs. After hearing the salesperson's introduction, Song Yu felt increasingly satisfied. "All right, I've made my decision. I'll take this vehicle." "Madam, you are certain?" The salesperson had anticipated that a vehicle with such a steep price tag would prompt the customer to deliberate carefully, perhaps even to return home for further consideration. He had been contemplating how to pursue this client, but was taken aback by the ease with which she made her decision. Yes, I'm certain. I can drive it away today, correct? If not, I shall reconsider my purchase. Song Yu was unaware of the convoluted processes often associated with car dealerships, where many customers wish to take their vehicles home the same day. Her desire to drive it today stemmed solely from her eagerness to experience it, without ulterior motives. Of course, if you wish to take it today, I shall proceed to handle the paperwork immediately. With that, the salesperson instructed Yi Chun and Song Yu to wait briefly as he rushed upstairs to notify the manager. Given the necessity of managerial approval for a sale of such magnitude, Brother Yi, what do you think of this car? After the salesperson departed, Song Yu turned to Yi Chun for his opinion. Yi Chun nodded. If you appreciate SUVs, this one is certainly among the finest. Let us go take a closer look. I suspect this dealership has only this G800 left, and it is destined to be yours. All right, Brother Yi. Song Yu could hardly contain her excitement. As the two were exploring the interior of the vehicle, a male salesperson approached with a scowl. Recently, Chui Jingfeng had been in poor spirits due to dwindling sales. Many customers had been intercepted by female sales staff. He had even lost a client he had been courting for 2 months. Furthermore, the clients he had recently encountered were a group of shameless internet celebrities, feigning interest in purchasing a vehicle merely to take pictures before departing. This infuriated him, and he resolved to never indulge such individuals again. As he passed by the Mercedes display area, he noticed the Brabus G800, which was attracting no attention, occupied by 2 individuals. Observing them seemingly fiddling with the controls and occasionally gesturing animatedly, he concluded they must be yet another pair of self-absorbed internet influencers. Approaching them with a stern demeanor, he rapped on the car window. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Chun and Song Yu, engrossed in their exploration, turned their heads, expecting the salesperson's return, only to find an unfamiliar male salesperson instead. Song Yu, seated in the driver's seat, lowered the window and inquired, "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Get out," Chui Jingfeng barked, lacking any semblance of politeness. "Excuse me?" Yi Chen's brow furrowed in irritation. Before he could respond further, the car door was yanked open, and Chui Jingfeng forcefully pulled Song Yu out. "What are you doing? If you're not here to buy a car, then leave immediately. This area is not a place for photos. You lot, dressed as if you've just come from a fashion show, seem more interested in flaunting wealth online than in making a purchase. If you don't leave promptly, I'll have you escorted out." Feeling the grip on her arm, Song Yu's anger flared. With a slight exertion, she applied a joint lock, causing Chui Jingfeng to instinctively yelp in pain. "Who do you think you are, manhandling me?" Song Yu was no fragile flower. Having been trained in martial arts from a young age, she found ordinary self-defense easy. "Ouch, let go. That hurts." Before Chui Jingfeng could finish his sentence, a towering and handsome figure loomed before them. "Yi Chun, you would do well to silence yourself, or you shall find yourself in a most unfortunate predicament." Confronted by Yi Chen's piercing gaze, Chui Jingfeng swallowed the words he had intended to utter. The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of onlookers, including other customers and sales personnel, who gathered around, their expressions reflecting concern for their colleague. "What is going on here? Why are you causing a disturbance?" A middle-aged man, seemingly in charge, stepped forward, his voice low and authoritative. Yi Chen tightened his grip on Chui Jingfeng's neck and replied coldly, "Disturbance? You ought to inquire about the actions of your employee. He dared to pull my girlfriend from the vehicle. Is he eager for trouble?" In the face of the growing crowd of sales staff, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. Although those who worked at the dealership often possessed formidable backgrounds, he himself was no ordinary individual. If it came to a contest of strength, his mere word could bring this dealership to its knees. With his status as a prominent figure in the financial district, countless influential individuals would vie for his favor. Regardless of the dealership's power, they would be compelled to acquiesce. Hearing Yi Chen's statement, the manager's brow furrowed. "Even so, you should not be so excessive. This is merely your perspective. You assert it as truth? Release him at once." Yi Chen chuckled coldly, surveying the crowd. "If you doubt my words, simply review the surveillance footage. The truth shall be revealed." "The cameras are malfunctioning," the manager retorted curtly. Upon hearing this, the customers exchanged skeptical glances, recognizing the age-old excuse. In such a large dealership, who would believe that the surveillance system is malfunctioning? This young man is destined to suffer. The dealership has its own connections, and now it is he who initiated the altercation. If this escalates, it remains to be seen how the dealership will handle him. A faulty surveillance system? Yi Chen chuckled. "Oh, you have a problem on your hands. According to regulations, any enterprise that fails to promptly repair its malfunctioning surveillance equipment is in violation of the law. Prepare to face an inspection." The person in charge scoffed dismissively, showing no concern for such trivial matters. Even if what Yi Chen claimed was true, what could come of it? It was merely a matter for the boss to resolve. They would downplay it. Mind your own business. If you don't release him now, you can expect legal consequences. Oh, but that's not right. You've already committed a crime, provoking trouble and willfully assaulting another person. This is a classic case of the villain crying foul. Others would undoubtedly be intimidated. After all, one cannot contend with a powerful entity. Yet, Chen was unafraid. All right, I await your lawsuit. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing the salesman to cry out in pain. Let me go, it hurts. At that moment, two individuals descended from the upper floor, the earlier female salesman and a portly middle-aged man. The female salesman wore a smile, eager to finalize the lucrative deal and claim her commission. As they reached the ground floor, they could hear the commotion from a distance. What is happening? The manager furrowed his brow. The female salesman glanced over and noticed it was the Mercedes display area, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Manager, it seems there's a dispute. Let us go take a look. Chapter 24. This pathetic dealership, I could shut you down. Call the police. The person in charge, witnessing Chen's continued aggression, exclaimed in fury. He was already prepared. Once Chen was taken away, he would ensure the boss dealt with this arrogant fellow. Chen remained unfazed, entirely unperturbed. Just then, the manager and the female salesman hurried over. What is going on? Upon seeing the manager, the person in charge hastily recounted the events, omitting the part where Cui Jingfeng had yanked Song Yu from the car, merely stating that Chen was causing trouble. The female salesman, realizing that the instigator was Chen, quickly interjected beside the manager. Manager, these are the individuals who were interested in purchasing the Brabus G800. Is it them? A manager of his caliber would not be easily fooled. Although the person in charge had refrained from commenting on Cui Jingfeng's wrongdoing, he had already deduced certain truths. Good afternoon, sir. I am Lin Lu, the manager of the brilliant automotive dealership. Shall we sit down and discuss this matter? Could you please release him? Seeing that the manager was reasonable, Chen did not wish to make things difficult for the junior salesman, especially since she had not mistreated Song Yu. You speak well, manager. Very well, I shall grant you this courtesy. With that, he loosened his grip, causing Cui Jingfeng to stumble forward, nearly falling to the ground, but fortunately, the sales staff rushed to support him. Freed from Chen's grasp, Cui Jingfeng felt a rush of anger and, trembling, pointed a finger at Chen, shouting, just you wait, this isn't over. He had already devised a plan. Once they reached the police station, he would not let Chen off easily, aiming to extort a hefty sum. What? Hearing Cui Jingfeng's continued bravado, Chen narrowed his eyes, his imposing aura causing Cui Jingfeng to instinctively withdraw. Enough, be quiet. The manager admonished, turning to Chen. Sir, let us discuss this over there. Chen led Song Yu to the lounge with the manager. Could you elaborate on what transpired earlier? The manager inquired calmly. Chen gestured towards Song Yu. Your staff forcibly removed my girlfriend from the vehicle. That is the crux of the issue. Manager Lin, if you wish to defend your employee, we may as well test the waters. Today, the matter is minor. My girlfriend has not sustained any injuries. Otherwise, I assure you, I could bring your dealership to its knees. Do you believe that? The manager was uncertain if Chen was boasting or genuinely possessed such power, but he leaned towards the latter. As the largest dealership in the metropolis, only a fool would make such threats without cause. The very act of making such a declaration indicated that he likely had substantial backing. While the manager's boss was indeed influential in high society, not everyone could be trifled with. There were always those deserving of respect. Sir, how this matter is resolved is up to the boss. May I make a phone call? Of course, Chen replied nonchalantly. Since witnessing Chen's capabilities at the Guojin Center, Song Yu felt reassured. The female salesman, sitting at a distance, felt restless. Sensing that her big commission was slipping away, Lin Lu stepped away to make the call. A languid female voice answered on the other end. Hello? In a grand bedroom within the Moon Lake Villa area, a graceful woman reclined against the headboard, lighting a cigarette as she answered the phone. Boss, there is something I need to report. Lin Lu spoke cautiously, recalling the boss's stern demeanor. What is it? Chen Qingyao replied coolly. There was a bit of a commotion at the dealership. A salesperson got into a quarrel with a customer, and there was physical contact. Lin Lu recounted the events. Chen Qingyao, growing impatient, responded, You disturb me over such trivial matters? No, boss. I could have resolved this normally, but after speaking with the customer, he seems quite formidable. He stated that if he wished, he could shut our dealership down. Oh, Chen Qingyao's eyes narrowed slightly at Lin Li's words. Interesting. Do you have any information on him? I only know his surname is Yi and that he is in his 20s. Yi, a young man? Chen Qingyao pondered briefly. The Yi family was prominent. She recalled that there were not many renowned families by that name in the metropolis, but she was familiar with most of them and doubted they would cause a scene at her dealership or make such grandiose claims. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be him? But she dismissed the idea. The prominent Yi figure did not appear to have children. All right, I understand. Please discreetly send me a photo, and I will get back to you shortly. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Chen Qingya contemplated for a moment before dialing another number. Far away at the financial street property company, Tang Yi's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she raised an eyebrow. Why is this old woman calling me? She was familiar with Chen Qingya, who was not a local but hailed from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Chen Qingya's rise to prominence was not without its controversies, and she was quite well known in the Yangtze River Delta, often referred to as the bamboo leaf green. They had interacted in the past, but Tang Yi found Chen Qingya to be a dangerous woman, hence their relationship remained superficial, akin to ordinary acquaintances. After 20 seconds, Tang Yi finally answered the call. Hello? Oh, President Tang, so busy that it takes you this long to answer a phone call. Chen Qingya's tone dripped with sarcasm, but Tang Yi remained unfazed. Is Mr. Chen so idle? Did he call me merely to gain a moment's advantage in conversation? Haha, that's not the case. I understand Mr. Tang's character well enough. He wouldn't dare make frivolous calls. May I inquire if your boss has any younger relatives? Upon hearing Chen Qingya suddenly mention her employer, Tang Yi's vigilance heightened immediately. What does Mr. Chen mean by that? Is my boss's affair something you can question? Chen Qingya smiled and replied, There's no need to be anxious, Mr. Tang. The situation is this. A young man came into my establishment today to purchase a vehicle and had a minor altercation with our sales staff. However, he claimed that with a mere word, he could shut down my dealership. He introduced himself as a member of the Yi family, and considering the limited circles in Shanghai, I am familiar with most of the Yi clan, except for your boss's branch, of course. I simply wish to inquire if he happens to be a descendant of your employer. After all, not many dare to threaten the closure of my enterprise, you see. Tang Yi furrowed her brow and asked, Is his name Yi Chen? I am not certain yet. However, a photograph may be sent shortly. I'll send you an image. If this is indeed the individual, you may handle it as you see fit. Wait, who exactly is he? Chen Qingya wished to ask further questions, but Tang Yi had already ended the call. After hanging up, a smile crept across Tang Yi's face as she located a photograph of Yi Chen and sent it directly to Chen Qingya. The image of Yi Chen was, of course, extracted from financial district documentation. Chapter 25, The Beautiful Temptress's Test. Upon receiving the photograph of Yi Chen from Tang Yi, Chen Qingya found herself intrigued and began to admire it. He possesses an appealing visage, certainly to my taste. I wonder, though, about his physique. Is he robust enough? Just as she was appreciating the image, Lin Lu discreetly sent her a photograph of Yi Chen as well. A comparison of the two images confirmed that they were indeed the same person. This was getting interesting. He was truly the real deal. Setting her phone down, Chen Qingya let her cigarette burn down slowly. She then picked up her phone and dialed Tang Yi again. Upon seeing Chen Qingya's call come through, Tang Yi already had an inkling of what was to follow. It must be Yi Chen, otherwise Chen Qingya would not have made this call, but would have simply sent someone to handle the situation. This time, Tang Yi answered promptly. Hello, what is it, Miss Chen? It was an obvious pretense. Chen Qingya smirked slightly and replied slowly, Mr. Tang, you must tell me who this young man is. You can't leave me to guess. Tang Yi's lips curled into a smile. He is my current employer. What? Before Chen Qingya could fully process the surprise, Tang Yi cheerfully hung up the phone. Although she held no significant grievances against Chen Qingya, the two women had always been at odds, and naturally, she relished the other's discomfort. Listening to the dial tone, Chen Qingya could no longer remain seated. This was outrageous. He was the boss of the financial district. Even though she wielded considerable power, many prominent figures in Jiangsu and Zhejiang still had to heed her. However, she could not afford to offend the financial district's boss. One word from him could see someone in Kyoto take action against her. Throwing off her covers, a graceful figure rose, unadorned, and opened her wardrobe filled with various high-end attire. After casually assembling a suitable outfit, Chen Qingya made her way to the garage housing her collection of luxury vehicles. Selecting a Ferrari 488 to head to the dealership. On the way, she called Lin Lo. Manager Lin, please ensure that Mr. Yi is treated with the utmost courtesy. Any negligence on your part, and it will cost you dearly. With a snap, she hung up the phone. Lin Lu, holding the phone in confusion, wondered, why does this feel like a threat? What have I done? Nonetheless, bewilderment aside, he knew he had to comply with his boss's orders, especially since he suspected Yi Chen's identity was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, such a powerful boss would not be so concerned. Returning to the dealership, Lin Li's face was already adorned with a broad smile. Mr. Yi, my boss, stop right there. No need for the honorifics. Just call me something else. The title young master Yi made Yi Chen uncomfortable, as it carried connotations of a spoiled rich kid. He was not spoiled, but he was undeniably audacious. There are times when one must exhibit a certain flair. He had no desire to play the role of a fool, like those protagonists in lavish novels who donned cheap clothing and were looked down upon wherever they went. His attire was anything but inexpensive, purchased from the International Financial Center. A complete ensemble cost upwards of 100,000. Anyone with discerning taste would recognize its worth. Mr. Yi. My boss said she will be arriving shortly to address your concerns. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Very well, I shall wait. Half an hour later, Chen Qingya finally arrived at the dealership, navigating through the congested traffic. Previously, it would take her around 2 hours to travel from Yuehu to the dealership. But now she accomplished it in just half an hour. This clearly indicated the importance she placed on Yi Chen. Particularly, considering his status, she had already begun to strategize. This conflict was, after all, an opportunity. While she possessed considerable strength, most of her enterprises were in the gray area. With the current stringent regulations, even with a solid backing, security was not guaranteed. If she could forge a good relationship with Yi Chen through this incident, perhaps she could venture into other industries and ultimately cleanse her reputation, alleviating her constant anxiety. She had never underestimated the power of those above her. Once someone was marked for retribution, the outcome was typically predetermined. Moreover, Yi Chen held influence not only in business, but also in the upper echelons of society. If he were willing to protect her, at the very least, he could ensure her safety in times of trouble. Rushing into the lounge, Chen Qingya took a moment to steady her breathing before pushing the door open. Upon hearing the door creak, everyone turned to look. In her 30s, she possessed a figure that rivaled even Song Eru. Particularly, her well-defined and powerful thighs would outshine even the legendary god legs of Song Yu. Coupled with her mature, charming, and intellectually alluring presence, she was undoubtedly a heartthrob for many men. Her shapely posterior left many entranced. Upon spotting Chen Qingya, Lin Lu dared not gaze too long and quickly bowed his head. Boss, you have arrived. Chen Qingya waved her hand, prompting Lin Lu to hastily escort the female sales staff away. Approaching Yi Chen, she confidently extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Chen Qingya, the owner of the dealership. You may address me as Ms. Chun or even as sister if you prefer. Yi Chen regarded her with a look of appreciation, unabashedly surveying her perfect figure without rising from his seat. Hello, Ms. Chun. I am not one to easily call others sister. He extended his hand and gave Chen Qingya a gentle shake. Chen Qingya did not take offense at Yi Chen's impoliteness. After all, he had the stature to be audacious. Mr. Yi, I have heard about the incident that transpired in the store earlier. I would like to offer my sincere apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Yi Chen shook his head. It was not a significant matter. For someone of Ms. Chen's stature to personally apologize, I have no intention of holding it against you. Mr. Yi, in light of my apology, I would like to offer you any vehicle from our dealership today, free of charge. Should there be any limited edition models that you desire which are not available here, I can arrange for them to be pre-ordered from overseas. Yi Chen shook his head again. I already own a vehicle. I am here to assist a friend in purchasing one. Let her choose whichever model she likes. At this moment, Chen Qingya's gaze shifted towards Song Yu, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Indeed, the women accompanying prominent figures are seldom ordinary. Just by her appearance, she is a rarity in this world. Song Yu, lacking the ease of Yi Chen, promptly rose to her feet before the formidable presence of Chen Qingya, greeting her with a respectful, "Hello, President Chen." Chen Qingya nodded slightly, addressing her as "Hello, young lady." With a snap of her fingers, Lin Lu entered the room. Please escort this beautiful young lady to view the car she has chosen. There will be no charges incurred for it, and the paperwork can be processed directly. Understood, boss. Lin Lu was utterly astonished. Who exactly was this young man that commanded such deference from the boss? He recognized the implication. This young man must possess an extraordinary background, prompting the boss to cultivate a relationship with him. As Song Yu stepped out to handle the paperwork, Chen Qingya took a seat beside Yi Chen, crossing her legs, her long, elegant limbs on full display. Mr. Yi, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of apology for today's inadequate hospitality. Yi Chen pondered briefly, responding, let us discuss it later. Very well. Mr. Yi, may I have your contact information? Of course. By the time Song Yu returned, Chen Qingya had composed herself and was seated elegantly across from Yi Chen. After completing the paperwork, Yi Chen bid farewell to Chen Qingya and departed with Song Yu. As they left, Chen Qingya appeared contemplative. From their brief interaction today, she sensed that Yi Chen was not so easily approachable. While she had confidence in her allure, Yi Chen's lack of reaction during their encounter in the lounge was unexpected. The common traits of other men did not seem to apply to him. Ultimately, Yi Chen did not insist on paying the bill. Although spending money could yield a tenfold return, he was not in haste for that trivial amount. There were numerous opportunities for expenditure. A mere few hundred million in cashback was inconsequential. Watching Yi Chen and Song Yu depart, Chen Qingya's smile gradually faded as she turned to the manager, stating flatly, I incurred an 8 million loss. Break the legs of that salesperson and throw him out. In truth, the 8 million spent was worthwhile. Had there been no conflict, even if she wished to befriend someone like Yi Chen. A mere 8 million would likely be beneath his notice. Now, she had spent a modest sum, made an acquaintance with Yi Chen, and even deepened that impression. However, the salesperson still needed to be dealt with. One must take responsibility for their mistakes. Chapter 26. My ventures are too ostentatious to provide discreetly. After leaving the dealership, Yi Chen and Song Yu each drove a car towards the sales office. Naturally, one must provide the best for one's own woman. They arrived directly at the sales office of Tang Chen Pin. Firstly, the property here is renowned, and secondly, its proximity to Financial Street ensures convenience for future visits. The sales office of Tang Chen Pin was relatively quiet. After all, the property prices were exorbitant, and those who intended to buy had already made their purchases long ago. Those who could not afford it wouldn't even consider coming. Upon entering the lobby, a salesperson approached them. Welcome to Tang Chen Pin. Are you here to view properties? Not properties, but cars, Yi Chen jested. The salesperson paused momentarily before stifling a laugh. You are quite the jokester, sir. Who comes to a sales office to look at cars? Song Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her man was indeed nearly perfect, yet his occasionally silly demeanor was both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, this only accentuated Yi Chen's charm. After all, a blend of dominance with approachability renders one more relatable. Being overly aloof could deter people from approaching. Since you already know we're here to look at properties, why not proceed with the introductions? If you can satisfy my friend with a property today, you shall consider yourself fortunate, Yi Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Certainly, sir. While it is often said that salespeople tailor their approach based on the customer, sometimes they underestimate individuals. However, Yi Chen encountered salespeople who were quite cultured and discerning. Indeed, these high-end sales professionals had undergone special training, with few exhibiting the traits of snobbery. Approaching the model display, the salesperson held up a folder, stating, At Tang Chen Pin, we have 4 buildings. Buildings A and B primarily feature larger units, while C and D offer slightly smaller configurations, with corresponding differences in price. May I inquire whether the young lady prefers larger or smaller units? The salesperson was, in fact, testing the financial prowess of Yi Chen and Song Yu. If they were affluent, they would likely opt for larger units. If not, smaller ones would suffice, allowing her to recommend appropriate properties accordingly. Without hesitation, Song Yu declared, The larger units, please. It's best to secure a property in one go. The salesperson felt reassured. It seemed these two possessed considerable means. The larger units at Tang Chen Pin commanded prices exceeding 100 million. Few would dare to even glance at them without substantial financial backing. Madam, are you looking to move in urgently? We have furnished large units as well as those that require renovation. If you prefer to design your own space, you may opt for the shell condition, the salesperson continued, aware that clients have varied preferences. Some prefer ready-to-move-in apartments, while others wish to decorate according to their personal style. Are there any furnished units available? Song Yu inquired curiously. Indeed, madam, we certainly have furnished options. Each client's situation is unique. Those who are busy and eager to move and typically choose furnished apartments. Then let us go with the furnished option. Renovating would be too tiring, Song Yu reasoned. While Yi Chen appeared carefree and indulged in leisure, he merely enjoyed playfulness rather than the constant scrutiny of property renovations. As for her, she needed to focus on her studies, leaving her with even less time. We have a total of 7 furnished units. Building A features units ranging from 800 to 1,000 square meters, while Building B offers units between 500 and 800 square meters. How large would you prefer? 1,000 square meters, please. Building A has 3 furnished units available. However, one is a penthouse, custom designed for a foreign tycoon. It spans approximately 1,900 square meters, featuring luxurious decor with materials from renowned brands, amounting to over 30 million for the renovation alone. The other 2 units were developed by our in-house design team, though their renovations are valued in the millions. The penthouse. Song Yu's interest was piqued. What is the price? Upon hearing Song Yu inquire about the penthouse's price, the salesperson realized they were dealing with significant clients. This penthouse was entrusted to us for sale by the foreign tycoon. The property has never been occupied. It has remained untouched since its completion, as the tycoon's overseas ventures have faced setbacks, preventing his return to the country. Therefore, he has entrusted us with its sale. The price is 450 million. That price seems reasonable, Yi Chen remarked, feeling satisfied. The per square meter price at Tang Chen Pin had skyrocketed to over 200,000. For a penthouse with superior luxury decor, selling for 450 million was not exorbitant. Very well, we shall take this one. Please show us the property. Certainly, sir. I will seek permission from the manager to obtain the key. Given its status as a penthouse, access must be authorized before any viewings. In the manager's office upstairs. Upon hearing the salesperson's report, the manager furrowed his brow. Have you verified their credentials? Do not merely come here to broaden your horizons, take a fleeting glance, and then depart. In such a case, you may find yourself bustling about, inadvertently soiling the property. Upon hearing the manager's words, the sales team began to feel a tinge of anxiety. Manager, I have yet to examine their qualifications. I will go downstairs to take a look. Enough of this hasty approach. Simply bring them up here so I can assess them. Understood, manager. The salesperson descended to the ground floor and informed Yi Chen and his companion about the qualifications required. Yi Chen nodded, showing little concern. He had heard of such requirements before. It seemed that Ferrari had previously instituted a similar policy. One must submit qualifications to purchase a Ferrari. For it is not merely a matter of having a few million at one's disposal. One must possess a certain level of status and capability. Upon entering the manager's office, Yi Chen inquired, what sort of qualifications are necessary to view the property? The manager perceived Yi Chen as rather youthful. While he might qualify for a standard unit in the prestigious Tang Chen Pin, the penthouse, which cost over 400 million, was another matter entirely. Even the owners of publicly listed companies would struggle to amass such a sum in cash. And even if they did, a portion of those funds would need to remain as working capital. This young man was certainly not a business owner. He was merely a wealthy second-generation heir. Could his family truly provide him with such a substantial sum for a home? Sir, first, we require you to present your bank card balance, and secondly, provide evidence of a substantial enterprise. The balance was no issue. It was the enterprise that gave Yi Chen pause. The manager, witnessing this hesitation, became even more convinced that Yi Chen was merely a wealthy heir, doubting his ability to afford the penthouse. In reality, Yi Chen had no difficulty in demonstrating substantial assets. Rather, his holdings were so significant that it was impractical to present them. As the undisputed backer of Financial Street, his qualifications were undoubtedly sufficient, yet they were also too ostentatious. Presenting them would likely intimidate even the owners of Tang Chen Pin. After much contemplation, he surmised that only the shareholders of the Guijin Center could be considered suitably discreet. To be honest, Yi Chen's portfolio was not extensive. He held stakes in Financial Street, the Guijin Center, and the Puji Pharmaceutical Group. Though limited in number, each entity was extraordinarily impressive. Financial Street, as the economic heart of Huaguo, needed no introduction. The Guijin Center, the largest shopping complex in Shanghai, boasted annual revenues exceeding tens of billions. Puji Pharmaceutical Group was the largest private pharmaceutical company, with hospitals spread across numerous provincial capitals, rivaling even the top-tier hospitals in patient care. Thus, Yi Chen deemed the Guijin Center the most understated of his assets. First, he decided to check his bank balance. Yi Chen retrieved his phone and displayed the balance. When the manager and the salesperson beheld the figure, their jaws dropped in astonishment. The salesperson could hardly resist counting aloud. 49 billion? This was the largest personal balance either of them had ever witnessed. They exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Chen. What caliber of wealthy heir was this? Even the son of the former richest man, Principal Wang, could not boast such a balance. Yi Chen, tucking away his phone with a smile, remarked, "Is the balance sufficient?" Beside him, Song Yu stifled a laugh at the bewildered expressions of the manager and salesperson. Having accompanied Yi Chen on numerous occasions, she had grown accustomed to the astonishment. While for the manager and salesperson, it was a first. I had no idea purchasing a home would be so complicated. As for providing evidence of my enterprise, would being the largest shareholder of the Guijin Center suffice? The manager and salesperson, still reeling from Yi Chen's balance, nearly fainted upon hearing this bombshell. What? You are the largest shareholder of the Guijin Center? My heavens, what level of affluence is this young man operating at? Having encountered many wealthy heirs in his capacity as a manager at Tang Chen Pin, he had never before encountered one as ostentatious as this. Especially considering the status of being the largest shareholder of the Guijin Center, he was undoubtedly among the most elite individuals he had ever known. That's enough. Shally, why haven't you taken these two gentlemen to view the property yet? The manager hastily retrieved the key to the penthouse from his drawer, urging them on. Yes, manager. The now recovered salesperson promptly responded. The sales office was located not far from Tang Chen Pin. Once they arrived at the community grounds, the security personnel verified their identities before granting them access. Frankly, the environment within the Tang Chen Pin complex was rather unimpressive. Were it not for the soaring property prices and prime location, it would not command its current exorbitant valuation. The greenery was mediocre, and the artificial fountains and road surfaces were showing signs of wear. The design appeared somewhat dated. This was Song Yu's first visit to such a nationally renowned luxury community, and she felt a pang of disappointment. However, facing the picturesque views of the Huangpu River, Tang Chen Pin still held certain advantages. Both hoped that the property itself would not let them down. The highest floors of Tang Chen Pin reached up to 44 stories, and they were to view the penthouse that spanned the 43rd and 44th floors, a spacious flat converted into a duplex. It must be said, that foreign billionaire had truly spent lavishly to persuade the developers to alter the layout. As an ultra-luxurious residence, it featured a one-unit per floor arrangement. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by the opulent entrance door, equipped with the world's most advanced biometric locking system. Entering the wrong password 3 times would trigger an alarm, and any forced entry would prompt a preemptive alert. Such doors could only be breached by highly skilled hackers or powerful explosives. Sir, madam, this is our state-of-the-art security door, accessible only to the registered owner. Upon opening the door, they were met with an interior that epitomized luxury. As they stepped inside, the human recognition lights at the entrance illuminated automatically, thanks to the fully integrated smart control system. Beyond the entryway lay an expansive living room with ceilings soaring over 5 meters high. A magnificent chandelier, custom-made by a world-renowned lighting company, hung above. The sofas were crafted by Bulgari, and each appliance, including the television, was worth over 100,000. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows were fitted with electronic curtains, offering a breathtaking view of the river. In the mornings, one could even glimpse the beauty of cruise ships passing by. Access to the second floor was provided by both a private elevator and a staircase. The elevator was equipped with a safety mechanism that would halt it in the event of a malfunction, ensuring the safety of its occupants. The staircase was constructed from the finest materials, with the handrails alone reportedly costing over $1 million. The residence boasted a walk-in closet, a private cinema, a study, a gym, and all conceivable amenities. The master and guest bedrooms combined numbered over 10. After touring the entire property, Yi-chun and Song-yu were exceedingly satisfied. Very well. Let us proceed with the purchase. Yi-chun nodded. Song-yu had no objections. Upon returning to the sales office, the manager personally brought tea and busily prepared the paperwork upon receiving the news. Mr. Yi, the paperwork for the property has already been authorized. You simply need to sign. Yi-chun gestured towards Song-yu, indicating that she should sign as the purchase was for her. The manager paused momentarily, astonished that such an expensive property could be so readily bestowed. Indeed, the world of the affluent is marked by its extravagance. Song-yu, her face flushed with embarrassment, affixed her signature. Clutching the property certificate and other formalities, she felt as though she were in a dream. While she possessed some wealth, courtesy of Yi-chun, it was hardly sufficient to purchase this residence outright. From now on, this shall be your home, Yi-chun remarked with a smile as he rose. By the way, prepare several parking spaces for me. He summoned the sales representative who had assisted him earlier, and after adding her on WeChat, he inquired about purchasing parking spaces. Sir, how many would you like? Each household is permitted only 1 parking space. Due to the nature of your property, you may only purchase 2, the sales representative replied. Somewhat troubled. 2 spaces? Yi-chun frowned. Although 2 would suffice, he worried that Song-yu's driving skills might not be up to par, rendering even 2 spaces inadequate. My wife may not be the best driver. 1 or 2 spaces might not suffice. Furthermore, we may have many vehicles in the future, so 2 would hardly be sufficient. How many cars do you anticipate? The sales representative asked, intrigued. Perhaps dozens, Yi-chun mused. He had a penchant for automobiles. Even if he did not drive them, he would certainly buy luxury cars if the opportunity arose. Dozens? The sales representative was left speechless. Could you perhaps exercise a bit more discretion? How could you possibly drive that many cars here? A twinge of envy crept in as she considered Song-yu's fortune and having such a lavish boyfriend. Yet, upon reflecting on the disparity in their appearances, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Sir, the directive regarding parking spaces comes from above. Each household is limited to 1, and I cannot procure additional spaces for you, she explained. From above? Whose directive? Your boss's? Yi-chun inquired. It's a directive from the boss. I've heard that the residents of Tangchuni Pin are all prominent figures. The 1-space rule is to prevent future disputes, the sales representative clarified. Yi-chun nodded, understanding the concerns of the owner of Tangchuni Pin. After all, its residents were indeed notable personalities, including stars and moguls. If matters were not handled fairly, it could lead to complications. All right, I understand. I will ensure that additional spaces are arranged, and I will speak to your boss about it. The sales representative was left at a loss for words. How can you be so audacious? Do you think merely mentioning it to me will suffice? Would your boss risk offending the esteemed residents here on your behalf? Chapter 28. Has my boss stirred up trouble again? Ignoring the sales representative's thoughts, Yi-chun took out his phone and dialed Tang Yi. Hello, boss. The call was answered promptly. Mr. Tang, can you get in touch with the owner of Tangchuni Pin? The owner of Tangchuni Pin? I can reach them. Is there something you need? Tang Yi assumed that someone from Tangchuni Pin must have offended Yi-chun, and she felt a twinge of concern for her boss's well-being. Previously, it had been Chun Qingyao from the dazzling car dealership, and now it was Tangchuni Pin. Are you out seeking trouble again? It's like this. I've purchased a property at Tang Chini Pin, but I can only acquire one parking space per household. I fear this may not suffice in the future. Please inform them to arrange a few more for me. Oh, is that the issue? Tang Yi sighed in relief. While Tang Chini Pin may not be the best, it was still a reputable real estate company with some clout. If a conflict arose, it could become somewhat troublesome. How many spaces do you require? Let us reserve 10 for now. Too many might be impractical for Tang Chini Pin to provide, Yi Chen stated, adjusting his request. If he demanded dozens, the owner of Tang Chini Pin might find it unmanageable. All right, I will handle it and update you shortly. Tang Yi instructed Zhou Jiwei to find the phone number and directly contact the current chairman. In a picturesque resort villa, an elderly lady in her 70s was teaching a young girl how to water flowers. Xiao Jia, I've watched you grow up. You are my elder brother's only granddaughter, and your father passed away early. In our Su family, you are our sole representative. Sometimes, it's essential to consider multiple perspectives and avoid being stubborn. Learn to empathize. Watering flowers may seem simple, but it involves much wisdom. You mustn't tea over water or underwater. Patience and careful nurturing are paramount. As a privileged youth, you are rare in our nation, but you must always show some grace when dealing with others. For future encounters may arise. No family is invincible. Even I, with the Tang group in my grasp, must tread carefully, lest I falter one day. Auntie, I understand. Rest assured, I shall remember your teachings, the girl replied. At that moment, a servant approached, holding a ringing phone. Madam, your phone is ringing. Who is calling? The elderly lady inquired as she stood to stretch her back. An unfamiliar number, ending in 5 sixes. Local to Modu? The servant responded. Yes, bring it to me. She commanded. The owner of such a number, being local, surely held significance. Hello, who is this? She answered the call politely. Hello, Director Su. This is Tang Yi from the Financial Street Property Company. Tang Yi, Miss Tang? The elderly lady was taken aback. Why was this individual calling her? There seemed to be no connection between them. One was a legitimate entrepreneur, and the other had a murky background, 2 worlds apart. Miss Tang, you must have something to discuss? At their level, there was no need for pleasantries. Director Su, my boss wishes to acquire several parking spaces at your Tang Chini Pin. I've been informed by the sales manager that the policy allows only 1 space per household. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Director Su was taken aback. Ms. Tang, are you saying your boss has purchased a property at Tang Chini Pin? Yes, Tang Yi confirmed. Regarding the parking spaces, it seems rather complicated. You know the caliber of residents there. If we cannot treat everyone fairly, there could be unrest. Director Su expressed her concerns. Tang Yi scoffed. Director Su, just tell me if you can sell my boss a few more spaces. The matters of those residents are not your concern. If they wish to cause trouble, I will handle it. Director Su understood that refusing today's request was no longer an option, although overturning her own directive could tarnish her reputation. The weight of Tang Yi's words left her little choice. After all, in Modu, if Tang Yi wished to exert influence over the Tang group, she certainly could. At least in real estate, if she did not want you to proceed, you would not be able to. Very well, Ms. Tang. With your endorsement, I will have no objections. Excellent, Director Su. I will notify my boss, and please ensure the sales office processes this as well. Understood. After hanging up, Su Xiaojia asked with curiosity, Auntie, who is this Tang Yi? Why do you appear somewhat apprehensive around her? Director Su motioned for the servant to leave and turned to Su Xiaojia. You haven't heard of Tang Yi? That's quite normal. Let me share some insights with you. A few years ago, do you know who held the most power in Modu? Of course, it's well known. In Modu, the Du family reigned supreme. The phrase had been widely circulated, after all. Ms. Su let out a cold laugh. Indeed, that was the case several years ago. After all, the esteemed ancestor of the Su family was the king of the Magic City during the war years. As I mentioned earlier, no family remains undefeated. A few years back, the Du family was indeed dominant in the gray industry, but a woman rose to prominence and seized half of their territory. Su Xiaojia, being an astute woman, couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Tang Yi? Miss Su nodded slightly. Indeed, it is she. Tang Yi is undoubtedly a legend, although she is not yet 30. Her methods are exceptionally ruthless. It is said that she has become the adopted daughter of the boss in the Magic City, and coupled with her merciless nature, even the Du family fears her. 3 out of the 4 formidable members of the Du family have perished, and the remaining one is utterly terrified. In the end, the Du family had no choice but to seek peace. Were it not for the changing times and the stringent crackdowns from above, they would struggle to retain even half of their current holdings. Ah, is she that formidable? Su Xiaojia gasped in astonishment. Of course, you mentioned that you fear Tang Yi, did you not? It is not fear, but rather apprehension. We are legitimate business people, and what we dread most is dealing with individuals of such a background. We can leverage our achievements and the development of the city as bargaining chips. But for someone of Tang Yi's stature, Such tactics are utterly ineffective. Provoking someone like her will inevitably lead to relentless troubles, and we might even jeopardize our investments. Although we are wealthy and possess considerable assets, we cannot withstand such turmoil. Su Xiaojia nodded. I understand, Aunt. By the way, I heard that Du Qi has been pestering you lately? Ms. Su shifted the conversation away from Tang Yi and inquired about Su Xiaojia's personal matters. Upon hearing Du Qi's name, Su Xiaojia pouted. Yes, Aunt, it's driving me insane. Despite being such a prominent individual, he resorts to such rogue behavior that I can hardly go to the office now. Ms. Su smiled faintly. In the past, I might not have had a good solution, as the Du family is not easy to provoke, but now. Su Xiaojia pondered for a moment. Is it not true that the boss from Financial Street is looking to purchase parking spaces? You should personally go there and handle it nicely, ensuring he feels your sincerity. There's a business cocktail party tomorrow evening, seemingly right on Financial Street. You should extend an invitation. I understand, Aunt. After exchanging words, Su Xiaojia hurriedly departed. Ms. Su looked at her somewhat impulsive niece and couldn't help but shake her head with amusement. Still so childlike. Chapter 29. The Circle of Friends explodes. Ding. Spending 450 million. Tenfold returns. 5 billion. Consumption crit reward. Body reshaping. After settling the payment at Tang Chini Pin, the delightful sound of the system's reward finally rang out. He had spent a considerable sum lately, yet had not received any crit rewards, which had left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Receiving another consumption reward now felt akin to an ordinary person winning 5 million in the lottery, pure bliss. According to the system's introduction, this body reshaping was no simple matter. It was a form of physical enhancement, granting a unique constitution. In essence, after reshaping his body, all aspects of his attributes would elevate, transcending the realm of ordinary humans. While Yi Chen reveled in the system's crit reward, awaiting news regarding the parking spaces, a charming pink Porsche 918 slowly cruised to a stop outside the sales office. Though this vehicle could not rival Yi Chen's Pagani Huayra, it was undoubtedly a top-tier luxury car. Su Xiaojia, adorned with limited-edition sunglasses, stepped out, drawing countless gazes. While not exceptionally stunning, she possessed an allure that was undeniably captivating. With the unique charm of the Jiangnan water towns, her delicate figure exuded a gentle aura. As she exited the vehicle, the sales office manager promptly approached her. Miss, you have arrived. Although Su Xiaojia was not a member of the Tang family, her connection to Ms. Su granted her a high status within the Tang group. Is Mr. Yi inside? Yes, Mississippi nodding at the manager's words. Su Xiaojia proceeded inside. Upon reaching the VIP room, she found Yi Chen lounging on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. At first glance, Su Xiaojia felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Yi Chen was extraordinarily handsome, perhaps the most striking man she had ever encountered. Naturally charming. He was considered the campus heartthrob, and with the recent enhancements from the system, he appeared as if reborn, with both his physique and demeanor significantly elevated. Upon hearing her footsteps, Yi Chen and Song Yu looked up. With a smile, Su Xiaojia approached confidently, extending her hand. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Su Xiaojia, the representative from the Tang group responsible for arranging your parking spaces. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Hello. After an exchange of polite greetings, Su Xiaojia took a seat opposite Yi Chen and spoke slowly. Mr. Yi, the 10 parking spaces you ordered have been prepared by the company prior to your arrival. However, as you are aware, the situation at Tang Chini Pin is quite unique. We have made an exception to accommodate you with these spaces, but there may be some complications down the line. Yi Chen waved his hand. No worries, just ensure the parking spaces are arranged. We will handle the subsequent matters. Su Xiaojia quickly clarified. Mr. Yi, that is not my intention. Since we have decided to make an exception for you, we will certainly find a way to resolve any resulting issues. The Tang group sincerely wishes to befriend you. Understanding her words, Yi Chen discerned that the Tang group must be aware of his identity and were thus eager to curry favor. Very well, I will remember this favor. And if the Tang group requires assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Once all the formalities were completed, Yi Chen stood up, preparing to leave with Song Yu. Just a moment, Mr. Yi, Su Xiaojia called out. Miss Su, is there anything else? It's regarding a cocktail party tomorrow evening on Financial Street. I wonder if you are available? Tomorrow evening? I believe I have no prior engagements. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Currently, he had ample free time. All right then, Miss Su, it's settled. I will give you a call tomorrow evening. Great. Returning to their residence at Tang Chini Pin, Yi Chen embraced Song Yu on the sofa, admiring their future home. At this moment, Song Yu felt as though she were in a dream, unable to fathom that she would someday reside in a house worth over 400 million. Alongside a boyfriend as perfect as Yi Chen, holding Song Yu and savoring her exquisite figure, Yi Chen felt a surge of desire. Shall we take a rest for a while, my dear? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Song Yu's face flushed. Although she was a typical strong woman from the Northeast, she still felt a bit bashful regarding such matters. Nevertheless, she did not refuse, responding with a faint, almost inaudible, In truth, Yi Chun was not overly eager. He merely wished to test certain abilities following his recent physical enhancements. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the commotion in the bedroom did not subside until after 6. Yi Chun wore an expression of lingering satisfaction, while Song Yu lay sprawled, resembling someone exhausted from intense exercise. Just as she was about to doze off, the sudden ringing of her phone jolted her awake. "Hello, Song Yu, where are you?" A female voice inquired from the other end of the line. "I'm outside, what's up?" Song Yu replied to her roommate's question. "Hasten your return, for I have just learned that the evening study session is overseen by the enigmatic black-faced deity, who may take attendance. If you do not return, you risk failing the course." Upon hearing of the black-faced deity's presence, Song Yu could no longer remain seated and hastily donned her attire. Yi Chun, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" To which Song Yu replied, "The evening study session is personally supervised by our instructor. Should my name be called, and I am absent, I could easily find myself in jeopardy of failing." Although Song Yu no longer required a mere university diploma, she felt a sense of obligation to her family. Yi Chun did not insist she stay, instead advising her to drive safely on her way, allowing her to depart. As he gazed at the empty room, Yi Chun, consumed by boredom, casually recorded a video of his luxurious residence and posted it on his social media. The monotony of the day was indeed unbearable. This social media post was a mere afterthought, yet it unexpectedly ignited a flurry of responses. He had unwittingly added numerous streamers, along with his existing friends and some recent acquaintances. "A fairy has liked your post. Su Xiaoxiao has liked your post. Lin Zhao has liked your post. Chen Yu Jiawao, big brother, your house is stunning. I would love to spend some time there. Chen Qingya, is this the Tang Chen Yipin? Mr. Yi truly knows how to indulge." Tang Yi posted a cold smile emoji. Song didn't like the post. Merely 10 minutes after posting, Yi Chen's phone began to incessantly chime with notifications. Upon opening the device, a torrent of messages greeted him. "Chen Yen, big brother, I had no idea you were so wealthy, residing in Tangshan Yipin." Su Xiaoxiao accompanied her message with an envious emoji. "Lin Zhao, big brother, do you have some time? I still owe you my gratitude for the gifts you showered upon me last time. Shall we dine together? Chen Qingya, Mr. Yi, seeing that you have some free time, would you honor me with a meal?" Yi Chen filtered out the messages from Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhao, as they were merely streamers he had added on a whim. However, he pondered briefly before replying to Chen Qingya. "Certainly, Miss Chun, please choose the venue, and I shall arrive shortly." "Okay." Chen Qingya responded with an affirmative emoji. Chapter 30, I wish to dine, he must accommodate. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, a Western restaurant, is situated at the Bund in the magical metropolis. It is said to be the pinnacle of fine dining in the city, with an average expenditure reaching 5,000 yuan. It accommodates only 10 guests daily, and reservations must often be made half a month in advance. The establishment also has peculiar operational hours. Located on the 6th floor of number 18 on the Bund, it boasts an exquisite view of the river, offering a luxurious experience that captivates the imagination. Yet, this restaurant is accessible only to a select few. The majority can only gaze longingly from afar. Chen Qingya had made a reservation here. After parking his car, Yi Chen looked at the historically rich building before him and smiled faintly. Although he was not a local, he had certainly heard of this premier dining establishment. Entry requires not only wealth, but also a formidable social standing. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Chen Qingya waiting there with a smile. "Good day, Miss Chun. Why are you waiting here? Have you not entered?" Chen Qingya was adorned in a dress with a daring slit, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, exuding a mature and sophisticated beauty. Her long legs peeked enticingly from the slit, provoking a curiosity that could not help but captivate Yi Chen's gaze. Noticing Yi Chen's lingering stare, Chen Qingya felt a thrill of delight. It appeared that regardless of status, men were unable to escape their inherent nature. "The restaurant has certain peculiar rules. I feared that Mr. Yi might feel neglected upon arrival, so I chose to wait here." Despite having only met Yi Chen once, she had gathered some insight about him. Though the restaurant's owner was quite powerful and well-connected, should Yi Chen be displeased, it could lead to considerable trouble for the owner, which Chen Qingya wished to avoid. Peculiar rules? Yi Chen paused momentarily before chuckling and shaking his head. "Is it that Ms. Chen fears I might cause trouble for this establishment? Rest assured, I am not one to be so petty. I am rather easygoing," he added. Chen Qingya inwardly scoffed at this notion, recalling how he had quibbled with a junior sales staff during the day, had she not intervened. The car rental service might have faced repercussions. "Ah, yes, of course, Mr. Yi, whatever you say." Yi Chen's expression darkened slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated by Chen Qingya's apparent disbelief. "Let us not linger here. I have heard much about this restaurant, yet I have never had the chance to visit. It will be interesting to see what makes it so exceptional. As Chen Qingya and Yi Chun entered the restaurant together, she remarked, Mr. Yi, this establishment has a history spanning decades. I have heard that the largest shareholder is from a romantic nation. It serves authentically French cuisine. The romantic nation is renowned for its charm, and this restaurant exemplifies that. I assure you will not be disappointed. The elevator to the 6th floor opened, revealing a decor imbued with warmth and romance. The welcoming staff, clad in elegant kipayos, were of such caliber that they would be considered goddesses in any other context. Yet here, they were merely the most junior of servers. Welcome to Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. We shall provide you with the finest service. Chen Qingya gestured, Table 1, please. The server, upon hearing her request, respectfully replied, Certainly, madam, please follow me. As they walked, the ambience exuded romance and opulence at every turn. Welcome, sir and madam. This is Table 1. A professional staff member will attend to you shortly. May you both enjoy your meal. After the server departed, Yi Chen observed the seating arrangements. All designed for outdoor dining, but entirely private. The French dining tables were adorned with exquisite candles, and the cutlery was arranged with meticulous precision. The table offered a direct view of the Huangpu River at night, with the bustling Bund promenade below. The location was nothing short of spectacular, providing a sense of tranquility and delight. Quite impressive, indeed a high-end establishment, Yi Chen commented after surveying the surroundings. Chen Qingya covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. It seems Mr. Yi is quite pleased with today's arrangements. Indeed, Ms. Chen's planning is impeccable. However, I must inquire, your excessive courtesy, what is your true intention? Yi Chen suddenly shifted the topic, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chen Qingya, a seasoned veteran in such matters, maintained her composure without a flicker of emotion. Mr. Yi, I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you. Oh, Yi Chen elongated the sound, his tone laced with significance. Then I must consider myself quite honored. Chen Qingya smiled. No, it is I who am fortunate to have met someone of your caliber, Mr. Yi. Enough of this banter. Let's expedite the service. I am eager to see if the culinary offerings at such a prestigious venue live up to their reputation. Chen Qingya snapped her fingers, and the service staff, who had been waiting outside for an unknown length of time, began to enter one by one. Each of them was a tall and striking beauty, adorned with subtle makeup, some even surpassing the allure of internet celebrities. Yi Chen smiled as he admired them. Although he was not a man driven solely by desire, he appreciated the beauty of women. After all, it is a natural inclination of man. A series of exquisite dishes were placed on the table, culminating in a bottle of red wine. Yi Chen recognized this particular wine as Romanicani, worth over $1 million. It seemed that Chen Qingya had spared no expense for this meal. Shall I open the wine now? A polite server inquired. Chen Qingya nodded. Please do. The wine was poured slowly into a decanter. Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal. Yi Chen counted and discovered that there were 35 staff members attending to them. Such treatment was indeed befitting a top-tier restaurant. Gazing at the Kobe steak before him, Yi Chen picked up his knife and fork, delicately cutting a piece to savor. After a thoughtful taste, he nodded. Not bad. The steak is quite fresh. Chen Qingya swirled her wine glass, stating, the steaks here are all air-freighted on the same day. They are guaranteed to be the freshest. If they are not sold on the day of delivery, they will not be used the next day. Upon hearing Chen Qingya's explanation, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. No wonder the prices are so high here. It seems the wastage is significant. Indeed, she replied. Jack is a perfectionist, and his restaurant is dedicated to providing the finest, so the ingredients must be impeccable. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Quite right. It appears I shall have to frequent this place in the future. Chen Qingya chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Mr. Yi, you are quite the jokester. Do you know how long it takes to secure a reservation at this restaurant? 2 to 3 months. If I weren't friends with the owner, we would have to wait 2 months just to dine here. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. If I desire to dine here, he must accommodate me. I possess that much confidence. Chen Qingya paused, realizing she had indeed overlooked Yi Chen's status. If he truly wished to dine here, a simple notification to Tang, it would ensure the owner would comply without hesitation. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing generously, both Yi Chen and Chen Qingya found themselves slightly tipsy. Of course, after Yi Chen's transformation, such a modest amount of alcohol posed no issue for him, while Chen Qingya appeared genuinely affected. However, with a woman like her, it was difficult to discern whether her state was real or feigned. It was entirely possible that her demeanor was an act. Licking her lips delicately, Chen Qingya sighed. Mr. Yi, do you have any idea how vigilant a woman must be to attain my level of status? Yi Chen nodded. I have some understanding. Women are, after all, a vulnerable group. Although it may seem glamorous from the outside, many are undoubtedly watching from the shadows. With a rueful smile, Chen Qingya raised her wine glass, stepping to the railing to gaze at the river. Ah, who could argue otherwise? Since I entered this society, I have been constantly under scrutiny. When I was weak, it was the little people who were watching. Now that I am strong, it is the powerful who keep an eye on me. To protect myself, I have employed various means. I consider myself fortunate. Though the journey has been fraught with obstacles, I have finally acquired the ability to safeguard myself. She paused, her thoughts trailing off. Yi Chen, watching her as she appeared like a delicate flower, chose not to interject. After a moment of silence, Chen Qingya continued, I feel weary. I long for a man who can provide me solace, someone I need not fear or be on guard against, a dependable support. Yet, I find it difficult to trust anyone, for I cannot discern who harbors ulterior motives and who is genuinely sincere. One misstep could obliterate everything I have achieved. Mr. Yi, who do you think I should trust? As Chen Qingya looked at him with a gaze full of yearning, Yi Chen felt a cold smirk form inside him, though he displayed nothing outwardly. Instead, he exuded an air of compassion. Rising from his seat, he approached her softly. Chen, do not overthink it. Are we not friends now? If you ever need assistance, I will surely help you if I can. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Qingya felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this young man was easily swayed, and with just a slight maneuver, she could effortlessly manage him. Regardless of his powerful background, he would inevitably bow before her. Really, Mr. Yi, if I were to face trouble one day, would you truly assist me? Of course, he affirmed. I, Yi Chen, am a man of my word. Once I commit, I shall not renege. You are truly wonderful, Mr. Yi. I admire men like you, upright and resolute. As she spoke, Chen Qingya stepped closer, gently leaning against him. Yi Chen refrained from embracing her. Instead, he gazed out at the river, a smile gracing his lips. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Chen Qingya to shiver slightly, prompting her to nestle closer, as if yearning to merge with him. Finally, Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. The wind has picked up. We should be on our way. All right. Chen Qingya reluctantly withdrew from his embrace, feigning reluctance. The meal had cost over 130,000, with the wine alone costing 1 million and the Western dining expenses amounting to 300,000. Since we are drinking, I shall not drive. I will have someone come to pick us up, Chen Qingya announced as they stepped outside the restaurant. Yi Chen nodded. Very well. Mr. Yi, the driver will arrive shortly. Shall we take a stroll in the meantime? Absolutely. They found themselves on the bond, and as they walked along the pedestrian street, Chen Qingya, perhaps feeling fatigued, removed her high heels and carried them, reminiscent of a carefree girl who occasionally walked along the stone walls. Mr. Yi, do you know? Being with you today feels so liberating, as though I have distanced myself from cunning schemes and the complexities of strife. Yi Chen casually accepted the high heels from her, smiling. If you enjoy it, I can accompany you more often for relaxation. That is a promise. It was as if Chen Qingya had been waiting for Yi Chen's words, responding without hesitation. Of course. As Yi Chen chuckled, he pulled out his phone and began to read. A profile appeared on the screen, sent by Tang Yi. Chen Qingya. Gender, female. Age, 28. Place of origin, Jiangsu Zhejiang Province. Nickname, Bamboo Leaf Green, a notable wealthy businesswoman in the Yangtze River Delta. Marital status, unmarried. Profile, chairwoman of the Brilliant Group, with a company valuation of 120 billion. Main business, import and export trade, rumored to include smuggling of contraband and other gray businesses. Yet this remains uncertain and requires further investigation. This was the information Tang Yi had gathered about Chen Qingya. Shortly after, a message pinged through WeChat. Boss, if you are to be with Chen Qingya, exercise caution. I have just discovered that she was once a member of the Money Society. What is the Money Society? Yi Chen replied, puzzled by Tang Yi's message. The Money Association, once the most prominent gang in the Yangtze River Delta, later disbanded for reasons yet to be discerned. The leaders of its various factions were once affluent figures, surreptitiously wielding control over the economic lifeblood of the region. Each individual held substantial power in their respective domains. Notably, the Du family from the Magical City had previously been associated with the Money Association. It is rumored that they were merely one among the many leaders. As for Chen Qingya's role within the association, it remains elusive. My contacts have failed to unearth any significant information. Upon digesting the message sent by Tang Yi, Yi Chen's wariness towards this woman, Chen Qingya, deepened. Such a woman is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Mr. Yi, what are you up to? Chen Qingya turned at a distance, noticing Yi Chen engrossed in his phone, and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Oh, nothing much. Just a few words exchanged with a friend, he replied nonchalantly. Was it a woman? Chen Qingya asked, her tone laden with implications. Indeed, you know me well, President Chen. Yi Chen admitted with a chuckle. Of course, a man like you must have countless women vying for your attention, she retorted playfully. And what of you? Yi Chen countered suddenly. Me? Chen Qingya paused momentarily, then shot him a glance. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen responded coolly. I find it improbable. As your vigilance is exceedingly high, I suspect that anyone in your eyes is merely a pawn for your benefit. Once they lose their utility, they are swiftly cast aside. This revelation astonished Chen Qingya entirely. Why do you say that, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen understood that unless he exposed her, Chen Qingya would never concede. President Chen, you mentioned arranging a driver for us. Yet those individuals have been present by your side all along, haven't they? The reason you delayed in introducing your so-called driver was merely to draw me closer, employing certain tactics to firmly anchor me to your ship. Am I correct? At this, Chen Qingya ceased her pretense, breaking into an unabashed laugh, clapping her hands in applause. Bravo, Mr. Yi. It appears nothing escapes your keen perception. Indeed, those individuals have been with me, but you should understand my position necessitates such security measures. They are all my bodyguards, meticulously trained to protect me at the first sign of danger. Chapter 32. Does Mr. Yi not feel it beneath his dignity? As her identity was revealed, Chen Qingya's subordinates approached, all clad in black suits and equipped with earpieces, unmistakably seasoned bodyguards. Boss, one towering figure, resembling a human colossus standing at nearly 6.5 feet, approached respectfully. Chen Qingya nodded slightly, and the man lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. Witnessing this exchange, a spark of realization ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. It seemed Chen Qingya was far more formidable than her dossier suggested. Prepare a vehicle for me. I shall be returning with Mr. Yi, she instructed. Understood, boss. The bodyguards escorted Yi Chen and Chen Qingya to the pedestrian street, attracting countless curious glances along the way. Spectators speculated on the identities of the two, as their procession rivaled that of a film shoot. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Chen and Chen Qingya occupied the rear seat, while a stern-faced driver navigated the road with hawk-like precision. Four Mercedes-Benz S-classes trailed behind, exuding an air of grandeur. As they entered the Yuehu Villa district, the Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before Villa 23. Mr. Yi, would you care to come in for a while? Chen Qingya offered with a smile. Yi Chen replied with a slight grin. Why not? Are you planning to devour me? With a mischievous smile, Chen Qingya replied. Now, that remains to be seen. The villa's decor was resplendent, spanning 3 stories, with a living room boasting a 10-meter ceiling, its opulence rivaling that of his own residence. What would you like to drink? Chen Qingya casually tossed her high heels aside and padded barefoot toward the bar. Anything will do, he responded. Before long, Chen Qingya returned with 2 glasses, one filled with red wine for her, and the other with water for Yi Chen. Having never been fond of alcohol, Yi Chen took a delicate sip of water. As they engaged in casual conversation, the moon rose high in the sky, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yi Chen marveled at the picturesque view of Yuehu. I had no idea such beauty existed within the villa district of the magical city, he mused. Indeed, the scenery of Yuehu is truly exquisite. Although it may not be the most prestigious villa, its environment is undoubtedly top-notch, Chen Qingya affirmed. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you see that villa district in the distance? Yi Chen nodded. That is our Shishan villa. Its greenery surpasses that of Yuehu by a factor of 2, and it comprises island residences. Should you find it appealing, you could certainly acquire a property there. I assure you, it would not disappoint. Shishan Villa does sound enticing, Yi Chen admitted, feeling somewhat tempted. After conversing with Yi Chen for a while, Chen Qingya fanned herself and remarked, Mr. Yi, please make yourself comfortable. I will go change into something more suitable, as it's rather warm. Yi Chen blinked. Warm? Is this not a climate-controlled house? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he ascended the stairs. A door was slightly ajar, emitting a soft glow. Approaching quietly, he beheld a scene that nearly left him breathless. A voluptuous woman with fair skin and curvaceous contours stood before the dressing mirror, admiring her own figure. Since Mr. Yi is here, why not come in and sit for a while? It would be beneath your dignity to remain outside, Chen Qingya called out, and Yi Chen, undeterred, confidently stepped inside. Chapter 33. The police have been notified. As Yi Chen drifted into slumber, in a small tavern within a county in the Black Province, a middle-aged couple sat with furrowed brows. Old Yi, speak up. What shall we do? The woman urged, her eyes wide with concern. Yi Hansheng, puffing on a cigarette, remained silent. You always go mute when trouble arises. How did I ever come to fancy you? She scolded. Our son suddenly transfers such a large sum of money to us. It can't possibly be without reason. Perhaps he's involved in something illegal, otherwise. How could he have earned so much in just over a year since graduation? Call our son at once and inquire about the situation. If he is indeed engaged in wrongdoing, we must persuade him to turn himself in. It may lead to a lighter sentence. Finally breaking his silence, Yi Hansheng retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I to let my son go to prison? Regardless of what has transpired, I will bear the burden for him. I will contact him now to ascertain the truth. The couple began dialing Yi Chen's number, but on the other end, he had just finished enjoying himself, with his phone set to silent, rendering him oblivious to his parents' frantic calls. After a barrage of unanswered calls, Yi Hansheng and his wife became increasingly agitated. Something is definitely amiss with our son. We cannot ignore this matter. Even if we must report him, we cannot allow him to face danger alone, his mother, Xia Wanru, asserted solemnly. Yi Hansheng nodded slightly. Indeed, I concur with your decision. If our son enters, there remains a glimmer of hope. If he remains outside, he may encounter malevolent individuals, potentially losing all chances of survival. The couple promptly closed the shop door and hurried to the police station. Previously, Yi Hansheng had been reluctant to report to the authorities, merely wishing to assess whether there was any possibility of redeeming his son, in hopes of mitigating the charges against him. Now, with the boy missing, the magnitude of the offense was of little concern. The paramount issue was to ensure his safe return. Inside the police station, it was early morning, and most on-duty officers were resting. Only a young female officer remained steadfastly on the front lines. She was strikingly beautiful. Her understated makeup and simple ponytail complemented her uniform, exuding an air of grace and confidence. Her attractiveness was already above 90, and combined with her authoritative demeanor, she inspired a sense of admiration. Upon seeing Yi Hansheng and his wife enter, Officer Lin Yumeng promptly stood up and inquired, "Uncle, Auntie, how may I assist you today?" Given the serious nature of the environment, Xia Wanru, being a woman of modest disposition, felt a twinge of fear. Yi Hansheng spoke up, "Hello? We are here to file a report." "A report?" Lin Yumeng's eyes brightened instantly. Having just graduated from the police academy and returned home to settle into her new role, she was thrilled to be handling her first case. "Please, do not worry. Take a seat and tell me everything at your own pace." However, the urgency of the situation made it impossible for Yi Hansheng and his wife to take their time. They anxiously interjected, "We cannot wait. Young lady, please listen closely." "Of course, uncle," she replied, swiftly retrieving a pen and notebook to document their statement. "It is like this. Our son transferred a substantial sum of money to us, and we suspect it is not money he could have legitimately earned. We fear he may have engaged in illegal activities. Now that we cannot reach him, we urgently request your assistance in investigating his whereabouts and ensuring he is safe." "Where is your son currently?" Lin Yumeng inquired. In her estimation, a large sum of money would not amount to much, perhaps 1 or 2 million at most. As this was a small county with a population of less than 1 million, the wealthiest locals were fortunate to possess assets in the tens of millions. "In Shanghai?" Yi Hansheng replied. "Ah, Shanghai. I will promptly report this to my superiors and see if we can liaise with our colleagues there. By the way, uncle, could you specify the amount of money you mentioned? Having a concrete figure will aid us in defining the case." "Old Yi, show the officer our mobile banking app," Xia Wanru urged. Flustered, Yi Hansheng fumbled to display the app. Lin Yumeng found the scene amusing. It was evident that the couple had never encountered such a sum before. Her gaze fell upon the screen, and her initial reaction was to count the zeros. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, 100 million. "What?" Lin Yumeng exclaimed, momentarily speechless. 100 million? "Uncle, are you saying this money was transferred by your son?" Yi Hansheng nodded. "Indeed. We received the transfer notification yesterday, but we were too busy at the shop to check it. My son, Xiao Chen, has had a habit of sending us a portion of his salary every month. We thought it was just his usual transfer, and only after closing the shop did we realize the magnitude of the amount. Xiao Chen has only graduated from university a little over a year ago. There is no way he could have earned such a sum in a short time. Therefore, this money must be suspicious. We intended to call him for clarification, but now we cannot reach him, and we fear for his safety, which is why we hurried here to report. There have been numerous reports online about young people falling into criminal organizations, suffering grievous injuries, or worse. The thought of our son ending up like that is unbearable," they lamented. "Rest assured, uncle and auntie, we will thoroughly investigate this substantial and suspicious financial transaction. There is no need for you to worry. Perhaps your son is merely being held against his will without any harm having befallen him. I will immediately inform my superiors and have them come to address this matter." Lin Yumeng, exhilarated yet nervous about handling such a significant case, quickly suppressed her excitement. Not long after, the station chief arrived, accompanied by the deputy and other personnel. The chief, a portly middle-aged man with an ample belly, inquired, "Who filed the report?" Yi Hansheng promptly identified himself. "Ah, very well. We will freeze the funds for now and determine the next steps once we ascertain the facts." The imposing presence of the chief rendered Yi Hansheng and his wife momentarily speechless. The chief continued, "The funds will be frozen. I will notify the higher-ups shortly so they can connect with the police in Shanghai. Kindly provide me with all the details regarding your son so that we can initiate an investigation there immediately." The efficiency of the operation was remarkable. Within an hour, news reached Shanghai. Captain He, overseeing the Economic Investigation Unit, received the information and immediately alerted the bank. "Hello, is this President Chi?" The department head greeted over the phone. "Ah, Captain He, What brings you to call so early? President Xi replied. It concerns a case involving a substantial amount of illicit funds. Upon investigation, we found that the account holder is from your bank, named Yi Chen. Could you check if there have been any irregularities in his account recently? Certainly, Captain He. I will notify the team to investigate right away. After hanging up, President Xi quickly commenced his directives. Within half an hour, news returned to him, but upon hearing it, he was left bewildered. What do you mean? The account belongs to the financial street property company? Meanwhile, Captain He had already traced Yi Chen's movements. Currently located in the Yuehu Villa district, the team was assembled, ready to act upon confirmation from the bank. As the phone rang, Captain He promptly answered, recognizing President Xi's call. Hello, President Xi, have you clarified the source of the funds? Upon hearing Captain He's inquiry, President Xi nearly shouted in frustration. Nonsense. What unknown source? Do you know who the account holder is? Realizing the gravity of the situation from President Xi's tone, Captain He inquired, who is it? A person of such stature that neither of us can afford to offend, President Xi replied. Because of your oversight, our bank nearly lost a significant client and incurred the wrath of a formidable figure. Stand down immediately. We have other matters to attend to. Captain He remained perplexed and pressed for clarity. President Xi, please explain who it is. The owner of the financial street property company. You should proceed to apprehend him. President Xi concluded before abruptly hanging up. Staring at his phone, Captain He was left in a state of shock. The owner of Financial Street? Chapter 34. If there's nothing else, go eat at your Uncle Yi's. Captain, a junior officer piped up softly. Yes? What is it? Captain He, having just regained his focus, asked. Captain, are we still going to take action? It appeared that the young officer was new and was visibly excited about the prospect of their first arrest. His face flushed. Captain He, still reeling from the revelation of Yi Chen's identity, waved his hand dismissively. What are we capturing? Stand down. Stand down. The team members were taken aback by their captain's sudden decision. After mobilizing such an extensive operation, how could it end so abruptly? A middle-aged man resembling a deputy team leader furrowed his brow and inquired, Captain, what is going on? How can we simply dismiss a case involving over 100 million in unidentified funds? This deputy was a seasoned bureaucrat. Despite being in his 40s or 50s, he still harbored ambitions of climbing the ranks. However, his capabilities were limited, and after a lifetime of toil, during which he had achieved merit twice, he had only managed to ascend to the position of deputy. He yearned to secure a promotion to team leader before retirement. Particularly with this case, if he could bring it to a successful conclusion, it would undoubtedly bear his mark of accomplishment. When team leader he was reassigned, he hoped to seize the opportunity. Recently, he had heard whispers that team leader he was due for a promotion, a day he had eagerly anticipated. The Economic Investigation Unit had not just him as a deputy. There were two others, but they were preoccupied with different cases, leaving this major case involving $1 billion to fall upon his shoulders. Team leader he, having just been reprimanded by President Xi, was not in the best of spirits and retorted brusquely, the source of the funds has been thoroughly investigated and poses no issues. Therefore, this case can be closed. Thoroughly investigated? How could that be? The middle-aged deputy was somewhat incredulous. According to the investigation data, the suspect was merely 23 or 24 years old, having graduated from university only a year prior. With an exceedingly modest family background, his parents merely owners of a small diner in a northeastern town. How could someone who had only graduated a year ago possibly amass 100 million? Just because I said it has been investigated doesn't mean you think we are capable of fabricating evidence to shield criminals? Team leader he dismissed the matter with a wave. In truth, he harbored his own thoughts, preferring to keep Yi Chen's identity under wraps, minimizing the number of people who were aware of it. He was soon to be transferred to the Finance Bureau in the Magic City, and individuals of such standing would be precisely those he would need to befriend. What was initially a grand operation ended abruptly due to a single remark from team leader he. Meanwhile, news of the investigation had reached the Northeast. Yi Hanqing and his wife, anxiously awaiting updates at the police station, spotted the chief and several other officials emerging, including the executive vice mayor of Shuiming County and the directors of the tax and finance bureaus. Three prominent figures had made their appearance. Executive Vice Mayor Lin Wen greeted them with a smile. Mr. Yi, right? The police chief promptly introduced Yi Hanqing and his wife to the three officials. Upon realizing they were meeting the key figures responsible for public welfare, Yi Hanqing felt somewhat apprehensive and replied, Hello, Mayor Lin. I am Yi Hanqing. Observing Yi Hanqing's demeanor, Lin Wen reassured him, There is no need for formality, Mr. Yi. Although I hold the title of Executive Vice Mayor, I am but a servant of the people, not superior to anyone. He continued, We have just received news that your son's situation has been thoroughly investigated, and the 100 million in funds is entirely legitimate. Moreover, he is safe and sound, so you may utilize that money as you see fit. Your son should be calling you shortly. Director Liu. Please inform the bank that the frozen funds belonging to Mr. Yi can be released. Director Liu, the head of the Finance Bureau, nodded in compliance. Understood, Mayor Lin. As Yi Hanqing and his wife exited the police station, they remained in a daze, astonished that their son had truly earned such a fortune within a year of graduation. They were now fervently eager to discover how he had accomplished this. Once they departed, Lin Yumeng quietly remarked, "Dad, why are you here?" The mayor turned with paternal affection, saying, "Xiaoming, why do you insist on pursuing a career in law enforcement instead of seeking a good job? Your mother has been nagging me about this for quite some time. I tell you, there are still opportunities for you to switch careers now. But once your internship period is over, there will be no turning back." Lin Yuming's face displayed a stubborn resolve. "Oh, Dad, please don't worry about my choices. I have chosen this path, and I will see it through to the end. Besides, I am passionate about being a police officer. Upholding justice has been my dream since childhood." Seeing his daughter's obstinacy, Mayor Lin sighed and shook his head, feeling utterly helpless. He then glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, "Very well, your career path is set. However, I need to tell you something." "What is it, Dad?" Lin Yuming asked, puzzled. "You saw the Yi Hanqing couple, right? When you have some free time, take your colleagues to their diner to show support. If they need assistance, lend a hand. If you cannot, just give me a call, and I will take care of it. Do you understand?" "Huh." Lin Yuming was taken aback. "Dad, why are you suddenly saying this? I remember you told me when I was young that as officials, we must serve the people and never seek privilege. Why has that changed now?" Taken aback by his daughter's words, Lin Wen shot her a glance. "Is it wrong for your father to ask you to help Mr. Ye's family? They are also part of the populace, are they not? Besides, Mr. Yi and his wife are honest people. Should we not assist them in their time of need?" Lin Yuming nodded in a half-understanding manner. "All right, I got it, Dad. Coincidentally, Uncle Ye's diner is not far from my station, and it isn't a high-end establishment, so taking my colleagues there for a meal won't be extravagant or against principles. I promise." Satisfied, Lin Wen smiled and got into his Audi A6L, heading towards the city government office. The reason Lin Wen was referred to as the mayor was that Shuiming County was a county-level city, thus all leaders were designated as mayors. After bidding farewell to her father, Lin Yumeng glanced at her watch. It was nearly noon. She stepped into the station. Observing the hustle and bustle among her colleagues due to the Yi family situation, Lin Yumeng declared, "Everyone, stop your work. It's almost time to clock out. Today, I will treat you all to a meal. Oh, our precinct's flower of justice is treating us? How delightful. We shall not be polite," the chief remarked with a grin. Fully aware of Lin Yuming's esteemed background, she was the mayor's daughter, and cultivating a good relationship could pave the way for a bright future in her career. Lin Yumeng drove her Jeep Wrangler, followed by 2 police cars, as they made their way to Yi Hanqing's diner. By this time, the diner was already open, primarily serving fast food and some northeastern dishes in the evening. They garnered a decent income of 300 to 500 daily, which was commendable. As the kitchen staff finished preparing dishes, Lin Yumeng and her colleagues entered. Yi Hanqing and his wife were momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Officer Lin, what brings you here?" The couple felt slightly uneasy upon seeing the group of police officers. Lin Yumeng reassured them, "It's nothing. It's just mealtime. And I brought my colleagues here to enjoy some of Uncle Ye's delicious food." "Ah, eating? Officer Lin, you can rest assured, our food is absolutely delicious and clean. If there is any issue, we won't charge you a dime." Yi Hanqing and his wife were straightforward individuals, running their business with integrity, and their reputation in the neighborhood was quite commendable. Just as the couple busied themselves, Yi Hanqing's phone began to ring. Chapter 35. Yi Chen pressured by his parents to marry. In the Magic City, Yi Chen had likely stayed up too late the previous night. As he slept until nearly noon, the person beside him had long since left, sitting up against the headboard. He reached for his phone only to find it had run out of battery. He wandered around the room in the nude until he located a charging cable and plugged it in. A minute later, the phone powered on, and as it did, a cacophony of notifications erupted, revealing dozens of missed calls. A significant portion of the calls was from his parents, along with women such as Su Xian and Song Yu. Yi Chen did not rush to return the calls from Su Xian and Song Yu, believing they were likely not of great importance. However, the numerous calls from his parents clearly indicated a matter of significance. When he dialed back, the phone rang only briefly before it was answered. Yet before Yi Chen could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from his father. "Hello, Yi Chen. Where have you been? I've called you so many times, and you haven't answered. Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I have been?" Yi Chen distanced the phone from his ear, waiting for his father to finish his tirade before interjecting. "Dad, what's the matter? Why the outburst?" "My phone ran out of battery." Having vented some of his anger, Yi father's tone softened slightly. "How could you let your phone die without charging it? We couldn't find you at home, and you have no idea how anxious your mother and I were. By the way, there's something I need to ask you." At that moment, Yi Hanqing, holding the phone, was engaged in conversation with Yi Chen. The young officers, including Lin Yumeng, perked up their ears, knowing it was Yi Chen on the line. Otherwise, Yi Hancheng would not be so animated in his scolding. Clearly, this was a father admonishing his own son. "What is it, Dad?" Yi Chen took a cigarette prepared for him by Chen Qinya and lit it. It was said that the market price had soared to thousands per box, with a scarcity making it impossible for those without substantial means to procure them. Observing this, Yi Chen felt a touch of gratitude for Chen Qinya's thoughtfulness. As a formidable figure in the underworld of the Yangtze River Delta, her attentiveness in preparing cigarettes for a man was quite moving. "Did you transfer 1 billion to your mother and me?" his father inquired. Without much thought, Yi Chen nodded. Yes. He recalled that he had recently acquired a system and, upon gaining wealth, had transferred 1 billion to his parents. "Where did this money come from?" Yi father pressed. "I earned it," Yi Chen replied, having already concocted an excuse after the transfer. "How did you earn it?" Yi father's voice was serious. "Through stock trading and real estate," Yi Chen answered smoothly. "Really? I know stock trading can be lucrative, but isn't land supposed to be hoarded for a while before selling? How could you possibly make a profit within a year?" Yi father, though not a capitalist, was aware of the general rules. He knew that real estate moguls like Li Jiacheng often held onto land for over a decade before reaping rewards. "Of course it is possible. This isn't our small county. We are in the magical metropolis. If you choose the right location, the government could issue documents the very next day, leading to exponential increases in value," Yi Chen explained, and his father seemed to accept this rationale. Indeed, the magic city was not comparable to their small hometown, and overnight wealth was conceivable. "All right, I'll concede that your explanation holds some water," Yi father acknowledged. As they continued their conversation, Yi mother approached. "Is that our son on the phone?" Yi father nodded. "Yes." "Hand it over to me." Yi mother snatched the phone and exclaimed, "Son, how are you over there? Are you tired? If so, come back home. We have money now. It would be nice to live a stable life at home. I heard that life in big cities is complicated. We could buy a small villa and find you a daughter-in-law. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Upon hearing his mother mention a daughter-in-law, Yi Chen realized her true intent. She was pushing for marriage. "Mom, come on, how old am I? Isn't it a bit early to be getting married?" "Not at all. It's not too early. I heard that your childhood friends already have children aged 2 or 3. Does that sound early to you?" she insisted, anxious. "All right, Mom, enough already. I've transferred money to you. That's for you to spend. You don't need to worry about my affairs. When the time is right, we can discuss it," Yi Chen replied, attempting to placate her. "Dad loves cars, right? You two should go to Harbin and check out some cars. Get him a decent one. And if you like villas, go ahead and buy one. Don't fret about the money. Your son is doing just fine financially." After indulging his parents for a while, Yi Chen hastily ended the call, fearing that his mother might impulsively arrange a matchmaking meeting with someone from the neighboring village. He genuinely disliked that thought. Once the call was terminated, Yi Chen dialed Song Yu's number. After all, she was his first love, and she deserved his attention. "Hello, darling. Where were you last night? I couldn't reach you, and you didn't answer my video call." Yi Chen cleared his throat. "I was out discussing work and had a bit too much to drink. My phone ran out of battery, and I didn't notice." Song Yu didn't dwell on it and replied, "Ah, I understand, my love. Just try to drink less in the future. It's bad for your health." "Yes, I will." "My dear, where are you now?" Yi Chen casually inquired. "I'm at school. You wouldn't believe it, but last night, I almost missed roll call because I returned late to class. I was so scared." Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, it's all right. Even if you missed it, what does it matter? My wife doesn't have to do anything in life. No one can surpass her." Far away in her dormitory, Song Yu rolled her eyes playfully. "Oh please, even if we have money, we can't neglect our studies. Anyway, my love, I need to focus on school for the next few days. We're organizing a graduation gala, and I heard some big leaders will be attending. I might not have time to see you." Yi Chen reassured her, "That's fine, my dear. Focus on your studies. We will have plenty of time together in the future. True love, if it endures, need not dwell in daily encounters." Hearing Yi Chen recite a poetic sentiment, Song Yu rolled her eyes again, exclaiming, "Oh please. Your wife is missing you terribly. I wish we could be together every day." After a light-hearted chat, they hung up. In the dormitory, 3 girls were eavesdropping on Song Yu's phone call. Once it ended, a youthful girl clad in shorts and a t-shirt exclaimed, "Oh wow, what did I tell you? Our flower from Moda has been captured." "Yeah, absolutely. When will Song the campus beauty introduce him to us? We need to vet him," another girl chimed in. In a corner, a girl with a somewhat alluring demeanor remarked, "I heard Song the campus beauty drove a Benz G-Class last night. That car must be worth at least 3 to 5 million. This guy she's dating must come from a wealthy background." Song Yu despised this kind of atmosphere, which was why she had chosen to move out. Though they shared a dorm, her 3 roommates were fiercely competitive, each burdened by their own vanity. As long as someone was doing better than them, they were discontent. At that moment, The girl in the corner discreetly sent a message containing the recording of Song Yu's conversation with Yi Chen. Chen Xiao, the task is complete. Time to settle up. Almost immediately, a transfer of 10,000 yuan arrived in response. Chapter 36. I prefer to be a hands-off manager. On the other end, after finishing his call with Song Yu, Yi Chen reached out to his former beautiful boss, now his partner, Su Xian. Alas, my esteemed boss, your time is undoubtedly precious, making it quite a challenge to reach you. Perhaps you should consider employing a secretary to schedule appointments? As the call connected, Yi Chen immediately sensed an air of jealousy. Haha, a secretary is unnecessary. If President Su desires, I could hire you as my personal secretary. Su Xian, barefoot and clad only in her lingerie, stood before the mirror, phone in hand, admiring her flawless figure. To be candid, if not for the comparisons with Tang Yi and Chen Qingya, Su Xian would undoubtedly rank as a national goddess, a beauty surpassing 95 points. The disparity between Su Xian and Tang Yi or Chen Qingya primarily lies in their demeanor. Both are formidable figures in the business world, exuding an aura of authority and decisiveness that an ordinary individual like Su Xian cannot rival. While Su Xian is indeed a strong woman, she is merely a legitimate business person. Tang Yi and Chen Qingya, having navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce and endured the brutalities of the underground world for many years, have witnessed life and death and engaged in a battle of wits and blades. However, Su Xian possesses qualities that evoke a desire for conquest. Interactions with individuals like Chen Qingya and Tang Yi often revolve around calculation or strategizing the next move, whereas time spent with Su Xian can be imbued with warmth, sharing jokes or playful banter, occasionally coaxing her into doing something slightly shy. Yet with Tang Yi and Chen Qingya, should one suggest anything that might be deemed demeaning, one would likely face their wrath. Yi Chen can assert with certainty that he could indulge in any fantasy with Song Yu, but not with Chen Qingya. She might share a bed with you, but any further demands would be utterly out of the question. After admiring her physique, Su Xian scoffed. Oh please, I fear that I might find you flirting with others, and I cannot bear that. Yi Chen chuckled. Not at all. I am well aware that our beautiful President Su is the only one for me. Huffed, you scoundrel. Now, let us discuss serious matters. After a brief moment of flirtation, Su Xian delved straight into the topic. Go on, I'm listening. Yi Chen stood naked by the window, taking in the distant scenery of Moon Lake. Didn't you mention that we should focus on domestic production and establish our own factory? I've researched it these past few days, and it's indeed feasible. If we produce and sell ourselves, as long as the quality is high, once we capture the market, the profits will be substantial. Su Xian stated earnestly. Yi Chen was indifferent to the idea of making money. After all, he would not face ruin even if losses were incurred. All right, if President Su agrees, then let us proceed. Su Xian continued. I've made some inquiries. First, for the factory, we need to find professionals who can effectively manage it and possess strong technical skills. I have someone in mind for the management, but we may need to import some foreign technology. I can facilitate the acquisition of foreign technology, but the management of the factory will rest solely with you, President Su. Also, you know my nature. I prefer to be hands-off. For significant matters, you can reach out to me, but I have no time for daily operations. Su Xian was already aware of Yi Chen's temperament and did not press further. All right, if you have time later, accompany me to meet my uncle. Your uncle? Meeting the family? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Su Xian was momentarily speechless, her face flushing slightly. What are you thinking? Meeting the family? When did we reach that stage? Yi Chen chuckled. It's only a matter of time. Enough. Please spare me, Yi Dezongzi. I do not wish to hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. You can't hold a grudge forever. At most, we could have 10 or 8 children. Am I a pig? Su Xian gritted her teeth. No. Who said anything about having children? What nonsense? She retorted. I merely asked if you would accompany me to meet my uncle. He is a highly experienced master who has previously served as a factory manager. Although he is nearing 60, he is in excellent health, both physically and mentally. Yi Chen, no longer teasing Su Xian, pondered that he had no pressing matters during the day and replied, All right, I have no plans at the moment. Great. It's settled then. Come pick me up later. And please, do not take your sports car. I might need to buy some gifts, and your sports car has limited space. Su Xian was correct. Sports cars often have small trunks, making it a challenge to fit even a suitcase. Yi Chen nodded. Fine, I'll take a different car. Send me your location, and I'll come to get you. After hanging up, Yi Chen dialed Tang Yi. Hello, boss. Conversations with Tang Yi were considerably more serious. She would never engage in flirtation with Yi Chen. Initially, Yi Chen had intended to tease her, but upon recalling Tang Yi's icy demeanor, his interest waned. Please contact an expert in foreign photonic technology. My company requires technical support in this area. Tang Yi responded succinctly. Understood, I'll reach out immediately. After ending the call, Tang Yi summoned Zhou Jiwei. Sister. In private, Zhou Jiwei always referred to Tang Yi as sister, reserving boss for public settings. Tang Yi instructed, notify a Fei to either seize or purchase, but he must find an expert in photonic technology and bring them to our city. Zhou Jiwei replied seriously, rest assured, sister. I will ensure the expert arrives within 3 days. 3 days is too long. This is an urgent task from the boss, by tomorrow morning at the latest. I want that expert on a flight to our city. Understood, sister. Exiting the room, Zhou Jiwei immediately placed a call. Meanwhile, in a bar across the ocean in the United States, it was nighttime, the peak of nightlife. A nonchalant man in casual attire scanned the bar, his gaze lingering on the scantily clad women. He was a notorious womanizer, once even setting his sights on Tang Yi. However, he faced a grim fate when Tang Yi's subordinates apprehended him, subjecting him to 3 days and nights of torment, just shy of experiencing the most extreme tortures of the Qing dynasty. Surviving that ordeal, a Fei became one of Tang Yi's subordinates, dispatched to the United States to develop underground influence. Tang Yi was no fool. With the domestic situation becoming increasingly tense, she, as a prominent figure in the gray industry, would eventually become a target. It matters not how clean one claims to be. Anyone with a history of illegal actions can be easily implicated by those in power. Thus, Tang Yi sought to secure a contingency plan. Just as a Fei was about to approach a beautiful woman, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he sobered up considerably. Hello, Wei Wei, what is the matter? Despite his fondness for beautiful women, thoughts of Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei filled a Fei with a desire to suppress his emotions. Both women were formidable. He vividly recalled that it was Zhou Jiwei who had subdued him during his capture. Her prowess rendered his own skills mere child's play. In just 3 moves, he found himself utterly incapacitated. Sister has given orders. You must find an expert in photonic technology and ensure they arrive in our city by tomorrow morning. What? Is time really that pressing? Ah Fei inquired, astonished. Yes, the boss has issued a command. If you fail to execute it properly, you shall face the consequences before the elder sister, Zhou Jiwei stated before abruptly terminating the call. As Ah Fei attempted to voice his concerns, he was met with the incessant beeping of a disconnected line. Damn it, this is truly exhausting, he exclaimed, standing in the bar and raising his voice. Gather everyone for a meeting at once. Instantly, 2 to 3 dozen burly men rose from their seats in the bar, most of whom were black and white. Despite being of Chinese descent, Ah Fei's subordinates were entirely foreign. In the upper level of the bar, a vast conference room capable of accommodating over 100 people was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ah Fei sat there with a serious expression, while his underlings sat quietly, afraid to even breathe. In this country, as long as one possesses strength, it is remarkably easy to command respect. This nation operates on a survival of the fittest principle, where the populace venerates the powerful, starkly contrasting with the egalitarian ethos of China, where one's might does not guarantee one's standing. I have but one task for you. Regardless of the means employed, you must procure a photon technology expert by tomorrow. A cacophony of English erupted in response. Hey, boss. I know an expert in photon technology who is currently idle at home. I can bring him in. All right, Blackie, I assign this matter to you. Remember, once you accept the task, it is imperative to see it through. You are aware of the consequences of failure, but should you succeed, I will reward you with 1 million USD. At the mention of $1 million USD, the black man's eyes gleamed with excitement, revealing a bright smile. The other subordinates expressed their envy towards him. Haha, Blackie, if you strike it rich, you must treat us to drinks. They teased, slapping him on the shoulder in camaraderie. Meanwhile, rival gangs opposing Ah Fei received word of his significant undertaking, causing them to brace themselves for a potential ambush. What was merely a trivial matter took on an air of impending gang warfare. On another front, after issuing commands to Tang Yi, Chen called Chen Qingya. Presently, he possessed only a sports car, expensive, yet impractical for transporting goods. He needed to borrow a vehicle from Chen Qingya's dealership. In her office, Chen Qingya answered the call with confidence. Hello, have you risen? Hearing her assured tone, Chen was puzzled. President Chen, are you in such good spirits? Not tired? A hint of blush crossed Chen Qingya's face at Chen's words, but she quickly regained her composure. I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my waist and knees. By the way, you've woken up, right? I had your clothes sent for cleaning and prepared another set for you to wear. Understood. By the way, I need your assistance in procuring a vehicle. What kind of vehicle? Chen Qingya inquired calmly. I might be meeting someone quite formal today, so just arrange for a suitable car for such an occasion, Chen replied. All right, I'll have a driver bring one to you shortly. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Chen, clad in pajamas, opened the door to find a young woman in a black suit, holding a bag and standing at the entrance. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi? She inquired. Chen nodded. I am. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Secretary Li from Chairman Chen's office. She sent me to deliver your tailored suit. Tailored? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, Mr. Yi. This suit was crafted by the finest tailor in Magic City. Please try it on to see if it fits. Great. Yi Chen accepted the clothing and returned to the villa to change. Upon glancing in the mirror, he felt immensely satisfied, pleasantly surprised by Chen Qingya's keen eye for his measurements. All right, please inform Chairman Chen that the suit fits perfectly. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Goodbye. After leaving the gates of Chen Qingya's villa, Secretary Li was still reeling from the shock. Having accompanied Chen Qingya for several years, she had never seen any man in close proximity to her, let alone one residing in her home. She couldn't help but speculate about the identity of this man who had garnered the chairman's favor. Shortly after Secretary Li's departure, a Bentley Mulsanne glided to a stop. The license plate read Jiang A99999. At that moment, Yi Chen had already stepped out the door. The vehicle came to a halt, and the driver greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the driver sent by Chairman Chen. My surname is Dong. You can call me Little Dong. Yi Chen nodded slightly. All right, take me to Longxinjuan community. Su Xin resided in Longxinjuan, which, while not the pinnacle of luxury in Magic City, was still a mid to high-end neighborhood. Nonetheless, a single unit there was valued in the millions, underscoring the challenges of striving for success in this city. Just for a mere apartment, an average person would struggle a lifetime to afford it. On the way, Yi Chen messaged Su Xin. As the car approached the community entrance, Su Xin, standing elegantly, awaited his arrival. Lowering the car window, Yi Chen called out, President Su, over here. She looked up to see a Bentley Mulsanne, the exquisite version, one of only 100 produced worldwide. The sight of the license plate left her astounded. Where did you acquire this vehicle? It seems rather beyond the means of an ordinary person. Seated in the back, Su Xin marveled at the luxurious interior. Didn't you mention wanting to meet your uncle? I thought it best to make a formal impression, so I borrowed this car from a friend. You can borrow such a vehicle? Though Su Xin was aware of Yi Chen's elevated status, acquiring a vehicle of such caliber was no small feat. One needed to have excellent connections. Is there anything I cannot borrow? If I wish to borrow it, who would dare refuse? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Xion's lips twitched. She felt that in just a few days, Yi Chen had become increasingly ostentatious in his ways. His demeanor had shifted from simply being domineering to executing actions with great assertiveness. Meanwhile, the driver was astonished by the young man's background and commanding presence. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. I reached out to my uncle to help us manage the factory because I genuinely had no other options. There are no ulterior motives. Su Xion hurriedly explained on the highway from Magic City to Hangzhou. Noting Su Xion's nervousness, Yi Chen chuckled softly. President Su, what are you worried about? I have no such thoughts. Furthermore, even if you brought all your relatives to work in the factory, I wouldn't mind. You should know my circumstances, in my eyes. This company is hardly significant. The reason I am providing you with financial support and requesting you to continue managing the company is primarily due to my sentimental attachment. I do not wish to see it descend into bankruptcy. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words of comfort, Su Xian exhaled with relief. In truth, she had contemplated this explanation throughout the night. It is important to note that the company's restructuring is entirely due to Yi Chen's influence. The funds were provided by him, and even the office building was lent to her at no cost. By allocating the most pivotal positions to her own family, there exists the possibility that Yi Chen might misinterpret her intentions, suspecting ulterior motives to appropriate the company for herself, which would be quite unfortunate. To be honest, although she had only spent a little over a year with Yi Chen since he graduated and joined the company, she had developed a subtle affection for him. This young man, despite his somewhat domineering nature, undeniably possesses remarkable talent. She vividly remembers the time when Yi Chen first joined the company and accompanied her to negotiate at a banquet. The distributors had attempted to bully her as a woman. Yet Yi Chen, wielding a bottle of wine, managed to overpower those distributors, ultimately compelling them to sign a substantial contract. It is worth noting that those local distributors are seasoned veterans. They would not engage with the company's products without adequate incentives. Despite this, the distributors still presented numerous conditions. Were it not for the foundation laid by Yi Chen, the company would not have progressed so rapidly. Today, Su Xian donned a long dress, exuding both elegance and charm. Although her meeting with her uncle was of a serious nature, they were still family. Formal attire was unnecessary, as long as she maintained decorum. Subsequently, Su Xian elaborated on her uncle's circumstances to Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen discovered that a portion of the initial capital for the company had indeed been lent to her by her uncle. No wonder Su Xian was so attentive to her uncle. Now that their company was establishing a factory and creating products, it was evident that with sufficient funds, they could hire skilled craftsmen. Su Xian's uncle may not have been wealthy, but in support of her entrepreneurial venture, he lent her his life savings. Such loyalty is truly commendable. This year, my uncle mentioned that his son was getting married. Initially, I had intended to repay him, with both principal and interest, at the time of my brother's wedding. However, due to a disruption in the supply chain, the company went bankrupt. Not only did I lose the profits, but I also incurred substantial penalties and debts. Were it not for you, Xiao Chun, I might have been condemned to a decade of labor just to repay these debts. Su Xian's expression was complex. She still felt as though she were in a dream. In a single night, her company collapsed, only for Yi Chun to appear like a celestial savior, illuminating her path and alleviating her worries about living in debt, while also enabling her to continue expanding the company. Everything hinged upon this man before her. Her feelings toward Yi Chun were somewhat nebulous, an amalgamation of admiration and something more profound. In moments of idleness, his visage frequently invaded her thoughts. Listening to Su Xian's musings, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile as he reached out to grasp her delicate hand. Su Zong, why do I sense that your words are leading you to tears? Come, lend on my shoulder. Initially taken aback by his grasp, Su Xian was momentarily flustered. But Yi Chen's words abruptly dispelled the tender atmosphere. Get lost. You must call me sister. Understood, sister, Yi Chen chuckled. First, sister, then little sister, and eventually darling. Is that it? Could you refrain from being so glib? Indeed, it was no surprise that the luxury car, valued in the millions, glided along the highway with utter silence, transporting its occupants into a realm apart from the outside world. The driver exhibited remarkable professionalism, maintaining a steady speed of 120 kilometers per hour with utmost smoothness. As they cruised, a blue Cadillac CT5 approached from behind, occupied by a man in his 30s and a woman in her mid-20s. Oh my, Dagu, the power of this Cadillac is astounding. We're already at 160, and the car remains perfectly stable, the woman exclaimed. Perhaps flattered by the woman's admiration, Dagu's ego swelled. This is merely the beginning. When I purchased this car, the salesman assured me that on the highway, few could surpass its prowess. Care for a taste of speed and excitement? Absolutely, I thrive on thrill, the girl responded eagerly, nodding enthusiastically. Well, brace yourself. With that, Dagu pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward like a bullet, overtaking Yi Chen's vehicle without a second glance. While being overtaken was not particularly concerning, the Cadillac abruptly decelerated, causing a potential hazard. Had it not been for the driver's adept skills, who skillfully changed lanes upon noticing the absence of traffic in the rearview mirror, a collision might have ensued. The vehicle rocked, prompting Yi Chun to furrow his brow. What on earth is this driver doing? To be candid, that moment had startled Yi Chun. Despite the speed being only 120, a rear-end collision would have been far from trivial. Although the driver had averted the impending disaster, he was now drenched in cold sweat and simmering with indignation. Sudden braking on the highway indeed poses a significant risk of accidents. Once they shifted lanes, Yi Chun and his companions finally discerned the situation ahead. It was not the Cadillac causing the commotion, but rather a multitude of vehicles stalled in front of them. Why are these cars moving so slowly? Yi Chun pondered, glancing at the speedometer, which hovered just below 80. Has there been an accident? The driver shook his head. Mr. Yi, it doesn't appear so. If there were an accident, the traffic wouldn't still be flowing. It seems that someone ahead is driving at a reduced speed, which is causing the backlog. Let us proceed and ascertain the situation ahead, Yi Chun instructed. Understood, Mr. Yi. The seasoned driver maneuvered the sizable Bentley Mulsanne through the congested traffic. After 10 minutes, the trio finally grasped the unfolding scenario. They observed cars creeping along, with some individuals leaning out of their windows to capture the moment on their phones. It turned out that a prominent figure's vehicle was ahead, prompting those driving at a slower pace to record videos for social media. One individual, excitedly leaning out, exclaimed, "Guess who I spotted on the highway? It's Ma Baba." Haha. Others inside their vehicles discreetly filmed, contemplating what sort of lavish banquet they should prepare for their business dealings with Mr. Ma. In short, the sighting of Mr. Ma's car had incited a flurry of admiration and boasting among the onlookers. Some claimed that encountering Mr. Ma on the highway was a lifetime story worth sharing, while others bragged about their connections within the same circle. The vehicle in question, a Maybach 62S, bore the yellow license plate, Jiang A9A353. Ah, so that's Mr. Ma's car. No wonder there's such a traffic jam, the driver remarked enviously. Which Mr. Ma are you referring to? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Su Xian could not resist giving him a gentle pinch. Which prominent figure could it be but the well-known boss Ma from her homeland? There are only a couple of such names that resonate with familiarity. Yi Chen soon realized. Oh, are you referring to the Big Ma or the Little Ma? Naturally, it is the Big Ma. Su Xian replied with a hint of annoyance. After all, Papa Ma is a top-tier internet celebrity among the capital magnates. How could you not recognize him? Yi Chen nodded, his expression unchanged. Just because it's a Big Ma's vehicle, we can't allow it to block the road. Honk the horn, and let us proceed. They can take their pictures from behind. The driver hesitated for a moment. Of course, his car can't be overtaken. I have a cocktail party to attend tonight. After wrapping up matters in Hangzhou, I must return for the event. Yi Chen's voice bore a hint of impatience. The driver then recalled that this individual was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was uncertain about who held the more formidable status between Boss Ma and Yi Chen, it was evident that Yi Chen was not intimidated by Boss Ma. If others dared not overtake, how could they? With a swift press of the accelerator, the Bentley Mulsanne surged forth like an enraged bull. Do not be misled into thinking that the Bentley Mulsanne is merely a business sedan. Its power rivals that of high-performance sports cars, if not surpasses them. Brands like Maybach have long been categorized as corporate chariots, emphasizing comfort and stability, yet they too boast unrivaled power. When it comes to speed, few vehicles can compare. The roar of the engine reverberated, accompanied by the blaring of the horn. The Bentley Mulsanne shot past the vehicles ahead like a black lightning bolt, leaving even Boss Ma's car far behind. Who dares to overtake Boss Ma's vehicle? Aren't they being rather disrespectful? The drivers who were overtaken expressed their displeasure and curiosity. However, some noticed the license plate of Yi Chen's car. Goodness, another big shot. Zhang, a 95 Prestige. Whose vehicle could this be? Its elegance rivals that of Boss Ma. Not only does it rival, but it seems to disregard Boss Ma entirely. What a character. A bystander promptly shared this segment of video online, and it rapidly went viral. The highway from the Magic City to Hangzhou became the scene of a competition between two heavyweights, one of whom was Boss Ma. Thus, what was initially a trivial matter between Yi Chen and Boss Ma was sensationalized by netizens as a fierce confrontation. Inside his car, Boss Ma, who was resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly alerted by the driver. Boss, the vehicle ahead appears to belong to Chairman Chen of the Brilliant Group. Upon hearing this, Boss Ma furrowed his brow. Chen Qingyao's car? Why has she returned to Hangzhou again? Is she planning something? Although Chen Qingyao was not listed among the wealthy elite, Boss Ma was well acquainted with her as a member of the circle. Her assets were undoubtedly comparable to those on the wealth rankings, and in certain domains, those on the list would treat her with utmost respect. After an hour of rapid driving, the driver arrived in Hangzhou. At Wanda Plaza, Yi Chen and Su Xian carried numerous designer shopping bags. Xiao Chen, this is quite extravagant, I assent it. Su Xian was taken aback by the amount Yi Chen spent on these items. Just the set of cosmetics for her aunt cost over 70,000. Not to mention the designer clothes. This shopping spree amounted to nearly $1 million. In the past, she would not have dared to even dream of such expenditures, as even families with billions in assets would hesitate to spend like this. Yi Chen smiled, saying, since it's my first meeting with my uncles, of course, I must be thorough in my courtesy. You are being excessively courteous. I feel as though you are not here for business. What else could I be here for if not business? Yi Chen teased. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Su Xian joked. Oh, believe what you will. However, when I meet your parents, I will discuss marrying you. Get lost. I have no intention of marrying. Then I shall resort to financial means to persuade them to sell their daughter to me. Haha. The two playfully bantered as they left the mall. The driver promptly opened the trunk to stow away the gifts. Su Xian's uncle was indeed not a wealthy man, residing in a suburban home, albeit one that still cost $3 million. How much did your uncle lend you? Upon entering the community, carrying the gifts into the elevator, Yi Chen casually inquired. 95,000. The rest was provided by my father. I figured it would be prudent to give him 100,000 when repaying. After all, few relatives are willing to lend money. And if he was kind enough to lend me, I must remember this favor. I see. Yi Chen nodded. What do you see? Su Xian asked, puzzled. Nothing much. Just the amount your uncle lent you. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a smiling couple in their 60s. Xian, you've returned. An elderly woman said warmly. Auntie, why are you waiting outside? Come in quickly. There's no need for such formality. Su Xian rushed forward to assist the elderly woman inside. Su Yuming glanced at Yi Chen, nodding with a smile. Xian, aren't you going to introduce this young man? You mentioned on the phone yesterday that you were returning, but you didn't say you were bringing a boyfriend. Hearing her uncle's words, Su Xian's face flushed. Oh, uncle. He is not my boyfriend. This is Yi Chen, my partner at the company. He can now also be regarded as my boss. Your boss? Su Yuming looked puzzled. I recall your company is wholly owned by you. When did you acquire a boss? He remembered Su Xian mentioning last year during a family gathering that her company was entirely her own. Upon hearing her uncle's inquiry, Su Xian smiled wryly. Uncle, it's a long story. Let us talk inside. By the way, Xiao Chen brought many gifts for you to see. You girl, why must you be so polite upon returning? We don't need any of this. We are family, so let us skip the formalities. The elderly woman reproached. Uncle, auntie, these gifts are merely a small token of respect. They are not expensive. It is my first visit to your home. How could I come empty-handed? Wouldn't that make it awkward for my next visit? Yi Chen interjected. This young man knows how to speak. Haha, and he is quite presentable too. Very well. I must insist that you do not bring gifts on your next visit. Even if you do, we want to accept them. Uncle cast a satisfied glance at Yi Chun and smiled. As they spoke, everyone entered the house. On the sofa, Su Xian explained her company's situation to her uncle and aunt. After hearing it, Uncle Su Yuming sighed. I knew this day would come for you eventually. I always told you that relying on others for your supply would lead to trouble eventually. Thankfully, Xiao Yu is here. Otherwise, you would have faced considerable difficulties. Those distributors are not easy to deal with, and being a woman, they might take advantage of you. Aunt nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, your uncle is correct. Those dealers are influential figures in the area. If you breach the contract, they certainly will not let you off so easily. Su Xian replied, Uncle, Aunt, I understand. This is why I've been discussing with Yi Chun about establishing our own factory to create our own products, thus avoiding future supply issues. Chapter 40. This company is established for Su Xian. Creating our own products? Uncle Su Yoming's eyes sparkled with interest. This is a splendid idea. If we can truly develop our own products, once we expand into the market, it will undoubtedly be very profitable. However, Su Yuming expressed some concern, saying, But Xian, have you considered the implications? While the idea of creating your own products is commendable, the energy and financial resources required to put it into action will be astronomical. The birth of every brand is not by chance. It requires countless hours of research and exploration by many individuals, along with substantial financial backing to succeed. Su Xian nodded, reassuring him, Uncle, you need not worry. Before coming to consult you, I had already prepared in terms of both technology and funding. Only a few days have passed since the company's bankruptcy. How could you have prepared so swiftly? Su Yuming asked curiously. In terms of technology, Yi Chen has managed to connect me with foreign specialists, reputed to be experts in photonic technology. As for the funding, I am initially setting aside 100 million, with the possibility of additional investments later on. 100 million? Foreign technical experts? Both Su Yuming and his wife looked on in astonishment. They immediately turned their gazes toward Yi Chun, realizing that these accomplishments were the result of his own efforts. In response to their looks, Yi Chen smiled and explained, Indeed. Uncle, the 100 million initial investment is merely an appetizer. I have long researched this endeavor. If we are to do it, we must do it on a grand scale. While 100 million may not seem substantial, without tangible results, I would lose face among my peers. When the foreign technicians arrive, I intend to add another 1 billion in investment, striving to make our domestic photonic products the best, with the ultimate dream of competing with foreign products on the international stage. Listening to Yi Chen's ambitious plans, not only were Su Yuming and his wife stirred with excitement, but Su Xian too felt a surge of passion. Excellent, excellent. This young man's dreams are indeed grand. I sincerely hope to witness that day, Su Yuming exclaimed. Our country's products are far too subpar, plagued by deceit and poor quality, which have earned us scorn from many foreign nations. Do you know how foreigners perceive our domestic products? Yi Chen shook his head. What do they say? Misleading, nothing but rubbish, Su Yuming lamented. When I first encountered these reviews, I was nearly infuriated. In my days as a factory manager, everything we produced was of impeccable quality. Even a simple screw cap could last for decades without faltering. Look at the current ones. They either malfunction or deform with a mere twist. And the shortcuts taken in production are egregious. They say times are advancing, but I see it as a decline in quality with each generation. Yi Chen appeared to possess a discerning eye for character. Upon first meeting Su Yuming, he sensed that this elder was undoubtedly a diligent individual. Seeing that their conversation had reached a natural pause, Yi Chun exchanged a glance with Su Xian. She cleared her throat and said, Uncle, the reason for my visit is not solely to see you both. There is another matter I wish to discuss. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yuming, without hesitation, replied, Xian, please speak. If there is any way I can assist you, I would be more than willing. Uncle, since we are planning to establish a factory, we will certainly need a trustworthy individual to oversee its operations. I have recommended you to Yi Chun, given your prior experience as a factory manager. If possible, we hope you can step in and help us manage. Su Xian assured him, Rest assured, Uncle, you will not be overburdened. Once we are on the right track, your presence will not be required daily. Concerned for her uncle's well-being, Su Xian explained further, fearing that his age might not withstand the rigors of high-intensity work. Upon hearing this, Su Yuming was momentarily taken aback, feeling an invigorating surge of energy. Of course, I have no objections. It is good to contribute my remaining strength. However, you must clarify with young comrade Yi that the Su family is not the type to engage in nepotism. If you employ me as the factory manager, I will accept the salary, but I will not appropriate the company for myself. Su Xian quickly reassured him, Uncle, do not worry. Before coming here, I discussed everything with Yi Chun, and he trusts us. Chen chimed in. Yes, uncle, you need not concern yourself with that. I understand the principle of not doubting those whom you employ. I have many enterprises and may not always have the time to oversee operations. You are free to implement your ideas. Moreover, Chen glanced at Su Xian and continued, this company is, in fact, established for Su Xian. After all, this is her first entrepreneurial venture, and I do not wish to see her dreams extinguished. If I can help her avoid regrets, that is a worthy endeavor. For Su Xian, the astonishment on Su Yuming and his wife's faces deepened. They exchanged knowing glances with one another. Haha, Xian. You claimed there was nothing between you and Yi Chen. Yet, how could someone casually invest 10 billion if there were no connection? Uncle I. Su Xian's face flushed crimson, and she attempted to clarify. Su Yuming waved his hand dismissively. Enough. We understand. You are merely shy. We shall not pry into your affairs. We prefer to stay out of the matters of the young. He then suggested, since you are here, your elder brother will be returning from work soon. Let your aunt prepare some dishes, and we shall dine together. Realizing that she and Yi Chen had been thoroughly misunderstood, Su Xian cast a somewhat resentful glance at him, choosing not to insist on an explanation. Instead, she shifted the topic. Uncle, how is my brother doing now? I only saw him once during the new year, and when I inquired about his job, he hesitated and merely mentioned working in a factory. Speaking of his son, Su Yuming felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. What else could he be doing? I used my connections to arrange a position for him as a workshop supervisor at a factory through an old friend. Yet, this boy is so ambitious. He keeps coming back, complaining that being a workshop supervisor is beneath him. He fails to consider whether he even possesses the ability for such a role. If it weren't for my friend's recommendation, they would have already dismissed him. By the way, your brother is currently dating someone. The girl has been making demands for money and a car, and they have had multiple discussions at our home. She insists he must secure a more respectable job and prepare a spacious flat in Hangzhou, along with a Mercedes S-Class. Overall, I have little faith in this potential daughter-in-law. But you know your brother's stubborn nature. Our disapproval will not sway him. We can only accommodate him. However, the girl's demands are truly difficult for us to accept. Listening to her uncle's words, Su Xian frowned. Given their family's financial situation, these demands indeed seemed insurmountable. Just the cost of a spacious flat in Hangzhou alone would reach several million. The car would also cost over $1 million. And securing a respectable job would be exceedingly challenging for someone without any background. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen and the others conversed upstairs, a Toyota Camry slowly entered the community below. In the car, there was a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, much like the woman. Yet her attire exuded opulence. An LV bag, a complete ensemble of designer garments, which must have cost no less than several tens of thousands. Su Daqiang, with meticulously combed hair and dressed in a formal suit, was leading his wife upstairs. As fate would have it, they passed by Yi Chen's vehicle. Being individuals of the modern era, they were naturally well-versed in luxury cars. Look, dear, isn't that the Bentley Mulsanne we discussed just a few days ago? Which magnate has graced our little community? Su Daqiang exclaimed in astonishment. His wife, Gao Ying, gazed at the car with envy. What an extravagant vehicle. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to drive one in my lifetime. Hearing his wife's words, Su Daqiang offered an awkward smile, but chose not to engage further. He was acutely aware of her penchant for vanity, and he understood his own limitations. Perhaps he could afford a car worth 1 to 200,000, but a luxury vehicle valued in the millions was far beyond his wildest dreams. Look at the license plate, Gao Ying said, her keen eyes pointing towards it. Wow, this is truly a big shot. Not just any big shot, but Jiang A59's, the esteemed 95. She exclaimed. What kind of person possesses such a license plate? Chapter 41, Minister of the Underground Organization. It's not too difficult to find out about this license plate. I can ask a few friends, Gao Ying stated confidently. Su Daqiang's brow furrowed at her words. He was decidedly uncomfortable with her connections, as most of her friends were involved in dubious circles, often speaking without filter and behaving like petty thugs. Sometimes, their banter with Gao Ying even took on a flirtatious tone, leading outsiders to misinterpret their relationship. Sensing her husband's discomfort, Gao Ying quickly took his hand and said, "Oh, I'm just curious. Don't you want to know who the big shot behind this car is? Imagine if we knew who it belonged to. We might even run into them and exchange pleasantries. If you impress them, they might recognize your talents, and you could rise to prominence." At the mention of rising to prominence, Su Daqiang's eyes lit up. You make a valid point, dear. Let us inquire a little. By this time, Gao Ying had already dialed a number belonging to someone referred to as Brother Go. As the phone rang, it connected almost immediately. "Oh, isn't this my dear little Ying? What a surprise to hear from you today. You must be missing me. How about I treat you to drinks tonight?" As soon as the call connected, Gao Ying hurriedly lowered her voice and stepped away, fearing that Su Daqiang might overhear and become upset. Brother Go, let us save the drinks for another time. I have something to ask you, she replied. Oh, I see. Go ahead, little sister, what do you need? Brother Go's voice came through, slightly muffled as if he were in a noisy venue. Do you know whose car has the Jiang A59's license plate? Meanwhile, in a bar that had yet to open for the night, Brother Go was overseeing preparations with his staff. Upon hearing Gao Ying's question, he straightened up, his demeanor suddenly serious. Why are you asking about that car? Realizing the gravity of the situation from Brother Go's tone, Gao Ying understood that the owner of the vehicle must be significant. Oh, I just saw it parked outside my boyfriend's apartment complex, so I was curious, she explained. Listen, little Ying, I must warn you. This car belongs to someone of considerable stature. If you encounter them, do not provoke them. You'll be unaware of the peril you invite. What? Please don't scare me. Who is it? Can't I even say hello? Say hello? Brother Go's face displayed a hint of disdain. Let us be frank. Do you think you're worthy of that? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gao Ying dared not push further. Come on, Brother Go, just tell me whose car it is. My curiosity is killing me. All right, I'll tell you. The owner of that car is Chen, the chairwoman of the Brilliant Group. Brilliant Group? Gao Ying was perplexed, racking her brain to recall any familiarity with that name. She knew of companies like Ollie and Penguin, but not this one. Not knowing Brilliant Group is normal. But have you heard of the minister of the underground organization? Brother Go sneered. And you're asking about Chen? You'd be terrified if you knew the truth. The term minister of the underground organization rang a bell for Gao Ying. It referred to a crime lord. As realization dawned on her, her face paled. Brother Go, you can't be saying that the owner of this car is the crime lord of our Hangqing? Pretty much. Very few dare to speak about Chen behind her back. If you're curious, look up Brilliant Group. I want to say more. After hanging up, Gao Ying was left shaken. At that moment, Su Daqiang approached her. Did you find out anything? Gao Ying nodded, now too intimidated to even glance at the Bentley Mulsanne. Hastily pulling Su Daqiang upstairs. Honey, you want to believe whose car this is? Su Daqiang rolled his eyes. If I knew, would I be asking you? It belongs to Chun Dong of the Brilliant Group, and even more shockingly, she is the crime lord of our Hangqing. What? The crime lord of Hangqing? I thought the crime lord here was Brother Quan. Though not involved in the underworld, Su Daqiang had heard much gossip over meals. Who knows? Let us not pry too much into matters of society. Meanwhile, after ending the call with Gao Ying, Brother Go hastily dialed another number. Hello? A deep, cold voice responded from the other end. Is this Brother Quan? Brother Go swallowed hard, speaking carefully. His demeanor had shifted dramatically compared to his earlier conversation with Gao Ying. Speak quickly, don't waste my time. In a villa, a man adorned with intricate tattoos was rising from a woman's embrace, his patience wearing thin. Brother Quan. Chen Jia has returned. Who is back? He had just poured himself a drink when the name triggered a loud exclamation. Chen Jia, a friend just called me, saying they saw her car in their neighborhood. That shouldn't be. Isn't Chen Jia and Modu on business? And isn't their Zhao back at home? Find out which neighborhood it is, Brother Quan instructed, not finishing his thought. Understood, Brother Quan. Though Brother Go harbored curiosity, he dared not press further. Recognizing his own insignificance in Brother Quan's eyes, akin to how Gao Ying was perceived by him, merely a small player in a much larger game. After hanging up, Brother Quan dialed another number, one with a license plate ending in 48. As the phone rang, his anxiety grew with each passing moment. Though he wielded considerable power in Hangqing's underworld, he knew that in the eyes of this individual, he was but an ant, easily crushed. It was not merely about status. It was about the strength of family lineage. It is said that the elders in the family hold positions in the provincial government, each one ranking higher than the last. They are indeed the quintessential princes. Xiao Quan, have I not previously mentioned that you should refrain from calling me unless absolutely necessary? Are you unaware of your own status? It would be difficult for me to explain to others if they were to find out. A detached voice emanated from the other end. I understand, Brother Zhao, but I have urgent matters to report, which is why I called. What is it? The other party likely recognized that Quan's call was of great significance, for he would never dare to contact him without cause. Sister Chun is back. Qingyao has returned? The voice on the other end suddenly rose, filled with excitement and surprise. Yes. I just received a call from a subordinate who mentioned they've spotted Sister Chen's car in a community in Hangzhou. Quan was aware that young Master Zhao harbored feelings for Chen Qingya, and he seized this opportunity to do him a favor. Send me the address immediately. Having spoken, the call was abruptly disconnected. Shortly thereafter, Dog Ge managed to gather the address, which Quan promptly forwarded to young Master Zhao. Upon receiving the news, young Master Zhao hastily made his way there. Chapter 42. This company is not to be trusted. Upstairs, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed as Yi Chun and Su Xian turned their gazes toward the door. Su Daqiang and his girlfriend, Gao Ying, entered. As soon as they stepped inside, Su Daqiang excitedly exclaimed, Dad, Mom, guess what I just saw? Still unaware of the people present in the room, he began to shout. Su Yuming furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with his impulsive son. What are you shouting about? Do we not have guests? Only then did Su Daqiang notice Yi Chun and Su Xian seated on the sofa. Although he did not recognize Yi Chun, he was familiar with Su Xian. Oh, my sister is here. What brings you here today? You seem to have some free time to visit. Su Xian stood up with a smile, saying, Big brother is back. Since there wasn't much going on at the company, I thought I would stop by to discuss something with uncle. This must be my sister-in-law. Greetings, I am Su Xian. Gao Ying, noticing that Su Xian was far superior in both demeanor and appearance, felt a pang of jealousy. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from extending her hand for a handshake. Yi Chen observed this scene and shook his head inwardly. This woman didn't seem particularly amiable. He wondered how Su Xian's brother would manage to live with her in the future. Su Xian frowned slightly, but said nothing, instead introducing Yi Chun, Big brother. This is Yi Chun, my friend. Su Daqiang, feeling a bit insecure upon seeing Yi Chen's superior looks, nonetheless greeted him warmly. Hello, Yi Chun. Gao Ying's eyes brightened at the sight of Yi Chun, giving him a perfect score for his attractiveness. After all, it is not only men who are drawn to beautiful women. Women too have an appreciation for handsome men. Hello, Gao Ying. However, Gao Ying did not display excessive enthusiasm, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Wow, did you buy all these gifts, Su Xian? Su Daqiang exclaimed, noticing a pile of gift bags in the corner. Gao Ying's gaze followed his, and a thought crossed her mind. While she may not excel in other areas, she had done considerable research on luxury brands. The logos on those bags were all too familiar to her. They were all internationally renowned brands, and the nutritional products were world famous, retailing for over 100,000. Especially that small box of facial masks, which cost over 10,000 for a single application, something only the affluent could afford. Darling, these items are quite pricey. Gao Ying whispered to Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang, not being particularly knowledgeable about brands, was only familiar with car logos. Not cheap. How much are we talking about? Gao Ying proceeded to explain each item to him. After an initial estimate, they concluded that the total value exceeded $1 million. What? Oh my goodness. Su Daqiang suddenly realized, exclaiming, this could buy a Mercedes S-Class. Su Yuming was equally astonished. He had suspected the gifts would be costly, estimating them at a few tens of thousands, but never imagined they would amount to $1 million. Now he could no longer remain seated, standing up and saying, Su Xian, Yi Chun, this is unacceptable. These items are far too expensive for me to accept. Upon hearing his father's intent to return the gifts, both Su Daqiang and Gao Ying grew anxious. Even if they didn't use them, they could sell them later for a considerable sum. Gao Ying quickly urged Su Daqiang to stop his father. Before they could speak, Yi Chen smiled and said, Uncle, it's merely a token of my appreciation, a small gesture of goodwill. If you refuse, I would feel uneasy when you offer me a job in the future. Yi Chen made a joke to lighten the mood. Su Xian quickly added, Oh, uncle, please accept them. This is far too extravagant, Su Yuming insisted. Yi Chen promptly intervened, Uncle, please, just accept them. In that moment, Su Daqiang and Gao Ying re-evaluated Yi Chen. At first glance, they had assumed he was merely a pretty face, perhaps with some wealth, but not significant. They thought Su Xian was with him solely for his looks. Now, they realized that Yi Chun was indeed a man of substantial means, casually gifting items worth over $1 million. They exchanged glances, both reflecting their shock. Oh, come on, Dad, if my brother-in-law insists, then we should accept them. We can always return the favor later when we have the means. Su Daqiang began to persuade his father. Su Yuming shot his son a disapproving look. Repay? With what? Do you think you'll earn $1 million in your lifetime? Even if you did, could you save that much without eating or drinking? Faced with his father's reprimand, Su Daqiang felt his face flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Gao Ying interjected, Uncle, these gifts are a sincere gesture from Yi Chun, and he is not lacking in funds. We should accept them. After all, I will need money for my wedding with Daqiang, and these items will come in handy. Su Yuming glanced at Gao Ying, feeling somewhat displeased with his future daughter-in-law. However, he had no choice. Despite his dislike for her, she was his son's choice. He couldn't reprimand Gao Ying for fear of causing a rift between his son and daughter-in-law. Enough of your trivial matters. If you wish to accept them, then do so. But let me make it clear. How you choose to reciprocate is entirely up to you. Su Yuming had resolved not to accept any of these gifts himself. If his son and Gao Ying wished to keep them, they would have to figure out how to repay the favor later. Su Daqiang and Gao Ying had not thought that far ahead. For them, having money now was sufficient. Su Xian, too, had begun to see that Gao Ying was not a good character. Even before entering the house, she was already trying to take charge. Without saying much, Su Xian guided Yi Chun to the sofa. In the kitchen, Su Yoming's wife had heard the commotion and came out, saying, Ah, your son is back. Sit for a while, Dinner will be ready shortly. Okay, Mom. By the way, what were you shouting about when you came in? Who did you see? After everyone settled back into their seats, Su Yuming recalled the earlier incident involving Su Daqiang's entrance and could not help but inquire. I had almost forgotten amidst the commotion. I mentioned I had spotted a big shot. What on earth is going on? Su Yuming remarked impatiently. Well, Su Daqiang began, proceeding to elaborate on Chen Qingya's vehicle and subsequently detailing her background. The brilliant group? Su Yuming exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Father, are you aware of the brilliant group? Su Daqiang, intrigued by his father's reaction, asked. Yes, I know a bit. I heard about it while having drinks with an old friend. The Brilliant Group is the largest import-export trading company in Hangzhou, primarily engaged in import and export trade. It went public 3 years ago, boasting a market value exceeding 300 billion. However, import-export is merely one of its many ventures. It also operates car dealerships, media companies, and real estate, making the group quite expansive. Moreover, it's worth noting that the Brilliant Group is not as straightforward as it appears. My old friend has had dealings with them, albeit minor ones. Despite this, he struggled to recover some project payments and faced threats, ultimately leading to a situation that was unresolved even after involving the police. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance. This company is not reputable. Chapter 43. In fact, that vehicle was driven by me. Upon hearing Su Yoming's declaration, Yi Chun felt a tinge of embarrassment. What on earth had Chen Qingya done to earn such a poor reputation? Su Xian, however, shot Yi Chun an irritated glance, conveying a message he readily understood. What kind of friends are you associating with? Even my uncle, a mere ordinary person, knows that they are not trustworthy. Oh, come on. Dad, that merely indicates they possess power. How else could they possibly default on project payments and still manage to smooth things over? If I had that kind of power, I would do the same. After all, becoming wealthy is what truly matters. How much is conscience worth, anyway? Hearing his son's words, Su Yuming felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Nonsense. Let me make it clear. The Su family is respectable, and you must not dabble in any illicit affairs. If I find out, you will no longer be my son. Su Daqiang pursed his lips. Though he refrained from arguing, he did not fully absorb his father's admonitions. Unable to hold back, Su Xian interjected, Actually, that car was driven by Yi Chun. What? The entire family was taken aback. Yi Chun, you drove it? Are you affiliated with the Brilliant Group? Su Yoming's expression shifted intriguingly, while Su Daqiang and Gao Ying appeared somewhat exhilarated. They had been searching for a big shot and had not anticipated that one was right under their noses. Yi Chun rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, I am not a member of the Brilliant Group. I borrowed the car from a friend who is the chairman of the company. A friend, you say? Su Daqiang and Gao Ying, though initially disappointed, quickly reconsidered. The fact that Yi Chun was friends with the chairman of the Brilliant Group indicated he possessed significant connections, especially if he could borrow a car from them. Hope rekindled within them. They began to mentally calculate the potential advantages of cultivating a rapport with Yi Chun, pondering whether this could lead to an opportunity to connect with the Brilliant Group. If they could secure even a small business deal, it would be a windfall. A conglomerate with a market value in the hundreds of billions could easily spare a few crumbs, enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort. Brother-in-law, earlier I heard my sister mention that you came to discuss serious matters with my father. What is it? Su Daqiang speculated that Yi Chun and Su Xian's visit was likely intended to bring them fortune. Oh. My company is planning to establish a factory and create our own brand of products. I thought it would be beneficial to consult my uncle, given his experience in factory management. Of course, I can help with that, Su Daqiang confidently proclaimed. Although I am merely a workshop director now, I believe I could manage as a factory director without issue. Su Daqiang, however, swiftly chastised, be quiet. With your limited capabilities, the factory would be in chaos. I have heard from Uncle Wang that you wield your authority like a tyrant. If you genuinely wish to excel, stay by my side for a few years. Once you are truly skilled, opportunities will naturally arise. Absolutely, father. Rest assured, I will diligently learn from you, Su Daqiang responded eagerly. Seeing his son suddenly enlightened filled Su Yuming with pride. After a brief period of idle chatter, dinner was served. It consisted of simple home-cooked dishes. Yet it was precisely this kind of meal that held the most flavor. As Yi Chun savored the fare prepared by Aunt Su Xian, he felt a wave of nostalgia for his parents. Once the busyness of the coming days subsided, he resolved to visit them. Throughout the meal, Su Daqiang insisted that Yi Chun eat more, displaying remarkable hospitality. Gao Ying, eager to make a good impression as well, found the occasion somewhat unsuitable for her to assert herself, so she restrained her impulses, subtly encouraging Su Daqiang to bond with Yi Chun. Meanwhile, outside the community, a procession of supercars arrived. The first vehicle was a Lamborghini worth millions, followed closely by a line of Ferraris. Zhao Qifeng held a bouquet of flowers, flanked by a group of affluent second-generation heirs. Haha, Zhao Gu, you look incredibly dapper today, one young man praised. Zhao Qifeng glanced down at his attire and felt quite pleased. He had harbored feelings for Chen Qingya for a long time and often sought her out at the brilliant group during his time in Hangzhou. Due to his status, Chen Qingya, though somewhat averse to him, did not treat him too harshly. She would simply find excuses to avoid meeting him or engage in brief pleasantries to dismiss him. His move to the Magic City was somewhat influenced by Zhao Qifeng. Though not entirely significant, it did play a role. Zhao Qifeng's family held high-ranking positions within the provincial government, and should a conflict arise, even with considerable strength, one could not afford to antagonize such influential figures. Furthermore, if the situation escalated and drew attention from higher authorities, the consequences could be dire. Thus, while Chen Qingya expanded her market in the Magic City, she also maintained a low profile. Brother Zhao, the intel is accurate. Chairman Chen's car is indeed in the community. Zhao Qifeng's expression brightened with excitement upon hearing his subordinate's report. He had attempted to call Chen Qingya beforehand to confirm her presence, but she did not answer, leaving him to take a gamble on whether she was in this community. As the luxury vehicles gathered, onlookers paused to witness the spectacle. This was not a high-end community, and the residents were not particularly prominent figures. A gathering of over 10 supercars was a rarity. Even some women who considered themselves attractive could not help but tidy up their appearances, hoping to catch the attention of these affluent heirs. Regrettably, these wealthy youths were either rich or powerful, paying no heed to the ordinary women surrounding them. If they found someone attractive, it was merely a fleeting amusement, a source of novelty. To them, women were akin to mere garments. Upstairs, after dinner, Chen prepared to attend a soiree hosted by Su Shaojia that evening. Thus he did not linger. He informed Su Yoming's family that he would soon be heading to the Magic City, with all matters regarding accommodations and sustenance arranged by the company. Su Yoming's family nodded in agreement. Su Daqiang and Gaoing insisted on accompanying Chen and Su Exine downstairs. Ultimately, unable to resist their persistence, Chen acquiesced. As the four reached the ground floor, they were greeted by a grand spectacle. The community was densely packed with people, creating an impenetrable throng. In the very center, a circle of over a dozen sports cars stood proudly. The property management personnel in the distance dared not approach. At such times, the property management was astute. Upon observing these young individuals, it was evident they were either affluent or of noble lineage. While they might bully the common folk, they were wise enough not to provoke someone of status. Forcing their way through the crowd, Chen and Su Exine entered the circle, not out of mere curiosity, but because their car was ensconced within. Without it, they had no means of departure. Although taking a taxi or train was feasible, why endure such inconvenience when they had their own vehicle? Chen retrieved his phone and called the driver, instructing him to return and prepare for their journey back to the bustling metropolis. After they ascended to their apartment, the driver could find a place to rest. No need to wait in the car. Excuse me. Make way, Chen urged, shielding Su Exine as they navigated through the throng. He was wary of anyone taking undue advantage of her. After all, she was already designated as his. Just then, a brazen youth approached, his demeanor audacious. What is this commotion? Can't you see that young Master Zhao is conducting business here? Wait outside, and we'll leave once he has done. Chen furrowed his brow. I'm afraid we cannot wait. Our car is inside, and we needed to leave. Huh? A mere old car, and you're acting all high and mighty? Spare me your nonsense. Your concerns are of no importance. We'll leave once young Master Zhao has concluded his affairs. As he spoke, the boy's gaze fell upon Su Exine, and he was instantly captivated, his heart racing with desire. This woman was undoubtedly exquisite. Her figure and beauty were unparalleled. If he could win her affection, it would be worth a lifetime of effort. Chapter 44. Do you believe I am acting in self-defense? What are you staring at? Chen's temper flared. He could overlook many things, but he could not abide anyone leering at his woman. He stepped directly in front of Su Exine, his voice icy. I advise you to step aside promptly, or you shall bear the consequences. Chen's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as an aura of danger enveloped him. Huh? No one has dared to speak to me this way in my entire life. The wealthy second-generation heir exploded in fury. While he was willing to be a lackey to curry favor with Zhao Qifeng, he was no pushover in front of others. Repeat that if you dare. The commotion caught the attention of others nearby. Someone approached Zhao Qifeng, reporting, Brother Zhao, it seems Xiao Yuan is arguing with someone over there. Zhao Qifeng was preoccupied with thoughts of how to impress Chen Qingya and had little patience for other matters. He waved dismissively, handle it yourselves. Soon, 5 or 6 individuals approached, one of whom appeared slightly older. Hey, Xiao Yuan, what is going on? Xiao Yuan quickly replied, Brother Cui, I told this guy that Brother Zhao is busy and he needs to wait, but he refuses to comply and insists on leaving immediately. Brother Cui frowned. Brother, we have urgent matters here, and you can see the situation. If we let you out, we do have to move all these cars. We set this up for Brother Zhao's proposal today, and disrupting the atmosphere would not be ideal, would it? Yi Chen replied coolly. I have my own matters to attend to, and I have no patience for waiting. This is a public area. Do not let your affairs impede others. Yi Chen showed no sign of yielding. It wasn't he that he lacked empathy. Rather, their actions were excessive. Did they expect everyone to be inconvenienced for a mere proposal? Coupled with Xiao Yuan's previous insolence, Yi Chen was even less inclined to tolerate their behavior. Listen here, you've crossed the line. I'll make it clear, you're not leaving until we're done. Another youth, emboldened, chimed in. Who do you think you are? Trying to act tough in front of us. Have you looked in the mirror to see what you are? The group of youths exchanged heated words, their collective bravado formidable. Just then, the driver returned. Mr. Yi, what is happening here? This driver had seen his fair share of events, having worked closely with Chen Qingya. He was not a mere subordinate, and thus, he would not have been sent to chauffeur Yi Chen unless he were trusted. It's nothing. Our car is blocked. And these individuals refuse to let us through, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. The driver's expression changed as he scanned the crowd. Aren't these people associated with Zhao Qifeng? Do you know them? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Mr. Yi, this might be troublesome, the driver cautioned. Troublesome? How so? Yi Chen pressed. I suspect they are here for Chairman Chen. Zhao Qifeng likely thought she had returned and pursued her here. Chen Qifeng is from a prominent family, closely connected to provincial leaders, and has long pursued Chairman Chen. I've witnessed similar scenarios before in Hangzhou. Damn it. A beautiful woman brings trouble. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. Indeed, a stunning woman always attracted complications. Yet, he felt even more displeased. Su Xian was not yet fully his, and he could not tolerate others leering at her. Moreover, Chen Qingya was undeniably his. The audacity of other men seeking to propose to his woman was intolerable. Yi Chen declared firmly, bring Zhao Qifeng to me. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Yi Chen suddenly shouted. The driver was taken aback, wondering what Yi Chen was planning. He had just mentioned Zhao Qifeng's background, and they were on his turf. Was Yi Chen looking to escalate the situation? Su Daqiang and Gaoing observed the spectacle of these wealthy heirs, their nerves on edge. Brother-in-law, perhaps it's best to back down. These rich kids are not to be trifled with. They're the local bullies. Not to be trifled with. Yi Chen scoffed. It depends on whom you're dealing with. I, Yi Chen, do not regard them as a threat. So what if they were connected to provincial leaders? Today, he was eager to see what Zhao Qifeng could conjure up. You're courting death, daring to call out Brother Zhao by name. Xiao Yuan felt his moment to shine had arrived. But before he could finish, Yi Chen swiftly shoved him aside, sending the scrawny youth tumbling backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. Ouch, my backside. With Yi Chen's enhanced physical prowess, even a dozen of these pampered youths were no match for him. Although he had not undergone systematic training, his body was far superior to that of an ordinary person due to the enhancement rewards he had received. In his estimation, even a heavyweight champion like Tyson would be easily handled. After all, his physical abilities had been amplified 100-fold. This was no trivial matter. Yi Chen had restrained his push against Xiao Yuan, but if he had unleashed his full strength, he could have easily expelled him from the community. Are you still daring to act? The group of wealthy heirs, accustomed to bullying others, saw Yi Chen's defiance and surged forward, ready to confront him. In less than a minute, a cacophony of screams erupted. A group of affluent young heirs lay sprawled on the ground, moaning and groaning. As the situation escalated, Zhao Qifeng finally took notice. With a frosty demeanor, he approached and inquired, Who are you? Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Zhao Qifeng pondered for a moment, unable to recall anyone of significance by that name in Hangxing. I don't care if you're Yi Chen or whoever. You've stirred up significant trouble. Do you know who they are? Do you know who their fathers are? Yi Chen cast a disinterested glance at the wealthy scions sprawled on the ground and replied nonchalantly. I don't care who they are. It doesn't matter. Arrogant, Zhao Qifeng retorted. Let me inform you that if you've harmed them, you won't even be able to leave Hangxing today. As the two exchanged words, the young heirs had already begun calling their families. The entire city of Hangxing was thrown into an uproar. Is that so? Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. If I don't make it back to Modu today, tomorrow, all the leaders of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces will have to come to apologize to me. Do you believe that? Keep dreaming. I'm listening, Zhao Qifeng dismissed, utterly unconvinced. Even the most privileged heirs from the capital wouldn't dare demand apologies from provincial leaders. Just watch closely. And you, Yi Chen warned Zhao Qifeng. Don't dare to disturb Chen Qingya again. Otherwise, your family will face dire consequences. Let us see if you have the capability to back that up, Zhao Qifeng sneered, his narrow eyes glinting with malice. Before long, the wail of sirens filled the air. A group of uniformed officers arrived, merely asking a few questions before taking Yi Chen away. Come along, you've assaulted someone without cause, causing injury, which falls under serious criminal law. Once they assess the injuries, you'll be informed of the final sentencing. Will you believe me if I claim self-defense? Yi Chun faced the officers without a hint of trepidation, his demeanor calm. Whether it was self-defense is not for you to decide. Take him away. The lead officer showed no intention of engaging further. Before leaving, Yi Chun instructed the driver to stay close to Su Xian. His gaze swept over Zhao Qifeng as he remarked, "This is of your own making. Don't say I didn't warn you." As Yi Chun was taken away, everyone was rendered speechless. How had a proposal event devolved into such chaos? The sight of various official vehicles parked at the community entrance was particularly disconcerting. Someone couldn't help but grimace, realizing the young man had stirred up a hornet's nest, offending every department in Hangqing. Alas, this lad will find it hard to navigate life from here on out, an elderly gentleman sighed, shaking his head as he ambled away. Meanwhile, Su Xian was on the verge of tears. Though a strong woman, she had never witnessed such a scene. The murmurs surrounding her only heightened her anxiety for Yi Chun. She was aware of his wealth and deep connections, but that was in Modu. Here in Hangqing, she was at a loss. What do we do? Su Daqiang and his wife were equally perplexed. Wait, let me make a call, Su Xian said after some contemplation. Realizing that the only person who might reach Yi Chun was Tang Yi, the property manager from Financial Street. In a flurry, she pulled out her phone, ready to call Tang Yi. But before she could dial, someone snatched the phone from her grasp. "Oh, little beauty, you wouldn't want your boyfriend to get into trouble, would you?" Xiao Yuan, sporting a bruised face, sneered as he held Su Xian's phone. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone." Su Xian frantically tried to retrieve it, but Xiao Yuan, despite having been beaten by Yi Chun, was still a man, and she stood no chance against him. At that moment, Zhao Qifeng watched Yi Chun being led away by the police, his expression growing increasingly dark, as if he could conjure water from his glare. No matter who you are, in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'll have to submit to me. If I don't deal with you appropriately, I don't bear the surname Zhao. Upon realizing that Chen Qingya's car had been driven by Yi Chun, Zhao Qifeng lost interest in the proposal and turned to contemplate how to deal with Yi Chun. "Brother, please help me get my phone back." Su Xian pleaded with Su Daqiang, who stood there, hesitant and intimidated. These individuals were clearly from influential backgrounds, and he dared not provoke them. Useless. Su Xian scolded him in frustration upon seeing his inaction. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Su Yuming and his wife approached, exuding authority. "What is going on? Return my niece's phone at once. Is there no law in broad daylight to prevent such blatant theft?" With the presence of law enforcement, Xiao Yuan did not dare to be overly brazen and reluctantly returned the phone to Su Xian. However, he whispered, "Let me tell you, your boyfriend won't be getting out this time. If you want to rescue him, you know what to do." With that, Xiao Yuan boarded an ambulance and departed for the hospital. Throughout the journey, Yi Chun remained composed in the police vehicle, while the two officers beside him exchanged incredulous glances. "Kid, you really have guts to take on those guys," one officer remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Yi Chun shrugged. "What's the big deal? If it happened again, I'd still hit them. Their parents pamper them, but I won't." The officers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. The driver, an older officer, chimed in. "Young man, I advise you not to harbor too many illusions. You've landed yourself in quite a predicament. It would be best to admit your mistakes to seek leniency." "Huh," Yi Chun scoffed dismissively, choosing silence thereafter. After reclaiming her phone, Su Xian immediately called Tang Yi. In his office, Tang Yi answered the unfamiliar call with curiosity. "Hello, this is Tang Yi. Is this Manager Tang? I'm Su Xian, a friend of Yi Chun. He has gotten into trouble in Hangqing." "Trouble?" Tang Yi abruptly stood up, his urgency palpable. "What happened?" Su Xian quickly relayed the situation, and Tang Yi, fuming, slammed his phone onto the desk. "Zhou Zhiwei." As he spoke, the sprightly Zhou Zhiwei rushed in. "What's wrong, big sister?" "The boss is in trouble in Hangqing. He has assaulted a group of wealthy heirs. You must gather a team and head over with lawyer Luo to handle this. No matter what, even if we can't rescue the boss, we must at least mitigate the damage." "Understood, big sister." Recognizing the severity of the situation, Zhou Zhiwei hurried off. After her departure, Tang Yi picked up the phone and dialed Chen Qingya. "Hello, Manager Tang. What a rare occasion to receive your call." Chen Qingya, busy with paperwork, smiled upon seeing Tang Yi's name on her phone. "Mr. Chen, you possess an exceptional talent for calculation. Now that the boss has been apprehended in Hangzhou, should any issues arise, I assure you that you will find it impossible to remain in the entire Yangtze River Delta." "What? Mr. Yi has been arrested?" Chen Qingya was aware of Yi Chen's trip to Hangzhou and had noticed the call from Zhao Qifeng. However, she refrained from answering. Having already surmised that Zhao Qifeng was cognizant of her vehicle's presence in Hangzhou, she simply did not anticipate that Yi Chun would encounter trouble there. "Mr. Tang, what exactly is going on? Please clarify," Chen Qingya implored, her urgency palpable. Regardless of whether she had exploited Yi Chun, he was undeniably her man, and they shared a marital bond. She could not afford to remain indifferent. Tang Yi recounted the events leading up to the current situation and added, I have dispatched my subordinates and a lawyer to the scene. They should be able to stabilize matters temporarily. Now, please elaborate on the backgrounds of those involved. Chen Qingya replied slowly, I cannot speak for others, but I am certain Zhao Qifeng is among them. Zhao Qifeng? Who is he? Tang Yi inquired, puzzled. His father and grandfather. Chen Qingya provided a brief overview of Zhao Qifeng's background. Tang Yi scoffed, I understand. We shall set aside your scheming against my boss for now. Let us resolve his predicament first, and then I will settle accounts with you. After ending the call, Tang Yi pondered for a moment before retrieving another mobile phone from her drawer, which contained only 2 or 3 contact numbers. Memories flooded her mind. She recalled the last meeting with the old man, who had given her this number and instructed her not to use it except in critical situations. If she were in the Magic City, she might have had a way to resolve the issue, but in Hangzhou, her reach was limited. She could only place her hopes in the individual associated with this number. A call was made to the confidential number. An elderly voice answered, Hello, you old rascal. After all these years, how could you bear to call me? Tang Yi was unaware of the caller's identity or their affiliations, but understood that they were not someone to be trifled with. She responded respectfully, Hello, I am Tang Yi, the property manager of Financial Street in the Magic City. This is a number given to me by Mr. Yi, who said I could reach out in times of great need. There was a moment of silence on the line. Very well, proceed. The elder's tone shifted to one of authority. Chapter 46, The Qin Family in the Capital. My boss has encountered some trouble in Hangzhou. Could you assist? Tang Yi struggled to articulate her request, opting for honesty. Your boss? Is it not the old man Yi? The one who commands respect in Huaxia? Who would dare to touch him? The astonishment in the elder's voice was evident. Who would challenge the owner of Financial Street in the Magic City? The mere sound of his name could send tremors through the entire business realm of Huaxia. His annual tax contributions rivaled those of a first-tier city, and his influence in the commercial world was paramount. No capitalist dared act without regard for him. To truly confront him would require the consensus of all the major players, a scenario that was fundamentally improbable. As long as he remained loyal to the nation, there was no justification for any action against him. Tang Yi felt momentarily bewildered, uncertain if the elder was aware of the recent changes at Financial Street. Sir, my boss is the newly appointed owner of Financial Street, not the venerable Mr. Yi. Although unsure of the elder's knowledge, she felt compelled to clarify. The ownership of Financial Street has changed? To whom? The elder was visibly taken aback, astonished that he had not received any news of such significance. My boss is Yi Chen, a young man. Yi Chen? Another Yi? The elder's tone shifted again. All right, I understand. Await my news. After the call ended, Tang Yi remained oblivious to the elder's identity, feeling somewhat disoriented. Regardless of who he was, she decided to heed his instruction and await further information. If this route proved ineffective, she could always reach out to others. Rising from her seat, Tang Yi instructed her team to prepare a vehicle and set off for Hangzhou. Gather at the lobby of the reception department, she commanded as she exited her office. Upon her orders, over 50 well-dressed men in black suits appeared at the property company's entrance. A fleet of Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars emerged from the parking lot, their combined value exceeding 10 million. Each S-Class car was valued at approximately 3 to 1 for million, and with nearly 20 vehicles lined up, the total was staggering. Tang Yi's Maybach was flanked by security personnel as they entered the ring road, heading towards Hangzhou. Onlookers stepped aside, and many eagerly snapped photos. For the spectacle resembled a cinematic production, one far grander than any film could portray. It seemed that reality often surpassed the imagination. In a mountainous area of the capital, several villas stood, though there were only 6 or 7 in total. Within one such villa, an elderly gentleman, dressed in traditional attire, descended the staircase. In the expansive living room, a nonchalant young man reclined on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Upon noticing the elder's arrival, the young man hastily stowed his phone and respectfully greeted, "Grandfather, is it not your tea time? Why have you come down?" The youth appeared apprehensive, his previous demeanor of indifference replaced by anxiety. The elder wore a grave expression and, noticing the young man's earlier attitude, chose not to chastise him. Instead, he instructed, "Look into a youth named Yi Chen." Yi Chen? The young man hesitated. "Grandfather, with just a name, how can I possibly find him? There are at least 80 people named Yi Chen across Huaxia. Where should I begin? The young man is the new owner of Financial Street in the Magic City. You should know how to investigate that." The new owner of Financial Street? The young man was taken aback. This identity was indeed significant, perhaps rivaling his own. As one of the elite third-generation heirs in the capital, to be on par with him suggested an incredibly formidable background. Isn't the owner of Financial Street the venerable Mr. Yi? How did the ownership change? The young man inquired curiously. The elder, growing impatient, retorted, enough with the trivialities. There's no time for idle chatter. Go and investigate immediately. Understood, grandfather. The young man, sticking out his tongue, promptly dialed a number. At that moment, the sound of engines revving echoed from outside the villa. The door swung open to reveal a striking woman clad in military attire, her presence commanding. Upon seeing her, the elder's face broke into a warm smile. A stark contrast to his demeanor towards the young man. My dear granddaughter has returned. What a rare occasion. The woman acknowledged the elder with a slight nod. Grandfather, I had some free time today, so I thought I would come to see you. Her gaze fell on the young man, who was busily on the phone. Frowning, she remarked, what is Chen you up to? The elder replied, oh, I asked him to assist me in tracking down an individual. Tracking down an individual? The expression on the woman's face finally shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. Grandfather, the person you personally investigated must be extraordinary, wouldn't you agree? The old man let out a wry smile. Extraordinary is an understatement. Are you familiar with the financial street in Magic City? The woman nodded. Yes, I am. I just received news today that the ownership of Financial Street has changed hands. Strangely enough, the new owner is a young man who also bears the surname Yi. What a coincidence, wouldn't you say? The old man's expression turned peculiar. The woman raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, are you suggesting that the old Yi has descendants? One could say so. Despite our extensive investigations over the years, we were unaware of any relatives of that old fellow. Who would have thought a young man sharing the same surname would suddenly emerge to take over everything? Could this really be mere coincidence? Grandfather, I've uncovered some information. Take a look. This is the profile of Yi Chen. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 23. Marital status, unmarried. Family, only child. Place of origin, Shuiming County, He Province. Alma mater, Fudan University. Life experience, details. After reviewing Yi Chen's profile, the old man squinted and chuckled. Haha, this is quite amusing, rather amusing indeed. You old rascal must have had quite a time hiding all these years. It's truly commendable. Even we old friends were kept on guard. You really are something. All right, I understand. You all may return to your own affairs. By the way, Xiaoyu, I need you to make a trip to Hangcheng. Yi Chen has a matter that requires your attention. Remember, handle it beautifully. Don't tarnish the Qin family's reputation. Chen Yu had been restless at home and was thrilled to hear his grandfather specifically request him to showcase his abilities. All right, grandfather, I understand. Just watch. After speaking, Chen Yu started to head out. At that moment, Chen Yao called out to him. Wait a moment, Xiaoyu, I'll accompany you. There's nothing pressing in my department. Ah, sister, you're going too? Chen Yu's face fell. He knew he wouldn't be able to outshine her, for she was even better at putting on a show than he was. However, that was merely a thought in his mind. He dared not refuse and quickly replied, sure. Sister, having you with me will boost my confidence. The old man observed his grandchildren with a satisfied smile. The Qin family was not particularly populous. With only a single line of descent, he had but one son, who had blessed him with a grandson and a granddaughter, which brought him considerable satisfaction. As for the collateral relatives, there were many, but they could never assume his position. Chapter 47. I have never failed to keep my word. After Chen Yu and his sister departed, the old man pondered for a moment, then a smile crept across his lips. It seemed he was about to surprise those old fellows. He retrieved his phone and began dialing one after another. Hello, old Li, I have some fine tea here. Why not come over for a cup? Hello, old Lu, come over for a cup of tea? After making 6 calls, the old man finally set his phone down with satisfaction. The descendants of the Yi family had appeared. He was curious to see the expression on that old fellow from the Chao family. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Meanwhile, in Hangcheng, Yi Chen was brought to the station and promptly confined in an interrogation room. A somewhat portly middle-aged man with an authoritative demeanor entered, holding a teacup. Beside him sat a junior officer with a laptop, evidently prepared to record a statement. So what is going on? The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and inquired nonchalantly, immediately establishing an air of intimidation. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Though it was his first time in such a place, his robust confidence rendered him unafraid. What is going on? Why do you ask? Hearing Yi Chen's response, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Listen here, kid. Confessing brings leniency, while resisting brings severity. We have thoroughly investigated the circumstances, and now it's up to you to admit your guilt. The middle-aged man vaguely recalled what his superior had said before entering the interrogation room. Old Dong, this incident is particularly severe. You must handle it well. Although that was all his superior had said, after many years in the field, Old Dong understood the underlying meaning all too well. Apologies, but I do not believe I have committed any crime. A multitude of individuals attacked me. Am I not allowed to defend myself? Yi Chen retorted coldly. The fact remained that it was indeed those privileged youths who initiated the confrontation, and he had merely incapacitated them without sustaining a single blow himself. Is that so? Since you refuse to admit it, allow me to outline the details of the case. You have injured 12 individuals, 5 of whom sustained serious injuries. Some have fractured eye sockets, others have lost their front teeth. The injury assessments have yet to be concluded, but based on initial observations, the injuries qualify as first-degree light injuries, which could result in a sentencing of no less than 1 year and no more than 3. And this is merely for one person's injuries. Should there be more, the charges may be elevated. In short, you could be looking at close to 10 years. Consider how many 10-year spans you have in your life. If you were to confess, you might negotiate for a lighter sentence and be released sooner. You're still young. And coming out early means a better life ahead. Excuse me, but I want to be staying here for a year, and I have a banquet to attend this evening. If you delay me from attending, thus letting down my fellow attendees, I will be extremely displeased, and the consequences will be dire. A banquet? Dream on. According to procedure, you must remain here for a full 24 hours. The middle-aged man, now irritated by Yi Chen's obstinacy, declared, "You will reflect on your actions here. I will return shortly." After they exited, he remarked, "This kid is quite resistant. We need to devise a strategy to coax him into confessing." However, before they could formulate a plan, their superior approached, accompanied by a well-dressed man in a suit. The man exuded an air of refinement, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, unmistakably educated. "Lawyer Luo, we cannot grant your bail at this moment due to the severity of this case. You may only meet with the defendant." "Understood." Lawyer Luo simply acknowledged without further comment. As the interrogation room door swung open, Lawyer Luo stepped inside. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he respectfully stated, "Hello, sir. I am from the legal department of our property company, sent by General Tang to assist you with this matter." Recognizing the lawyer sent by Tang Yi Chen inclined his head slightly. "Thank you, Lawyer Luo. Sir, could you please share the details of the situation with me?" Yi Chen did not refuse and recounted the events in full. "I see. Then there is truly nothing to worry about. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure your release today." "What time is it now?" Yi Chen suddenly inquired. Lawyer Luo paused, glancing at his watch. "Sir, it's already past 1 in the afternoon." "Lawyer Luo, I have a banquet to attend at 8 this evening. You'd best find a way to allow me to attend." Lawyer Luo was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "Sir, I will do my utmost." "Incorrect. It is not a matter of trying. It is imperative that you fulfill this obligation," Yi Chen intoned solemnly. Throughout his life, he may have told a few lies, but he had never betrayed anyone's trust. Therefore, he must uphold his promise to Su Xiaojia. Lawyer Luo promptly responded, "Boss, I will certainly see to it." Meanwhile, after escorting Lawyer Luo to Hangzhou, Zhou Jiwei drove to the highway entrance to await Tang Yi's arrival. Before long, a grand convoy of vehicles gracefully approached. Although many cars traversed the route to Hangzhou, upon sighting this illustrious procession, they instinctively yielded. Exiting the highway, Tang Yi lowered his window and inquired of Zhou Jiwei, "How is the boss faring?" Zhou Jiwei's expression turned grave as she replied, "Boss, the situation is somewhat troublesome. It appears someone is exerting pressure, and Lawyer Luo is unable to facilitate the bail." "Understood. I shall meet someone first," Tang Yi stated. In the residential complex of Su Yuming, although the crowd had dispersed, a few individuals remained, discussing the earlier spectacle. Just as the echoes of the event began to fade, Tang Yi's convoy arrived once more. The sight of the uniformed fleet of Mercedes-Benz vehicles left everyone astonished. Su Xian had already descended to the ground floor, awaiting Tang Yi's call. Taken aback by the grandeur, she paused momentarily. "Get in," Tang Yi said coolly, lowering the window. As she entered the vehicle and caught sight of Tang Yi, Su Xian felt a sense of restraint. This was the aura of authority. Despite her reluctance, she could not muster the courage to stand tall before him. Meanwhile, Su Yuming and his family, observing the scene from above, fell silent. Particularly Su Dechang and his partner, whose eyes gleamed with excitement and envy. "Is this Mr. Ye's entourage? This display is simply overwhelming." Su Dechang gasped in astonishment. Gao Ying's eyes sparkled with envy. Su Yuming sighed. "This is undoubtedly a clash of titans. I wonder if Mr. Yi, this dragon crossing the river, can subdue the local snakes." In that instant, even Su Yuming felt a surge of fervor, yearning to reclaim his youthful bravado. Yet, upon reflecting on his own circumstances, he realized that should they be entangled in this affair, they would likely create not even a ripple and would instead be drowned. Chapter 48, The Ruthless Yi Chen. Inside a villa, Zhao Qifeng placed a call to Quan Gu. "Hello, Zhao Gu," Quan Gu greeted respectfully upon connection. "Little Quan, I need you to take care of something for me." "Please, go ahead, Zhao Gu. Gather some individuals to thoroughly deal with that Yi Chen, ideally, incapacitate him. Do you understand? I will not tolerate such an exceptional presence in Hangzhou." "Understood, Zhao Gu, you can count on me." On the other end, Quan Ji's expression brimmed with excitement upon receiving Zhao Qifeng's call. At last, he had the opportunity to prove himself to Zhao Qifeng. If he accomplished this task, a bright future awaited him. freeing him from his current constraints. While he was formidable on the streets of Hangzhou, he remained entrenched in the gray areas, never truly recognized. In fact, his dealings were far murkier than Chen Xinya's. She had long since cleaned her hands and now maneuvered effortlessly between both the legitimate and the illicit realms. Huang Gu, however, was trapped in a singular path. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. With Zhao Qifeng's backing, he too could one day emerge like Chen Xinya, presenting himself as a successful figure in the public eye and engaging in discussions about future developments with the wealthy elite. On the other side, after finishing her call with Tang Yi, Chen Xinya quickly dialed out. "Hello, what is it?" came the voice of a middle-aged man on the line. "I've heard that Director Wu has been living quite lavishly lately," Chen Xinya remarked coolly. "What do you mean, Chen Xinya? Didn't I tell you our dealings were concluded? We are to part ways and not interfere with one another." The man's voice dripped with anger. Chen Xinya chuckled coldly. "Having consumed my offerings, how could you possibly spit out only a morsel? Inquire about my reputation. Who has ever gained an advantage from me and lived to tell the tale? The last time I had someone deliver you something, you accepted it but only assisted me with a trivial matter. This time, you will handle the task properly, and we will be even." The man took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Fine. What do you propose? I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Chen Xinya smirked. "A friend of mine has offended Zhao Qifeng in Hangzhou and is currently detained. I want you to secure his release for me." "You mean that young man, Yi Chen? Oh, you are aware of this?" Chen Xinya responded, surprised. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. You know the Zhao family's influence in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. I cannot risk offending them for your sake." Chen Xinya replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then I suppose I shall escalate matters. By the time this is over, even if you have the might of the heavens, you will still face consequences. Chen Xinya, do not overreach. I have stated that the Zhao family is already taking action. Moreover, Yi Chen lacks any background in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Everyone is merely watching the spectacle unfold. What do you expect me to do? Should I step in and halt the Zhao family's movements?" The man's tone softened slightly. Yet, Chen Xinya remained unmoved. "How you choose to act is your concern. I, Chen Xinya, am a woman of my word. If you refuse, it will be mutually destructive. While I may not emerge unscathed, you will undoubtedly fall harder than I." Infuriating. "What connection do you have with Yi Chen that compels you to go to such lengths to protect him?" The man seethed. Chen Xinya replied coolly. "He is my man. This predicament arose because of me, hence I must ensure his safety. Furthermore, I neglected to mention that my request is not solely for his benefit. It also serves to aid you." "What do you mean?" The man queried, perplexed. "Yi Chen is the owner of the financial street in Magic City. Do you believe he will come to harm this time? I simply do not wish for him to encounter any issues. Zhao Qifeng is underhanded. I fear he may resort to despicable tactics." "What? Yi Chen is the owner of the financial street in Magic City? Very well, I understand. I will do my utmost to resolve this matter," the man conceded. After hanging up, Chen Xinya exhaled a sigh of relief. Since he had spoken thus, it indicated that Yi Chen's situation would eventually be resolved. The Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces were not solely dominated by the Zhao family. Other forces could counterbalance them, including the Wu family. While they were not sworn enemies, they were adversaries in many realms. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having found no means to sway Yi Chen, he was regretfully confined to the isolation chamber. Inside, 5 or 6 individuals were either sitting or standing, all adorned with tattoos and boasting muscular physiques. Upon seeing the delicate Yi Chen enter, one burly man remarked, "New here?" Yi Chen cast a glance at him without uttering a word and casually took a seat. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, the burly man smirked, signaling to his companions. The other 5 men closed in on Yi Chen, encircling him. "Kid, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Our boss is asking you questions, and you dare to remain silent?" Yi Chen gently raised his head, scanned the 5 men, and finally let out a cold laugh. Disdain evident in his eyes. This only served to further infuriate the burly men. How dare this inexperienced young lad look down upon them? With this thought in mind, a tattooed man extended his hand towards Yi Chen's chest. "Kid, it seems you are inviting punishment instead of respect." Just as his hand was about to reach Yi Chen's collar, the burly man suddenly let out a horrific scream. "Ah, my hand. It hurts like hell. Let go of me." A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he exerted a slight force, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Crack, crack, crack. When he finally released his grip, the man's wrist had contorted grotesquely. Before the other 4 could react, Yi Chen abruptly stood up and delivered a fierce kick to the man before him. Bang! The overwhelming force sent the man flying back, crashing against the wall 2 meters away. A swift, sideways punch followed, resulting in a sickening crunch as another man's cheekbone collapsed, leaving him looking utterly horrific. In the blink of an eye, all 5 men lay on the ground in a pitiful state, groaning in agony. The ruthless display of strength left the leading man trembling in fear. A shadow loomed over him as Chen looked down with a cold smile. Now speak. Who sent you here? If you cooperate, your fate might improve. Otherwise, you will suffer 1,000 times worse than them. Gulp. The man instinctively swallowed hard. After all, he was a seasoned fighter who had once chased down 7 opponents with a single knife. Although fear coursed through him, he remained silent about who had sent him. Very well, you possess quite the courage. Let us see how long you can endure. With those words, Chen executed a sudden whip kick, driving the man against the wall. Gripping the man's pinky finger, he twisted it gently, eliciting a piercing crack. The man's forehead bulged with veins, yet he could not utter a sound, for Chen's foot was firmly planted on his throat. My patience is limited. If you refuse to speak, I will break each of your 10 fingers one by one. Creak. The sound of the second finger snapping echoed in the room. Chen then seized the third finger. Perhaps it was the agony or the fear that finally compelled the man to confess that it was Brother Quan who had sent him. Chen nodded slightly. Excellent. After speaking, he returned to his seat, casting not a single glance at the others. Half an hour later, whether by notification or realization of the situation inside, someone entered. However, upon witnessing the scene in the confinement room, their faces turned pale with fright. They looked at Chen, who sat calmly, as if they had encountered a ghost. How audacious, to dare fight and injure someone here. Kid, your days are numbered. Chapter 49, My client is in a state of emergency. Seeing the police enter, the henchmen suddenly appeared emboldened, their previous fear dissipating as they shouted, Officer, this kid assaulted us. I want to file a complaint. I want to report him. The 6 men clamored, resembling wronged children seeking justice from their parents. The police were momentarily taken aback. They had received a notification stating they had 10 minutes. And that time had evidently elapsed. Yet, the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Were they not supposed to deal with that young man? How was it that these burly men seemed to be the ones in distress? Despite the fierce battle that had just occurred, Chen's attire remained impeccably intact. After a brief adjustment, he remarked nonchalantly, Fortunately, my clothes were not damaged. Otherwise, even selling you would not cover the cost. Witnessing Chen's audacity, even the police officers found it hard to contain their disbelief. After years of service, this was the first time they had encountered someone so brazen in their precinct. However, before they could voice their thoughts, a group approached from the end of the corridor. Among them were the leaders of the police department, the top brass in attendance. Yet, all of them were carefully accompanying a middle-aged man whose demeanor exuded a faint air of authority. Although he was not in uniform, his presence indicated he was no ordinary individual. Ah, Director Wu, how could you come personally for such a trivial matter? One of the leaders said with an ingratiating smile. The rank of the police detective in Hangsheng was already quite high, especially in a first-tier city, yet they treated this imposing middle-aged man with utmost caution. It was clear he held significant status, likely dispatched from the provincial government. I received a report from the public regarding a serious incident here, so I came to investigate. Director Wu stated. Director Wu, it truly is nothing of concern. The parties involved have already been subdued, and evidence is being collected. It won't take long to resolve this matter, especially with Officer Zhao personally overseeing it. Rest assured. Director Wu scoffed. What does that mean? Just because he has Zhao's attention, I should refrain from intervening? The detective's meaning was clear. With a prominent figure's backing, it was best not to meddle. However, Director Wu had already learned from Chen Qingya who the principal was. At this moment, he felt compelled to intervene, both out of loyalty to Chen Qingya and to cultivate a relationship with Chen. He was still relatively young, in his 40s, and had room for advancement. Moreover, his family had indicated that he would soon be transferred, most likely to a position in Modu. If this matter was genuine, aligning himself with Chen could significantly benefit his future. Anyone within the system knew that a position in Modu was a stepping stone to the capital. If he played his cards right and patiently built his credentials, entering the political center of power in the capital was only a matter of time. As everyone arrived, they observed the situation in the confinement room. Director Wu furrowed his brow. What is going on here? A few junior officers, unsure of the man's identity, cast their gazes towards their superior. The leader quickly urged, What are you all standing around for? Do you not see Director Wu addressing you? Speak up and explain what transpired. Director Wu, who oversaw the political and legal system, was their highest authority. Even if they were aligned with the Zhao family, they dared not openly offend him. The 3 junior officers nervously recounted the events. After listening, Director Wu coldly stated, There may be underlying reasons for this incident. We cannot merely judge by appearances. We need to hear the account from the involved parties. Chen cast a puzzled glance at Director Wu, clearly recognizing that he was there to assist him. Without overthinking it, assuming he was sent by Tang Yi, he proceeded to share the facts of the situation. Director Wu nodded. Sir, please rest assured. If the facts align with your account, I will ensure your innocence. We will not wrong an innocent person. nor will we let a guilty one escape. These individuals will be taken away. I will personally interrogate them. What? Isn't that against protocol, Director Wu? The detective appeared somewhat agitated. This favoritism was rather blatant. Even if Yi Chen's claims were valid, those men were still victims, and according to protocol, they should be dealt with evenly first. What is against protocol? The paperwork will soon be issued. This case will swiftly be handed over to me. If Chief Chi has objections, I will personally present the documentation to him once it arrives. On the other side, Lawyer Luo was also engaged in a conversation with the department's leadership. I must apologize, but my client is invoking the right to emergency self-defense, and I have already obtained the surveillance footage from the community. If you persist in refusing to release him, I will have no choice but to escalate this matter to higher authorities. At that point, whether you have committed the crime of ignoring the facts is something I cannot predict. Lawyer Luo, known for his tactful approach, usually preferred to wield a soft blade, deftly rendering his opponent speechless. However, given that Yi Chun had made it clear he needed to be released before 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo had adopted a more assertive stance. Upon hearing his words, the department leaders fell into a profound silence. The situation was still under control. After all, the Zhao family did not hold unilateral power over the higher-ups. If matters escalated, it could indeed lead to significant issues, inviting the scrutiny of oversight departments. Who among them was without their own skeletons in the closet? If a thorough investigation were to occur, someone would inevitably suffer the consequences. Very well. Grant us a bit of time. If the investigation yields clarity, we will expedite the release. The leader, resigned to the circumstances, sought to buy some time, awaiting the Zhao family's decision. It was clear to everyone that if things escalated, these minor figures would merely become scapegoats. Having reached this point was no easy feat, and none desired to lose the hard-won achievements. Lawyer Luo shook his head and glanced at his watch. It is now 2 o'clock and 5 minutes. I shall allow you 50 minutes to provide me with a satisfactory response. If not, I will have to proceed according to the regulations. Outside the police station, Tang Yi's convoy awaited. Lawyer Luo approached the vehicle and, noticing the partially lowered window, greeted Tang Yi respectfully. Mr. Tang, I have already applied pressure to those individuals, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate the boss will be released shortly. Tang Yi nodded slightly. I hope so, but do not fret. If your efforts prove unfruitful, others will undoubtedly intervene. However, this incident shall not be overlooked. The Zhao family must be dealt with. In the front passenger seat, Zhou Jiwei, holding a laptop, suddenly turned around and said, Elder sister, we have gathered information on the Zhao family. All right, Lawyer Luo, you may leave now. I still have matters to attend to. After Lawyer Luo departed, Tang Yi raised the window and instructed, let me see. Zhou Jiwei handed the tablet to Tang Yi. Elder sister, the Zhao family is a deeply entrenched local family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. The patriarch, once the provincial governor, later served as the director of the provincial finance department and subsequently as the magistrate. He is now retired, yet his influence endures. The family has numerous members scattered across various departments. He has 3 sons, each holding significant positions, with the eldest daughter-in-law serving as the chairwoman of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Petrochemical Group. Although it is not publicly traded, its preliminary valuation exceeds 100 billion. However, among the 3 sons, only the eldest has a son, the current 3rd-generation heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Qifeng. Zhao Qifeng has held a public office since the age of 15, albeit his age is slightly inflated. Now 29, he has been secretly pursuing Chen Qingya. After listening to Zhou Jiwei's introduction, Tang Yi nodded and casually passed the tablet to Su Xian. Ms. Su, you should take a look as well. I am unsure of your relationship with the boss, but you ought to be aware of the affairs within the upper echelons. Tang Yi's words held a deeper meaning. Su Xian understood the implication, likely confirming her own connection with Yi Chun, which prompted Tang Yi to share this information. She did not refuse, taking the tablet to examine it closely. Chapter 50, The Arrival of the Qin Family. A military Hummer slowly descended from the Jinghang Expressway. Onlookers' eyes lit up. Not only was the vehicle striking, but the driver was equally impressive. The driver, Qin Yao, donned military attire with her hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding an aura of remarkable poise and competence. Many men, upon seeing her, felt an inexplicable urge to conquer. However, such thoughts were futile. A woman of her caliber would hardly glance at ordinary men, let alone wealthy ones. Call and find out where Zhao Qifeng and his associates are. Before arriving, Qin Yao had instructed Qin Yu to investigate the events unfolding in Hangzhou. With a wry smile, Qin Yu knew that his sister's presence signaled her desire to show off, which would not involve him. Rest assured, sister, I have already sent out notifications. Once we exit the expressway, we will be informed. Indeed. As the Hummer emerged from the expressway, a young man leaned against a sports car, awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Qin Yao's vehicle, he rushed forward. "Qin Ge, over here." The young man waved his hand. With a screech, the Hummer came to a sudden halt, causing Qin Yu to almost lose his composure. He shot a reproachful glance at his sister, silently pleading for her to slow down, lest he be shaken apart. Ignoring her brother's gaze, Qin Yao focused intently on the young man. Observing the Ferrari parked by the roadside, Qin Yu remarked with interest, "You seem to be doing quite well here. Driving a Ferrari now." The young man scratched his head. "Are you ridiculing me, Qin Ge? No matter how well I'm doing, I could never compare to you. If you wanted a car like this, you could have it in an instant," he added. Given Qin Yu's family status, the young man's statement rang true. Anything he desired could easily be obtained with a mere request, and countless individuals would rush to fulfill it. Enough banter. Where's Zhao Qifeng? Qin Yu asked directly. Realizing that Qin Yu was indeed in pursuit of Zhao Qifeng, the young man's excitement surged. "I've already found out. Zhao Qifeng and his crew are currently drinking at the Zui Xianlu. We should be able to find them there." Zui Xianlu, a five-star restaurant in Hangzhou, was a popular gathering spot for the wealthy second-generation elites. Not only was it upscale, but the decor also appealed to the younger crowd. With the added allure of beautiful staff. "I don't want should, I want certainty," Qin Yao interjected coolly. The young man paused, taken aback by her demand. Qin Yu awkwardly explained, "This is my elder sister." After speaking, he winked at the young man, signaling him to tread carefully around his sister, as the consequences of angering her could be severe. Upon learning that she was Qin Yu's sister, the young man was even more intimidated. Although he had never met her, everyone knew about the fierce female dragon of the Qin family in the capital, at a prestigious gathering of the elite, where even the least impressive attendees were from second-tier families. This very sister had once beaten up a scion of equal standing, ultimately throwing him out of the venue. This fearless figure from the younger generation of the Qin family was not to be trifled with. "I am certain I can locate them," the young man assured without hesitation. "Good." With that, Qin Yao pressed down on the accelerator, and the Hummer surged forward like an enraged bull, racing down the roads of Hangzhou. Qin Yu gripped the handrail tightly. "Sister, have you taken leave of your senses? While the Yi family is indeed important to us, and our relationship is strong, there is no need for such haste." Qin Yao, her gaze unyielding, replied coolly, "I am in a foul mood." Qin Yu's eyes darted, as if he had made a discovery, and he suddenly asked with mischief, "Sister, you didn't encounter any trouble in the army, did you?" He was well aware of his elder sister's temperament. When she was in a foul mood, it was undoubtedly due to some misfortune. "Enough of this idle chatter. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, lest you provoke my ire." Qin Yu instinctively recoiled, yet his curiosity remained insatiable. "Elder sister, if you truly have something to discuss, speak up. Your younger brother will avenge you." Qin Yao replied with a dispassionate tone. "I lost to Chao Lingshan in the internal competition. Go and help me exact my revenge." "Ah, now it makes sense." Qin Yu understood his sister's nature. With a slight ruse, he could easily elicit information from her. His sister was straightforward, and once one grasped this vulnerability, any query could be satisfied. Qin Yao, realizing she had fallen into her brother's trap, seized a handful of Qin Yu's hair and pressed his head onto the center console. "Do you wish to perish? How dare you manipulate me? Oh dear sister, my own flesh and blood. Let go. I'm going bald. I'm going bald." At this moment, in the private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhao Qifeng and a cadre of wealthy heirs were indulging in libations. Each was attended by a waitress clad in a cheap how, their beauty rated around 80 points. While 80 may not be exceptional, it was certainly above average. "Brother Zhao, it seems that brat wants to be out for at least 10 years, right?" Xiao Yuan's face, having been treated, was no longer swollen. Zhao Qifeng scoffed. 10 years? He won't emerge in this lifetime. The thought of the tasks he had assigned to Quan brought him immense satisfaction. At last, he had avenged himself. In truth, Zhao Qifeng's vendetta against Yi Chun was not merely for the sake of retribution for his subordinates, but also stemmed from jealousy. It was widely known that no one had ever driven Chen Qingya's car. The mere fact that she lent her vehicle to Yi Chen spoke volumes about their closeness. After pursuing Chen Qingya for years, having never even sat in her car, how could he bear the thought of Yi Chen driving it? The others, upon hearing Zhao Qifeng's words, exchanged knowing glances. Clearly, the boss was orchestrating events to ensure that Brat would not survive. "Haha, splendid. I've never liked that kid. But his girlfriend is quite remarkable. Once this matter is settled, I shall make it my mission to woo her," Xiao Yuan chuckled. "Haha, Xiao Yuan. Your penchant for married women remains unabated, I see. Of course, it shall never cease. You cannot fathom that sensation. The last time, the wife of that boss from Qingyuan Construction was simply exquisite. It was an experience to remember." As the conversation unfolded, the door to the private room swung open, and a middle-aged man entered, bowing and scraping. "Greetings, esteemed young masters. Here is a selection of wine I have brought for you. Please enjoy at your leisure." Should you finish, I have more. This was the owner of the drunken immortal pavilion, fully aware of the identities of these individuals. Each family possessed tremendous influence. If he served them well, his prospects in Hangzhou and even across the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces would flourish. Over a dozen bottles were laid upon the dining table, the least expensive among them being several thousand yuan per bottle of Matai. Xiao Yuan, growing impatient, said, "Enough, we understand. Just set the wine down and leave, and leave the waitresses." "Certainly, I shall be on my way," the owner replied hastily. At that moment, a formidable military Hummer came to a slow halt in front of the drunken immortal pavilion. The young man with the Ferrari hastened to catch up, seizing an opportunity to ingratiate himself. His family belonged to one of the most prestigious clans in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, with his father currently at the helm. In the entirety of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, he was among the most elite scions. Even Zhao Qifeng would seem inferior in his presence. Yet, when faced with the Qin family, he felt no more significant than an ant. Chapter 51. I am Qin Yao, of the Qin family in the capital. Lead the way, Qin Yao commanded coldly. Lu Xiao nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word. On the 5th floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, the elevator chimed as Qin Yao and her companion stepped out. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" a waitress inquired respectfully. "It's none of your concern. Be gone," Qin Yao retorted. At that moment, Lu Xiao felt a surge of bravado. Previously, he had refrained from drawing attention to himself, fearing repercussions for his family. But now, backed by the heir of the Qin family, he felt emboldened, ready to face any consequence. In private room 505, the owner of the drunken immortal pavilion awaited anxiously, ready to enter at the slightest indication. Though those who operated five-star hotels typically boasted fortunes in the billions, he felt insignificant compared to the individuals within. As long as he maintained good relations with them, the possibilities for his wealth to multiply were boundless. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Yu and the others approaching. "Is Zhao Qifeng inside?" Lu Xiao asked, addressing the owner as though he were a mere lobby manager. "Zhao Xiao is indeed inside. Are you friends of his?" the owner inquired, unaware of their true identities and wary of offending them. However, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at Qin Yao, a stunning woman dressed in military attire. Although her insignia had been concealed, it was evident she held a significant rank. "You may enter," he said, relieved. He feared Zhao Qifeng and his associates might leave, which would spell trouble for him. "I shall notify you immediately," the owner offered, moving to knock on the door. "Knock. What are you doing? Get out of my way," Qin Yu barked. Before the owner could react, a figure burst forth, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door wide open. Boom. The sturdy double doors splintered down the center. Lu Xiao and Qin Yu exchanged glances, both thinking, how exceptionally violent. A long leg strode confidently into the room. Who is Zhao Qifeng? At that moment, Xiao Yuan and the others were engaged in teasing the waitresses, causing them to blush, yet they dared not voice their displeasure. Their amusement was abruptly interrupted, and Xiao Yuan exploded. "Who the hell dares to ruin my fun? Who do you say you are?" A chilling voice echoed. Qin Yu quickly covered his face, thinking, this is bad. "What do you mean, bad?" Lu Xiao, still processing, turned to see Qin Yao's tactical boot land squarely in Xiao Yuan's abdomen. Thud. The hefty body was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing onto the dining table. "Good grief!" Lu Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Shoo, don't make a sound," Qin Yu urgently whispered, covering Lu Xiao's mouth. When his sister was enraged, it was best not to provoke her, otherwise he might find himself on the receiving end of her wrath. Zhao Qifeng and his companions were struck dumb with shock. "I ask you, who is Zhao Qifeng?" Qin Yao inquired impatiently, retracting her leg. "I am, and you are?" Zhao Qifeng rose, his expression darkening. In such a moment, he could not afford to shrink from confrontation, especially under the scrutiny of so many. Surrendering would only invite ridicule. Ultimately, it was unavoidable that he would be recognized. "Very well, you are Zhao Qifeng. So it is you who had Yichen captured?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this person had come to support Yi Chen. "Remember my name, I am Qin Yao, from the esteemed Qin family of the capital." Hiss. Instantly, a collective gasp filled the air. "Yi Chen, is it conceivable that a person of your insignificant stature could act against me? You have 1 minute to release the hostage, or I shall ensure the Zhao family becomes nothing but a remnant of history." Qin Yao stepped forward with unwavering resolve, her icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Qifeng. The domineering aura she exuded rendered Zhao Qifeng utterly speechless. Though he held a position of considerable prestige in the eyes of the Qin family, a mere word could obliterate his existence. Behind her, Qin Yu observed his sister's formidable presence and sighed inwardly, pondering why he could never replicate her commanding demeanor. Logically, he was meant to be the future leader of the Qin family, yet he felt he paled in comparison to his sister's prowess. Zhao Qifeng, now gripped by fear, found it impossible to remain defiant. The mere mention of the Qin family compelled him to yield. Sister Yao. Smack. Qin Yao struck him sharply, causing him to stagger, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Who is your sister? Do you even deserve such a title? The seconds ticked by. 10 had passed, leaving 50 remaining. At that moment, Zhao Qifeng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In all his years, even his parents had never struck him in such a manner. To be publicly humiliated in this way was a blow to his pride that he could scarcely endure. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances. He could only swallow his indignation. I will do it immediately. Zhao Qifeng, devoid of hesitation, swiftly dialed a number. Hello. We have decided not to pursue charges against Yi Chen. Please release him at once. The voice on the other end sounded perplexed. Xiao Xiao, what has transpired? Stop with the nonsense. I said to release him. Do it now? Yes, yes. The person on the other end, presumably a leader with the authority to handle Yi Chen's situation, complied without question. Meanwhile, in the police station, Director Wu was still interrogating the underlings of Brother Quan. Before any conclusions could be drawn, the procedures for Yi Chen's release were already underway. Upon receiving the news, Wu was momentarily taken aback. How could Yi Chen be exonerated so swiftly without his intervention? Lawyer Luo also received the news and hurried to greet Yi Chen as he emerged from the holding cell. As Yi Chen stepped out, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Ah, Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. This incident was indeed a matter of legitimate self-defense. It was not self-defense, it was an act of emergency avoidance, Lawyer Luo emphasized. Yes, an act of emergency avoidance. With the Zhao family now submissive, a mere individual of low standing like Zhao Qifeng could hardly afford to offend Yi Chen any further. Yi Chen did not even spare a glance at the leading official, striding purposefully toward the exit. At that moment, Director Wu approached him. Mr. Yi, are you unharmed? Seeing Wu, Yi Chen nodded. You are Director Wu, correct? Do visit me for tea sometime. Certainly, Mr. Yi. I will make time for it. As he watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, Wu felt a profound shock. He sensed that Yi Chen's background was far more intricate than Chen Qingya had portrayed. While the identity of a financial district mogul was already sufficient to place him on equal footing with the capital's elite, this incident had entangled him in legal complications. Even if everything were to resolve, it was improbable that it could be settled in such a brief span of time. Henceforth, he resolved to nurture his relationship with Yi Chen diligently. Upon exiting the police station, Yi Chen casually tossed his suit jacket to Lawyer Luo and made his way toward Tang Yi's vehicle. As the door swung open, Tang Yi emerged with Su Xin and Zhou Jiwei. Boss, are you alright? Yi Chen nodded. I am fine. However, I encountered some issues inside. Someone sent individuals to confront me, and I have identified the mastermind behind it. Please take appropriate measures. They are likely affiliated with the underworld. So see if you can extract further information. Tang Yi understood the implication. His boss intended to take action against the Zhao family. Understood, boss. Now, I am weary. There is a banquet to attend this evening. Kindly take me home for some rest. Yi Chen yawned nonchalantly. Tang Yi turned to Zhou Jiwei. You heard the boss. Take care of Brother Quan. I will accompany the boss back. Understood, sister. 2 vehicles remained behind while the others followed Yi Chen's departure. Chapter 52. I have consented to this marriage. On the highway leading to the Magic City, Yi Chen reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in repose. Beside him, Tang Yi hesitated to speak. General Tang, I regret the trouble my situation has caused you. Given your loyal service, please feel free to voice your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yi replied, Boss, through my investigations, I have uncovered that this incident is linked to Chen. Yi Chen interjected calmly. There is no need to elaborate. I am aware. I will handle matters concerning Chen Qingya myself, so you need not worry. Yi Chen had long suspected that his trip to Hangzhou had been orchestrated by Chen Qingya. However, what did it matter? She was now his woman, and any complications would eventually need resolution. This journey to Hangzhou provided a timely opportunity to address them, thus averting future troubles. Boss, are you and Director Chen already? Tang Yi cautiously inquired. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open as he shot Tang Yi a sharp glance. General Tang, do you intend to pry into my private affairs as well? Tang Yi quickly replied, My apologies, boss. It was not my intention. It is simply that Chen Qingya is no ordinary individual. The Zhao family is merely one of her challenges. You have seen the materials I sent you previously. She was once a member of the Money Association. Huh, and what of the Money Association? Do you think I would fear them? Yi Chen scoffed. Closing his eyes once more, Tang Yi realized he may have overstepped, understanding that with the connections left behind by the elder, the Money Association was hardly a threat. However, Yi Chen's confidence did not stem from that phone. He was unaware of its existence. His confidence was derived from the system itself, caught up in various matters. He had forgotten to spend. It was not due to a lack of funds, but rather a reward system for spending. It seemed that upon returning to the Magic City, He would need to indulge in more expenditures, investments, perhaps. Whatever required substantial financial outlay, he would pursue. The more rewards he accrued, the easier it would be to address the myriad challenges ahead. By the way, I greatly appreciate your assistance in my release. Without you, I doubt I would have emerged so easily. Chen was not solely an authoritarian. He understood that a blend of benevolence and authority was essential for effective leadership. Boss, you need not thank me. The swift resolution of your predicament was primarily due to the Elder's hidden cards. Hidden cards? What hidden cards? Chen inquired, puzzled. Are you not aware, boss? Tang Yi expressed his surprise. He had always assumed that Chen had some connection to the Elder, and such hidden cards would have been conveyed upon departure. He was astonished to learn otherwise. Intrigued by the mention of hidden cards, Chen encouraged, do elaborate. It is merely a mobile phone containing several contact numbers. Based on my analysis, none of the owners of those numbers are simple individuals. I made a call to one of them today, and your situation was resolved with ease. Interesting, let me see the phone. Tang Yi, not daring to hesitate, promptly handed over the device. As Chen scrolled through the contact list, he noticed a particular number's call log. Is this the number you dialed? Indeed, boss. Chen casually dialed the number. At that moment, atop a hill in the capital, within a villa's tea room, Old Chen was engaged in conversation while sipping tea with 6 elderly gentlemen. Old Chen, one of them remarked playfully, you, who are notoriously frugal, have decided to treat us to such exquisite tea today? This is the king of tea from Wui Mountain, with only 100 tales produced each year, all specially reserved. Given your character, it would be utterly unthinkable for you to treat us without a substantial reason. An elder with graying hair and a rosy complexion jested, causing the other 5 to erupt in laughter, all surprised by Old Chen's unusual generosity. Ah, Old Lu, you truly understand me. The reason I gathered you all here today is not solely for tea. Old Chen continued. In fact, I have some splendid news to share. What is it? While Old Chen spoke lightly, the expressions of the 5 men turned serious, for at their level of standing, Old Chen would not make such a fuss unless it were a matter of great significance. Can you guess? Old Chen teased. Cut it out, if you won't say. We'll leave after finishing our tea, another elder with a youthful appearance retorted. Wait. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense, Old Chen quickly replied. The others exchanged knowing glances. They understood that Old Chen, being somewhat impulsive, would be unable to restrain himself much longer. The Yi family has made an appearance. What? The 5 men, who had earlier remained unfazed, were now visibly stirred. Which member of the Yi family are you referring to? Who else could it be? Naturally, it's that individual from the Magic City. How is that possible? We have investigated for years without a trace. How could a descendant suddenly emerge? Indeed, it's absolutely true. I just received the news. You all know that Old Fox has a phone number he seldom uses. If he does call, it must be for something significant. I received that very call today, but it wasn't from him. Rather, it was from a young lady named Tang Yi. She informed me that the Old Fox has entrusted Financial Street to a young man named Chen. The reason for her call was that Chen has encountered some trouble in Hangzhou and requested my assistance. Old Chen exclaimed, taking a sip of his tea. And then, did you lend a hand? Inquired an elder with an ethereal presence. Ah, Zhang Daozhong, why are you so anxious? Do you think Old Chen would refuse to help? After all, the Chen family nearly allied with the Yi family back in the day. With the descendants of the Yi family resurfacing, it is imperative to handle the matter with grace. Oh haha, Zhang Daozhong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Now I remember. There was indeed such an event back then. However, at the time, everyone considered it mere banter, as it was well known that Old Yi had no heirs. We all thought Old Chen was jesting. Upon hearing the banter, Old Chen's expression darkened. Hey, are you all truly my friends? Is this how you treat an old friend? Besides, whether it was jest or not, the appearance of the Yi family means that union must be acknowledged. Coincidentally, I have sent Yao Yao over, and the two should meet. It will make discussions of marriage much easier. Old Chen, you can't be serious. With Yao Yao's temperament, would she ever agree? She might just end up throttling that lad from the Yi family. Yes, Old Chen, your family is small. Why not let mine take her place? I have plenty of daughters, all of whom are refined young ladies. I'll take a hit and endure this ordeal for you. Get lost, get lost. Old Chen was clearly displeased. I shared this news with you because I consider you friends. Moreover, regardless of that girl's consent, I am absolutely in favor of this match. If she doesn't agree, I will simply tie her up and send her. Just as the conversation escalated, a phone rang, interrupting them all. Chapter 53 Dad. I need to inquire about something. Is Grandpa really dead? Glancing at the caller ID, Old Chen chuckled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, this is Chen. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask how to address you? Chen said respectfully on the other end of the line. This is a basic principle of conduct. There is no need for courtesy towards adversaries or those of unequal status, but one must always repay kindness to benefactors. Haha. Yi Chen, I know you well. How is your grandfather's health? Old Chen inquired. This question bore an underlying intention, serving as a probe to gauge the situation. My grandfather? He passed away long ago, Yi Chen replied, somewhat baffled by the question. Hadn't he died ages ago, likely reduced to dust? He was buried in the ancestral grave in the countryside. Passed away? When did this happen? Yi Chen's response left Old Chen and the others in shock. Impossible. That old fellow was in good health. How could he have died? Zhang Daozhang stroked his beard, utterly unconvinced. Yes, he passed away many years ago. I believe I was quite young when it happened. My father personally laid him to rest. Yi Chen affirmed. Old Chen and the others were left speechless. Yi Chen, please hold on. I will speak with you shortly. After covering the phone, Old Chen turned to the others. Do you believe this? They all shook their heads. It seems there must be something we are unaware of. That man had once fought on the battlefield, single-handedly taking on hundreds of foes, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. After that incident, he had resolutely vowed never to re-enter the realm of power. He had vanished for over 20 years. And upon his return, it was said he had become the master of Financial Street in the Magic City. Weren't you all in contact with him a few years ago? Did he seem like a man on the verge of death? A usually taciturn elder suddenly spoke. Old Chen, having confirmed his suspicions, nodded slightly. All right, I understand. Once I finish with Yi Chen, we will discuss this further. Yi Chen, he said, noticing the silence on the line. It appears I might have erred. Your grandfather may indeed be gone. You need not thank me. This is merely a debt I owe to your grandfather, and I consider it settled now. By the way, have you met my inept grandson and granddaughter? Your grandchildren? I'm sorry, but I haven't met them. After being released from the police station, I went directly back to the Magic City. Did they rescue me? I should thank them in person. No need for that. I will have them come to the Magic City to find you. You carry on with your business. They have no pressing matters and can enjoy some time there. Old Chen smiled. All right, if your grandchildren come to the Magic City, have them call me. I will certainly extend a warm welcome. Good, I will convey that to them. Yi Chen, do visit me at Old Chen's place in the capital whenever you have the chance. Certainly, Grandpa Chen. After a brief exchange, they both hung up. Yi Chen felt something was amiss and promptly dialed his father. Hello, son, what's the matter? Yi Han Cheng, busy at a restaurant, answered his son's call with a hint of confusion. Dad, I need to ask something. Is Grandpa really dead? Nonsense. Your grandfather has not truly passed away. How could he fake his death? Even the burial was conducted by my own hands. Back then, our family was impoverished, lacking the means to purchase a coffin. I had to painstakingly gather some wooden planks and nail them together myself. Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but smirk. A coffin made from wooden boards? How pitifully humble. Ah, I see. Well then, I shall return home in due course to renovate Grandpa's grave. Yi Han Cheng remarked. Now that's more like a human sentiment. Good. Even after achieving success, you don't forget your roots. When you return, I shall accompany you to tend to your grandfather's resting place. By the way, what prompted you to inquire about your grandfather? Yi Chen replied, Oh, it's nothing much, just a sudden thought that crossed my mind. All right then, if there's nothing else. I shall hang up now. The shop is rather busy. Yi Han Cheng, not pondering further, promptly ended the call. In the old Yi family restaurant in Shuiming County, Xia Wanru emerged from the kitchen, puzzled, and asked, Whose call was that? Our son's, came the reply. What did he say? He absurdly inquired whether his grandfather is truly deceased or merely pretending. When that little rascal returns, I shall have a stern word with him. How could he question whether his grandfather is alive or dead? Is that how a grandson should behave? Xia Wanru shot him a disapproving glance. What about our son? Look at your father. He's a veteran of war. Every other veteran has a promising future, either holding esteemed positions or raising children in power. And look at our family. What kind of life have we lived? Often going without a meal. He left behind a couple of worthless medals that can't even be exchanged for money, merely serving as trinkets. Enough. My father simply doesn't wish to contend for such matters. What would you, as a woman, understand? Yi Han Cheng retorted impatiently. I don't understand, but you do? I'm not concerned with your family's trivial affairs. I am solely focused on when I can find a wife for our son to bear me a robust grandson. Just then, a short-haired beauty clad in a police uniform entered the restaurant. Ah, Yu Meng has arrived. Come, sit and rest for a while. If I were to suggest, Yu Meng, you ought to reconsider your career as a police officer. You look exhausted, and it seems you've lost weight again these past few days. Lin Yu Meng shook her head. Auntie, it's nothing. Serving the people is my duty. Is the restaurant busy today? I just finished my shift and thought I'd come help you and uncle out. Don't overexert yourself. This small business can be quite exhausting. Have you eaten? Annie will have the kitchen whip up something delicious for you. As Xia Wanru gazed at Lin Yu Meng's spirited visage, her fondness grew, secretly plotting how to bring her son and Lin Yu Meng together. This potential daughter-in-law seems truly wonderful. Lin Yu Meng, ever since receiving her father's instructions, would bring her colleagues here for meals. Though she didn't fully understand the reasons, she felt compelled to heed her father's wishes. Through these brief encounters, she found the couple to be quite amiable and had decided to stop by today to see if there was any way she could assist. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Chen refrained from further conversation. Any speculation he held in his heart would have to await his return home for confirmation. As the convoy slowly rolled into the bustling metropolis, even in their understated manner, the spectacle was undeniable. Over 10 luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles provided an escort, drawing countless curious glances as they entered the busy streets. Chapter 54. Is there no acknowledgement? Upon returning to the metropolis, Tang Yi inquired with concern, "Boss, where would you like to go? Back to the company, or?" Chen shook his head. "First, have someone take President Su back. I anticipate someone will reach out to me shortly, so you needn't worry." "Understood, boss." After leaving the police station, Su Xin, sensing the situation, wisely took a seat in another vehicle, knowing that Chen and Tang Yi likely had important matters to discuss, and she didn't want to appear inconsiderate. Tang Yi understood Chen was referring to Chen Qingya. With her intelligence, it was certain that this matter would require an explanation from Chen. Some people cannot simply be utilized and then dismissed without consequence. If that were true, it's likely that she would find no footing in all of Huaxia. As expected, just after their conversation, Chen's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, a smile crept across his lips. "Hello, President Chen. Mr. Yi, you've returned?" Chen Qingya asked cautiously. Though their relationship had evolved, neither was the type to indulge in frivolous banter in front of others. If it had been Songyu, she would have likely opened with an endearing term. "Yes, I just arrived in the metropolis." Chen replied nonchalantly. "May I meet with you?" Chen Qingya asked delicately. Her words laced with testing intent. She was aware that Chen understood her earlier machinations. She wished to gauge his reaction. "Of course, I'll head directly to your company." After hanging up, Chen turned to Tang Yi. "Have someone take me to Chen Qingya's company. You may return now." "Understood, boss." Tang Yi exited the vehicle, transferring to another, allowing Chen to use his own. At the headquarters of the brilliant group in the metropolis, a Maybach bearing the prestigious Metropolis No. 95 license plate glided to a stop. Waiting at the entrance, dressed in a tailored OL outfit, was Chen Qingya, attracting numerous curious gazes due to her striking presence. Yet, those aware of her status dared not gaze for long, swiftly averting their eyes. "Why is the chairman personally waiting downstairs? Which esteemed figure is arriving?" murmured an employee. "Shoo, some things are better left unasked. Do you want to lose your job?" replied another, as they hurried away, fearing to utter another word. As Chen stepped out of the car, he instructed the driver, "You may return, no need to wait for me." "Understood, boss." Upon entering the brilliant building, his eyes were immediately drawn to Chen Qingya, elegantly clad in her OL ensemble, her legs adorned with black stockings, always a focal point for men. Upon seeing Chen Qingya hurried forward. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" she inquired with genuine concern. Chen offered a faint smile. "What could possibly be wrong? Or do you wish for me to be in trouble?" Chen Qingya quickly responded. "How could I ever wish for you to be in trouble?" Given the nature of their relationship, she certainly did not desire any harm to befall him. Aware that certain matters could not be discussed openly, Chen declared, "Let us talk upstairs." They ascended in a private elevator to the top floor. This building, purchased by Chen Qingya for 20 billion, consisted of 50 stories, a feat she had achieved through a combination of strategy and persuasion. Otherwise, considering the current exorbitant real estate prices in the metropolis, 20 billion would not have sufficed. Chen Qingya's office was impressively spacious, encompassing 200 to 300 square meters. Adorned with a plethora of expensive decorative items and even some antiques, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur that left a striking impression upon entry. Summoning the internal phone, she instructed the secretary to inform anyone that without her explicit command, no one was permitted to disturb her. Once the notification was conveyed, Chen Qingya graciously invited Chen to take a seat. "Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare a cup of tea for you." "Very well," Chen responded, settling into the sumptuous European leather sofa. The journey to Hangzhou had indeed left him somewhat fatigued, and he closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. At some point, a pair of hands gently began to massage his temples. "If you are weary, I have a resting room available. You should take a moment to relax." Enjoying Chen Qingya's soothing touch, Chen replied with a calm demeanor, "I have already taken care of the matters for you. And I am also addressing the issues concerning the Zhao family. You can return to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces at your convenience from now on." The delicate hands paused momentarily before Chen Qingya remarked, "Then I shall take advantage of your generosity. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chen smiled gently. "What is there to be concerned about? You are well aware of our relationship." "Ah, Chen, am not the sort to turn my back on those who stand by me. Chen Qingya felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Since entering society, she had only encountered deceit and treachery, cultivating a defensive mindset towards others. Her spirit was perpetually taut. Yet Yi Chun was the only person with whom she truly desired to forge a sincere bond. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Qingya expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile. Now that I have resolved your troubles, do you not wish to express your gratitude? Chen Qingya rolled her eyes, fully grasping Yi Chen's insinuation, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. In Hangzhou, Zhou Jiwei had managed to ascertain the location of Quan Gu. Without hesitation, she swiftly made her way there. Inside a bar, Quan Gu was reveling with over 20 of his loyal subordinates, all enjoying the pleasures of the evening. These men were Quan Ji's most trusted confidants. As the current underground boss of Hangzhou, Quan Gu had the capacity to summon hundreds if necessary. But in this moment of relaxation, such numbers were not required. Quan Gu, we raise our glasses to you. With Brother Zhao's support, your rise to prominence is imminent. Quan Gu chuckled heartily. Indeed, you need not worry. Once I achieve success, I will ensure you are all well rewarded. This bar belonged to Quan Gu, and as it had yet to open for business, it was the perfect venue for their gathering. As Quan Gu and his companions envisioned their future glory, two Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles pulled up outside. The doors swung open, and a burly man clad in a black suit respectfully announced, Sister Wei, we have arrived. Zhou Jiwei slowly opened her eyes, nodded slightly, and with a frigid demeanor, exited the vehicle. Let us proceed inside, she instructed, casually tossing her tailored jacket to her subordinate as she strode toward the entrance of the bar. A young thug stationed at the doorway frowned upon seeing Zhou Jiwei and her entourage approaching. I'm sorry, but we are not yet open for business. Please return later. Barely had the words left his lips when a burly man behind Zhou Jiwei suddenly stepped forward, delivering a swift slap to the young thug. The impact sent the thug crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Zhou Jiwei didn't even glance at the fallen figure, striding directly into the bar. Chapter 55. I warned you, this endeavor is not particularly safe for you. While Quan Gu was enjoying drinks with his subordinates, his gaze inadvertently swept toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, a strikingly beautiful woman had appeared. The sight of her voluptuous figure ignited a primal fire within him. When did we acquire such a stunning woman in our establishment? Quan Gu licked his lips. Since becoming the underground boss of Hangzhou, he had had his share of women, though he had never encountered one as exquisite as this. With a face reminiscent of a youthful doll and a body that could entice anyone, she was truly a gem. If he could win her favor, it would be worth a lifetime of effort. Upon hearing their boss's comments, the subordinates turned their attention toward Zhou Jiwei, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, she's incredibly beautiful. Where did she come from? They exclaimed, their desires heightened by the alcohol. Boss, what do you say? Ha ha ha. One of the subordinates chuckled, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Quan Gu, reveling in his current success, felt emboldened. In the past, he would have been more discreet. But with the backing of the Zhao family, he felt invincible as long as he did not provoke public outrage. He exchanged a knowing glance with one of his subordinates, who promptly rose and approached Zhou Jiwei. Hey there, little sister, how about sharing a drink with the big brothers? Zhou Jiwei regarded the approaching subordinate with indifference, responding with a slight nod. Very well. Really? The subordinate, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected compliance, felt a surge of excitement. If this woman was truly as open as she seemed, perhaps Quan Gu would invite them to partake in the festivities as well. Such a woman would be worth any effort to secure. Sister Wei, a burly man behind her began to speak, only to be interrupted by Zhou Jiwei's commanding gesture. Get my clothes ready. With that, Zhou Jiwei advanced toward Quan Gu, while the subordinate rushed back in excitement. Boss, it's happening. She's coming over. Quan Ji's heart raced as he watched Zhou Jiwei approach, his breath quickening. However, as she drew near and their eyes met, Quan Ji's instincts, honed over years in the underworld, warned him of impending danger. Who is Zhang Quan? His intuition told him that this woman was not to be trifled with. Half awake from the alcohol, he asked, Who are you? Zhou Jiwei cast a cool glance at him and replied, You are Zhang Quan? How dare you wench? You think you can just call my name? Zhou Jiwei's eyes hardened, and before the subordinate could react, she seized a pair of chopsticks from the table, swiftly pinning the young thug's hand to the surface. Brothers, take him down. Quan Gu recognized the threat and immediately rallied his subordinates to attack. Several rushed forward with bottles in hand, while others dashed to the bar to retrieve knives. Quan Gu instinctively reached for his own weapon, reassured only when his fingers grazed the cold metal. In the treacherous world of the underworld, one must always be prepared. Unmoved, Zhou Jiwei remained composed. As a bottle came crashing down, she unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the glass and propelling herself forward. A scream pierced the air as one of the thugs found his leg twisted grotesquely, having had his calf broken by Zhou Jiwei's precise kick. This was the culmination of Zhou Jiwei's years of studying human anatomy. Having trained in martial arts, she understood her physical limitations as a woman compared to men, prompting her to focus on mastering vital points. Her strikes were often lethal, and it was this very skill that had led her to be recruited by Tang Yi after her undefeated streak in underground fighting. Not even the trained bodyguards surrounding them could intimidate her. As if possessed by a supernatural spirit, Zhou Jiwei deftly maneuvered through the crowd, leaving in her wake a trail of individuals crumpled on the ground, writhing in agony. Standing nearby, Quan Ge was already sweating profusely, his throat instinctively constricting as his legs weakened beneath him. Despite having engaged in numerous brawls and witnessed bloodier scenes, encountering such a formidable figure was an unprecedented experience. His palm gripped the cold metal at his waist, yet it offered little assurance of safety. With the last of his underlings collapsing, Quan Ge could no longer contain his fear. He swiftly drew his firearm, declaring, "Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot you dead." He was acutely aware of the grave repercussions of brandishing a weapon, but he felt compelled to act. Zhou Jiwei let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at the gun in Quan Ji's hand. "To you, that may provide a semblance of security, but to me, it is merely a useless trinket." No sooner had she spoken than a bottle hurtled through the air, while Zhou Jiwei had already vanished from sight. Her agility surpassed even that of the legendary boxer Mike Tyson. Crash! The bottle shattered against the wall behind Quan Ge. In his attempt to evade the projectile, Zhou Jiwei had closed the distance, her delicate hand effortlessly gripping the gun's trigger. Regardless of how forcefully Quan Ge pulled the trigger, there was no response. With a pained cry, Quan Ge found himself overwhelmed by a searing pain in his wrist as the gun was wrested from him. Zhou Jiwei skillfully disassembled the firearm, its components clattering to the ground. "I told you, this weapon is not a source of safety for you." Though she appeared to be a mere charming young girl, in Quan Ji's eyes, she was akin to a malevolent sorceress, instilling a profound sense of dread. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? I can pay you, give you anything. I beg you, spare me." Quan Ge, ever the pragmatic survivor, was willing to humble himself before her, even at the expense of his own pride. Zhou Jiwei merely smiled faintly. "I'm afraid the decision of whether to spare you is not mine to make." With a swift chop of her hand, Quan Ge was rendered unconscious. It was a skill that only those trained in systematic techniques could master. Research had shown that striking the neck could induce unconsciousness, but the odds were slim, and the risk of causing irreversible harm, or even death, was significant. However, Zhou Jiwei, with her knowledge of acupressure, executed the maneuver with ease. She lifted Quan Ge as if he were a mere chick, casually tossing him to her subordinate. "Take him back to the Magic City and deliver him to the eldest sister." Zhou Jiwei understood Tang Yi's intent. Quan Ge likely possessed valuable insights into the Zhao family's secrets, and unearthing them would facilitate an easy dismantling of their power. Ordinary individuals might find it daunting to challenge the Zhao family, even if they possessed inside information, but for Tang Yi, it posed no obstacle. Some sought merely an excuse to act against the Zhao family. If Quan Ge were to divulge information, it could spell the end for them. Without fanfare, Quan Ge was stowed in the trunk, and the two vehicles discreetly departed Hangzhou, heading back to the Magic City. Chapter 56. The Graceful Su Xiaojia. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jiwei dealt with Quan Ge, Qin Yu, Qin Yao, and Lu Xiao were seated in a hotel, enjoying a meal. "Brother Qin, Sister Qin, how long do you plan to stay this time?" Lu Xiao sensed an opportunity to strengthen ties with the Qin family. Qin Yu pondered momentarily before replying. "I'm not sure yet. If the old man doesn't summon us, we might enjoy a few days of leisure." Qin Yao remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Lu Xiao didn't mind. He was well aware of her status. Although he harbored dreams of a potential romance with her that could lead to an alliance with the Qin family, such aspirations were fleeting fantasies that quickly dissipated. He vividly recalled Qin Yao's ruthless handling of Zhao Qifeng, and he certainly did not wish to find himself in a similar predicament. Furthermore, given the Qin family's stature, they would undoubtedly seek alliances with those of equal standing. Although his family was respectable, it paled in comparison to the Qin family's eyes. "Is that it for the Zhao family?" Lu Xiao inquired curiously. Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't know. The old man sent my sister and me to assist Yi Chun, but he didn't specify any intentions regarding the Zhao family. Moreover, the Zhao family is affiliated with the Chao family in the capital. Directly intervening could provoke their ire." "Is the Zhao family really part of the Chao family?" Lu Xiao exclaimed in shock. This had only been a rumor until now, but Qin Yu's confirmation made it a reality. Qin Yu scoffed. "Of course it's true. Do you think the Zhao family could maintain their position without a powerful protector?" Lu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, his family had not engaged in significant conflict with the Zhao family. Otherwise, even if nothing severe occurred, complications would undoubtedly arise. His grandfather held a first-rank title, while the Zhao family's patriarch was of second rank, just beneath his grandfather in status. Despite the slight difference in rank, both were among those wielding the highest authority. First-rank officials held military and political power, while second-rank officials oversaw civil affairs. However, there was more than one second-rank official, with both primary and secondary roles. The Zhao family managed the financial department, controlling all budget approvals and expenditures, which meant their real power was not inferior to that of Lu Zhao's family. For years, Lu Zhao's family had sought to gain influence over the finance department, yet the Zhao family had provided no opportunity, tightly controlling it within their ranks. However, Lu Zhao suspected that the current situation would not be straightforward. The Zhao family was likely on the brink of significant trouble. What do you mean? Lu Zhao was perplexed. If the Qin family did not intend to act against the Zhao family, what trouble could arise? Qin Yu replied matter-of-factly, the Yi family. The Yi family? Which family is that? Lu Zhao racked his brain, unable to recall any Yi family of such stature in Huaxia. The four prominent families of the capital did not include anyone by that surname. Qin Yu smiled. You need not ponder further. It is unsurprising that you have not heard of them. In any case, the Zhao family is destined to fall. Though the extent of their downfall remains uncertain, whether they will be uprooted entirely or merely suffer significant damage. Lu Zhao refrained from pressing further. But, Brother Qin, you mentioned that the Zhao family is backed by the Chao family. Would the Chao family simply watch as the Zhao family falls? Qin Yu chuckled. The irony lies in the fact that the Chao family and the Yi family are sworn enemies. Silence. Qin Yao interjected sharply. And Qin Yu realized he had spoken too freely. He quickly covered his mouth. Lu Zhao, too, dared not inquire further. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. Noticing it was the patriarch, he promptly answered. Hello, Xiaoyu. I just had a conversation with that young man from the Yi family. You and your sister should enjoy your time in the Magic City a few more days before returning. I've given my permission. Really, Grandpa? Qin Yu's expression brightened with excitement. What's real or not? If you don't want to enjoy your time in the Magic City, just come back and let your sister stay. I'd love to. I would absolutely love to. Qin Yu nodded fervently in agreement. All right, that's all. You know my meaning. Don't just have fun. Remember the important matters. Understood, Grandpa. After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Qin Yao, saying, Sister, the old man wants us to have fun in the Magic City. Qin Yao nodded. I understand. I'm curious about the Yi family's situation after all these years, and why Grandpa and the elders place such importance on them. Enough of this. Let us head to the Magic City directly. Upon hearing that Qin Yu and his companion were about to leave, Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and he promptly exclaimed, Qin Gu, wait a moment. I have nothing to do and would also like to explore the Magic City. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, noticing that his sister remained silent, and then nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, let us go. In the office of the chairman of the brilliant group headquarters in the Magic City, an atmosphere of tranquil silence enveloped the room, pierced only by the soft sound of two steady breaths, one of which belonged to a bare body that evoked an impulse to blush. At 7:05 p.m., Yi Chen gradually awakened. He glanced at Chen Qingyao beside him and sat up in bed. In that moment, Yi Chen felt invigorated. The system's reward of body reshaping was indeed a remarkable boon. Not only did it alleviate fatigue, but it also left him brimming with energy. Tonight's soiree, according to Tang Yi, was an event he deemed necessary to attend, regardless of Su Xiaojia's lack of invitation. It was rumored that the gathering was initiated by the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, a prominent figure in the local business landscape with extensive connections. The attendees would comprise influential capitalists from the Magic City, along with several owners of medium-sized enterprises. In essence, the soiree promised to be of considerable stature. Without notifying Chen Qingya, Yi Chen made his way downstairs, took his car, and headed towards Financial Street. The soiree was set to take place at the Global Center building on Financial Street. Upon observing the chosen venue, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, the Global Center building was erected by the Japanese, housing numerous companies associated with them. He could not fathom the rationale behind the Chamber of Commerce president's decision to host the event there. During his journey, he received a call from Su Xiaojia. Hello, Mr. Yi, are you busy at the moment? I'm not busy, what's the matter? Would it be possible for you to come pick me up? I'm dressed in evening attire, and it's inconvenient for me to drive. Sure, send me the address, and I'll be there shortly. At the Tang Chenyi Pin. You live there too? Yi Chen asked, slightly surprised. Yes, my great-aunt gifted it to me, saying it would be part of my dowry, Su Xiaojia replied, somewhat bashfully. All right, I'll see you soon. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the underground parking lot of Tang Chenyi Pin. As the elevator doors opened to the parking area, he saw Su Xiaojia gracefully stepping out. Upon seeing her, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This woman possessed the gentle demeanor of a Jiangnan beauty, with delicate skin and a stature that, unlike the taller northern women, gave her a petite and exquisite appearance. Coupled with the refined grace instilled by her family, she resembled a distinguished lady of ancient times, exuding an enchanting charm with every smile and frown. In terms of looks, Su Xiaojia might not rival Chen Qingya or Tang Yi in sheer stunning beauty, which left a lasting impression at first glance. Her appearance was comparable to that of Song Yu, both hovering around a score of 90. However, her elegant demeanor imparted a sense of nurturing and companionship that made one yearn for marriage. Yi Chun marveled from the confines of his car, contemplating how diverse women's types could be. It was no wonder that ancient emperors were fond of collecting concubines of various styles. If he were an emperor, he would undoubtedly gather women of all kinds to his court. Chapter 57. I have never seen such requests. My apologies for the trouble, Mr. Yi, Su Xiaojia said as she approached the car. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "It's no trouble at all. I believe many would envy the opportunity to serve as Miss Su's chauffeur." Su Xiaojia chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "Mr. Yi, you truly have a way with words. I didn't realize you were so charming." Tonight, Su Xiaojia wore a black evening gown adorned with a fish scale design. Although Yi Chun could not ascertain the gown's value, it surely was not inexpensive, given Su Xiaojia's status. While it was indeed an evening gown, it accentuated her figure exquisitely, with a slit revealing a glimpse of her long, slender leg, igniting an irresistible curiosity to explore further. Yi Chun remarked with a smile, "No, I speak from the heart." "Really, Mr. Yi?" Su Xiaojia responded, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yi Chun nodded, "Absolutely true. If you doubt me, you shall discover your allure upon our arrival at the venue." As they conversed, they made their way to the global center on Financial Street. "What line of work are you in, Miss Su?" "I heard that tonight's soiree is centered around the financial sector," Yi Chun casually inquired while driving. Su Xiaojia nodded. "Indeed, the focus of tonight's gathering is the financial domain, and I am also involved in finance, hence my invitation." "Are you also in the financial industry?" "I thought you worked at Tang Chen Group," Yi Chun questioned, puzzled. He was somewhat familiar with Su Xiaojia's background. The chairman of Tang Chen, Miss Su, was her great-aunt, and she had always worked at Tang Chen Pen, although the specifics eluded him. "Yes, I work at Tang Chen Group. But a conglomerate encompasses various sectors, and Tang Chen also operates financial companies," she explained. "Ah, I see." Yi Chun recalled that a conglomerate indeed needed to engage in multiple industries. After all, very few companies could evolve into conglomerates without a diverse portfolio. Tang Chen Pen was not far from Financial Street. Both were located within the same vicinity, and it took just over 10 minutes to reach their destination. Although it was already evening, and most companies on Financial Street had closed for the day, the soiree attracted a considerable number of attendees, including some tourists eager to experience the local scene. The parking spaces outside the global center were already filled with an array of luxury vehicles. Those well-informed would undoubtedly be astonished, as the majority of the cars belonged to renowned tycoons. After searching for a while without success, Yi Chun frowned slightly. Su Xiaojia noticed his predicament and suggested, "Shall we park a bit further away and walk?" Yi Chun shook his head, "Let's not. It wouldn't be convenient for you in your attire. I'll make a quick call." As he dialed, Tang Yi's voice came through. "Hello, boss. Tang, I've arrived at the venue, but there are no parking spaces available. Could you arrange for someone to find me a spot?" Although the global center was not managed by a property company, the property fees were collected by them, so Yi Chun was confident Tang Yi could resolve the issue. "Boss, there is an exclusive parking space reserved for you nearby. I'll send you the address." After hanging up, Yi Chun drove towards his designated parking area. To his surprise, the original owner of Financial Street had indeed planned well, as exclusive parking spaces were readily available throughout the area. Arriving at a designated empty space next to the global building, he noticed that a car was already parked there. Frowning, Yi Chun approached, realizing that it was indeed his reserved spot. After confirming via phone that it was his designated space, he stepped out of his car and approached the parked vehicle. It was an impressive Lamborghini, worth millions. However, it posed no inconvenience to him, and he promptly dialed the owner's number. Meanwhile, within the soiree venue, a refined gentleman, impeccably dressed, was engaged in casual conversation with guests while holding a glass of wine. The gentleman is named Du Qi, the sole legitimate heir of the Du family in this generation. Although he is not originally from the financial sector, his esteemed lineage ensures that his desire to attend the soiree is met with open arms by its organizers. After all, Du Qi carries the weight of the Du family behind him. The Du family commands a significant portion of the underworld forces in the vibrant metropolis. With their gray industries permeating every corner of the city, no one dares to show them disrespect. After all, legitimate business people would hardly wish to provoke such individuals. Mr. Du, at a tender age, already boasts 3 publicly traded companies, a fact that inspires admiration among his peers. A portly middle-aged man remarked, "Truly impressive." Du Qi smiled modestly, replying, "It's nothing extraordinary. In comparison to all of you esteemed leaders, my endeavors are merely trifles. I aspire to learn from your vast experiences, and, if the opportunity arises, I hope to collaborate with you." Upon hearing Du Qi's words, the other business magnates exchanged awkward glances and chuckles. Who would dare to partner with him, knowing the risks of being left with nothing but bones? Although Du Qi possesses an agreeable appearance, his narrow, elongated eyes cast a shadow over his overall attractiveness, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Noticing the incoming call, the businessmen tactfully excused themselves. "Hello, who is this?" Du Qi inquired, unfazed by the unfamiliar number. Despite his courteous demeanor, cultivated for the sake of appearances, the essence of his character is steeped in arrogance. Those who truly understand Du Qi are aware of the depths of his ruthlessness. He is relentless in his pursuit of desires, employing any means necessary to acquire what he covets. Years ago, the formidable Lantan Group fell prey to his ambitions when he seized their newly developed software, ultimately leading to their bankruptcy and the destruction of the chairman's family. This incident stirred considerable unrest in the metropolis, leaving many discontented with Du Qi. Yet none dared to speak out against him. The Du family is powerful and does not engage in discussions of morality, making them a force few wish to offend. Naturally, such a disreputable act did not escape the ire of the family patriarch, who reprimanded Du Qi. However, as the only male heir of the Du lineage, he is untouchable, allowing him to indulge in unscrupulous dealings. The 3 publicly traded companies under his name are primarily the result of his underhanded tactics. Upon answering the call, Yi Chun's voice came through. "Your vehicle is parked in my spot. Could you please move it?" Generally polite, Yi Chen refrains from bullying anyone unless provoked. Yet, Du Qi's lack of courtesy was evident. "Fine, I'll take care of it once I'm finished," he replied impatiently. "No, I need to park urgently." "You must come immediately," Yi Chen retorted, his demeanor shifting. "Did you hear me? I expect you to wait." Du Qi's tone darkened. Yi Chen, perplexed, thought, "What an audacious individual. I'm being polite, and he is pushing me around? Apologies, but I didn't catch that. You have 1 minute to move your car, or I'll have someone else do it," Yi Chen warned. "Excuse me? Huh, you're amusing," Du Qi chuckled, taken aback. He had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. "Go ahead and try. If you have the guts, feel free to smash it." Such a request? Yi Chen paused, astonished, as he had never met someone with such an inclination. "All right, understood." With that, Du Qi dismissed the call, not taking Yi Chen seriously. It was absurd to think he would damage his own vehicle, like an old man consuming arsenic, inviting disaster. Chapter 58. He asked me to smash his car. Observing Yi Chen hang up, Su Xiaojia inquired, "What did the car owner say?" Yi Chen, wearing an odd expression, responded, "He said I should smash his car." "Really?" Su Xiaojia gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. It was her first time hearing such a request. "Is the owner certain he won't come?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, he stated he has no time, and moving it is impossible." "All right, I'll handle this matter. You head to the venue. I'll join you shortly." "Very well, I'll go ahead," Su Xiaojia agreed before departing. After her exit, Yi Chen promptly dialed Tang Yi. "Come see me immediately." Unaware of the situation, Tang Yi sensed urgency in his boss's voice and hastily made his way down. 5 minutes later, he arrived in his vehicle. "Boss, what is going on?" Yi Chen gestured toward the car occupying his designated space. "Have that vehicle towed and smashed." He tossed his car keys to Tang Yi. "Once that's done, park my car properly." "Understood, boss." Tang Yi responded respectfully. Before long, a tow truck and over a dozen security personnel from the property management arrived. They swiftly towed Du Qi's Lamborghini and began demolishing it with fervor. The thrill of smashing a $1 million luxury car invigorated the security team, their excitement fueling their strength. Meanwhile, passers-by noticed the commotion and curiously approached, shocked to find a group of security guards gleefully vandalizing a sports car. "Isn't that a Lamborghini?" one exclaimed. "It costs nearly 12 million. "Indeed. My friend just bought one. It was over 12 million after taxes," another chimed in. As the onlookers delighted in the spectacle, Li Chen entered the Global Center building. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a stunning interior. Although constructed by Japanese interests, the design was undeniably exquisite, affirming its status among the top 3 commercial edifices in the metropolis. On the 51st floor, a vast conference hall was already bustling with over 100 attendees. Men donned sharp suits, while women adorned themselves in elegant evening gowns, exuding an air of sophistication. Most congregated in groups of 3 or 5, glasses of red wine in hand, embodying the demeanor of successful individuals. At that moment, 2 women entered through the doors, capturing the attention of many men in the room. Zhang Ya, a member of the financial sector, had received an invitation, while her companion, Lu Ruohan, was merely there to experience the occasion. having been granted entry due to Zhang Ye's invitation, which allowed for one guest. This arrangement primarily catered to prominent business figures, as soirees serve as platforms for displaying status. Many affluent executives brought along glamorous companions, as the allure of their partners reflected their own stature. Unfortunately, Zhang Ye had no suitable male companion and thus brought Lu Ruohan along. Wow, sister, is this the financial gala? It's simply magnificent. As Lu Ruohan stepped into the grand hall, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Zhang Ye frowned and cautioned, Ruohan, the attendees today are prominent figures in the business world. Do be mindful of your behavior. Oh, come now. Do you really think I would be so uncouth? In truth, Lu Ruohan hailed from a wealthy family herself, yet she had never been fond of business and thus had never attended such gatherings. This was her inaugural experience at a gala. In a corner of the venue, Raymond was engaged in light-hearted banter with several corporate leaders, a wine glass in hand. Look at President Raymond, glowing and full of vigor. He must have made quite a fortune lately. One of the executives complimented. Raymond, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of pride, yet humbly replied, Oh, my dealings are but trifles compared to Boss Kai. However, I have recently stumbled upon a promising investment opportunity. I wonder if you gentlemen might be interested in exploring it? Oh, please, do share, President Raymond. We would be open to considering it. The executives perked up at the mention of business. Although they held Raymond in disdain personally, they respected his capabilities. If Raymond deemed it a promising venture, it surely held merit. With a sly smile, Raymond continued, Boss Chow, Boss Kai, Boss Li, this potential investment is my discovery. We must conduct business fairly. I will provide the information, but the financial dealings will be your responsibility, and the profits must be evenly split. Raymond left his statement hanging. Yet the intent was clear to all present. Haha, President Raymond, you are indeed shrewd. Very well, if this investment proves lucrative, I see no issue with equal shares. All right, President Raymond, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us just how promising this investment is, they urged, eager for details. Satisfied, Raymond nodded and said, Are you familiar with Pujia Pharmaceutical Group? Upon hearing the name, the executive's expressions turned serious. President Raymond, isn't the Pujia Pharmaceutical Group's stock market already saturated? Where would our profit lie? Boss Kai inquired, furrowing his brow. If we were discussing the past, yes, it would indeed be saturated. However, I have recently uncovered a shocking secret through news and connections, Raymond replied. What secret? The executives leaned in, captivated. If my conjecture is correct, Pujia Pharmaceutical Group is on the verge of a change in leadership. What? The executives were taken aback. That's impossible. The current chairman is still in their prime and holds 35% of the shares. How could they simply change chairpersons? Moreover, Pujia Pharmaceutical Group's stock has been steadily rising for years. What if the new chairman does worse? Raymond shrugged. That's an internal matter for them. Logically, I too would find it hard to believe they would change chairpersons, but this is what I have learned. A friend of mine is part of Pujia's management team and informed me that a significant number of shares were recently acquired from the shareholders, including those of the current chairman. While it is indeed hard to fathom, the fact remains. The executives exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. President Raymond, let us discuss this further after the gala. Raymond nodded, of course. In truth, he did not wish to share this opportunity. Rather, he simply could not manage it alone. After the last incident where he sponsored the streamer Sister Zhou, he suffered considerable losses and was only now recovering. With his company facing financial constraints, he felt compelled to share this lucrative chance with others. Chapter 59. Who do you think you are to ask me to accompany you? As the conversation unfolded, Raymond's eye caught a glimpse of the entrance. His expression brightened upon seeing Zhang Ye and Lu Ruohan. Ladies, pardon my departure. We shall continue our discussion post-gala. Of course, President Raymond, do what you must, the executives replied in unison. After exchanging pleasantries, Raymond approached Zhang Ye and Lu Ruohan, their presence drawing numerous gazes. For beauty is a spectacle that commands attention. Before anyone could react, Raymond stood before them. Ah, President Zhang, you look absolutely stunning today. His eyes sparkled as he surveyed her. Zhang Ye frowned at the sight of Raymond, her expression tinged with annoyance. Raymond was from the neighboring Lei Financial and had long harbored ambitions of absorbing her company. His interest was not solely in her company's prospects. He was also captivated by Zhang Ye herself. President Raymond, you arrived quite early, she replied coolly. Raymond flashed a faint smile. I came early in hopes of seeing you. President Zhang, thank you for your consideration, President Raymond, but I must decline. I already have a companion, she stated, attempting to leave with Lu Ruohan. However, Raymond was undeterred. Oh, President Zhang, please do not cast me aside so readily. Have you given any thought to my previous proposal? Cooperation breeds prosperity. If you agree, we could become a formidable partnership. With your talent and my connections, we could elevate our businesses to unparalleled heights. Just imagine. doubling our company's market value. What a fortune that would be. I'm afraid, President Raymond, you should seek someone else to weave such dreams. I am not interested. As Raymond prepared to retort, another figure entered through the gala's entrance. The graceful Su Xiaojia instantly became the center of attention, eclipsing even Zhang Ye and Lu Ruhan. It's Su Xiaojia, someone whispered, recognizing her. Meanwhile, several affluent individuals turned their gazes towards another guest, Du Qi, who had long been pursuing Su Xiaojia. Many astute observers deduced that Du Qi had set his sights on the Tangshan group, currently controlled by Su Xiaojia's great-aunt, Ms. Su. Although Ms. Su had her own children poised to inherit the company, Su Xiaojia, being a member of the family, held a prominent position within Tangshan group. Securing Su Xiaojia's affection would grant Du Qi an advantageous foothold within the company. As anticipated, with Su Xiaojia's arrival, Du Qi finally made his move. Smirking, he strolled over with a glass of red wine in hand. Xiaojia, you finally arrived. I intended to come and fetch you, but no one answered your phone. So I decided to wait for you. Gazing at the beautiful Su Xiaojia ignited a fierce desire within Du Qi. He was determined to win her over. Su Xiaojia, however, remained serene and unperturbed. I'm sorry, Mr. Du, but I already have a male companion for tonight. Upon hearing her words, a chill swept across Du Qi's face, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly plummeting several degrees. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Although those present were all successful individuals who had weathered many storms and possessed a resilient mindset, the mere presence of Du Qi, a member of the influential Du family that dominated the underworld of the Magic City, evoked a sense of dread within them. Was it true? If so, I shall see who dares to be your companion. Su Xiaojia, feeling a twinge of fear towards Du Qi, sought out Yi Chen as a shield. She had heard whispers of Du Qi's ruthless nature. He was known for his cold-bloodedness and warped psyche, having left countless women devastated and lifeless in his wake. Should she fall into his clutches, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. As the atmosphere at the gathering grew increasingly tense, Yi Chen appeared at the entrance. Miss Su, I hope I haven't kept you waiting, he greeted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Instantly, the previously oppressive ambience lifted, akin to spring flowers blossoming and ice melting away. All eyes turned to Yi Chen, and the first impression he left was one of striking handsomeness, flawlessly captivating from every angle. To the women present, Yi Chen was the kind of man one found increasingly irresistible the more one beheld him. This youth was Su Xiaojia's companion. He looked to be merely 22 or 23. Had he just graduated from university? Alas, this boy had caught Du Qi's attention, and surely he would meet a dire end. Indeed, it seemed that yet another life would be added to the depths of the Huangpu River this year. The crowd silently mourned for Yi Chen. Have you finished your business, Mr. Yi? Su Xiaojia inquired, her face brightening with a smile at his arrival. Her smile was akin to a garden in full bloom, captivating all who beheld it. Seeing Su Xiaojia smile at Yi Chen only fueled Du Qi's jealousy. However, despite his fierce and obstinate disposition, he took a deep breath to suppress his urge to act. Today's gathering was hosted by Shen Rue, the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, a formidable figure. As even his own family patriarch had advised to steer clear of him whenever possible. It was rumored that Shen Rue had previously been associated with the now-defunct Money Chamber of Commerce, yet its members remained influential. And no one knew the vast network of connections he possessed. Yi Chen seemed to sense Du Qi's animosity and shot him a curious glance. Yet he paid him no heed, instead smiling at Su Xiaojia. Yes, I'm all done. By the way, hasn't the banquet started yet? Su Xiaojia shook her head. Just a few more minutes. All right then, let us find a place to sit for a while, he suggested, and as he turned to lead Su Xiaojia away, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Du Qi, whose stature was comparable to Yi Chen's, looked at him with a questioning gaze. Excuse me, please move aside. Kid, I have something to discuss with you. Follow me, Du Qi insisted. However, after taking a couple of steps, he realized Yi Chen had not followed, leaving him feeling awkward. I said to come with me. Yi Chen regarded Du Qi as if he were a fool. First, I don't even know you. Second, who do you think you are to command me? Yi Chen was not one to tolerate such arrogance, and Du Qi's pretentiousness had crossed a line. The crowd gasped at Yi Chen's audacious retort. This was Du Qi, and this young man had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Was he courting death? Chapter 60. I am Tang Yi, have you heard of me? The sudden confrontation between Yi Chen and Du Qi left the audience momentarily stunned. After all, with Du Qi's status, no one dared to speak to him so boldly at the gathering. Yet, unexpectedly, this unfamiliar youth had taken such an astonishing action. Su Xiaojia felt a pang of concern for Yi Chen. Although she had sought his assistance to ward off Du Qi's advances, as suggested by her great-aunt, she couldn't help but worry about the nefarious tactics Du Qi might employ. After all, while a direct attack may be evaded, covert threats are harder to guard against. Even if Yi Chun held a high status, he could not remain on constant alert against assassination attempts. Du Qi posed a far greater danger than Zhao Qifeng due to their differing natures. One adhered to lawful and reasonable means to deal with adversaries, while the other operated without rules, capable of orchestrating fatal accidents without a second thought. In comparison, the latter was significantly more perilous. While others might fear Du Qi, Yi Chen regarded him with indifference. What Yi Chen lacked was an official background. However, he was well versed in the underworld, and even if Tang Yi, the underground king of the Magic City, were not in the equation, Chen Qingya, the matriarch of the Yangtze River Delta, would suffice to contest the Du family's influence. Of course, Yi Chen was unaware of Du Qi's identity and had no interest in it. His philosophy was simple: if others did not provoke him, he would not provoke them. He would even extend courtesy to those who treated him with respect. But for those who sought to pick a fight or use him as a tool for humiliation, he offered no quarter. Do you have any idea who I am? Du Qi seethed, his fury barely contained, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. No one in the entire Magic City has ever dared to speak to me this way. Yi Chen chuckled derisively. What a joke. Du Qi could hardly maintain the facade of composure that his family had instilled in him, as the Du family had long borne a notorious reputation. To alter the public perception, they had invested considerable effort in cultivating Du Qi's demeanor and sophistication, molding him into a refined noble. However, Yi Chen's actions had shattered that pretense. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Du Qi's phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from one of his subordinates, he answered with a scowl. What is it? Boss, we have a situation, came the anxious voice on the other end. What happened? Du Qi's voice was low and menacing, his patience wearing thin, and the urge to kill simmering within him. As he held the phone, his gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, as if viewing a ghost. Those who met his eyes dared not hold his gaze. Yet Yi Chen remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as though he were observing a jester. It seems someone has vandalized your car. Damn it. This revelation struck him like a dagger to the heart. Find out who the hell did this. I want to throw him into the river. The subordinate trembled at Du Qi's fury. I don't know who did it, but I saw your car being vandalized, and the perpetrator's vehicle is still parked nearby. Very well. Then smash that car as well. Find the owner and wait for me to deal with it. Yes, boss, but his car don't waste time. I have other matters to attend to. Just do it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Upon hearing Du Qi's command, the subordinate felt a surge of confidence. With the boss himself backing him, there was no reason to hesitate. In the Magic City, there was nothing that the boss could not handle. The phone call was abruptly terminated, and at Yi Chen's exclusive parking space near the Global Center Tower, a throng of over 20 individuals swiftly encircled him, wielding batons in hand. The leader issued his orders, first to vandalize the car, then to seize the person. Just as the delinquents were about to act, a cadre of well-trained security personnel surged forth from a distance. Tang Yi intoned with authority, subdue them. Though the ruffians had engaged in brawls before, they were no match for the seasoned security team. Within minutes, they lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Tang Yi approached, her demeanor cool and collected, and inquired, who instructed you to damage my boss's vehicle? The thugs, despite their bravado, remained silent. Finally, the leader of the group who had called Du Qi gritted his teeth and declared, You'd best let us go. Do you know who we are? Oh, and who might that be? Tang Yi feigned curiosity. You'll be frightened to hear it. We are from the Du family. Tang Yi nodded. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the Du family. As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her foot and brought it down with force, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone cracking. The Du family holds quite the reputation. You should inquire whether Du Ruffung dares to utter such words to me. The thug, with a shattered leg, gasped in agony. My name is Tang Yi. Have you heard of me? Upon her name's utterance, the faces of the thugs paled instantly. Sister Tang, they stuttered. Ah, Sister Tang, we were blind to your greatness. Please, let us go this once, and we shall never dare again. It was no jest. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, who had not heard of the renowned Tang Yi? She was a veritable goddess of death. In years past, she single-handedly instilled terror in the underworld of Magic City, even seizing half of the Du family's territory. Such a figure, who would dare to provoke? Countless individuals regarded Tang Yi as an idol. Many in the city, when engaging in violence, did not pay homage to Guan Yu, but instead revered Tang Yi, aspiring not for safety, but to emulate her formidable presence and ascendancy. Tang Yi sneered, Release you? Do you even know whose car you intended to damage? The thugs, stricken with fear, could not muster a response. It belongs to my boss. As for today's affair, not only you, but even the Du family must provide me with an explanation. With that, Tang Yi coolly commanded, Take them all into custody. I shall pay a visit to my boss. Understood. The security personnel cast disdainful glances at the thugs, viewing them as mere trifles. Years ago, when they followed their sister into battle, These ruffians were still playing in the mud. The security team at Financial Street, including the concierge, consisted of individuals who had once been Tang Yi's confidants. Following her redemption, she had arranged legitimate careers for her loyal subordinates. Yet, despite their lawful occupations, their fighting spirit remained unquenched. At Tang Yi's behest, they would still take up arms and charge into the fray. Chapter 61. Now, this is troublesome. The young man has entangled himself with the Du family. At the venue of the soiree in the Global Center Tower, after Du Qi hung up the phone, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, once again fixated on Yi Chun. The extreme humiliation inflicted upon him by Yi Chun had made him oblivious to his surroundings. The words of his elder at home had been cast aside. The notions of Shun Rue and maintaining face were all mere trifles. Today, he was determined to reclaim his dignity and ensure that Yi Chun faced dire consequences. Amidst the crowd gathered to witness the unfolding drama, two women exchanged astonished glances. "Isn't that the young man?" Lu Ruhan exclaimed. Zhanya, having recognized Yi Chun as well, nodded. Although they had only encountered him once, the memory remained vivid, particularly of his billion-yuan luxury vehicle, the most expensive car either had ever seen. "This is bad. The young man has provoked the Du family," Lu Ruhan expressed her concern. Both had overheard the murmurs around them and learned of Du Qi's identity. The Du family of Magic City was a notorious and tyrannical clan, involved in every lucrative industry, employing any means necessary to secure their share. Over the years, no one could ascertain the extent of the assets controlled by the Du family, nor the industries they monopolized. It was well known that the Du family oversaw 70% of the beverage industry in Magic City. The profits from such a sector were astronomical, especially in a first-tier international city like Magic City, where the daily consumption of beverages reached astronomical figures. Moreover, it was rumored that the Du family had interests in the real estate sector as well. The construction companies often bore the Du family shadow, with their owners typically being subordinates or affiliates of the Du family. In truth, the greatest beneficiaries remained the Du family themselves. Reports indicated their involvement in bars, bathing centers, and other large entertainment venues. In essence, the Du family undeniably reigned supreme in the realm of gray industries. When Lei Ming heard that Zhang Ya and Lu Ruhen knew Yi Chun, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You two know that brat." The pair ignored him. Lei Ming continued. "Whether you know him or not is irrelevant. His fate is sealed. Once entangled with the Du family, not even Jesus could save him." "Be quiet," Zhang Ya retorted, unable to tolerate Lei Ming's incessant prattle. Though they had only met Yi Chun once, his fate was a source of annoyance. "Sister, think of a way to save the young man," Lu Ruhan urged. Zhang Ya shot her a glare. "Have you lost your mind? How could we possibly save him? Who dares to offend the Du family? Should I risk my own safety as well?" She had heard of Du Qi's notoriety, known for causing harm to innocent women. Those whom he coveted were claimed by any means necessary. It was said that Du Qi was a new groom every night, implying he changed partners daily. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, several individuals emerged from the back of the soiree. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding an air of authority, his face adorned with a smile. Beside him walked a Japanese individual, fluently conversing in Mandarin with the middle-aged man. "Mr. Shun, we must collaborate effectively on this project. The land for Nanxing Garden is a must-have for me," the Japanese man, Kinjiro Oi, stated. Shun Rue nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Oi. There will be no issues with acquiring the land for Nanxing Garden. I have already discussed this with Mr. Du. They will assist us in the operation. Once the land is secured, we shall proceed with development together." Kinjiro Oi beamed. "Indeed, Mr. Shun, it is impressive that you managed to connect with the Du family. This endeavor is all but guaranteed now." Following Shun Rue and Kinjiro Oi were their assistants and subordinates, who, upon witnessing their bosses finalize the partnership, could not help but share in their joy. "Mr. Shun, I've heard that young Master Du will be attending tonight's event. Would it be possible for you to introduce me?" Kinjiro Oi inquired with a smile. Of course, Shun Rue readily agreed. Collaborating with the Du family was a feat only he could accomplish. It is merely a matter of introducing Kinjiro Ono to the Du family, and no significant outcome is expected. This conviction is the foundation of Shun Rue's confidence, as well as his assurance regarding the Monetary Guild. Having once been a member of this formidable organization, Shun Rue is acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by the Monetary Guild. It can be asserted that, throughout the entirety of Huaxia, the connections and resources controlled by the Monetary Guild can cause any industry to surge or plummet in an instant. The garlic incident that occurred previously was merely a small demonstration of their capabilities. In celebration of a newly inducted member of the Monetary Guild, a wealth creation plan was devised, granting them 3 days to accumulate stock before they inflated the price of garlic overnight. When the prices peaked, the members sold off the garlic, netting an astonishing profit of several billion. Although this amount is but a trifling sum to them, it served to impress upon the new member the extent of their influence. As long as one is obedient, making money is hardly a challenge. Ah, Chung. Where is young Master Du? After speaking with Kinjiro Ono, Shun Rue inquired of a young man behind him. This young man, Shin Chung, is Shun Rue's adopted son and his most competent aide. I'll go find him right away. Father, Shin Chung replied swiftly, making his way into the venue. Upon entering, he noticed a throng of people gathered, all focused on a singular spot. What is going on? Shin Chung called over a security personnel, maintaining order at the venue. The guard hastily responded, Mr. Shun, young Master Du has had a confrontation with someone, and we are unable to manage it. Who dares to provoke young Master Du? Shin Chung exclaimed in surprise, hastening toward the crowd. Make way, make way. The security parted the crowd, allowing Shin Chung to step inside. Oh dear, who is so blind as to provoke young Master Du? He greeted with a smile upon entering. However, Du Qi did not return the sentiment, letting out a cold snort. Is this how your Shin family conducts their gatherings? Allowing any riffraff to enter? Young Master Du, please calm down. I will resolve this immediately, Shin Chung replied, knowing that while the Shun family is formidable, they must still exercise caution in Shanghai when it comes to the Du family. As Shun Rue's adopted son, Shin Chung treated Du Qi with the respect due to his status. He then addressed the nearby security personnel. Did you not hear? Hurry and remove the troublemaker to appease young Master Du. Yes, Mr. Shun, the guard affirmed, promptly signaling to a group of over 10 security personnel clad in black suits and earpieces who rushed over. Chapter 62, The Suit-Clad Thug. Zhang Feng emerged from the restroom, dressed in a black suit, only to hear the chaotic clamor of the venue, with voices in his earpiece calling for security to assemble. Frowning, he inquired, what is happening? Although the Global Center Tower does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Financial Street Property Company, the property fees are collected by them, as the tower is situated within Financial Street. The security at the event hosted by the Shun family is also managed by the Financial Street Property Company. Manager Zhang. There is a disturbance at the event. The host has requested our intervention. A disturbance? Zhang Feng's expression hardened. How dare anyone cause a ruckus on his turf? As the manager of the security department at the Financial Street Property Company, Zhang Feng is a trusted subordinate of Tang Yi. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he strode over swiftly. Despite the approaching security personnel, Yi Chen remained unfazed, maintaining a calm smile on his face. In stark contrast, Su Xiaojia, standing behind Yi Chen, appeared anxious. If Yi Chen were to be thrown out, it would be an immense embarrassment, one that could not easily be erased even if he regained his dignity later. Young Master Du, please don't be upset. This minor issue can be resolved swiftly, Shin Chung assured. Despite being Shun Rue's adopted son and possessing considerable resources through him, yet his ambitions were substantial. Knowing that Shun Rue would not treat him as a biological son with unreserved trust, he aspired to leverage Shun Rue's position to cultivate his own circle, paving the way for the future. Du Qi was precisely the individual he sought to befriend, and witnessing Du Qi being disrespected compelled him to step in and rectify the situation. At that moment, Zhang Feng approached, furrowing his brow. What is going on? Shin Chung replied, Manager Zhang, there is someone causing a disturbance. Aren't you going to remove them? However, upon seeing Yi Chen, Zhang Feng paid no heed to Shun Cheng's words. While others may not recognize Yi Chen, Zhang Feng would never forget him. After all, they had met at Su Exine Company. Boss, Zhang Feng gasped, his body trembling. Manager Zhang, what are you still doing? Hurry up, Shin Chung urged, noticing Zhang Feng's lack of action. A resounding slap echoed throughout the banquet hall. How dare you suggest I throw out my boss? Zhang Feng glared menacingly at Shin Chung. The latter, stunned by the slap, could hardly comprehend. You dare to hit me? He exclaimed in disbelief. How ridiculous. Zhang Feng laughed in anger. Get the hell out, he shouted, delivering a swift kick that sent Shin Chung sprawling. Boss, are you all right? After dealing with Shin Chung, Zhang Feng stood respectfully before Yi Chen, inquiring with care. Yi Chen nodded slightly, recognizing Zhang Feng. Well done. Return and have Tang reward you with a bonus. Zhang Feng's heart swelled with excitement at receiving his boss's acknowledgement. Zhang Feng, what do you mean by this? We hired you to maintain security at the banquet, and this is how you conduct yourself? Shin Chung, now assisted to his feet, questioned with a face ashen with fury. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated. The entrance to the banquet hall swung open, revealing the icy countenance of Tang Yi, flanked by two security personnel in black suits. Tang, it's Tang Yi. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Her presence commanded respect akin to that of the Du family patriarch, capable of overshadowing even him. What astonished everyone even more was Tang Yi's first utterance upon entering the hall, as she addressed Yi Chen as boss. What brings you here? Yi Chen asked, surprised. Boss, someone attempted to vandalize your car, but my team apprehended them. I thought it prudent to inform you, Tang Yi explained. They aimed to damage my car? Yi Chen momentarily froze. Is my car unharmed? No worries. I caught them before they could act. Tang Yi reassured him. Yi Chen sighed in relief. His concern not stemming from the car's monetary value, but rather the difficulty of procuring such a vehicle. The globally limited edition, of which there are no more than 5 units, truly leaves one feeling distressed. No amount of money in the future will suffice to procure another. Contemplating this, Yi Chen suddenly retracted the smile from his face and, in a subdued tone, inquired, "Do you know who damaged my car?" Throughout the years, even under the threats posed by Du Qi and his ilk, Yi Chen had maintained his composure, but now he had grown serious. Tang Yi cast a fleeting glance at Du Qi and remarked, "Those individuals claim it was members of the Du family who did it." The Du family? Yi Chen furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze toward Du Qi. "Damn it, you're the one occupying my parking space, aren't you?" Du Qi was taken aback by Tang Yi's constant reference to her as boss. Upon realizing that Yi Chen was the enigmatic benefactor behind Financial Street, he began to have second thoughts. If they struggled to contend with Tang Yi, now there was someone even more formidable than her, the mysterious financier of Financial Street. The Du family would dare not provoke such a figure. He recalled vividly his grandfather's countless warnings. It was permissible to provoke Tang Yi, but one must never offend the person backing her. This individual was likely none other than the owner of Financial Street. "What car?" "I don't know," Du Qi stammered, shaking his head. He recalled the earlier phone call from Yi Chen but lacked the courage to admit it. As Du Qi's eyes widened in shock, Yi Chen slowly produced his phone and dialed the owner of the car he had previously contacted. The phone rang, and to Du Qi's dismay, his own phone began to ring. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's expression darkened. "Damn it, and you dare say it's not you?" With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Du Qi flying 3 or 4 meters before crashing into a table behind him. Before Du Qi could regain his footing, Yi Chen advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the prostrate figure. "Did you hire someone to damage my car? Do you understand that my vehicle is a limited edition? There are only 5 in the world. You smashed it. Where am I supposed to find another? You scoundrel." While striking, Yi Chen continued to berate him. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Had they ever witnessed a polished, suit-clad youth hurling profanities while assaulting someone? They had now. And it was a sight they could hardly bear to witness. Even Tang Yi furrowed her brow, wondering if her boss exhibited violent tendencies, perhaps having vented his frustrations. Yi Chen finally ceased his assault, restoring a harmless smile to his face. He adjusted his suit and said, "I apologize, everyone. I was a bit impulsive. Please forgive my outburst." Hee. No offense taken, no offense taken. Boss, he was merely engaging in physical exercise. Understandable, the crowd of accomplished individuals chimed in, offering forced smiles. They gazed at the battered Du Qi sprawled on the ground and sighed. "Poor lad, how unfortunate to have encountered such a formidable opponent. Why don't you get up and continue your bravado, treating Shanghai as if it were your own backyard?" Hearing that Yi Chen was the shadowy proprietor of Financial Street, the successful individuals began to shift their demeanor, eagerly seeking to ingratiate themselves with him. Those who had previously dared to mock Yi Chen for challenging Du Qi were now donning smiles of flattery. Their fear of Du Qi stemmed from the fact that the Du family was a criminal organization. Such families were best avoided whenever possible, as business people loathed dealing with those who operated outside the bounds of law. While Yi Chen might not be a fearsome criminal overlord like those from the Du family, his status was nonetheless more daunting. A mere word from him could lead to a significant decline in Shanghai's GDP or cause one's business to crumble, leaving no one willing to engage in commerce with them again. "All right, let us continue. It was meant to be a joyful day, and it would be unfortunate for a minor incident to dampen our spirits," Yi Chen said, flicking the dust from his attire and donning a benign smile. "What shall we do about Du Qi?" Though Yi Chen's presence had cast a shadow over the gathering, his word was law, and even those whose family members had just passed would be compelled to smile. The festivities resumed with renewed vigor. Among the crowd, Lu Ruhan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He is so handsome. Truly the Prince Charming of my dreams." Enough with the infatuation. Even if you blind yourself with longing, he is unlikely to notice you, Zhanya remarked, turning to her cousin. "Humph, just because he doesn't fancy me doesn't mean I can't admire him," Lu Ruhan retorted, aware that she and Yi Chen inhabited entirely different worlds. "What shall we do?" Yi Chen frowned. "Of course, we shall call his family to come collect him." "Do I need to teach you this?" Tang Yi, appearing contemplative, responded, "I understand, boss." With that, she took her phone and stepped aside to make a call. Though Tang Yi and Du Rufin were bitter rivals, they still maintained contact. In a grand estate in Shanghai, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and clad in traditional attire sat, holding a dragon-headed cane, listening to his son report on the current status of their family business. "How much liquid capital can our family mobilize?" Du Rufin inquired coolly. "We can still mobilize 300 billion. But we must retain at least 20 billion for the group's operations, or we risk cash flow issues, Du Changming replied cautiously. The elder before him was the current patriarch of the Du family, the one who had once led them to the pinnacle of success. Alas, the emergence of Tang had brought them crashing down from that height. Very well, retain 20 billion for operational needs. The remaining 280 billion should be released. Du Rufen commanded decisively. Du Changming hesitated, glancing at his father, feeling a pang of frustration at his son's indecisiveness. Stop being so wishy-washy. I've told you countless times to speak your mind. Now that you are the chairman of our family business, you cannot afford to be so tentative, Du Rufen chastised. Du Changming, chastised, dared not retort and voiced his concerns instead. Father, do we truly intend to invest 280 billion in a partnership with Chen Rue? I've heard he's quite the cunning fox. What if he deceives us? Du Rufen scoffed. Does he dare? The moment he harbors any ill intentions, I will annihilate his entire family. Enough. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on the funding when you return to the office tomorrow. Understood, Du Changming replied, not daring to speak further. Just then, a series of urgent phone rings interrupted them. Upon seeing the caller ID, Du Rufen's expression changed. Why is Tang Yi calling me? Nevertheless, he answered the call. Du Rufen, your grandson is in my custody. The boss requires you to come and collect him. What? What have you done to my grandson? Du Rufen could no longer remain seated. Du Qi was the sole heir of the Du family. If anything were to happen to him, their lineage would be extinguished. For now, he is safe, but if I don't see you within half an hour, who knows what might happen? All right, I'm on my way. Upon hanging up the phone, Du Rufen indignantly hurled it to the ground. Tang Yi, you have gone too far, he bellowed with fury. Du Changming, visibly anxious, interjected, Dad, could it be that Xiao Qi is in trouble? Du Rufen coldly snorted. Xiao Qi has been captured by Tang Yi, and I must personally retrieve him. No, absolutely not. Let me go instead, if that Tang Yi poses a threat to you. It could be perilous, Du Changming urgently urged. Du Rufen hesitated for a moment, but resolutely shook his head, stating, even if I must brave the dragon's lair or the tiger's den, I shall venture forth. Xiao Qi must return alive. As for you, remain at home and await my news. If I do not return tonight, then let us fight to the bitter end. Do not allow Tang Yi to have it easy. After delivering his words, Du Rufen summoned his subordinates, instructing them to gather and accompany him to Financial Street. Within the Global Center building, Chen Rue and Xiao Yi Jianzi entered the venue, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. They beheld a multitude of distinguished guests encircling a young boy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shen Cheng, supported by others, trembled yet dared not approach. Ah Cheng, what is happening? Shen Rue demanded in a low voice. Seeing Shen Rue, Shen Cheng appeared to find his anchor. Foster father, something has gone terribly wrong. Du Qi has been seized by Tang Yi, the general manager of the Financial Street Property Company, and Shen Rue's heart filled with an ominous premonition. And he has been beaten. What? Who possesses such audacity to strike Du Qi? Are they courting death? Shen Rue asked in shock. Shen Cheng managed a bitter smile. It was the boss of Financial Street, that Yi Chun. Following Shen Cheng's pointed finger, they beheld the boy who was the center of attention. You mean he is the boss of Financial Street? Shen Rue asked, astonished. Shen Cheng nodded. Absolutely. I heard Tang Yi address him as boss with my own ears. How can this be? Shen Rue struggled to grasp the reality. What boss of Financial Street? Xiao Yi Jianzi, perplexed, inquired. Shen Rue hastily explained the situation. Are you saying this boy has the power to control the GDP of Magic City? One word from him could send the economy of Magic City plummeting by 20 years? Xiao Yi Jianzi expressed disbelief. Yes, Mr. Xiao, Shen Rue replied with a wry smile. Ah, it seems your Huaxiao is indeed a land of hidden talents. Such a young individual possesses such immense influence. It appears I must make his acquaintance, Xiao Yi Jianzi remarked with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Shen Qing couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that if only Xiao Yi Jianzi had witnessed Yi Chun strike Du Qi, he would have thought differently about wanting to meet him. However, he chose not to voice this thought. Meanwhile, Raymond had somehow squeezed himself beside Yi Chun, extending his business card with both hands. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Raymond, the owner of Raymond Financial. Yi Chun glanced at the card, crumpled it, and tossed it into the trash. What nonsense. Uffed. Witnessing this, Raymond nearly coughed up blood. The humiliation was overwhelming. Zhang Ye and Lu Ruhan, however, were in fits of laughter. It was utterly absurd. Did Yi Chun's status truly require an introduction from him? Chapter 64. I want 20% of the Tangshan Group's shares. Hey there, young man, do you remember me? Lu Ruhan stepped forward, hands clasped behind her back, asking bashfully. Yi Chun turned around, looking at her with confusion. I beg your pardon, miss, have we met? Yi Chun searched his memory, but he could not recall this adorable girl. Lu Ruhan's expression fell, turning sour. Young man, you truly don't remember me? Here, this is my sister. Do you really have no recollection? Yi Chen blinked and glanced at Zhang Ye, who was quite attractive, scoring around 90 points, exuding an alluring mature charm, but he still could not place her. Are you trying to introduce your sister to me? Uffed. Lu Ruhan felt like she might faint. Oh dear, young man. It was just the day before yesterday when your car was hit. Do you remember now? At last, Yi Chen recalled. Oh, I remember now. It was you too. Haha. You finally jogged my memory. Wow, I didn't expect you to be the boss of Financial Street. I was wondering why your car was parked in front of the property company. My sister and I were puzzled as to who would dare park in front of the Financial Street property company. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Well, I happened to be returning to the office that day to handle some matters and parked there casually. Are you also in the finance sector? Yes. My sister is the owner of Yayu Financial. Although Yi Chen had never heard of this company, he nodded politely. As the prominent figures trying to curry favor with Yi Chen noticed Zhang Ye's acquaintance with him, they began to entertain ulterior motives. At that moment, Tang Yi approached and said, Boss, I've already informed the Du family. Du Ruffing should be arriving shortly. I received a call from Zhou Zhuwei just now, stating that she has brought Quan Go back, and he is currently detained in a factory on the outskirts. Yi Chen nodded. All right, let me handle matters here. And we shall head over soon. Quan Go was a crucial pawn in his strategy against the Zhao family. It was imperative to extract incriminating evidence of their wrongdoing from him. The evidence need not be substantial, but it must be authentic to legally and justifiably bring down the Zhao family. Just as Yi Chen concluded his conversation with Tang Yi, Shen Rui and Xiao Yi Jinzi approached. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Xiao Yi Jinzi, chairman of the Asia-Pacific Group. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Xiao Yi Jinzi extended his hand with great courtesy. Upon hearing the name, Yi Chen's brow furrowed. A person from the Little Sun? Xiao Yi Jinzi paused, then nodded, indeed. But I hold a very friendly stance towards Huaxia. As Yi Chen regarded Xiao Yi Jinzi's outstretched hand, a look of distaste crossed his face. Achoo! Yi Chen sneezed, rubbed his nose, and calmly said, I apologize. I have a slight allergy to people from the Little Sun. Please excuse me. Without sparing him another glance, Yi Chen walked past Xiao Yi Jinzi. Baka, how outrageous. You people from China are simply unreasonable. Huh, having just walked past. Yi Chen caught the mutterings of Xiao Yi Jinzi, and his expression turned icy. He spun around and delivered a resounding slap. What did you say? Say that again. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This was the first time Tang Yi had witnessed such a side of him. The atmosphere felt as if one were plunged into a freezing abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Xiao Yi Jinzi, a member of the behind-the-scenes power of the Global Center building, the Fujita family, had never experienced such humiliation. You, Shina person, dare to strike me? Do you know who I am? I am of the Fujita family. By striking me, you have slapped the face of the Fujita family, and they will not let this go. Heh, the Fujita family? Are they truly formidable? I beg your pardon, but I have not heard of that. However, even if the Fujita family is formidable, you must remember, this is not a trivial matter. This is Huaxia. As his words fell, Yi Chen seized Kinjiro Ono by the hair and, without hesitation, brought down a nearby bottle of red wine with great force. Bang! The sound of shattering glass and cracking bone reverberated through the air. Once Yi Chen released his grip, Kinjiro Ono crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Dispose of him. I do not wish to see this man again, Yi Chen commanded, disdainfully accepting the handkerchief offered by Tang Yi to wipe his hands. Understood, boss, Tang Yi responded, waving his hand as Zhang Feng and his men approached to drag Kinjiro Ono away. Meanwhile, Shen Rui's face bore an expression of urgency. Mr. Yi, you must reconsider. Kinjiro Ono is a legally registered businessman in our country and a major taxpayer. The Global Center contributes 50 billion in taxes to Modu every year. If anything were to happen to him, it would escalate into an international issue. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I apologize. But my Financial Street contributes over $1 trillion in taxes to Modu each year. Furthermore, the management rights of the Global Center will henceforth be under my property company. What do you mean by that, Mr. Yi? Shen Rui asked, taken aback. Yi Chen chuckled coldly. It means exactly what it says. I have taken control of the Global Center. Tomorrow, I will instruct my company to prepare the acquisition documents. From now on, Financial Street will not welcome any companies affiliated with Japan. With that, Yi Chen ignored Shen Rui and ascended the stage, clearing his throat before the microphone. A hush fell over the crowd. They had now witnessed Yi Chen's ruthless methods and his decisive approach to business. In that moment, everyone shared a singular thought. They would never provoke Yi Chen again. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Chen. Some of you may know me, while others may not. Allow me to introduce myself. I do not have many demands. If you wish to establish a business on Financial Street, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Of course, you will henceforth be my tenants. I hope for a harmonious landlord-tenant relationship, free from unpleasantness. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, with your affable nature, How could we possibly be anything but harmonious? The big bosses fawned over Yi Chen. Lu Ruhan scoffed, a bunch of hypocrites. Zhang Yi shot her a glare. Mind your words. You are not in business and do not understand what Financial Street represents. Remember, if a company is established on Financial Street, it signifies strength. Even if it is a mere shell company, countless clients will seek you out. Lu Ruhan didn't comprehend fully, but felt that Yi Chen was exceedingly handsome. Well, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, Yi Chen remarked with a smile as he descended from the stage. Calling for Tang Yi to prepare to head to the location where Quan Ge was detained, Su Xiaojiao approached, saying, Mr. Yi, thank you so much for tonight. Without you, I fear I would never free myself from Du Qi's entanglement. Yi Chen smirked. I had suspected you summoned me to the soiree with ulterior motives. While I am amiable, I am not one to be exploited. Please inform Ms. Su that I intend to acquire 20% of the Tangchen Group's shares. What? Su Xiaojiao's expression shifted, her heart racing. Mr. Yi, our Tangchen Group is a family-owned enterprise. We absolutely cannot sell too many shares to outsiders. Yi Chen smiled knowingly. No matter. Just relay my words to Ms. Su. I trust she will know how to make the right decision. Chapter 65. I have agreed, but they have not. Outside, Yi Chen settled into his car. As Tang Yi was about to enter the passenger seat, Su Xiaojiao rushed out after them. I apologize, Miss Su, but my boss has other matters to attend to, and he has said all that needs to be said. Please return. Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry. It was my own idea to utilize you, and it has nothing to do with my aunt. If you have any grievances, please direct them at me. And spare the Tangchen Group, Su Xiaojiao pleaded. Get in, Tang. Yi Chen dismissed Su Xiaojiao, weary of her persistence. Did she truly think he was a fool? A simpleton from a wealthy family? Chen Qingyao leveraged his assistance because she was his woman, while Su had no such connection to him. He would not allow her to offend the Du family without reaping some benefit. I warn you once more, Miss Su, please do not follow us. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind, Tang Yi cautioned. Upon seeing Tang Yi's stern gaze, Su Xiaojia dared not persist, though the weight of her grievances threatened to bring her to tears. The car sped through the streets of Modu. As he gazed at the vibrant and extravagant scenery outside, Yi Chen felt a pang of melancholy. Beneath every beautiful facade lies an ocean of dirt. Tang Yi nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, boss. Though Modu appears prosperous now, beneath that splendor lies a foundation built upon countless bones. Only after attaining his current social standing did Yi Chen comprehend the city's brutal reality. The strong prevail while the weak are eliminated. Those who manage to escape unscathed are exceedingly fortunate, while countless individuals who came to Modu seeking fortune become stepping stones for others, never to return. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Modu, Quan Ge was bound to a chair in an empty workshop. Surrounding him, men clad in black took turns inflicting violence upon him. Speak. Tell us what you know. One of the assailants, wearing spiked knuckles, pummeling Quan Ge mercilessly. After retracting his fist, Quan Ji's face was a mask of blood. Please, spare me. I truly know nothing about the Zhao family. This is the first time I have ever done work for them. Quan Ge pleaded for mercy. Just then, Zhou Jiwei, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, approached slowly. Still not talking? The man asked respectfully. Sister Wei, this man is quite obstinate. He hasn't confessed at all. As Zhou Jiwei conversed with her subordinates, the sound of engines roared outside, and two beams of headlights illuminated the factory entrance. The boss and the big sister have arrived. The factory doors swung open, and three vehicles entered slowly. The first was Yi Chen's chariot, the Black Warrior Pagani Huayra. With a screech, the vehicles came to an abrupt halt. In the back of the Mercedes sedan, Zhang Feng dragged Du Qi and Kinjiro Ono from the trunk. Upon Du Qi's emergence, a foul and acrid odor wafted through the air. Damn, what a waste. He is so scared he is wet himself, Zhang Feng remarked disdainfully while covering his nose. What do you want from us? My grandfather is on his way. If you lay a finger on me, he will surely kill you. Du Qi stammered in terror. Yi Chen ignored Du Qi and instructed Zhang Feng. Handle this Japanese fellow yourselves. Keep him alive for now. Understood, boss, Zhang Feng quickly replied. Kinjiro Ono trembled in fear. What are you planning? I am a legitimate businessman in your country. If you kill me, it will cause international disputes. Zhang Feng paid him no heed and dragged him aside. Two gunshots echoed, and the factory fell silent once more. The matter was swiftly resolved. Zhang Feng wiped the gun clean with a handkerchief and instructed his subordinates. These individuals appeared to be seasoned in such grim tasks. Efficiently wrapping Kinjiro Oya's lifeless body in a burlap sack and stowing it in the trunk of a vehicle before departing. The bloodstains on the ground were washed away with a bucket of clean water. Witnessing this scene, Du Qi and Brother Quan trembled in fright. Still no confession? During their journey, Tang Yi had informed Zhou Jiwei of the situation here. Upon learning of Brother Quan's obstinate demeanor, Yi Chen became intrigued. Indeed, boss. We tormented him for an hour, and he has revealed nothing. Fascinating. Yi Chun strode towards Brother Quan, bound to a chair, and tossed his coat to Tang Yi. He unfastened the buttons of his sleeves and approached Brother Quan, delivering 2 punches that sent several teeth cascading to the floor. Blood streamed from Brother Quan's mouth. I shall ask you once more, will you speak? Yi Chun smiled at Brother Quan, whose eyes perceived the smile as that of a demon. I truly know nothing of the Zhao family, Brother Quan pleaded desperately. Very well, if you are ignorant of the Zhao family affairs, then your existence is of no further use. Jiwei, take care of him as well. Understood, boss. As the words left his lips, the sound of a gun's bolt being pulled back echoed ominously. A dark barrel was aimed directly at Brother Quan's forehead. Wait. A cold sweat broke out on Brother Quan's brow. I know. You know now? Yi Chun, who had been about to leave, turned with a smirk. However, I have conditions. Speak. If you promise to release me, I will divulge all I know about the Zhao family, and I possess evidence. Should you refuse, I will remain silent even unto death. In a desperate bid for survival, Brother Quan took a chance. He had believed that as long as he remained silent, these individuals would not kill him, for he still held some value. Yet, with the arrival of this youth, who showed no regard for the situation and was prepared to end his life, fear gripped him. He dared not gamble on the truth of the youth's intentions, especially after witnessing the unhesitating brutality displayed in the earlier killing. If they truly meant to carry out the deed, his life would certainly be forfeit. Agreed. But be mindful. If what you share proves trivial, you know the consequences. Upon hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Brother Quan felt a flicker of hope. I aided the Zhao family in acquiring projects through unscrupulous means, and I have records of their forced demolitions of homes. The misdeeds they committed are meticulously documented, and I can provide undeniable evidence. Initially, these records were my safeguard against the Zhao family betraying me one day. Is that all? Yi Chen inquired. These pieces of evidence are indeed substantial, but they are insufficient. I also possess videos of Zhao Qifeng's abductions of women, as well as ledgers detailing the bribes received by the Zhao family. You seem well informed. Yi Chen pressed on. Where's the evidence? In my family's safe. Having divulged this information, Brother Quan ceased to hold back. He simply wished to barter for his life. Yi Chen directed Zhou Jiwei. Have someone in Hangzhou retrieve those items from his residence. After Zhou Jiwei departed, Yi Chen procured a chair and sat in quiet contemplation. As time elapsed, 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiwei's phone rang. All right, understood. After ending the call, she approached Yi Chen. Boss, we have located the items. Have they been sent? They have. Zhou Jiwei offered her phone to Yi Chen. He opened the files and began to peruse them. Observing a video of Zhao Qifeng with a woman, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is rather lackluster. The foreplay and the act together scarcely last 10 minutes. Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei averted their gazes from the screen, feeling that Yi Chen's interest bordered on the peculiar. Enough. These items are sufficient to bring the Zhao family to ruin. As Yi Chen's words rang out, Zhou Jiwei approached Brother Quan, her gun drawn, and without further ado, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A bloodied visage manifested on Brother Quan's forehead. Even in death, confusion and disbelief lingered in his eyes. Yi Chen observed the fading light of life in Brother Quan and remarked indifferently, I made you a promise. However, they did not. Chapter 66. Yi Chen's devious maneuver, Du Rufeng stunned. Outside the factory, an array of vehicles had gathered unbeknownst to them. Men clad in black suits stood with grim expressions, hands clasped behind their backs. Du Rufeng's silver hair shone brightly even in the night. As a car door opened, a dragon-headed cane emerged, followed by a pair of feet. Boss, the adversary's intentions remain unclear. Perhaps I should lead a team to directly retrieve the young master. A burly man with a scarred face spoke coldly. Du Rufeng scoffed. If you possessed such capability, would you still require my assistance? Do you believe you can best Tang Yi or Zhou Jiwei? At his words, the scarred man felt a tremor of fear. Facing anyone else, he might have boasted. But the thought of the formidable Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei instilled genuine terror within him. To be frank, he was Du Rufeng's most capable subordinate, renowned for his prowess. In his early days, he single-handedly vanquished an entire faction armed only with a knife. Yet, during his peak, Tang Yi emerged. They had crossed paths in the same arena. But regrettably, in 10 exchanges, he was reduced to a mere defensive posture, unable to retaliate. Ultimately, he bore a scar from Tang Yi's blade, a painful reminder that haunted him even on stormy nights. Following Tang Yi's ascension to power, she seldom resorted to violence. The Du family and Tang Yi had experienced numerous conflicts. During a pivotal battle for territory, the scarred man believed he had the upper hand, only to be confronted by Zhou Jiwei. Though she appeared like a young girl, her ferocity was overwhelming, and he was nearly left disoriented. He had set out with 100 men, yet only a scant few returned. The rest either found themselves in hospitals or scattered. Consequently, His reputation in the underworld of Magic City plummeted, becoming fodder for ridicule. Regardless of his resentment, he dared not seek vengeance against Tang Yi or Zhou Zhuwei. Enough. Let us proceed. Du Rufeng, understanding his loyal subordinate's plight, chose not to elaborate further. Creak. The factory doors slowly swung open, revealing a dozen individuals standing within. Expecting a grand confrontation, he was taken aback to find only a handful of people on Tang Yi's side. Had he truly overreacted by bringing over 100 men? Would this not become the subject of mockery? For decades, Du Rufeng had dominated Magic City, yet here he stood, seemingly timid. At this moment, Yi Chen sat on a chair with a beaming smile, his feet resting on the face of the humiliated Du Qi. Beside him stood Zhou Zhiwei and Tang Yi, while Zhang Feng and his subordinates surrounded them. Behind, a lifeless body, long cold, was bound. The vast factory appeared somewhat eerie. Du Rufu and Yi Chen exchanged glances, a smirk gracing Yi Chen's lips. So you are Du Rufu? Du Rufu looked gravely at the young boy. Although this youth was not particularly old, he commanded respect. The deference shown by Tang Yi and Zhou Zhiwei indicated that this boy was no ordinary individual. Did you not ask me to come for someone? Here I am. Du Rufus stepped into the factory, his tone somber. Ah, it seems the Du family possesses a bit of courage. However, bringing so many people along feels rather petty. Yi Chen remarked, a hint of embarrassment flashing across Du Rufus' face. Enough with the small talk. How can I secure the release of my grandson? The head of his cane struck the ground with a heavy thud as Du Rufus spoke coldly. Quite simple. You agree to one condition. And I shall release this worthless individual, Yi Chen replied. What condition? Du Rufu inquired, his voice steady. I want all the assets of the Du family. What? Du Rufu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Has this person lost his mind? You think you can take my family's century-old foundation with just your word? Boy, are you not afraid of being crushed by your own greed? What gives you the right to demand all the assets of the Du family? Yi Chen smiled faintly. What gives me the right? Certainly, it is your life and your grandson's. Is there anything more valuable than your and your grandson's lives? As Yi Chen's words hung in the air, Blood Eagle and the subordinates beside Du Rufu grew vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any hidden enemies. Yet, despite their search, no concealed threats were discovered. Du Rufu coldly stated, Boy, I do not care what tricks you are playing here. I will tell you this. Today, you will release him, whether you want to or not, or you might not leave this place. Yi Chen chuckled, leaning forward in his chair. Oh, really? As the words fell, Zhou Zhiwei and the others drew their guns, while Du Rufu's side was equally prepared, weapons drawn. The atmosphere thickened with tension. In terms of numbers, my side has the advantage. In terms of weaponry, we are also superior. I wonder where your confidence comes from. Du Rufu sneered, observing the standoff. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, the advantage lies with you. However, if you do not lower your weapons, I cannot guarantee his life. With a slight pressure of his foot, the sound of bones cracking emanated from Du Qi's body, eliciting a scream that sent urgency coursing through Du Rufu. What do you want? Du Rufu shouted in anger. I have already stated, I want all the assets of the Du family. Impossible. Demanding all the assets of the Du family is akin to demanding our very lives. I will never agree to that. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Yi Chen shrugged as his words echoed. Suddenly, outside the factory, the roar of engines filled the air and a multitude of headlights illuminated the distance. No one knew how many people and vehicles were approaching. As the vehicles drew nearer, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had expected these individuals to be Yi Chen's men, but those who emerged were, astonishingly, soldiers. A pair of long, straight legs stepped out from a Humvee. Qin Yao, clad in combat attire, declared, Everyone, do not move. I have received intel that there are individuals here conspiring to incite chaos, threatening national security. Any form of resistance will be deemed treason and met with immediate execution. To be candid, if this were merely a gang fight, these petty thugs might not have been intimidated, but now they faced the might of the state. What kind of situation was this? Observing their equipment, it was clear that if a confrontation ensued, the soldiers could likely resolve the matter in mere minutes. Inside a distant sports car, Qin Yu and Lu Xiao sat. Wow, what a grand spectacle. Sister Yao is truly formidable, Lu Xiao exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Calm down. Maintain composure. My sister's prowess extends beyond this. You will witness even more in the future. Everyone inside, hearing this, immediately raised their hands and knelt in surrender, or else faced the consequences. No one had anticipated that Yi Chen had secretly notified the Qin family and summoned the military for assistance. Du Rufu was equally taken aback by Yi Chen's audacious maneuver. Have you lost your mind? This will lead to mutual destruction. Do not forget, your people are armed as well, Du Rufu warned, anger painting his features. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. Oh, my apologies, I forgot to mention, The guns in their hands are merely toys, haha. As Yi Chen's words fell, Zhang Feng pulled the trigger, firing a plastic bullet that soared 2 meters before landing on the ground. It turned out that prior to Du Rufu's arrival, Yi Chen had instructed Zhang Feng and the others to dispose of the real firearms. Using fake guns was a strategy to stabilize the situation until Qin Yao's support arrived. After all, he had no intention of engaging in a real confrontation with Du Rufu. Why would he squander resources and engage in a deadly battle when the mere possession of illegal firearms, especially in such quantities, could be enough to bring down the Du family? Chapter 67. It turns out Du Rufu is also a cunning one. Damn it, little brat, you tricked us. Blood Eagle could no longer contain himself. Hearing the officer's commands from outside, he wished he could swallow Yi Chen whole. Yi Chen, you are utterly devoid of honor. This is a matter of the underworld, collaborating with the military against me. What is that? Du Rufu paused, his cane trembling with frustration, his face pale with rage. Yi Chen, stepping on Du Qi, replied with a nonchalant smile. Hey, we are now in a society governed by law. One must be accountable for their words. I have never claimed to be part of the underworld. I am a legitimate businessman, a proper taxpayer. You came here armed with your men. And if I do not report this, should I just wait to die? Damn it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Blood Eagle was even more furious. Are you calling the police? You have directly involved the military. This is far more serious than merely reporting. Damn it, little brat, just die already. Blood Eagle, now reckless, figured that if he went down, he would take Yi Chen with him. Do not be impulsive. Seeing this unfold, Du Rufu's expression shifted drastically. Who was Yi Chen? Killing him would lead to chaos. Not only would the Du family be uprooted, but even the top families in Kyoto would be decimated, leaving no chance for recovery. Yet Blood Eagle had already lost his sanity, and just then, a deafening gunshot rang out. A distant sniper bullet shattered a window, obliterating Blood Eagle's hand and arm in a spray of blood. Wow. Witnessing this scene, even Yi Chen could not suppress an expletive. The carnage was horrendous. It's a Barrett. The shooting range exceeds 1,000 meters. The marksman is highly skilled. Zhou Jiwei immediately positioned herself in front of Yi Chen, her expression tense. Her gaze fixated on the direction from which the bullet had come. Tang Yi spoke gravely, step back. If it is truly a Barrett, even if you shield the boss, it would be futile. Zhou Jiwei contemplated for a moment before gradually stepping back. Indeed, as Tang Yi had asserted, if the assailant was wielding a Barrett, it would be futile for her to shield Yi Chen, let alone if a steel plate were to be placed in front of him. Meanwhile, on a hillside a kilometer away from the factory, a cold-blooded man clad in camouflage lay motionless in the shadows, gripping a Barrett rifle. Beside him, an observer, equipped with night vision goggles, meticulously monitored every movement within the factory. Impressive, old six, the observer remarked, witnessing the shot that shattered the Blood Eagle's arm holding the gun. However, the sniper replied coldly, I have told you, do not call me Old Six again. Old Six, why do you dislike that name? I find it quite fitting for you, the observer jested. I said, do not call me Old Six. The sniper inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to restrain his irritation. All right, I won't call you Old Six anymore. Inside the factory, as the Blood Eagle's arm exploded, terror gripped everyone present, forming a circle around Du Rufu and warily scanning their surroundings. The Blood Eagle had long since succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Outside, Qin Yao, commanding her subordinates, was alerted to the gunfire of the Barrett, realizing a situation had unfolded within. Team 1, prepare for action. Team 2, provide cover. Team 3, secure the hostages. Understood. The soldiers affirmed, duty-bound to obey orders. With Qin Yao's command issued, the troops sprang into action. The conflict swiftly reached its conclusion. The members of the Du family, upon witnessing the troops' arrival, abandoned any thoughts of resistance. 30 seconds later, the factory doors were forcefully breached. Waves of soldiers stormed in, encircling Du Rufu and the others. The sound of military boots striking the ground resonated as Qin Yao, exuding an air of authority with her long strides, entered the fray. Reporting to the leader, a total of 112 criminals have been apprehended, an officer reported. Qin Yao nodded slightly, take them all away. Meanwhile, as Qin Yao was apprehending Du Rufu, vehicles approached from a distance, sirens blaring. The chief of the Magic City Police Department arrived in person. Which unit are you from? Why was I not notified of this operation? State your unit number and which department you belong to. The police chief demanded angrily upon arrival. A military officer stepped forward. Apologies, we are a covert unit, authorized to operate without prior notification to local authorities. We received intel regarding armed militants and have come to apprehend them. Preposterous. What covert unit? I have never heard of such a thing. I do not care who you are. Release them immediately. As he spoke, the police chief attempted to send his men inside. However, the soldiers raised their weapons, standing their ground. Qin Yao, hearing the commotion outside, emerged with a stern expression. Approaching, she inquired coldly, "Who are you?" Recognizing Qin Yao as the highest authority present, the police chief replied, "I am the chief of the Magic City Police Department. I received reports of a brawl here and came to apprehend the criminals." It turned out that Du Ruffeng was also a man of significant connections. This time, he had not only brought all his loyal followers, but had also left a backup plan in place, allowing his protector to assist covertly. If he gained the upper hand, the protector would remain in the shadows. However, should Yi Chen prevail, the protector would step in to eliminate him. Little did he anticipate that Yi Chen would manage to summon military assistance. Observing the soldiers' demeanor and superior equipment, the outlook appeared grim. These individuals were no ordinary soldiers. "Then please take your leave. This matter is now under the jurisdiction of my Special Operations Brigade. Unit number." The police chief did not heed Qin Yao's words. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to confront military personnel. However, considering who was inside, Du Ruffeng, with whom he had conducted numerous dealings over the years, he realized that if Du Ruffeng were captured, his own future would be irrevocably compromised. Furthermore, should their transactions be disclosed, he would be unable to escape the consequences. Thus, he was determined to rescue Du Ruffeng at any cost. Qin Yao assumed that mentioning the Special Operations Brigade would compel the police chief to comply, but to her surprise, he remained obstinate. "I am from the Special Operations Brigade. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are obstructing our mission, and I possess the authority to deal with any personnel impeding it. Bring them in." Growing weary of engaging in dialogue with a mere police chief, Qin Yao issued her command directly. "Yes." The officer behind her gestured, and 2 soldiers advanced. "I dare you to try?" The police chief, sensing the seriousness of Qin Yao's resolve, felt a surge of urgency. At this juncture, he had no choice but to press on. Although the repercussions could be severe, it was preferable to letting Du Ruffeng be captured and facing his own demise. Chapter 68. The police chief flees in fear. The police chief stood his ground, brandishing his firearm in defiance. Qin Yao nodded. "Very well, you possess considerable courage." As she spoke, Qin Yao produced her credentials, displaying them before the chief's eyes. "Take a good look and see to which unit we belong." The police chief felt a pang of trepidation upon witnessing her authoritative demeanor. However, having reached this point, he had to maintain his stance. Yet, upon seeing the name seemingly inked in blood, he nearly collapsed in fear. What kind of formidable adversary had the Du family provoked? This was nothing short of catastrophic. Blood Red Special Forces Instructor Qin Yao. If it were merely a Special Forces unit, it would not be the most daunting aspect. However, the prefix Blood Red signified something far more significant. It was only after attaining his current position that he had been exposed to certain classified information. Special forces were divided into 2 tiers. One executing standard missions, such as apprehending terrorists or coordinating with larger units, and the other assigned to execute particularly perilous tasks, such as assassinating foreign leaders or infiltrating enemy lines to sabotage critical defense systems. It could be said that special operations were fraught with peril, where 10 might venture forth. Yet only one could return. However, if even one survived, they would be promoted beyond measure. Those returning unscathed would receive exceptional commendations and accolades. In any part of Huaxia, in any city, they would be treated with utmost respect. Not to mention, he was merely the chief of the Magic City Police Department. Even the highest-ranking officials in Magic City would have to comply. If provoked, a bullet could end your life, and you could easily be labeled a traitor. Moreover, they possessed the authority to mobilize local armed forces without needing any formal approval. Qin Yao merely flashed her credentials at the police chief before reclaiming them. "Now do you comprehend who I am?" The police chief gulped, his throat constricting. I understand. Now, I command you to withdraw immediately, otherwise, you will be charged with treason." Yes, I will leave immediately." The chief of the police department did not hesitate for a moment, hastily departing with his subordinates in a dejected manner. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, seated in a distant car, witnessed the abrupt and fearful retreat of the police chief from the Magic City. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother Qin, what exactly is your sister's identity?" The Magic City is a first-class city, and even the police chief dares not provoke her? Qin Yu shook his head, stating, "To be honest, I am unaware of my sister's role in the military. I only know that her rank is 2 bars 4 stars. 2 bars 4 stars. Lu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. How old is Qin Yao? To attain such a rank at her age is simply inconceivable. If she were to advance further, I dare not even imagine the implications. She would be stepping into the realm of power, wielding influence even at the heart of authority. What is even more terrifying is her age. How old is Qin Yao? Perhaps only 23 or 24. This is utterly surreal. After the founding of the nation, the youngest general was in their 30s, and they were a scion of a distinguished family, honored by the state. It seems that since that general, there have been no exceptions. When Qin Yu first learned of his sister's rank, he was equally astonished, much like Lu Xiao. However, recalling his sister's fierce demeanor, he accepted it with equanimity. After the police chief's departure, Qin Yao turned and re-entered the factory, listening to the distant wail of police sirens fading away. Du Ruofeng felt a deep sense of despair. Is it hopeless? Even my greatest shield has fled. It appears that the Du family is doomed. Upon entering, Qin Yao did not cast a glance at Du Ruofeng and the others, but walked directly to Yi Chun. As she approached, Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei felt an overwhelming sense of threat from this extraordinarily beautiful woman. They prided themselves on being elite fighters. Yet this woman instilled in them an acute awareness of impending danger. Observing Yi Chun still leisurely seated, Qin Yao remarked, "You owe me a favor." Yi Chun smiled and replied, "I apologize, but I am merely acting on behalf of Elder Qin, so this favor is owed to him." "You." Qin Yao glared at him with her phoenix eyes. However, upon reflection, she conceded that Yi Chun was not entirely wrong. She had been commanded by her grandfather to assist Yi Chun. It was not as if he had sought her out. Regardless of to whom you owe the favor, it is still a debt to the Qin family. How shall we proceed? Without further argument, Qin Yao inquired about the next course of action. Take the others with you, but leave Du Ruofeng to me. Understood. With that, Qin Yao decisively led the remaining individuals away, leaving only Du Ruofeng behind. After her departure, Tang Yi furrowed her brows and asked, Wei Wei, if you were to confront her, what are your chances of winning? Zhou Jiwei sighed, "Sister, to be honest, my odds do not exceed 10%. So low? Tang Yi expressed her surprise. It was known that Zhou Jiwei had never lost in underground fighting matches. How could she have less than a 10% chance? Zhou Jiwei nodded, stating, "Indeed, sister. Observing her gait, her base appears exceptionally stable, and she is a military person. She likely specializes in military boxing. While it is somewhat similar to what I have learned, the military's techniques often include lethal moves that I cannot guarantee I could defend against." "Lethal techniques?" Tang Yi questioned. Yi Chun was intrigued. Just how mysterious was the military? Zhou Jiwei pondered for a moment and recounted, "I once had an opponent in boxing who claimed to have come from there and had studied the Black Dragon 18 techniques. However, he only grasped the surface. He said the true essence could only be cultivated by the elite military." Meanwhile, gazing at the empty factory, with no one left by his side, Du Ruofeng wore a bitter expression. "What is it that you desire?" Yi Chun smiled and replied, "I have already conveyed my demands to you." "Fine, I agree, but I have one request." Du Ruofeng recognized that after tonight, the Du family would cease to exist in the Magic City. His trusted aides had already been captured, leaving him with no means to continue opposing Yi Chun. Even if he escaped this ordeal today, he could not evade his fate. It would be better to negotiate terms using his own assets. After all, the properties were under his name, and it would not be an easy feat for Yi Chun to seize them forcibly. "Speak." Yi Chun swiftly kicked Du Qi to Du Ruofeng's feet. Keeping this useless pawn was no longer necessary. "Leave a way out for the Du family." Du Ruofeng rasped. "Agreed." Yi Chun nodded and stood, saying, "All right, Tang, the next steps are in your hands. Have him sign the paperwork." As they exited, before getting into the car, Tang Yi asked, "Boss, are we going to eliminate all traces?" Yi Chun smiled meaningfully. "Tang, I have entrusted everything to you. I only require the Du family's assets." Chapter 69, The Mysterious Blood Red Special Operations Brigade. After briefing Tang Yi, Yi Chun drove away from the factory. However, just as he exited the gate, he spotted a youth waving at him from the roadside. Brother Yi, Brother Yi." Upon seeing that matters had been resolved, Qin Yu stepped out of Lu Zhao's car to greet Yi Chun. As the vehicle approached, Yi Chun inquired, "Who are you?" "Brother Yi, it's me, Qin Yu." Yi Chun recalled that this must be the grandson of Elder Qin, whom he had been informed about earlier. When seeking assistance from Elder Qin, he had mentioned that his grandchildren were in the Magic City. The mysterious officer was Elder Qin's granddaughter, Qin Yao, and this youth must be Qin Yu. "Ah, hello." Yi Chun smiled and greeted him. Qin Yu, feeling at ease, opened the passenger door and took a seat. "Brother Yi, since my sister and I have come to the Magic City, shouldn't you, the local landlord, make some arrangements?" Yi Chun chuckled, "No problem. I will sort it out right away. By the way, I must thank you and Miss Qin today. Otherwise, these troublesome matters would have been difficult to resolve." "Haha. Brother Yi is a man of honor. I shall not be courteous, then," Qin Yu replied. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao stood at a distance, watching eagerly. He had already learned of Yi Chun's identity and was keen to make an acquaintance. Though his own status was high as the foremost young master in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, he was merely one among many in the vast expanse of Huaxia. If he had the opportunity to befriend someone of higher standing, he certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Noticing Lu Xiao's eager demeanor, Qin Yu waved him over. Lu Xiao, beaming with joy, hurried over. "Brother Qin." Qin Yu pointed at Yi Chun and instructed, "Call him Brother Yi." "Hello, Brother Yi." Lu Xiao greeted without hesitation, casting aside any airs of superiority. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Hello, Brother Yi. This is my little brother Lu Xiao. His family is a prominent figure in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Qin Yu introduced. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that this youth's family belonged to the foremost family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. Little Lu, I will arrange things shortly, Yi Chen said. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lu Xiao expressed his gratitude eagerly. All right, I will find someone to make the arrangements. Yi Chen promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the manager of the Guijin Center. Wu Yuan. Hello, boss. Although it was nearly midnight, Wu Yuan always answered Yi Chen's calls with remarkable speed. At times, Yi Chen pondered whether Wu Yuan was perpetually waiting by the phone. Currently, Tang Yi was occupied with handling the aftermath of the Du family's affairs, leaving Yi Chen with no choice but to seek Wu Yuan's assistance. This thought prompted Yi Chen to realize that he ought to consider hiring an assistant or secretary. It wouldn't be appropriate to burden Tang Yi and Wu Yuan with every little matter. After all, both were general managers with numerous responsibilities. Manager Wu, I have 2 friends visiting from out of town. Could you please make arrangements for me? Of course, boss. After hanging up, Wu Yuan swiftly accessed his contacts and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Sun, don't think I'm not helping you. My boss needs to arrange a meal for his friends, and I'm planning to reserve a table at your place. What? Are you serious, Manager Wu? An excited voice emanated from the other end of the line. Naturally, the middle-aged man recognized Wu Yuan's status and knew that his boss was none other than the chairman of the Guijin Center. No problem, Manager Wu, rest assured. I'll make all the necessary arrangements. All right, I'll head over to your place now. After hanging up, Wu Yuan informed Yi Chen of the hotel's location and hurriedly dressed to make his way there. What are you doing out so late? Wu Yuan's wife inquired with a frown. There's someone my boss needs to entertain tonight. I have to go and make arrangements. Boss. It's always about work or your boss. Can't you just stay home and spend some time with me? Wu Yuan sighed and gently kissed his wife's forehead. My dear, I too wish for stability, but I am bound by circumstances. It hasn't been easy for me to reach this point, and my new boss's identity is quite significant. If I manage this well, it could lead to even greater opportunities for us. Don't you want to enjoy a better life in the future? But with your current status, what more could you desire? Isn't being the general manager of the Guijin Center enough to satisfy you? Wu Yuan replied with a bittersweet smile. You don't understand, my love. While this position is indeed sufficient, have you considered the possibility that I might lose it one day? If I can't even secure my current position, what then? Wu Yuan felt a deep sense of indebtedness to his wife. During his younger years, he had been consumed by work, often returning home late, or merely to eat and sleep. She had accompanied him from nothing, and he felt she had already borne enough. His wife was not unreasonable, and her earlier words were merely an expression of her frustration. After receiving a kiss from Wu Yuan, much of her discontent dissipated. All right, I understand. Go now. Don't keep your boss waiting. Wu Yuan nodded, realizing his wife had come to terms with the situation. Thank you, my dear. With that, he descended to the garage and drove away. Meanwhile, after receiving Wu Yuan's notification, Yi Chen turned to Qin Yu and Lu Xiao and said, Marriott International Hotel. All right, let us go, Lu Xiao replied. Yi Chen noticed Qin Yu stepping out of the car and asked, Aren't you coming with me? He had assumed Qin Yu would ride with him to the hotel. Of course I want to. It's such a splendid sports car, and I'd love to enjoy it a bit longer. However, I need to pick up my sister first. Your sister is coming too? Yi Chen recalled the fierce-looking Qin Yao he had seen earlier in tactical attire and felt she might not be the easiest person to deal with. When 2 strong-willed individuals are together, conflicts are almost inevitable, as both tend to want to assert control over the other. Well, my sister has already given her word, and I dare not defy her. If she finds out we had dinner without her, I'd be in big trouble. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, where's your sister? I'll go pick her up. I'll send you her number. You can ask her yourself. Qin Yu provided Yi Chen with a phone number before turning to drive away with Lu Xiao. After glancing at the number, Yi Chen dialed it immediately. However, the call connected to a hidden line. What a clever security measure, he thought. Hello, who is this? Came a cold, indifferent female voice from the other end. Hello, is this Miss Qin? I'm Yi Chen. Your brother asked me to pick you up for dinner. I'll send you my location. You can come directly. After the call ended, a secure text message followed. What is this? Yi Chen wondered as he looked at the message, which merely contained an arrow. Curiosity piqued. He noticed that as the car moved, the arrow adjusted its direction, guiding him at every intersection. Before he knew it, he found himself in the outskirts of the magic city, surrounded by towering mountains, the trees casting deep shadows in the darkness. Perched on a tree, a figure concealed in shadows gripped a pair of binoculars. Boss, the target has appeared. Should we make our presence known? Of course. Let us see what qualifies this kid to warrant the instructor calling us back from the base at such an hour. Understood, boss. But let us not take it too far. We still need to respect the instructor's authority. A teasing voice crackled through the radio earpiece. Rest assured, I know how to maintain discretion. I won't overstep. In a nearby camp, Qin Yao sat quietly, her arms crossed and resting on her delicately sculpted chin, intently observing the computer screen before her. The monitor displayed footage of Yi Chen, who languidly leaned against the body of a Pagani, a cigarette perched between his lips. Instructor, is this the kid? He is quite handsome, but his frail physique leaves much to be desired, remarked a man in combat gear. Qin Yao narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. Her mind wandered back to her childhood, recalling moments shared over tea with her grandfather and a kind old man, during which she had overheard their discussions about arranged marriages. Though she was young at the time, the memory lingered vividly. She understood all too well that no matter how hard she tried, she would eventually be wed off to strengthen family ties. While she could not alter this inevitable truth, she still held the right to choose. Based on their initial encounter, Yi Chen had made a commendable impression. He exuded a demeanor of a formidable individual, unflinching in the face of adversity. However, further testing was essential. Moreover, Yi Chen's background left her somewhat displeased. She had envisioned her future partner as either a strong individual or someone with political aspirations, destined to enter the corridors of power. Yet, to her astonishment, the person her grandfather had chosen was someone entrenched in the underworld. From the tactics employed against the Du family, Qin Yao discerned that Yi Chen was undoubtedly a cunning individual, employing rather unscrupulous methods, truly a man of subterfuge. Although Yi Chen's legitimate identity as a financial mogul commanding the lifeblood of the Chinese economy was commendable, it still left her feeling unsettled. She was drawn to strength, not to a schemer. Indeed, as Qin Yao surmised, the Qin family was in dire need of support from the business realm. The venerable Master Qin oversees the military. Yet his family is not particularly populous. While some collateral relatives have ventured into commerce, their endeavors pale in comparison to the other three prominent families, rendering them utterly incapable of fulfilling the Qin family's insatiable consumption. In this capitalistic era, the absence of commercial support makes it exceedingly challenging for the Qin family to undertake certain ventures. At this moment, the scene shifted. Leaning against the car, Yi Chen suddenly felt an unsettling sensation at the center of his brow, a wave of foreboding coursing through his body. Since his physical enhancement, his senses had been amplified to an unfathomable degree. It could be said that no one could rival him in perception. He could even discern whether a person posed a threat. Without betraying any emotion, Yi Chen extinguished his cigarette, crushing the butt beneath his foot. He turned off the car's headlights, plunging the secluded path into darkness. A figure in the distance, armed with a sniper rifle, peered through the scope at Yi Chen. Momentarily taken aback. Intriguing. After a brief moment of astonishment, the sniper once more directed his aim towards Yi Chen's previous location, only to find it inexplicably empty. How could this be? No, the person has vanished. The sniper urgently communicated through his radio earpiece. Hey, Lao Lu, you must be joking. Someone actually managed to slip from your lock? This sniper was none other than the individual who had previously shot off the Blood Eagle's arm with a Barrett rifle. I'm not fooling around. That person indeed evaded my control, Lao Lu replied gravely. Upon hearing his words, the other team members in the radio communication ceased their dismissive attitudes. Meanwhile, in the camp, Qin Yao, who had been monitoring Yi Chen's movements, suddenly stood up. What's wrong, instructor? Inquired a nearby officer who had previously discussed Yi Chen. Did you witness how Yi Chen vanished? Qin Yao asked, her expression tense. The officer furrowed his brow. Instructor, I did not see it. When the car's headlights went out, there was no more than 2 seconds of darkness, and by the time the surveillance regained night vision, Yi Chen was no longer in view. But this was utterly impossible. Even our fastest team member could not evade Lao Lu's targeting and surveillance in such a brief span. There's something amiss. This individual is certainly extraordinary. At this realization, the officer felt a chill run down his spine. Instructor, could it be that he's silence? As soldiers, we ought not to indulge in superstition. There are no ghosts in this world. Immediately utilize our most advanced equipment to locate Yi Chen, Qin Yao commanded, her tone resolute. Yes, instructor, the officer responded, promptly issuing orders. In an instant, members of the Blood Red Special Forces, organized into teams of 5, sprang into action, accompanied by drones conducting aerial searches. Not far from Yi Chen's last known position, hidden within a cluster of grass, he lay there with an expression of irritation. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was pushing him to the brink of abandoning his concealment and driving off. He had never endured such indignities before, yet he had already deduced the source of danger. Qin Yao, is this your idea of a game? Let us see who outplays whom. Today, I shall risk my life for a lady, he mused. Suddenly, Yi Chen's ears perked up, detecting a faint vibration. He shifted his body slightly forward, then froze as a drone flew overhead. A mysterious smile crept across his face, he was in no rush. Once the drone had moved away, he gradually advanced again. Shortly thereafter, he came to a halt, hearing the faintest of footsteps approaching from his right rear. Holding his breath, his superior physical conditioning allowed him to remain as quiet as a corpse, his muscles taut with latent explosive power. Lao Air, are we being overly cautious? Do we really need to be so wary of an untrained individual? One of the officers remarked. Don't underestimate him. The fact that he could vanish from Lao Lu's targeting is no small feat, Lao San replied, his voice laced with caution. You should know Lao Lu's observational prowess. During our covert operation against the cunning leader of the Hungry Wolf mercenary group, he could maintain focus for 3 days and nights without losing sight of his target. This person's ability to evade Lao Lu's lock indicates he is no ordinary individual. As the two conversed, they approached the grass where Yi Chun was concealed. Suddenly, Yi Chun propelled himself off the ground with incredible force, creating a large crater in the earth. Not good. A gust of wind swept through, and the two members of the Blood-Red Special Forces reacted instantly. One assumed a defensive posture, while the other aimed to retaliate. To be candid, these two were indeed the creme de la creme of elite operatives. Their quick reflexes were beyond the capability of ordinary soldiers. Yi Chun's speed, surpassing that of an average person by more than tenfold, made it seem as if a typical person's agility rated at 10, Yi Chun's would exceed 100. For an ordinary person, Yi Chun's velocity would likely render them incapacitated before they even had a chance to react. Yet, these two managed to respond in an instant, one on defense, the other poised to strike back. Regrettably, Yi Chun's speed was simply too formidable. From the moment he charged out to the instant he made contact with the two, only a fraction of a second had passed. Bang! The tremendous force collided with the third member, sending him crashing into a tree, his eyes filled with stars as dizziness overwhelmed him. Goodness! Lao San collided solidly with the tree, his vision swimming. Meanwhile, as Lao Air drew a dagger to thrust at Yi Chun, he was met with a chilling smile from Yi Chun. Although he had never trained in martial arts, his reflexes were acutely honed. It was as though a person's movements unfolded in slow motion before a cat's keen eyes. A mere step back allowed him to narrowly evade Lao Air's attack. In Chapter 71, the terrifying prowess of Yi Chun became evident. As the dagger narrowly grazed his throat, Yi Chun's lips curled into a smirk. And with the swiftness of lightning, he seized Lao Air's arm. The moment his arm was caught, Lao Air's expression shifted dramatically. To him, it felt as if a vice had clamped down on his arm, rendering him utterly immobile, no matter how fiercely he struggled. His strength is lacking somewhat, Yi Chun observed with a playful demeanor. At this sight, Lao Air was engulfed by a wave of humiliation. To be a paragon among elite special forces, akin to a king of soldiers, and to be belittled by an untrained commoner. How could he endure such indignity? The skirmish transpired in the blink of an eye. From Yi Chun's charge to the moment he sent Lao San flying, and Lao Air's counterattack culminating in the capture of his arm, all unfolded within mere seconds. Yet, the experience was fraught with peril. Had Yi Chun faltered at any juncture, he might have faced defeat. Lao Air, quick on the uptake, sought to retaliate with his other hand still holding the gun. Bang! Yi Chun struck with great force, sending the machine gun from the hands of the second man flying. Yet, before he could savor his triumph, he observed the second man swiftly reaching for his waist, a handgun materializing in his grasp. With a deft motion, he elevated his heel, allowing the gun to glide against his shoe, completing the action of chambering a round with remarkable finesse. This sequence was executed with such fluidity that it was truly a sight to behold. Confronted by the ominous muzzle of the gun, Yi Chun tilted his head slightly and, in an instant, collided with the second man. Bang! The second man's skills were undeniably formidable, even impeccable in the eyes of seasoned professionals. However, Yi Chun's reflexes were astoundingly rapid, transcending the limits of human capability. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. And the second man finally comprehended the overwhelming sensation that had previously afflicted the third man, a dizzying impulse that threatened to consume him. Nevertheless, the members of the Blood-Red Special Forces possessed unwavering resolve, managing to suppress the disorientation as the second man prepared to retaliate. Yi Chun, showing no mercy, seized the arm of the second man he had just caught, exerting his strength and executing a shoulder throw. Bang! The impact with the ground rendered the second man completely unconscious. In the distance, the third man shook his head, struggling to rise and assist his comrade. Alas, even at his peak, he was no match for Yi Chun, let alone in his current state. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward, launching a flying knee that struck the third man's chest with a resounding thud. The nearby tree swayed gently as the third man succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Chun, with a serene smile, retrieved the belts of both men, binding them to the tree. Shortly thereafter, the two groggily regained consciousness. their expressions shifting to one of furious struggle upon witnessing their predicament. Chen stood before them, stating, "According to the rules, you are considered fallen soldiers now. I trust you will uphold your military decorum." "Kid, we underestimated you," the second man conceded, regaining his composure as he recognized the truth in Chen's words. If this had been a battlefield, they would indeed be dead. Chen shook his head. "Even if you hadn't underestimated me, the outcome would have remained unchanged." As he spoke, Chen approached and removed the radio earpieces from their ears. No sooner had they donned the earpieces than they heard a man's voice emanate from within. "Second, third, if you can hear me, please respond." Calling second, third. When no answer came, the voice continued, "Immediately locate the positions of second and third." Hearing the voice on the radio, Chen smiled subtly. Just then, his ears perked up, and without further ado, he dashed into the dense forest. "Found them. They're here." A voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece. It turned out to be a drone approaching, equipped with a thermal imaging system. Unable to pinpoint Chen's location, Qin Yao had resorted to utilizing the thermal imaging capabilities of the drone. With such technology, it was nearly impossible for Chen, or even an ant, to evade detection. The special operations team comprised 5 members: the leader, the machine gunner, the demolitions expert, the sniper, and the reconnaissance officer. The second man was the reconnaissance officer, while the third man served as the machine gunner. They were undoubtedly the most pivotal members of the team. Yet no one had anticipated that these 2 key figures would be so easily neutralized. The sound of footsteps echoed, and 2 figures emerged. One bore a cold demeanor, clad in combat attire and possessing a tall, slender frame. The other was robust, adorned with an array of ammunition, none other than the team leader and the demolitions expert. "What happened here?" the demolitions expert inquired, stifling a chuckle as he approached. "Enough chatter, hurry and free us." The second and third men felt a burning embarrassment wash over them, having been bound to a tree in such a humiliating fashion, especially to find themselves captured together. However, the leader remained composed. What exactly transpired? The second and third men exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with rueful smiles, before the second man finally replied, "Captain, to be honest, we may have encountered a formidable opponent. That individual is exceedingly abnormal. A mere collision rendered us incapable of resistance." "Is he truly that powerful?" the burly demolitions expert exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Do not underestimate him, old 4. Given the accounts from second and third, that individual is assuredly extraordinary." "Understood, Captain, but I truly wish to meet him." Just as they conversed, the captain's expression abruptly shifted. "This is bad, old 6. The others instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If that individual was indeed as formidable as they were led to believe, then the isolated old 6 would surely be in peril. Old 6 was, in fact, their 5th member, a sniper whom they affectionately referred to as Old 6 due to the nature of their craft. Snipers were often seen as cunning individuals, hence the moniker. In reality, Old 6 had been lurking nearby, concealed in the shadows, ready to provide fire support should the situation escalate. At that moment, Old 6 was perched behind a tree, calmly observing his comrades and scanning for any potential foes. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down his spine as a knife silently appeared at his throat. "Do not utter a word. You are already dead." Chen's voice resonated softly. Old 6 gradually removed his earpiece and nodded. "Yes, I understand." "Old 6, respond if you can hear me." Silence filled the radio earpiece, and both the captain and Old 4 felt a surge of foreboding. Old 6 must have fallen. Damn it, who is this monster, and how did he find Old 6? They knew that while Old 6 may not have been the strongest in terms of raw power, his solo combat skills were unparalleled, possessing superior reconnaissance awareness and concealment abilities that surpassed those of the other 4. Yet, despite this, Old 6 had still fallen. Just how terrifying was this enemy? This was not a reflection of their weaknesses, but rather a testament to Chen's extraordinary physical prowess. The enhancements bestowed by the system had elevated his physical capabilities to an extraordinary level, allowing him to surpass human limitations in sensory perception. Chen's gaze turned toward the distant drone, and a plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 72. Qin Lao's Recommendation. Meanwhile, within the main camp's surveillance room, Qin Yao, though not witnessing firsthand how Chen had defeated her subordinates, was nonetheless astounded by the reports filtering back. She had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Chen could possess such formidable strength. Without any formal training in the system, he had single-handedly vanquished an entire special operations team. It was worth noting that her 5-member team had previously outmaneuvered and defeated an armored division during drills, albeit not in a direct confrontation, but through a covert operation that annihilated the division's leadership. This had been achieved during large-scale military maneuvers, deep within enemy territory. Following that exercise, her team had been dubbed the Lone Wolf Squad, fighting with the ferocity of lone wolves in combat. Moreover, this squad had been meticulously trained by her, with members selected from the elite ranks of various military branches. Beside her, an officer who served as Qin Yao's assistant had also received the news. "Instructor, shall we continue?" Qin Yao shook her head, declaring, "There is no need. Although numbers 1 and 4 still survive, they have already been defeated. Continuing this endeavor would merely squander our time. Sooner or later, they too will succumb to Yi Chun." She instructed, "Summon back the drones and the team members." "Understood, instructor," replied the officer's assistant as he transmitted the order. The 5-member squad, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. The drones returned first, and upon hearing their sound, the officer strode purposefully towards the entrance of the tent. At that moment, a figure darted out from the shadows. The officer, being an elite, sensed the oncoming gust of wind and instinctively reached for his sidearm. A strong arm pressed down on his hand, while another swiftly gripped his throat. With a slight exertion, the officer found it increasingly difficult to breathe, an overwhelming sense of faintness enveloping him. Just then, the tent was abruptly lifted, and a long, powerful leg struck out. The fierce force of the kick created a series of explosive sounds in the air. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes and released the officer, leaning back to evade the formidable blow. "I've been waiting for you," he remarked, revealing that he had stealthily followed the drone to this location. Finding the Special Forces encampment was no easy feat, given their exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities. Without the drones leading the way, locating this place would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Yao, having missed her mark, felt no surprise. The reports from her team had prepared her for the realization that Yi Chun was not an adversary to be trifled with. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yao launched a fierce offensive, utilizing her fists, arms, knees, and legs. Every part of her body became a weapon. Even though Yi Chun managed to deflect her attacks, he could not help but admire her prowess. It was indeed remarkable for a woman to possess such skill. "Cease your assault," Yi Chun intervened, halting Qin Yao's relentless advance. She shot him a glance and retorted, "What's the matter? Have you realized you cannot match me?" Yi Chun shook his head, replying, "Not at all. Rather, I simply prefer not to fight women. If I were to continue, I fear I might lose control of my strength." "Do you possess that capability?" Qin Yao sensed a hint of condescension in Yi Chun's words, feeling somewhat indignant. "This is merely me showing respect to old Qin. Had it been someone else, your fate might have been far worse." Yi Chun recalled the events of the evening with a touch of exasperation. He had come to invite her to dinner, only to be met with ambush. Qin Yao gazed deeply at Yi Chun. "Fine, let me change into something else." Without further argument, she turned and re-entered the tent. Inside the tent, Qin Yao did not hasten to change, but instead compiled all of Yi Chun's actions from the evening into a report and sent it out. In the capital, at the Qin family villa, old Qin's phone emitted 2 beeps. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted. He swiftly dialed a mysterious number. "Hello, Chief," came a respectful voice from the other end. "I would like to recommend someone to you. I will have someone deliver the information shortly." "A personal recommendation from the chief?" The person on the other end sounded surprised. "What? Are you not interested in my recommendation?" Old Qin replied coolly. "Of course not. I am merely curious about the caliber of individual who would receive such a personal endorsement from you. After all, Old Qin is a legendary figure within the military. In his time on the battlefield, Old Qin had accomplished numerous remarkable feats and held various positions within the military, garnering great respect and an extensive network of former subordinates. Many of today's powerful military commanders and generals had once served under him, regarding him as a revered leader who had once shown them kindness. However, Old Qin was known for his integrity. He would never abuse his authority even for his own family. His son, grandson, and granddaughter had all risen through their own merits. Of course, there were instances where some sought to curry favor with the Qin family through favors, but that was a different matter. Old Qin was not so narrow-minded as to demote capable juniors merely because they were related to him. As long as their abilities matched the positions they held, he would remain silent. Once you review the materials, you will understand the caliber of this individual. Just don't forget to express your gratitude to me afterward." He added, "Well then, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. You can decide how to arrange for this person." After hanging up, Old Qin sighed. That cunning old fox has made a brilliant move, managing to cultivate such an exceptional grandson. I must concede to him. Reflecting on the battlefield, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by that old fox. Even after the establishment of the nation, he had thought he had triumphed in the power struggles, only to discover that while his rival did not engage in politics, he had become a behind-the-scenes mogul in the financial sector, wielding significant influence over the economy of Huaxia. Now, the younger generation of the Qin family seemed to lag behind, and Old Qin felt a pang of disappointment. After sending Yi Chen's information back to his grandfather, Qin Yao donned a set of casual clothes and stepped outside. From a distance, 5 despondent figures returned. Upon seeing Yi Chun standing at the entrance of the camp, the second and third members of the group shouted in unison, "Boss, it's him." Yi Chun glanced over, a smirk forming on his lips. The demolitions expert. The fourth member surged forward, his combat spirit rekindled at the sight of the man who had bested his comrade. "You there? Did you win against us through underhanded means?" Yi Chun replied with a calm smile. "What do you mean by underhanded means? You should not be novices anymore. You must be aware of the rules of the battlefield. To the victor belong the spoils, and the vanquished are left to lament their defeat. Does it not strike you as absurd to expect the enemy to engage you in a fair fight? Very well, do you dare to face me in combat?" The fourth member challenged, discarding his heavy ammunition onto the ground, his muscular frame poised for action. "Pointless battles hold no interest for me. However, I might consider it if there are stakes involved." "Agreed, what do you propose?" The fourth member, eager for a chance to confront Yi Chun, readily accepted the challenge. Chapter 73. Big Brother, we invite you. "It's simple. If I win, you all will acknowledge me as your big brother," Yi Chun stated with a faint smile, laying out the terms of the wager. However, upon hearing this proposition, the 5 members of the Blood-Red Special Forces hesitated. They were serving their country. How could they possibly shed their military garb to become someone else's underlings? "And what if you lose?" the fourth member asked through gritted teeth. "If I lose?" Yi Chun blinked. "I will do whatever you say." The response nearly incited the 5 to fury. "Let me ask you again, what will happen if you lose?" The fourth member, suppressing his anger, reiterated his question. Yi Chun found the situation amusing. "If I lose, you may dictate the terms." "Fine." With that, the fourth member launched his assault. Standing at 6'3", combined with his robust physique, his attack surged forth like a speeding vehicle, ferociously barreling towards Yi Chun. With a swift movement, Yi Chun sidestepped effortlessly, but the fourth member, despite his seemingly clumsy form, exhibited surprising quickness. As they brushed past each other, his massive hand shot out, aiming to seize Yi Chun. At first glance, it was evident that the fourth was a warrior of immense strength. If he managed to seize Li Chun, the battle would undoubtedly come to a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, after sending a message to her grandfather, Qin Yao emerged from the tent. As she stepped out, she beheld the fierce clash between Li Chun and the fourth, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire of her aide-de-camp, "What is happening?" The aide, wearing a wry smile, replied, "The lone wolves are disgruntled after their defeat and have decided to confront Li Chun again." Qin Yao was well aware of the pride harbored by the 5 members of the lone wolves. Each of them was a paragon among elite soldiers, handpicked from various military factions. Since their integration into the Blood-Red Special Forces, they had never suffered defeat in either drills or missions. To be bested by an ordinary individual today would undoubtedly sting their egos. Though Qin Yao had only engaged in a brief spar with Li Chun earlier, she had not gauged his true capabilities, so she refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to observe his genuine prowess. She was cognizant that upon receiving Li Chun's dossier, her grandfather would undoubtedly take action. As for where Li Chun might be recommended, that remained uncertain. Her grandfather held a deep appreciation for talent. Upon recognizing Li Chun's potential, he would likely explore every avenue to enlist him into the military for the service of the nation. Just as the fourth's hand was about to grasp Li Chun, a triumphant smile spread across the faces of the onlookers. The thought echoed in the minds of the other 4 members of the Blood-Red Special Forces. This lad is finished. However, to their astonishment, despite the fourth's immense exertion, Li Chun stood resolute, immovable. What? The spectators could not discern the subtleties, yet the fourth's expression was one of sheer disbelief. "What are you doing, fourth?" "Quickly bring him down," shouted the third. The first and others wore expressions of confusion. What was amiss with the fourth today? In previous military contests, he would decisively overpower his opponents with a single move. Why was he struggling today? With a smile gracing his face, Li Chun remarked, "Your strength seems somewhat lacking." In an instant, he seized the fourth's arm with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. Bang! The ground trembled as the brawny fourth was thrown to the earth, the sheer force nearly rendering him unconscious. "Fourth! Fourth!" cried the 4 members of the Blood-Red Special Forces, their concern palpable. In that moment, everyone was astounded by Li Chun. What kind of terrifying strength lay hidden within this seemingly frail youth? He was no mere human. He was akin to a demon. Qin Yao's mouth formed an O shape, her expression evoking a myriad of thoughts. Just then, Li Chun inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qin Yao's reaction, realizing that his temper might have flared a bit too much. "Are you convinced now?" Li Chun crouched beside the fallen fourth, inquiring. The fourth shook his head, regaining a semblance of awareness. Though reluctant to concede, he understood the stakes. "I admit defeat." Li Chun nodded, offering words of reassurance. "Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of." This statement nearly caused the onlookers to sputter in disbelief. What did he mean by saying it was not disgraceful to lose to him? Losing to an untrained individual like Leaf Chun was the true disgrace. Leaf Chun disowned their thoughts, but chose not to elaborate. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. It would indeed be a disgrace if he were to lose to them. Very well, let us uphold our wager. You shall address me as Big Brother. Despite their defeat, these men were valiant souls who understood the hierarchy of strength within the military. Leaf Chun's superiority did not leave them feeling overly discontent. Big Brother, they called out. Laughter in their voices. All right, my little brothers, since you have become my subordinates, today I shall treat you to a splendid time. Miss Chen, please grant them a day off. It is my first day as their Big Brother, and I must make a gesture. How can the Big Brother treat them? We'll take care of it. The five, having accepted their reality and feeling genuinely convinced by their defeat, were quick to express their eagerness to host Leaf Chun. Qin Yao cast a peculiar glance at her subordinates. Did they not recognize Leaf Chun's status? A single meal with him might well exceed their combined annual salaries. How could they presume to pay? Well, since Mr. Leaf has spoken, they shall have a day off. However, as soldiers, even if they are your subordinates, they cannot abandon their uniforms to mingle in society. Do not harbor such thoughts. Leaf Chun shook his head. I understand. As guardians of the people, I am not so selfish as to demand their service solely for my own benefit. I consider them brothers, devoid of ulterior motives. Very well, you have my word. I trust you will honor it. Qin Yao truly did not wish to let Leaf Chun take away the subordinates she had painstakingly nurtured. Moreover, due to Leaf Chin's sensitive identity, she could not allow them to stray down that path. The group changed into civilian attire. A luxury car worth over 100 million led the way, flanked by two military Humvees, as they ventured towards the vibrant metropolis. Marriott International Hotel. Qin Yu and Lu Xiao had long since arrived. Wu Yuan awaited at the entrance with a middle-aged man, occasionally glancing toward the parking area, his face alight with anticipation. Yet, they exhibited no impatience. Whether it took an hour or a day, they would wait. Brother Yu, shall we head in now? Lu Xiao inquired with uncertainty. Qin Yu shook his head. Let us wait a bit longer for Brother Leaf and Sister. Before long, the roar of a sports car echoed, and two brilliant beams of headlights emerged in the crowd's view. The parking lot, now bustling with vehicles, resembled a miniature auto show, showcasing an array of cars from tens of thousands to several million. As a five-star hotel, most patrons dining here were affluent, driving cars of considerable value. However, when Leaf Chen's vehicle and the military Humvees arrived, all other cars paled in comparison. Chapter 74. A meal costs 880,000. They arrived. Wu Yuan quickly spotted the boss's exclusive ride and called out. The owner of the Marriott, Lu Chao, straightened his attire upon hearing Wu Yuan and followed closely behind. Due to the abundance of cars, finding a parking spot proved challenging. After circling the area, the two vehicles still could not locate a space. At that moment, Wu Yuan and Lu Chao approached. Boss, over here. Wu Yuan pointed to a spacious reserved area. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's voice, Leaf Chun waved his hand and drove over, followed closely by the Humvee. Boss, this parking spot was personally reserved by Boss Lu for you. Wu Yuan, deserving of his role as the general manager of the National Gold Center, exhibited impeccable attention to detail. The reserved space was not merely for one vehicle, but spacious enough for five to park side by side. Excellent. The two vehicles parked sequentially. Wu Yuan personally opened the door for Leaf Chun, while Qin Yao, seated in the front passenger seat, also alighted. Upon beholding the stunning visage of Qin Yao, Wu Yuan could not help but exclaim, indeed, it seems that the company of our boss is always graced by beauty. The last occasion brought forth one enchanting figure. And now this latest one, each a potential catalyst for chaos. At that moment, their attention was drawn to the military Hummer that had arrived alongside Yi Chun. Particularly after the five members of the Lone Wolf team disembarked, an imposing aura of iron and blood enveloped them. They understood that these five were undoubtedly military personnel, and formidable ones at that. Just how profound was their boss's background? Not only was he wealthy and influential, but he also maintained such deep ties with the military. It appeared that their choice was indeed prudent. As long as they clung tightly to their boss's coattails, greater opportunities for advancement surely awaited them. Having just engaged in a jungle exercise, Yi Chen's attire bore some dirt. Upon exiting the vehicle, he casually shed his jacket and tossed it to Wu Yuan. Wu, are you ready? Wu Yuan promptly replied, Boss, everything is prepared. The top VIP suite. Good. Yi Chen nodded slightly, beckoning to the others. Let us proceed, brothers. Although the members of the Lone Wolf team were elite soldiers, their exposure to such luxurious hotels had been virtually non-existent. This was, in fact, their very first experience in such an opulent establishment. Before enlisting, each hailed from humble beginnings and had since lived a life steeped in military training, exercises, and missions. Rarely had they enjoyed leisure. As they walked, Lu Chao persistently signaled to Wu Yuan, urging him to make introductions. Wu Yuan merely returned a glance that conveyed patience, indicating that now was not the opportune moment for such introductions. He understood that even if he were to forcibly introduce Lu Chao, their boss might respond with mere indifference, leading to an even more awkward situation. It would be far better to wait for a more suitable occasion, allowing the boss to form a more favorable impression. Lu Chao recognized his own impatience and suppressed it, falling in step beside Wu Yuan. "Brother Yi, you finally made it," exclaimed Qin Yu and Lu Xiao, who approached to greet Yi Chun before hastily turning their attention to Qin Yao, careful not to offend their elder sister for fear of reprisal. Although Qin Yao typically maintained a stern demeanor, she graciously spared her brother any reprimand in this social setting. As they entered the hotel lobby, the resplendent grandeur of the space unfolded before them. Yi Chun and Qin Yu displayed little reaction, while the 5 members of Lone Wolf were left in awe. "So this is a 5-star hotel? The decor is truly magnificent." Their astonishment drew the attention of passers-by, as patrons of such establishments were typically affluent and well-traveled. Witnessing such overt displays of wonder was rare. Realizing their behavior might be deemed unsophisticated, the 5 quickly silenced themselves. "Mr. Wu, my brothers are not accustomed to foreign wines. Let us indulge in some fine domestic spirits today," Yi Chen suggested. "Certainly, boss," Wu Yuan readily acquiesced. "By the way, boss, this is the owner of this hotel, my good friend Lu Chao. He insisted on welcoming you at the entrance, and he has personally arranged today's banquet." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's introduction, Yi Chun discerned his intent and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Lu." He extended his hand for a brief handshake, igniting a wave of excitement within Lu Chao. The chairman of the Guijin Center had just shaken his hand. If word of this were to spread, countless patrons would flock to his hotel to show support. Though Lu Chao understood that his connection to Yi Chun was tenuous at best, merely a courtesy extended due to Wu Yuan's influence, others would misconstrue their interaction as a sign of camaraderie. Those eager to befriend the chairman would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with him. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will ensure that you and your companions enjoy a delightful meal today," Lu Chao assured him. Yi Chen smiled. "I look forward to it." "Please, Mr. Yi, allow me to escort you upstairs," Lu Chao offered, personally guiding them to the elevator that led to the exclusive VIP suite on the top floor. The grand double doors of the suite opened to reveal an impressive interior, a veritable palace. As they stepped inside, the spacious room dazzled the eye, adorned with various artificial landscapes, including a quaint bridge over flowing water and a small fish pond. Surrounding shelves displayed an array of exquisite handicrafts, each priced around 10,000 yuan. This clearly illustrated the level of effort invested in creating such an opulent space, truly befitting a 5-star hotel. A colossal dining table capable of seating 50 stood at the center. Though such a gathering would rarely occur, no host would wish to crowd their guests. Yi Chun took the head of the table, inviting everyone to sit, and addressed Lu Chao. "Mr. Lu, please bring forth the signature dishes of your hotel today, and do not forget the fine spirits." "Rest assured, I shall procure them at once," Lu Chao replied, excitement evident in his demeanor as he hurried away. "Mr. Wu, please join us. It feels rather inappropriate to have you scurrying about at this hour," Yi Chen said. To which Wu Yuan promptly replied, "Serving the boss is my duty." "Enough of the pleasantries. Sit down," Yi Chun insisted, and Wu Yuan complied, taking a seat near the entrance. "Goodness, the grandeur and the sophistication. This is the indulgence of the affluent, isn't it?" Old 3, the most talkative among the 5, remarked as he settled in. "Boss, this meal must cost a fortune," he added. The mention of money piqued the interest of the Lone Wolf team, who had previously volunteered to treat Yi Chun and were now concerned that their meager savings might fall short. A smirk played at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth as he decided to tease them. "Mr. Wu, would you kindly introduce my little brothers?" Wu Yuan, understanding the playful intent behind Yi Chen's words, stood to make the introduction. "Greetings, everyone. This suite is the most luxurious in the Marriott Hotel, bar none. The minimum cost for dining here is 880,000 yuan, including imported seafood and Chinese delicacies." He elaborated on the various items included in the package, with the drinks alone accounting for over 500,000 yuan. 880,000 for a single meal? Old 3 exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other 4 members of the Lone Wolf team fidgeted uncomfortably, realizing that their combined savings would barely cover such an extravagant feast. All those years of risking their lives, and it might all amount to naught? What was the point of striving so hard? Seeing the dismayed expressions of her subordinates, Qin Yao could not suppress a laugh. Qin Yu and Lu Xiao, now aware of the Lone Wolf team's identities, also succumbed to laughter. Chapter 75. The terrifying machinations of Yi Chen's grandfather. Yi Chen sensed that the time was ripe and declared, "Fear not. You shall not be burdened with the cost of this meal. With your elder brother here, I would never allow you to pay." At this moment, Qin Yu remarked, "Brother Yi, is this meal not a bit too extravagant? Must it be so lavish?" Yi Chen, puzzled, responded, "Is it excessively expensive? Is this not a customary meal?" Uffed. The crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. 880,000 for a single meal is indeed a commonplace occurrence in your household? The world of the affluent is truly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Qin Yao pondered thoughtfully. Is this the reason why grandfather wishes to forge an alliance with the Yi family? Although the Qin family holds a prestigious position, it suffers from a significant shortcoming, namely, the absence of commercial support. The younger generation lives in relative poverty, unable to exploit their power for personal gain. After all, the upper echelons of power are intensely competitive. Any slip could be ruthlessly exploited by adversaries. Countless individuals yearn to infiltrate the military, and had it not been for the Qin family's stronghold, the military would have long been compromised by various factions. The military stands as the final bastion of the nation. Should it fall into disarray, the country's demise would be imminent. Thus, the Qin family serves as the last line of defense. Nonetheless, over the years, numerous forces have attempted to infiltrate the military, not through underhanded tactics, but by leveraging genuine strength. Take for instance the Chao family, which wields significant political power. Despite their dominance in the bureaucratic arena, they still encourage the younger generation to pursue careers within the military. Chao Lingshan is the most successful example from the Chao family. She has risen to a rank comparable to her peers and commands an elite team not originally her own. Currently, both sides are engaged in a covert struggle, each striving to outmaneuver the other. Regrettably, during the last Special Forces competition, she suffered defeat at the hands of Chao Lingshan due to unforeseen circumstances. This setback further elevated the Chao family's reputation within the military. Even now, she grapples with the lingering effects of that loss, and her grandfather, aware of her inner turmoil, has granted her a few days of respite to unwind. Wealth indeed facilitates many endeavors. In meetings, her grandfather can assert his opinions with confidence. Yet, the question remains, how substantial is Yi Chen's influence? Is it sufficient for her grandfather to confront the Chao family? In the capital, the four prominent families are as follows. The Chao family reigns supreme, followed by the Qin family, then the Liu family, and lastly the Li family. The Chao family governs the political landscape, the Qin family oversees the military, the Liu family commands the bureaucratic realm, and the Li family manages national security. The delineation among these four families is stark. Nonetheless, in recent years, as wars have diminished and nations focus on economic welfare, the Chao family's power has intensified, gradually overshadowing the three other families. Consequently, the latter seek to break through their limitations, aspiring to rival the Chao family. The Qin family's opportunity for advancement lies within the commercial sphere, making a union with the Yi family an urgent necessity. As for other conglomerates, they are best left unconsidered, for each is shadowed by the presence of the Chao family. The Qin family firmly believes that the Yi family bears no ties to the Chao family, primarily due to the long-standing enmity between them. Years ago, a member of the Chao family served as a vice commander under Yi Chen's grandfather. During a counteroffensive, the Chao family's second elder disregarded military orders, driven by a desire for glory, and met his demise on the battlefield. This incident bred resentment within the Chao family, leading them to question Yi Chen's grandfather, accusing him of failing to avert the tragedy when he had the power to do so. Was he harboring ulterior motives? Yi Chen's grandfather, known for his assertiveness, was not one to remain silent in the face of such accusations. His retort incited the Chao family's ire. "Do not speak of my inaction. Had he returned alive, I would have shot him dead for disobeying orders." In truth, Yi Chen's grandfather's words were not without merit. A single erroneous command cost not only the life of the Chao family's second elder, but also the lives of 3,000 innocent soldiers. The enemy had cleverly lured them into a trap, and despite Yi Chen's grandfather's efforts to impede the pursuit, the Chao family's second elder covertly led a charge that resulted in the slaughter of over 3,000 troops, soldiers whom Yi Chen's grandfather had personally trained and regarded as brothers. Those men fell victim to a false order issued by the Chao family's second elder, ultimately sacrificing their lives in vain. Who could remain unperturbed by such a betrayal? Although the Chao family's second elder erred grievously, the death of a soldier leaves no avenue for accountability. Following the cessation of hostilities and the establishment of the nation, Yi Chen's grandfather recognized the necessity of relinquishing his military command quietly. When he reached out to the likes of old Qin, it was more than 2 decades later. After Yi Chen's father married and Yi Chen himself was born, Yi Chen's grandfather had always been fiercely protective of his family, only recently discovering that the Yi family had descendants. Moreover, upon Yi Chen's emergence, he swiftly took charge of the financial district in the Magic City, wielding influence over the economic lifeblood of Huaxia, deterring those with ulterior motives from acting recklessly. Qin Yao held profound admiration for Yi Chen's grandfather. Such strategic acumen was nothing short of formidable. Should anyone provoke Yi Chen, the The collapse of the financial district could send the Magic City, and indeed all of Huaxia's economy, spiraling back 2 decades. Furthermore, any attempts by the Chao family to undermine the Yi family would inevitably draw countless factions to their defense. Such actions could jeopardize the very foundation of the nation. Presently, the international arena is dominated by economic warfare, silent skirmishes. If the economy falters, all other conflicts become moot. Bankruptcy becomes the inevitable outcome. As the group engaged in conversation, the door to the private room swung open. Lu Chao entered, holding a bottle of wine, followed by over a dozen waitstaff clad in kipeos. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Director Yi. This is a treasured bottle of wine I have kept for many years. I hope you will indulge in its flavors. Upon seeing the bottle, Yi Chun felt a twinge of curiosity regarding its contents. Yet, Wu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, impressive. Boss Yi, you would part with such a bottle? As he spoke, Wu Yuan's astonishment grew. His old friend had truly spared no expense. The bottle was a top-tier Maotai, encased in a white porcelain vessel. It was said that the porcelain was returned from overseas and, upon its initial auction in the Magic City, fetched over 2 million. However, the identity of the buyer remained a mystery. Wu Yuan now recalled that Lu Chao had been quite affluent in the Magic City. Thus, it was not entirely surprising that he had acquired such a bottle. Nevertheless, Lu Chao lacked influential connections and was unable to forge relationships, which limited his ability to expand his business. He had only managed to establish this one 5-star hotel, with assets amounting to several billion. Among the wealthy elite in the Magic City, he was considered moderately successful, yet still fell short of the top tier. Furthermore, Lu Chao's limited educational background prevented him from grasping the intricacies of lucrative financial sectors, thus confining him to the realm of tangible industries. Indeed, the reason Lu Chao had initially amassed wealth without establishing a formidable family enterprise lay in the domestic economic climate. Those in power naturally reserve the most profitable opportunities for their own families, and without a background, Lu Chao found himself with funds, but no avenues for investment.